Shocking. The horror game is back, and there are players under 18. Life is unpredictable, and so is fate. This time, a 4-year-old baby is selected. Is it the decay of humanity or the distortion of the universe's will? How will the 4-year-old girl survive in the horror game? This series of eye-catching headlines quickly shot up to the top 3 trending topics, setting the internet on fire. The horror game has been on Earth for 10 whole years now, and it has long been the most searched hot topic, but previously, it only selected adults. This time, it suddenly selected a minor, and she's only 4 years old. The news immediately created a huge wave in the summer country. On Weibo, netizens discussed vigorously, sharing their opinions. It's over. The horror game is now targeting minors. It's one thing if the player is an older teen with some self-care ability, but this little girl is only 4. This little girl is as good as dead. The monsters inside have no humanity. They won't show mercy just because she's young. Right, the rooftop. My brother is one of the few survivors from the previous batch of the horror game. He told me the signature dish at the Hell restaurant is mapo tofu. The tofu must be fresh and tender. The younger the meat, the more. Seeing this, Chen Ge couldn't bear to watch any longer. His eyes reddened, he took a deep breath, and then he turned off the computer. As an orphan, he had never had any relatives. 5 years ago, an accident brought him a gentle, beautiful wife, and she gave him a soft, adorable daughter. At that time, he happily thought he had become the winner of life. But unexpectedly, the good times didn't last long. After giving birth, his wife disappeared the next day. She vanished without a trace, not even a single clue of where she went or any sign she had been alive. If it weren't for the baby's soft babbling constantly ringing in his ears, Chen Ge might have believed that everything that happened was just a dream. From then on, his only remaining family was his daughter, Tuan Tuan. To have him watch his tiny little baby go die in the horror game? Chen Ge asked himself, he could never do it. At this moment, Tuan Tuan, unaware of what was to come in less than 10 hours, was curled up on the big bed in the bedroom, sleeping soundly. She didn't know what she was dreaming about, but Tuan Tuan was smiling warmly and sweetly, like a little angel. Chen Ge gave his daughter a deep glance, then walked to the living room. It seemed like he had made a major decision. He took out his phone and dialed a number. The person on the other end seemed to have been waiting for this call from Chen Ge. As soon as he called, the line was immediately connected. Mr. Chen, hello. This is the Special Ability Intelligence Bureau. How can I assist you? The middle-aged man had already guessed the purpose of Chen Ge's call, but he still pretended to be polite on the surface. I want to sign up to enter the horror game with this batch of selected players. That might not be possible. Our Intelligence Bureau's login server only has one unused slot left. This slot is intended for our internal personnel for live streaming. Live streaming? What do you mean? Chen Ge quickly caught the keyword and immediately asked. The live streaming camera that connects the two worlds was developed by our Intelligence Bureau 3 months ago. You also know that the horror game has been on Earth for 10 years. Every month, a new batch of selected players is forcibly sent into the horror game to participate in random dungeon matches. And the selected players suffer heavy casualties. There are almost no survivors, especially among the new players, because many people in our country still don't understand the rules and system of the horror game. Some even still think it's just a game. So, the horror livestream is a must. Our CIA has already sent people in twice to log into the server and follow the first 2 batches of chosen ones into the livestream. But none of them came back. Because only the ones who were forcibly sent in have the newbie protection system. The middle-aged man's tone was a bit heavy. The previous 2 streamers were both core members of our CIA. He didn't want to just send people with special powers to die for nothing. Chen Ge's heart suddenly sank with a thump. This means that as long as you are not forcibly sent in, whether you are a newbie or a veteran, there is no protection mechanism. If he dies in the game, then he will really die in real life. Then my daughter is a forcibly sent in newbie. If she is hurt or killed inside, will she be completely unharmed in real life? What Chen Ge worried about the most was still his daughter Tuan. She won't die. But she's too young. Her heart and mind will be greatly affected. Most likely, when she comes out, she might have mental illness or heart disease. And, if she doesn't finish the task, she'll still be sent in again later. At that time, there will be no protection mechanism at all. The middle-aged man told Chen Ge everything he knew truthfully. He didn't exaggerate, and he didn't make things up. This is the truth. The horror level in the horror world is dozens of times worse than most ghost movies. But no matter how hard the path is, no matter how scary the hell is, to protect his daughter, Chen Ge will definitely charge forward without hesitation. Give me the server. I'm willing to go in and live stream for you. Not long after Chen Ge finished this call, CIA agents came to his door and brought him the login device and live stream camera. The livestream camera was very small, like a button, pinned on the collar of Chen Ge's shirt. It looked very inconspicuous. Once he entered the horror world successfully, the camera would automatically start live streaming. Of course, if Chen Ge wanted to turn off the livestream camera, it was also very easy. He only needed to gently tap it with his finger. Tuanchuan hadn't woken up yet. Chen Ge sat on the sofa. After studying the livestream camera, he picked up the login device and began examining it. However, the moment Chen Ge touched the login device, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Trigger condition detected. Congratulations, host, for successfully binding to the almighty super rich system. I am the system elf who knows everything and tells all. You can call me Ming. The newbie gift pack is being distributed. Host, please prepare your mind and don't be blinded by wealth. Chen Ge was startled by the sudden voice, but he had just gone through many storms recently. He quickly calmed down. System? Isn't this something that only appears in web novels? When he was in college, he often read city wish fulfillment stories that had super rich systems. The main character who had it would soon become rich, marry a beautiful rich girl, and reach the top of life. So this is his cheat code? But isn't it coming too late? He's just about to enter a horror game with an extremely low survival rate and get himself killed. Rewarding host with 1 million in usable currency. Reminder, host can withdraw or convert funds anytime, anywhere. Hearing these two sentences, Chen Ge couldn't help but get a little emotional. He might be about to die. But his daughter Tuanchuan won't really die. With this money, she would have enough to eat and drink for the rest of her life. Chen Ge immediately asked the system in his mind. Ming, can I transfer this money to my daughter? Hearing this, the system was silent for several seconds, which was rare. Then, in a strange tone, it asked. Host, are you sure? This system thinks this action is not very good. Chen Ge was a bit confused. Why? System first exchanges 10,000 for you. Chen Ge's eyes suddenly brightened. Alright. It's fine to start with 10,000. However, the next second, when the rustling sound of paper bills appeared in front of Chen Ge, he was stunned. P.S. New book launch. It's my first time writing this kind of genre. Everyone, please be kind, don't roast me. I'm a girl, and I'm actually scared of ghosts, but I'm both scared and have to write. Every day I curl up in bed writing. Please give me a 5-star review. Chapter 2, The Ghostly Amusement Park. Tuan likes it. This money was nothing like the Chinese currency he had imagined. Instead, it was paper money with black patterns all over it. Each bill had a skull drawn on it, very eerie. What is this? Even Jiang Ge, who had seen a lot in his life, was stunned at this moment. He had never seen such paper money before. It's the circulating currency in the horror world. In your language, it's ghost money. Ming explained patiently to Jiang Ge. But then, it added with a hint of schadenfreude. This money doesn't circulate in the human world. Are you sure you want to give it to your daughter? Jiang Ge instantly fell silent. How was he supposed to respond to this? He didn't even know if this sudden wealthy system was his ticket to the peak of life or his talisman to survive in the horror world. But, having money was better than having none. Ghosts were once human, and some principles were universal between the living and the dead. So, he had to keep this money. It might come in handy soon. On the sofa, 10 bills of 1,000, just exchanged by the system, were scattered. Under the light, they resembled game coins from a game city. Thinking about this, Chen Ge's eyes lit up again. Got it. He had a way to help Tuan overcome her fear. There were only about 6 or 7 hours left, no time to waste, he had to act. Chen Ge folded the 10 bills and put them in several pockets of his clothes and pants. Then, he went to the second bedroom and called his daughter Tuan. Tuan, who had just woken up, looked a bit confused. She rubbed her sleepy eyes with her little fists and looked at Chen Ge with confusion. Daddy, what are you doing? You woke me up from my sleep. Chen Ge smiled at her, as usual. Then, he bent down and picked up little Tuan from the big bed, mysteriously saying, Tuan, do you want to play a game with Daddy? It's a game with ghosts, but those ghosts are all humans in disguise, meant to scare us. Whoever gets scared loses, and if someone cries, they're out. Well, Daddy, if I win, will there be a reward? Tuan wants a little kitten. Of course. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time to enter the game. Chen Ge held his daughter's little hand with one hand and the login device with the other. The next second, a chilling female voice sounded in his ears. Countdown ended. Welcome players to the horror game. Let me briefly introduce the game rules. According to the game theme, you will be teleported to a corresponding place, and depending on your role in the game, you will provide the guests with what they need. Your goal is to survive for 3 days. If you survive, when time's up, you can immediately leave. Warm reminder, if death triggers the protection mechanism for a newbie, you will be forced to return to the horror world in 10 years, and there will be no protection mechanism. Please be cautious and don't try to anger the guests when you're not strong enough. Be careful not to die, and try to survive well. Game instance selection successful. Starting initial instance, Ghostly Amusement Park. The players entering the instance this time are 8 people. Half of them are newbies with protection mechanisms, and the other half are not. Good luck to everyone. The moment the voice finished, Chen Ge's vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was already inside a large amusement park. It was clearly daytime, but the sky above the amusement park was eerily terrifying. The clouds looked as if they had been splashed with blood, layers upon layers of red glowing light. The air was filled with the smell of blood and decay, and everywhere there were dried bloodstains, making the scene terrifying. Chen Ge instinctively gripped Tuan Tuan's small hand tighter, his eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. Standing next to them were 6 other people, each one showing terror on their faces, their skin pale. The death rate in a horror game is very high, and when facing death, almost no one is free from fear. Except for Tuan Tuan. She not only wasn't scared, but on the contrary, she smiled sweetly. Her big eyes blinked, filled with a gleaming excitement. Seeing Chen Ge silent, Tuan Tuan shook his hand. Daddy, this amusement park looks like so much fun. Tuan Tuan likes it. Shoo, Tuan Tuan. What did Daddy tell you before we entered the game? Chen Ge lowered his head, looking at Tuan Tuan, speaking in a soft voice. She blinked her big eyes, smiling as she nodded. Daddy, Tuan Tuan knows. I definitely won't talk anymore. After saying that, the little one immediately covered her mouth with her left hand, her big, shiny eyes curiously watching this strange amusement park. At this moment, a crisp bell sound entered everyone's ears. Then, a circus clown-like person appeared, walking on stilts, hopping and bouncing towards them. He grinned, showing a wide, red mouth, revealing 16 teeth that gleamed with a bluish light. His body was covered in corpse spots, and his wig was crooked, revealing a bloody and mangled scalp. As he appeared, everyone's expressions changed instantly, now filled with deep fear. Is this the ghost in the horror world? Besides Tuan Tuan, there were 2 other women among the players. It was obvious they knew each other beforehand. Upon seeing the bloody clown, one of them nearly screamed but was quickly silenced by the other with a swift hand. The clown's face was terrifying. He turned, looking at the 2 women, and couldn't help but lick his lips, as if wanting to strike. But his hand stretched out only to hesitate, unwillingly pulling back. Then, he grinned at them, opening his bloody mouth wide, letting out a strange laugh, as if he had set his sights on them. Smart people immediately understood something from this scene. Like Chen Ge. He watched the clown trying to attack the 2 women but holding back, and immediately realized. This horror game has its own rules. They are the players, and the ghosts are like NPCs in the game. As long as the players follow the rules, NPCs can't do whatever they want to the players. Once he figured this out, Chen Ge actually relaxed a lot. Having rules is a good thing, what's scary is when there are no rules. And at the collar of Chen Ge's shirt, the camera automatically turned on when the clown appeared. The intelligence department, in order to let the public better understand the horror world, had already arranged with Weibo's official account, pinning the link to the livestream at the top of trending searches. A large number of viewers quickly flooded into the livestream, and the bullet comments immediately started moving. Oh my! Is this the horror world? It's even scarier than horror movies. This clown is too terrifying, Mom, I'm scared. Do ghosts eat people? Is this real or fake? Because of previous precautions, the special department had kept the details of the horror game secret. Most people only knew about the existence of the game but had no real understanding of its horror. This is also why the special department needed to find live streamers, to use the stream to let people realize the terror of the horror game. Unfortunately, the previous live streamers had all died very quickly. In the horror world. The clown ghost looked at everyone, showing an innocent smile, like that of a child. Just because of his terrifying face, the smile seemed very unsettling. Welcome everyone to the thrilling amusement park. I am the park's manager and also the circus clown. This is a place for fun and enjoyment. To help you relax, let's start with a little game. The crowd nervously looked at the clown ghost. This game is very simple. We're going to play the game of 1 2 3 Wooden Man. After I count to 123, I'll make a scary face to frighten you. If you get scared or move, you lose. And the loser will face a punishment. Seeing the clown ghost smiling happily, the livestream's comments section immediately started discussing. 1 2 3 Wooden Man? Isn't this the game we played as kids? So thrilling games are that simple? TCH. This thrilling game is nothing special. Hey, don't mock yet, wait and hear what the punishment is. Some viewers who had experienced the horror world knew that the game was definitely not as simple as it sounded. Sure enough, the clown ghost then revealed the punishment, and his cheerful tone was chilling. The punishment is that the loser will become my food and I'll eat them. Gaga gaga, isn't that fun? The clown ghost smiled proudly, his mouth stretched wide, sewn with white lines, and as he smiled too exaggeratedly, his mouth tore open, blood pouring out, horrifying and chilling. The crowd looked at each other, their hearts sinking. Especially Chen Ge. What about his daughter? Chen Ge looked at Tuan Tuan, who was curiously watching everything unfold. She understood the clown ghost's words and even excitedly said, "Yay, yay, we're playing a game, Tuan Tuan loves playing games." The clown ghost looked at the little girl and smiled, waving his hands. Gaga gaga, we're playing a game, we're playing a game. The crowd felt their hearts freeze even more. It's over. In their eyes, this little girl, only 4 years old, had already been sentenced to death. This clown ghost was so terrifying, she would definitely cry from fear. Alright, let's start the game. You two go first. The most delicious ones are always saved for last. The clown ghost pointed at 2 girls, but his gaze was on Tuan Tuan, saliva mixed with blood dripping out. 123, wooden man. Don't move, if you move, you'll be eaten. Gag gaga. The clown ghost had been standing still, watching the 2 girls with an eerie smile. However, in the next second, he suddenly jumped in front of the 2 girls. A terrifying ghost face, 2 large eyes dripping with blood, stared at them intensely. One person, one ghost, face to face, just inches apart, blood and saliva dripping slowly onto the face of the girl, who had already wanted to scream. At first, the girl managed to hold still. But after a few seconds, the clown ghost's 2 rows of teeth suddenly moved up and down. She was so scared, her whole body trembled uncontrollably, and she screamed. Aha! Her scream was like a meteor crossing the sky. Gagaga, little sweetie, you lost. The clown ghost laughed loudly. He opened his huge bloody mouth. The girl's scream had not even finished. Suddenly, it stopped abruptly. Her entire head was bitten off in one go by the clown ghost. Chapter 4, Tuan Tuan's brother, which stunned the clown ghost. At this moment, suddenly, a hoarse female voice came from the loudspeaker above the gate. Beep. The amusement park is about to open, all staff please take your positions. Upon hearing this, the clown's face changed dramatically. He couldn't help but look a little unpleasant. The fat lamb he was about to devour was about to run into the mouths of other ghosts. How could that not make him feel bad? No, he was the manager of the amusement park, he had to taste the first bite. With this thought, the clown showed an eerie smile to Tuan Tuan. Chen Ge felt a chill in his heart. He knew that Tuan Tuan was too young, and the attraction to ghosts was immense. She was very likely to be targeted. But he never expected that she would be targeted so quickly. Clearly, this clown ghost, having failed once, would try to find a way to come after her again. Chen Ge didn't have time to think anymore. The amusement park was about to open, and the clown had already jumped back in front of everyone and started speaking. Now, I will assign you your jobs. The person who finishes last every day will lose the right to enter the dorm at night. Just a reminder, after 9 p.m., if you haven't entered the dorm, you all know what kind of night you'll face. The clown's voice was still cheerful, but everyone's hearts turned cold again. That light sentence instantly made them competitors. Some people had thought of sticking together to keep warm, but now, they could only think for themselves and rely on their own skills. Next, I will tell you 3 important rules of our amusement park. First, our amusement park is old and broken. Many rides are waiting to be repaired. If you go to the wrong place by mistake, the ones in charge there will treat you as the repair team. When the ghost clown said this, he gave a creepy, crooked smile. After what just happened, everyone suddenly understood. In this ghost place, if you run around and end up at the Ferris wheel or roller coaster, you're finished. That's repairing with your life. Second, every guest in our amusement park is very noble. You must never offend them. If a guest is unhappy and leaves, then he. Not only do you have to pay back the ticket loss for the park, you also have to stand at the gate and bring back 10 new guests. If you can't pay, then pay with your life. Chen Ge, always sharp, immediately remembered the keyword in this rule. Compensate. What do you use to compensate? Could it really be that ghost money the system rewarded him with? The clown ghost paused, then continued speaking. Third rule. You rats better not try to get close to us. Other than the park staff, the most important ones are the guests. Don't try to please the guests, it might backfire badly. Hearing this, Chen Ge's heart sank suddenly. There's a saying, money can make ghosts turn the mill. Ghost money must be like RMB, very useful, especially good for dealing with ghosts. Now it seems, the 1 million ghost coins the system gave really might be useful. But before he had enough power, ghosts might just kill him and take the money. Alright, no more talking. The amusement park is about to open. Since it's your first day, I'll give you the easiest job today. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up a little. The janitor we hired hasn't officially started yet. So today, all of you will take his place and clean up trash in the outer areas of the park. I will give each of you a special trash bin. Every time you fill it, it will empty automatically and count 1 point. By the time the park closes tonight, the person with the least trash collected will lose today's dorm entry right. After the ghost clown finished, 2 little ghosts came over carrying a bunch of cleaning tools. But when the brooms and dustpans were handed to them, everyone was dumbfounded. With these tools, maybe only ghosts could sweep up trash? The broom's bottom row of bristles wasn't normal bristles at all, but long black hair, all tangled together, stuck with several clumps of blood-colored stains. No one knew what they used to clean before. Definitely not normal trash. And the dustpan, the place to hold trash, actually had several big holes. With or without a dustpan, it was basically the same. Chen Ge looked at the cleaning tools handed to him. If it weren't for Tuanshuan still watching him with wide eyes, a what the fuck almost burst out of his mouth. This damn thing, forget a whole bucket of trash. With this broken piece of crap, even if you sweep all day, you might not even fill half a bucket. What are you all standing around for? The amusement park opens in 3 minutes. If you're not at your post before opening. He. The clown ghost licked the corner of his mouth with a wicked grin after speaking. The meaning was obvious. Frightened, everyone grabbed their tools and rushed toward the outer area pointed by the sign. Chen Ge was born with great strength. He held Tuanshuan in one arm, while the other arm hooked around 2 people's tools and a trash bin, ready to move out. At that moment, the clown ghost suddenly blocked his path, glaring fiercely at them, and asked. Speak. You. Who exactly are you to this little brat? As soon as he said this, the livestream comment screen began to scroll rapidly again. The spectators were all stunned. If the clown ghost hadn't suddenly asked, they wouldn't have noticed who this horror game streamer actually was. Because the originally published number of players and the names matched exactly with what was shown in the livestream. It was only at this moment that they realized with shock there was 1 extra player in this batch. What the hell is going on? Chen Ge smiled faintly, just about to give a vague answer to the clown ghost's question. But at that moment, the little one in his arms suddenly stretched out her arms and hugged Chen Ge tightly around the neck. Her big black eyes widened and stared at the clown ghost. In a crisp, childlike voice, she suddenly blurted out, "Clown brother," leaving the fierce-looking clown ghost dumbfounded. Clown brother. What are you doing? Do you want to play a game with Tuanshuan's daddy? Tuanshuan tilted her little head and smiled innocently. Clown brother, let me tell you. Tuanshuan's daddy isn't as good at playing games as Tuanshuan is. If you still want to play red light, green light, Tuanshuan will play with you. Every word the little one said came straight from the heart. But it completely stunned everyone watching the livestream. Chapter 5, The Whole Internet in Tears. It was a father's loving lie. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. This life and death horror game is actually being treated as a game by a 4-year-old kid. Pig-hearted killer. Say it again, this little girl is awesome. Look at the clown ghost's face, he's totally stunned. This time, the clown ghost was really dumbfounded, okay? He had never experienced anything like this before, his mind was on the verge of collapsing. He was so angry that his lips were trembling, his blood-red eyes spinning wildly, and his chubby body swaying as if he was about to fall off his stilts any second. This little brat was shaking his ghostly will to the core. Why did she call him brother? He's a ghost, damn it. Chen Ge kept a close eye on the clown ghost, ready for a sudden move. Unexpectedly, the clown ghost suddenly went silent. For a moment, it seemed like he was remembering something from a very, very long time ago. Every time the amusement park opened, there would always be a bunch of lively, adorable kids surrounding him, calling him clown brother so warmly. But when did it all change? The clown couldn't remember anymore. His gaze at Tuanshuan suddenly turned complicated. In the end, he chose not to make things difficult for the father and daughter. He even reached into his clothes, quickly pulled off a yellow vest, and tossed it to Chen Ge. This is my employee vest. Let your daughter wear it for now. Before Chen Ge could figure out what was going on, the clown ghost had already hopped and bounced away. There was no time to think. Chen Ge just kept going, bringing his daughter and the tools to the work location. Chen Ge moved swiftly, completely unaware that the livestream outside had already been shaken to its core by this shocking moment. Awesome, 66,666. Someone actually risked his life for his child. What kind of man is this? A true iron-blooded warrior. I've lived so many years, and never admired anyone. But this father truly made me respect him from the bottom of my heart. The comments were full of praise for Chen Ge, but on the internet, there are always malicious haters who can't stand such a scene of life and death love, and they immediately started stirring the pot. What? Is this horror game really that scary? Don't all newbies have protection mechanisms? Exactly. I heard that if you die in there, you can immediately return to real life without a scratch. Look how you're praising him. So what? He doesn't even really die. Once the paid trolls started stirring trouble, those praising comments about Chen Ge suddenly dropped a lot, like the water tap had been turned off. People thought to themselves, those words kind of made sense. Anyway, there's a protection mechanism. He wouldn't really die. The trolls saw this and got even more excited, continuing to fan the flames, trying to make the horror game look easy. Until a blogger with the Weibo verified badge stood up, filled with righteous anger. What nonsense are you talking about? I was forcibly pulled into a horror game last year and barely made it out alive. Let me tell you, only those who are forced into the game have a protection mechanism. Those who aren't on the player list, whether newbies or veterans, have no protection. Inside, whether you get hurt or die, it's completely real. The haters saw someone calling them out and immediately felt guilty inside. But that guilty feeling only lasted a second. Anyway, only one person came out to speak. So many keyboard warriors, there's always someone who won't miss a chance to stir trouble. Who do you think you are? What? Do you have proof for what you said? Ha! Yeah, exactly. We're just ordinary folks, most of us have never been in a horror game, who knows if you're just making it up? Dead is dead, who asked him to go in there himself to die, just to grab attention in a livestream to the whole internet? But watching the livestream, besides ordinary people, quite a few CIA members were also closely watching the situation inside the horror game. They were the ones who knew the truth ahead of time, and all of them deeply admired Chen Ge's great fatherly love. The more they looked at the trolls' comments, the angrier they got, and flames of rage shot up in their hearts. No wonder the last two times, they used all their manpower and resources to livestream the horror game to the whole internet, but it was like it never aired at all. People who didn't care still didn't care, and it didn't even cause the slightest splash on the internet. In the end, that so-called educational livestream even caused two of their colleagues, who had spent every day together, to die for nothing. Turns out, it was all because of these trouble-making keyboard warriors. Every horror game streamer is risking their life to broadcast, they are heroes of Xia country. How could they be insulted like this? Someone couldn't stand those trolls anymore and called their superior, trying to request an official statement. The one who made the call was originally supposed to be among this batch of people entering the game with the players to livestream. He had personally seen the miserable deaths of the two colleagues who livestreamed before, so he was already mentally prepared to die. But yesterday, he was suddenly told that someone would replace him to take the risk, and he was so happy he didn't sleep all night, instantly seeing Chen Ge as his savior. But now, his savior was being insulted like this by keyboard warriors, and even his two sacrificed colleagues were being mocked indirectly. How could he bear that? So, the more he talked on the phone, the angrier he got, like a lit firecracker, crackling non-stop. On the other end of the call was the middle-aged man who had spoken to Chen Ge earlier. He was actually the director of the CIA. Listening to the report from his subordinate, Director Zhang's face grew darker and darker, until, after hearing the full report, his face was so black it seemed like ink could drip from it. Chen Ge was now a man he deeply admired, a man of iron and blood. He entered the live broadcast voluntarily for the CIA's research, for the public education of the people of Summer Country, essentially walking into death. If the CIA didn't step in and prove things now, who knew how many members' hearts would be shattered? After all, the horror world had an extremely high death rate, and it was terrifying beyond measure. In the future, as technology advances, the country would need to recruit more people, even continuing to send people deeper into the horror world for further research. Director Zhang took a deep breath, then said firmly and decisively, "Immediately speak up in the live chat using the official account, and clear the name of our explorers." At his command, the CIA's public relations department sprang into action, quickly sending over a dozen verified members into the live chat to clarify everything about the situation. The truth came to light, and the entire internet erupted. Netizens, who had been kept in the dark by trolls, instantly started to react. The barrage of comments exploded. This is fatherly love. As heavy as a mountain. I always wondered why this little girl's parents never spoke out. Turns out action is the best response. There is a kind of love called fatherly love. There is a kind of hero called a father. There's no such thing as a joyful game, it's just a lie made by a father's love. There's no such thing as innocence, it's just that a father is carrying the burden for her. At this moment, the entire internet was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone was in tears. Meanwhile, Chen Ge, the person directly involved in the horror world, had no idea how many people in Summer Country he had affected just by his actions. He and his daughter, Tuan Tuan, had already reached the outskirts of the amusement park, holding cleaning tools and seriously starting to sweep the ground. Others had already taken their positions. After waiting for 30 seconds, the amusement park officially opened for the day. Warm reminder, time in the beginner's dungeon passes slower than in real life. Chapter 6, This Father is Manageable. He really dares to curse the ghosts. The area around the amusement park was very large. Everyone had different areas to take care of, but their sizes were more or less the same. Chen Ge lifted his head, and with one glance, he could clearly see that the other players had already started to sweep the ground hard. He didn't know if the clown ghost was doing this on purpose, trying to use them as fat sheep to attract customers. The amusement park's main gate was right next to the outer area. Because to enter the inner park to play, they had to first walk through these empty spaces and long corridors. This meant that at any moment, they could be torn apart by vicious ghosts. The cold wind kept blowing in from the main gate, the stench of blood and rotting corpses growing stronger and stronger, incredibly foul. Everyone could clearly see that the ticket counter at the entrance of the amusement park already had a long line. A dense crowd, enough to make anyone's heart pound in fear. If Chen Ge said he wasn't scared at all, that would be a lie. At his core, he was just a newbie player. But for his daughter Tuan, even though his heart was racing, he had to force himself to stay calm and keep his composure. At this moment, many ghosts started to slowly walk towards the corridor. Chen Ge lowered his head and rubbed Tuan's little head, whispering, Tuan, the game has officially started. You must remember what I told you. Unless I call you, don't pay attention to any other sounds you hear. Do you understand? The little one stood beside Chen Ge, working hard to hold the broom that was even taller than her, desperately sweeping the leaves on the ground. She looked up at Chen Ge and nodded her head. Daddy, Tuan understands. More and more ghosts walked over, each one looking more terrifying than the last. Some had their intestines hanging outside, some had tongues dragging on the ground, and others only had half a head left. The sight was enough to make several people's hearts nearly jump out of their chests. Chen Ge quickly reached out and adjusted the yellow vest on Tuan, pulling it tighter. Not to mention the girl who had just narrowly escaped death from the clown ghost. She was so terrified she didn't dare to breathe, her hands shaking violently as she gripped the broom and dustpan, only able to lower her head and sweep the floor in a frenzy. The livestream audience was also horrified by the terrifying scene. Many of them were shaking so badly they couldn't even type a single comment. They were starting to realize the terror of the horror world. The number of ghosts on the long corridor kept increasing. What the clown ghost had said earlier turned out to be true. Tuan, being so tiny, had a natural, irresistible attraction to the ghosts. Almost every ghost that entered the corridor immediately looked at her, as if they had found a delicious treat. Chen Ge's heart instantly leapt to his throat. But Tuan seemed oblivious, not sensing any malice at all. The leaves on the ground were so fun to sweep, she swung the broom left and right, her delicate little face lighting up with a big smile. Until suddenly, a cold, ominous voice echoed, deep and low. Little lamb. You swept at me. Hearing the voice, Chen Ge quickly turned to look. He saw a middle-aged ghost with a steel pipe sticking out of its head, standing just 3 feet away, staring intensely at Tuan. The greed in his eyes was so intense, it seemed ready to pop out of his skull. Chen Ge's tall figure immediately blocked Tuan's body, his brave and fearless action making many viewers in the live stream tear up. This father is amazing. He really dares to face a ghost. Who will pass me a tissue? My phone screen is all covered in tears. The upstairs is useless. My bedsheets are almost soaked through with my own tears. Chen Ge stared warily at the middle-aged ghost, afraid he would suddenly harm Tuan. Guest, may I help you? I am at your service. Get out of the way. You trash. Don't block the little lamb behind you. Smelling the fresh, tender scent in the air, the middle-aged ghost's mouth watered as he stared hungrily. Chen Ge didn't answer. He stood firm, still blocking Tuan, while cold sweat slowly dripped down his forehead. Several other ghosts nearby stopped in their tracks, watching the scene unfold, as if waiting to see how things would develop or hoping to get a share of the feast later. The middle-aged ghost, seeing that Chen Ge still wouldn't move, felt his dignity as a guest was being provoked by a mere employee. Damn rat. How dare you block my good fortune? I'll eat you first, then her. With a roar, his features twisted into a grotesque snarl, and a thick black aura began to emanate from his body. Seeing the middle-aged ghost about to strike, death was imminent, and Chen Ge's heart raced while his mind worked at lightning speed. At that moment, he thought of the 1 million ghost coins. If he exchanged all the money now, could he possibly crush this middle-aged ghost with it? But even if he didn't deal with the middle-aged ghost, there might be other ghosts, like a young ghost or an old ghost, maybe even more ghosts pouring in. He couldn't possibly use money to kill all the ghosts. Several nearby players watched this scene, some with regret, some with disdain, and others with schadenfreude. If both Chen Ge and Tuan died now, they would have 2 days without competition and could get the dorm to themselves. Thinking of this, even two veteran players who carried ghost items and could fight ghosts tacitly chose not to act. The middle-aged ghost's anger was at its peak, and he bared his sharp teeth in a vicious, terrifying grin, charging toward Chen Ge. At the critical moment, a sudden flash of light crossed his mind. He remembered the clown ghost's meaningful words before leaving. Got it. Chen Ge stared at the middle-aged ghost in front of him and suddenly let out a sneer full of disdain. What? She is someone our manager specially told us to protect. You dare to touch her? The ferocious look on the middle-aged ghost's face instantly froze. He was somewhat in disbelief. How could the ghost manager of the amusement park protect a little mouse? It was exactly this hesitation from the middle-aged ghost that made Chen Ge quickly guess his fear toward the clown ghost's identity. Chen Ge snorted coldly and pressed the advantage. Open your dog eyes and look clearly. Is she really someone you can touch? After he finished speaking, he stepped aside with one foot, revealing the small and delicate body of Tuan Tuan. But the most eye-catching thing was the yellow vest on her body. This thing was just like an employee name tag. The color could clearly show the position of the person. The middle-aged ghost was obviously an old customer of the amusement park. Although he didn't know the clown ghost, he did know this vest that represented the manager's position. And just now, that little lamb didn't even scan him. It was entirely him picking a fight for no reason. Maybe if he ate this little lamb with his front foot, he'd get smashed to death by the security ghost at the gate with his back foot. Looking at Chen Ge's half-smile in front of him, the middle-aged ghost clenched his fists tighter and tighter. In the end, he still didn't dare to risk offending the amusement park manager to lay a hand on Tuan Tuan. So, the ghost energy that had been radiating from the middle-aged ghost was angrily forced back by him. The other players present and the viewers in the outside livestream were all stunned by Chen Ge's narrow escape move. Anyone with sharp eyes could see that the clown ghost gave the vest to Tuan Tuan just to mark her as his exclusive food, planning to eat her later. But this exclusive tag, from Chen Ge's mouth, directly turned into a protection mark. This god-level logic truly made people shout a big capital letter wow from the bottom of their hearts. In the horror world, ghosts were strictly ranked by strength. The stronger the power, the higher the rank. They could almost do whatever they wanted. There were currently 7 known levels. Level 1 were wandering ghosts, with weak ghost power, hard to advance, couldn't control ghost tools, could only barely rely on eating to grow stronger. But they were still much stronger than lonely wild ghosts. At least they could go into different dungeons to find weak humans to attack. In beginner dungeons, most ghosts were level 1 wandering ghosts. It was rare to see level 2 shadow ghosts, not to mention level 3 fright ghosts. The reason this middle-aged ghost dared to stir trouble the moment he came in was because his strength was above all the other visitor ghosts, being a level 2 shadow ghost. He had saved up this little money with great difficulty, just to come to this expensive amusement park to be a noble visitor for once. But unexpectedly, he just walked in and got humiliated in public by a small employee like Chen Ge. Unintentionally feeling the mocking eyes from other lower-level ghosts around him, the middle-aged ghost became even more ashamed and angry, totally unable to bear it. He thought. That little lamb was the amusement park manager's protected target, but this damn mouse, no way he is too, right? Thinking this, the middle-aged ghost stared at Chen Ge with a sinister smile, then said viciously. You scum! You're dead. Daring to ruin my fun today, I want the amusement park to give me a double refund. P.S. I'm sorry everyone, after class today I accidentally fell asleep, so this chapter is longer to apologize. More chapters tomorrow, please give me 5-star reviews. Chapter 7 Chen Ge directly maxed out his taunting skill. After speaking, the middle-aged ghost turned around and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to stretch out his foot and fiercely kick the big tree beside him with ghost power, then glared at Chen Ge with a knife-like gaze. That look was just like telling him, you are dead for sure. But the middle-aged ghost had no idea that his fierce kick to the tree had completely added flowers to the brocade for Chen Ge. He stormed toward the ticket window of the amusement park, never looking back, completely missing the joyful scene behind him. As the middle-aged ghost left, Chen Ge, who had been full of disdain, wiped the sweat from his forehead and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. After calming down, Chen Ge realized that his ferocious actions just now were like blowing up the enemy's bunker in the dark and windy night, recklessly courting death on the edge. But at that moment, Chen Ge really felt that he was freaking awesome. Scamming a ghost could actually be done like this. However, wasn't this middle-aged ghost way too kind for a ghost? If you want to leave, just leave, why did you have to give me such a big gift before going? Chen Ge looked at the area around him, covered with withered yellow leaves, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to be happy or speechless. The other players nearby almost had red eyes from jealousy when they saw the scene. Look at what's on their ground. Gnawed rotten finger bones, shredded human skin, tangled clumps of hair. Every single item was extremely horrifying. And the broken brooms and dustpans were completely useless. So, they could only miserably squat on the ground and start picking up the trash by hand. Tuan Tuan looked at the ground full of leaves, clapped her hands happily, then hugged Chen Ge's thigh, looked up at him with eyes full of admiration. Daddy, you are amazing. Tuan Tuan likes you so much. Chen Ge looked at Tuan Tuan's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Daddy, that uncle just now was really nice. How did he know that Tuan Tuan loves picking up leaves the most? Chen Ge. This was really the first time he knew that his daughter had such a hobby. The audience in the livestream burst out laughing. These father and daughter were just unbeatable, okay? The old father bluffed the ghost, and the daughter turned around and finished it with one stab. But this little one was so young, blinking with big innocent eyes, no one dared to say she was not speaking childishly. Tuan Tuan, now let's have a competition. If you can pick up more leaves than Daddy, I'll reward you with a stick of cotton candy. Okay. The little one nodded her head, suddenly more motivated. She stepped with her little short legs and started desperately grabbing leaves on the ground with both hands. Her eyes seemed to automatically ignore the dried bloodstains and shattered bones, happily picking up leaves. Just like she was really playing a game. Chen Ge also started picking up leaves together with Tuan Tuan. The sentence that the middle-aged ghost threw out before leaving still left a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, Chen Ge remembered the second rule the clown ghost had mentioned earlier. It looked like after making the middle-aged ghost leave, reducing one visitor in the amusement park, there would definitely be punishment coming. Thinking of this, Chen Ge picked up leaves even faster. This middle-aged ghost was really kind-hearted, creating so much trash all at once. It really made him troubled. Every time he bent down and picked up a bunch of leaves, they would always stick with a lot of dust, dirtying both his and Tuan Tuan's clothes. Seeing that their trash bin was about to be filled with leaves, the old player next door, Wei Dongyang, could no longer stand it. He looked at Chen Ge and Tuan Tuan's trash bin with red eyes, feeling unfair in his heart. Why did he have to miserably pick up bones here? So they can just pick up leaves without any shame? And since they're already in a horror world, there aren't that many human laws anymore. Even if he robs them openly, it doesn't matter. Thinking of this, Wei Dongyang suddenly slammed the broom hard on the ground with a bang, not caring if it was already broken into pieces, then pulled out the only ghost item in his inventory, a human bone hammer, and started walking toward the two of them. What, are you planning to attack them now? A young man with dyed yellow hair saw this and couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Ge heard the voice and immediately looked up, casting his gaze over. Wei Dongyang turned around and glared at the yellow-haired young man. Su Kan, why are you meddling again? Didn't you learn your lesson in the last instance? The yellow-haired young man was clearly a veteran player too. He propped one hand on his waist and held a broom with the other, smiling indifferently. No, I'm just kindly reminding you. This guy's not an ordinary person. He's someone sent by the psychic CIA to livestream. If you touch him now, think about what will happen. Su Kan had seen a lot. When he entered the game, he had already recognized the special camera pattern on the button at Chen Ge's collar. It was from the CIA. Hearing this, Wei Dongyang suddenly stopped in his tracks, clearly hesitant. He thought for a moment, and in the end, didn't dare to snatch Chen Ge's stuff under a live camera. If the CIA noticed him, that would be a disaster. Chen Ge looked at Wei Dongyang, smiled slightly, and kindly said, I still have a lot of trash here. No need to steal. I can give you some. That light sentence was full of mockery. Wei Dongyang's eyes almost shot flames. He felt like strangling someone. Wasn't this the same as slapping his face in front of the whole country? With the live camera pointed right at him, Wei Dongyang had no choice but to turn around and walk back to his own area. No matter how he looked at the dustpan on the ground, it annoyed him. He raised his foot and stomped it into pieces. But in the next second, a cold voice came from behind him. Young man, don't be so hot-tempered when something happens. Look, you've broken the broom and the dustpan. If the manager finds out, you might lose your life. Wei Dongyang turned around and saw a big and tall ghost standing there, even taller than him. This ghost wore a security uniform, his whole body was dark, and more than 10 steel needles were stuck in his chest. He looked terrifying. The ghost guard was filled with a chilling aura, and his presence was much stronger than the middle-aged ghost just now. Clearly, he was very strong, at least a level 3 terror ghost. Wei Dongyang was scared stiff, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. I didn't mean to. Big bro, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I am willing to pay the original price for these two things. Please don't tell the manager. The ghost guard squinted and looked him up and down, then said in a low voice. Ha! You'll pay? Can you even afford it? The price of these two items isn't small. Big bro, how much? I'll pay. Wei Dongyang nodded like a pecking chicken. He had played 2 instances and collected some ghost coins, over 100. That must be enough for 2 broken items. On the other side, Chen Ge also paused his movements and looked over curiously. He really wanted to see what the prices in this horror world were like. What if his 1 million ghost coins weren't enough? But in the next second, Chen Ge realized he had thought too much. Broom, 100 coins. Dustpan, 200 coins. Total, 300 coins. Pay up. The ghost guard said coldly, with a hint of greed in his eyes. He had doubled all the prices. Just to make a profit. But hearing this, Wei Dongyang was dumbfounded. 300 spirit coins? How could he possibly afford that? He quickly begged for mercy. Big brother, I only have 160 yuan on me. Please spare me, I. Facing death, Wei Dongyang still tried to please the ghost security guard, calling himself little brother. But the ghost security guard didn't care at all. What? Only 160? What do you mean? Can't pay? Then pay with your life. As he spoke, ghostly energy surged from his whole body, and he was about to attack Wei Dongyang. Wei Dongyang was so scared his soul almost flew away, and he hurriedly took out everything from his inventory and handed it over. The ghost security guard rudely took all of Wei Dongyang's spirit coins and ghost items, and only then was barely satisfied, letting him go. Barely escaping death, Wei Dongyang collapsed on the ground in fear. If not for the heaven-defying opportunities inside the horror world, this coward who feared the strong and bullied the weak would never have dared to come again and again. Everyone thought that after taking the stuff, the ghost security guard would leave. But unexpectedly, he walked straight to Chen Ge, face full of murderous intent, and said, "You broke the amusement park employee rules and drove away a valuable guest. According to the rules, you must come with me to the ticket office and receive punishment." Chapter 8, At the critical moment, Chen Ge acts first against the ghost. Crap. They're done for. That little girl's dad offended that middle-aged ghost earlier. He's dead meat. Ha? If Chen Ge dies, then won't that little girl be doomed too? Absolutely agree. I never thought the two of them could survive anyway, okay? Faster than Chen Ge could react were the millions of viewers watching the livestream. No, not just millions anymore. With wave after wave of trending searches, the number of live viewers had passed 10 million, and it was still rising. Countless people waited eagerly, wanting to see how Chen Ge and his 4-year-old daughter Tuanchuan would get through the horror game. On the other side, Wei Dongyang, who had collapsed on the ground, quickly got up, looked at Chen Ge, and couldn't help but smile smugly. Ha! Dare to mock him? He'll probably die a horrible death soon. Su Kan and the other players couldn't bear to watch and all shook their heads. They thought Chen Ge would beg for mercy like Wei Dongyang, but unexpectedly, he simply nodded and agreed. All right. If not for Wei Dongyang's previous performance, Chen Ge probably wouldn't dare to go with the level 3 ghost security guard either. But now, he had roughly figured out the ghost guard's personality and was confident he could come out unharmed. Move. Hurry up. The ghost security guard urged impatiently. Just then, the little one beside Chen Ge suddenly spoke, her voice soft and childish. Daddy, Tuanchuan has picked up so many leaves. I'm about to beat you. Tuanchuan is awesome. Chen Ge first praised her, then said, Daddy needs to go do something with this uncle. Can Tuanchuan stay here and finish picking all the leaves? No. Tuanchuan doesn't want to leave Daddy. Tuanchuan wants to go too. Tuanchuan blinked her big, black and white eyes, shaking her little head like a rattledrum. Other things could be discussed. But when it came to sticking to Daddy, Tuanchuan would never give in. The ghost security guard was still watching them like a hawk. Chen Ge felt helpless, weighed the pros and cons in his mind, and finally decided to take Tuanchuan with him. Keeping her by his side was still better than leaving her here to face all the tourist ghosts alone. Hey, do you want to die? I said, are you coming or not? If the ghost guard wasn't still waiting for this guy to pay for the tickets, he would have slapped him to death already. Let's go, right now. Chen Ge turned and picked up Tuanchuan with his left hand, and with the other hand, grabbed the cleaning tools and followed the ghost guard. As he walked, he didn't forget to glance back at the automatically calculated number on top of the trash can. The two of them together already had 3 barrels. Compared to other players who barely had half a barrel, an average of 1.5 barrels was already a lot. Only then did Chen Ge feel relieved as he led Tuan away. But Chen Ge's action, in Wei Dongyang's eyes, felt like an invisible slap, making his face burn with pain. Furious, Wei Dongyang clenched his fists tightly, staring at Chen Ge's departing back with increasing malice. If it weren't for this damn Chen Ge, everything he had painstakingly accumulated wouldn't have been taken by the ghostly security. They walked all the way to the ticket hall at the entrance of the amusement park. As soon as Chen Ge and Tuan appeared, the low-priced ghosts lined up outside the door instantly drooled, their eyes sparkling with eerie green light. If it weren't for the ghostly security leading the way, they would have wanted to rush up and tear Chen Ge and Tuan apart. When Chen Ge stepped into the ticket hall, he immediately felt something was wrong. The hall was decorated very luxuriously, dazzling in gold and brilliance, far better than the environment inside the amusement park. However, a formless sense of oppression spread instantly throughout Chen Ge's body. What he didn't know was that the live stream's footage was also cut off at the same time, as if something was blocking it. Chen Ge furrowed his brows, feeling a heaviness in his heart. Something's not right. This ticket hall definitely had more than just one level 3 ghost security. From what he could see, the several ticket clerks were all definitely level 3 ghostly souls just like the ghost security. And the ghost at the very front, with a dark face and wearing half a mask, had an even more imposing presence, even fiercer than the clown ghost. In an instant, Chen Ge's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. It seems like things are spiraling out of his control. In the face of absolute power, it's hard for him to just go with the flow. At this moment, the masked ghost spoke first, with a gloomy tone carrying a different kind of calmness. Human, did you offend the guest we just had? At the same time, Chen Ge was also sizing up this masked ghost. With just one glance, Chen Ge noticed he was different from the other ghosts. He didn't have the arrogant behavior of flaunting his strength, especially his revealing blue eyes, which seemed very wise. More importantly, the masked ghost referred to him not like the other ghosts with a contemptuous rat, but simply as human. Although Chen Ge felt uneasy inside, he calmly replied on the surface, "Yes, it's me, that's right." His calm tone surprised the masked ghost. In their beginner's instance, no human had ever stayed so unruffled in the presence of a level 4 ghost. "Human, you caused our amusement park to lose a guest. According to the rules, within today, you need to bring in 10 new guests to compensate for our loss. Of course, if you can't do it before the amusement park closes today, your body will become food, compensating for us in another way." Hearing this, Chen Ge couldn't help but frown. Suddenly asking him to find 10 guests, where was he supposed to find them? In a horror world, these guests were all ghosts. It was definitely not that easy. Chen Ge fell into deep thought. At that moment, his peripheral vision suddenly swept to the sign posted outside the ticket hall. The ticket price displayed was 1,000 soul coins. At first glance, 1,000 soul coins seemed like a lot, but for Chen Ge, who now possessed a fortune of millions, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Almost in an instant, he thought of a countermeasure. Just now, he almost forgot that he actually had many soul coins. But now, as a newcomer, taking out so many soul coins suddenly. What if these powerful ghosts took the money and turned their backs on him? Or, what if they saw the money and intended to kill him and Tuan to rob him? That's also very possible. At that moment, wouldn't he have created even more trouble for himself? He saw the mask-wearing ghost at the front about to speak. Chen Ge decided to take a bold move, to gamble, to strike first. No. It's to strike first against the ghosts. Chapter 9. Isn't it just 10 tickets? I'll compensate. Immediately, Chen Ge casually said. You want me to find 10 customers to make up for your losses, so if I directly compensate you for the ticket prices of 10 people, wouldn't that be enough? Chen Ge's sudden words left everyone present, left all the ghosts present frozen in place. They couldn't have heard him wrong, right? This human actually shamelessly said he would compensate for 10 amusement park ticket prices all at once? It was simply a joke. You should know, a single ticket costs 1,000 hell coins, which is equivalent to half a month's salary for these mid-level employees in the amusement park. Even they needed to save up money for a long time just to spend a day in this amusement park, so how could a human who barely made it through a beginner dungeon possibly have so much money? The ticket seller ghosts nearby all looked at Chen Ge with amused eyes, believing that this human had definitely been scared mad by the punishment. Sir Supervisor, this mouse has clearly gone insane and is rambling. Let's just sell him to the restaurant next door as food. And this tender little lamb, it smells so delicious, it must be worth a lot. Looking at Tuan, the little ghost showed greedy eyes. Shut up. Am I discussing matters, or are you here to interrupt? Unexpectedly, the mask-wearing ghost not only didn't agree but also impatiently scolded the little ghosts. Sorry, Sir Supervisor. The little ghosts trembled in fear, clearly terrified of the mask-wearing ghost. Their supervisor not only had unfathomable strength but also had always been cruel in punishment. The mask-wearing ghost then turned to look at Chen Ge, a glimmer of interest crossing his eyes. Human, you are correct. If you can directly compensate for our losses, that would naturally be the best. Then he suddenly turned cold, full of killing intent. However, if you cannot compensate and are just talking nonsense, then your only fate is death. At this moment, as the aura of the mask-wearing ghost burst forth, Chen Ge felt immense pressure, as if death was just within reach. His intuition told him that this mask-wearing ghost was terrifying. At that moment, Tuan, standing beside him, seemed to feel none of that terrifying pressure. Instead, she curved her crescent-shaped big eyes and smiled innocently at the mask-wearing ghost. Uncle Mask, what do you want? You tell Tuan, my daddy can buy anything for you. He. In Tuan's view, everything she desired since childhood, her father would quickly buy for her. So now, she felt it would be no exception. Oh? The mask-wearing ghost's gaze immediately fell on Tuan Tuan. This little human girl seemed to be very special. She wasn't afraid of these terrifying ghosts at all. Moreover, the fragrance about her was very tempting. But deep within her soul, there was a feeling that made him unable to resist wanting to get closer. But how could he, a ghost, develop a sense of closeness to a human? The mask-wearing ghost was puzzled. On the other side, Chen Ge quickly figured out what he should do next. At this moment, he could only take a gamble. I'll compensate, isn't it just 10 tickets? I'll compensate. He suddenly released his right hand, throwing the 2 cleaning tools he was holding forcefully onto the ground. With a clatter, all the ghosts in the ticket hall instantly turned their gazes towards him. They had just thought that their supervisor was throwing a tantrum and smashing things, but when they saw that the one throwing things was just a worm-like creature without an ounce of ghostly energy, they instantly became furious. But Chen Ge seemed completely unconcerned about their emotions. He placed the group on the chair with his left hand, put his right hand in the pocket of his sweatpants, and directly sat down on the recliner right next to it. Chen Ge lounged lazily, leaning back, with his eyes glaring at all the ghosts in front of him. He kept recalling the scenes from novels where villains showed off, and he began to perform live right on the spot. TSK. Not to mention, your amusement park is way too stingy, right? It's just one guest, just one ticket, look at how you all are acting. It's as if you lost a fortune. You guys' amusement park is really poor. Upon hearing this, the ghost security guard was momentarily stunned. The ticket seller was instantly shocked. Even the usually calm and knowledgeable supervisor mask ghost was puzzled, forgetting to unleash his anger for a moment. They had never seen such a wild human in the primary region before. However, Chen Ge's behavior was like dancing on a grave and drifting on a hearse. Yet, this show-off was only just getting started. Taking advantage of the fact that these high-level ghosts were still in shock and hadn't reacted, he pressed on, saying, "Your amusement park is truly the poorest I have ever seen. No one else compares." This statement was like a deep water bomb, exploding loudly, causing the black aura radiating from the masked ghost to suddenly come to a halt. He stared deeply at Chen Ge, but there was a trace of suspicion and caution in his eyes. Understand that in the primary region, their amusement park was the only one. So, what Chen Ge meant was indirectly suggesting that he had visited several amusement parks in different regions, right? Plus, based on fact, their amusement park truly had the lowest ticket prices in the entire horror world, it was the poorest. Thus, Chen Ge was not wrong at all, he had struck the nail on the head. How many ghost coins can compensate for that poor ghost's ticket just now? Is 1,000 enough? As he spoke, Chen Ge casually pulled out a ghost coin from his pocket and tossed it into the air, appearing completely unconcerned. The atmosphere grew somewhat silent, the ghosts were no longer speaking, their eyes staring blankly at Chen Ge, making him feel a bit uneasy inside. But on the surface, he had to tough it out and keep pretending if he wanted to have a glimmer of hope. Is 2,000 enough? What about 3,000? 4,000? Chen Ge continued to pull out money from his pocket and toss it into the air, one after another. His lazy gaze and arrogant tone were laced with a strong sense of humiliation. But now, the ghosts were no longer concerned about that. Looking at the floating black ghost coins in the air, a desire appeared on every ghost's face. This was a stack of $1,000 cash that could buy plenty of ghost food at the nearby restaurant. Ghost food could nourish the body and boost ghostly power without side effects, making it highly sought after by countless ghosts in the horror world. With so many ghost coins scattering in the air, how could they not feel tempted? At this very moment, a cold voice from the system suddenly echoed in Chen Ge's mind. Ding dong! Detected that the host has spent 10,000 ghost coins, the system mall has automatically opened, granting 100 initial points that can be exchanged for corresponding items. Beep. Automatically triggered consumption task, accumulate spending reaches 100,000 ghost coins. Task reward, lucky draw chance x1, double cashback card x1, ghost level nail bone spear x1. As these 2 notifications rang in his mind, Chen Ge could hardly contain his joy. These 3 rewards all sounded like good things. Perhaps they were the weapons he would need to survive in the game ahead. If he didn't complete this task now, when would he? Without further hesitation, Chen Ge immediately shouted in his mind. System. First, exchange for 30,000 ghost coins. Seeing the ghosts showing such a clueless expression, Chen Ge couldn't help but silently laugh. Now, he was about to show these ghosts what a real wealthy person was like. Chapter 10, Chen Ge threw out 30,000 in gratitude. As soon as Chen Ge's voice fell, a whole stack of cash appeared in his arms. The black patterned ghost money reflected a strange light under the illumination, making the nearby ghost's eyes go wide. Especially the ghost security guard closest to Chen Ge, his blood-red eyes looked like they were about to pop out. This is all ghost money? TSK. Brother security. Look at you, so shocked like you've never seen this before? Has fake money ever appeared in the horror world? Chen Ge glanced at him sideways. Seeing the ghost security guard's completely stunned expression made Chen Ge feel even bolder, and he began to swell with confidence. He stood up, walked over to the ghost security guard, and without blinking, threw all 30,000 ghost bills into the guard's arms. As for why he threw them instead of just handing them over, it was to further emphasize Chen Ge's extravagance and his disdain for the ghost money. The ghost security guard, holding a pile of ghost money, thought of the delicious high-grade ingredients in the neighboring restaurant, and his drool almost dripped out. With so much ghost money to buy ingredients, his ghostly power would definitely soar, and he might even reach the peak of level 3 or possibly even level 4. Here, brother security. Take a good look at this money. Is it ghost money? If you confirm it is, then it's all yours. If you say it's fake and want to return it, that's fine too. Chen Ge stuffed both hands into his pants pockets and said casually. He thought, if only he had a cigarette in his mouth right now, it would make him look even more imposing. It's real. No doubt, it's all real. The ghost security guard didn't even need to check, the thick ghostly energy from so much ghost money made him feel elated. Wait, you mean I get to keep all this money? Of course. Brother security, you've worked hard standing guard at the entrance, and you even went inside to look for me just now. This money is my token of appreciation to you. Chen Ge's words were simply perfect. First, they provided strong comfort and praise to the ghost security guard's heart. Secondly, they allowed him to accept the money with peace of mind. Finally, he would view Chen Ge with immense respect. What a threefold win, seamless and thoughtful. If it weren't for their status, the masked ghost might have almost given Chen Ge a thumbs up. Not to mention the ticket sales staff nearby, all of them stunned, their ghostly eyes wide open in shock. This human was unbelievably wealthy. He casually gifted 30,000 ghost bills to an ordinary security guard. That was equivalent to 15 months' salary for these average employees. Big brother. Please allow me to bow to you. Chen Ge expected the ghost security guard to be shocked by the money. He didn't expect that as soon as he turned around, the ghost security guard suddenly thudded down to his knees, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at him. Chen Ge was stunned by this sudden action, not knowing what to say for a long time. His big eyes spun around in confusion, and his two fair little hands flailed about aimlessly. Why did this uncle suddenly kneel to his dad? She found it hard to understand. Big brother, this 30,000 ghost money is enough for my old mother to enter reincarnation. The ghost security guard's hot tears rolled down his cheeks. Hearing his story, Chen Ge suddenly realized. It turned out there was such a strange rule in this horror world. Ghosts needed to pay a considerable fee to enter reincarnation if they wanted to be reborn. The reincarnation fee for this primary region is exactly 30,000 ghost coins. If those ordinary ghosts and monsters who cannot cultivate cannot gather 30,000 ghost coins to enter reincarnation within a certain period, they will be turned to ashes. Because the ghost security guard had heavy resentment when he died, he had already become a level 2 wandering spirit when he arrived in the horror world. Originally, he could have gone directly to a higher level region to continue cultivating and leveling up, but his father and mother were both ordinary ghosts who lived natural lives. Thus, the progress of the ghost security guard was halted, and he could only find a well-paying job in the primary region, starting a life of being a security guard amidst wind and rain. Last year, he finally saved up 30,000 ghost coins from his job, and immediately sent his restless father's soul into reincarnation. But his mother had little time left, and if we count the ghost security guard's monthly salary of 2,000 ghost coins, he would need 15 months to save up 30,000 ghost coins without eating, drinking, or wearing anything. Clearly, time was completely insufficient. The ghost security guard borrowed from everywhere and had only saved up 10,000 so far, far from 30,000, while his mother had only 2 months left. Therefore, the ghost security guard started robbing everywhere, deducting from every batch of new players at the amusement park. Unexpectedly, this time he encountered a big spender like Chen Ge, who casually handed him 30,000, solving his urgent need. Such boldness! Such financial power, how could it not make him willingly shout, "Big brother! Big brother! From today on, I am willing to quit this job and become your personal bodyguard. This 2,000 coins a month job? I might as well not do it." The ghost security guard had long been unhappy with this job. After all, he was a level 3 wandering spirit, yet this job limited him, making him bow and scrape to a bunch of low-level ghosts every day without an ounce of dignity. Rather than bowing to a group of low-level ghosts every day, he might as well quit and just respect Chen Ge alone. The change came too quickly, and Chen Ge hadn't even thought about what to do next when the silent masked ghost suddenly spoke up. "Chen Shan, have you really thought this through? Your original job in the primary region is not low. Not to mention anything else, even he felt a bit envious of that many ghost coins. If Chen Ge gave him 30,000 ghost coins, he wasn't sure if his determination would waver. At this moment, a ticket seller with green light flashing in his eyes couldn't hold back his desire to rob and immediately began whispering in the masked ghost's ear. "Boss, this person looks like just a novice player. Should we just go all out and? The ticket seller said while quickly making a neck-slitting motion to the masked ghost. The implied meaning was very clear. However, he hadn't finished speaking when, in the next second, something unexpected happened even to Chen Ge. The masked ghost suddenly reached out and slapped the ticket seller away. The blow shattered his brain, yet his ghostly eyes remained wide open, as if he couldn't close them even in death, still staring fixedly at Chen Ge. After dealing with the ticket seller, the masked ghost turned around and smiled at Chen Ge. You have spent over 10,000 in our amusement park, and you are now upgraded to Diamond VIP member. This employee violated employee rule number 18, and I have already cleared the premises on behalf of the manager. Chen Ge? Chapter 11, Unable to Endure. The system strikes, crushing the ghost with money. Hearing Diamond VIP member, Chen Ge's eyes brightened suddenly. This horror world is indeed something. These rules and regulations are modeled after the human world, perfectly tailored for him, right? Chen Ge suppressed the joy in his heart, sat back on the sofa, and casually rubbed the top of Tuan Tuan's head. It was a calmness like no other. Are you the supervisor of this ticket office? He turned his gaze to the masked ghost, a mysterious smile on his lips, leaving the other ghosts utterly baffled. Dear Diamond member, yes, that's correct. Is that so? Then why do I not feel your respect at all? Chen Ge's handsome face suddenly darkened, his whole being exuding an aura of authority without anger. The ghost security guard watched this scene, feeling even more admiration for Chen Ge. Wow! His big brother's ability to change his expression is probably better than any magician. Ah! The masked ghost, upon hearing Chen Ge, didn't get angry but instead felt a hint of fear. Whether the other party was human or ghost, one thing was clear: a rookie could never possess so many ghost coins in the horror world. The fact that the opponent could casually throw out so much money to give the ghost security guard as a tip, with such a dismissive attitude, was simply pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. No, this person's background must be extraordinary, he absolutely cannot offend such a wealthy customer. Thinking this, the masked ghost steeled himself and nervously asked. Please tell me where the service was lacking, I am willing to correct everything with you. No. It's not that your service was lacking. This is completely an attitude problem. Chen Ge said with absolute certainty. He had a serious expression, but in his heart, he was quietly pondering. This masked ghost's strength was clearly very strong. If he followed the usual way protagonists show off in urban novels, it could easily backfire. So, he couldn't simply show off normally, he had to be dramatic. Upon hearing this, the masked ghost's eyes widened, and half of his face showed intense shock. Innocent. Such a great injustice. His service attitude was bad? How could that be possible? Supervisor. I ask you, do you look down on me, Chen Ge? Why didn't you mention the amusement park has a VIP tier system earlier? The masked ghost was dumbfounded, he felt utterly speechless. You all are just too much. Are you afraid I don't have money? Can't afford a membership? And only now do you tell me I've been upgraded to a diamond member? This diamond membership sounds like the lowest tier, right? At this point, Chen Ge was even more indignant, his tone of disdain doubling. I, Chen Ge, charge money in all kinds of shopping places, and my membership card has always been the highest, the supreme card. What? In your amusement park, I'd become an ordinary diamond member? The ghost security guard, who already considered himself Chen Ge's little brother, quickly chimed in, yes. That's right. Do you look down on my big brother, think he has no money? The masked ghost's heart sank, thinking to himself that this wasn't good. He never expected that Chen Ge would say his attitude was bad because of this. So that's how it is. But thinking about it, that was indeed the case. After all, people of status and identity dislike being overshadowed by others as it makes them lose face. So, how incredibly powerful must Chen Ge's hidden identity be to have such astounding wealth? No. He must cling to this golden opportunity. Thus, the once dominant masked ghost in the beginner region now looked at Chen Ge with increasing respect, his eyes hinting at eager admiration. I'm sorry, esteemed guest. It was entirely my oversight that you did not receive the deserving treatment, I sincerely apologize to you. What could make the once proud masked ghost humbly apologize to a rookie player? What made the always greedy masked ghost extend his hands to offer treasure to a human? Alas, the masked ghost truly did not want to. But Chen Ge's money was simply too much. He wanted to hug that thick leg. So it was. When the masked ghost shoved this pile of things into Chen Ge's arms, a system voice automatically echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected 10 hellish level red double happiness cigarettes. Effect, enhance ghost power, attract spirits. Ding! Detected a bottle of hellish level eye drops. Effect, refresh the mind, see through ghost fog and the truth. Ding! Detected a terror level tennis racket. Effect, send evil spirits below terror level to heaven. Wounds above terror level won't heal. The first two items were not very useful for Chen Ge at the moment. But the last one was perfect for self-defense in this instance. Looking at the black tennis racket emitting a strong ghostly aura, Chen Ge fell silent. Sigh. Actually, he didn't want to forgive the masked ghost, it was just that the masked ghost gave too much. In fact, he didn't want to accept these items either, who asked the masked ghost to stuff them into his arms? With no choice, Chen Ge had to store all these items in his inventory. Then, he looked at the bewildered masked ghost and said, "Tell me, how much does it cost to get a Supreme membership at your amusement park?" The masked ghost raised his left hand and made a 3 gesture, meaning 30,000 hell coins. However, Chen Ge's pupils suddenly contracted, and his handsome face showed a shocked expression. What? 30,000? The masked ghost thought Chen Ge found the amount too much, swallowed, and quickly continued. No. It means that if you spend 30,000, you will automatically be upgraded to a Supreme member. And you are already a Diamond member, so you only need to spend another 20,000 hell coins. The ghost security guard nodded repeatedly. Yes, big brother, the supervisor is right. For you, 20,000 hell coins shouldn't be too much, right? What? Too much? That's nowhere near enough. How could it be too much? This is way too little. Even adding 20,000 hell coins, he still couldn't complete his first task. Chen Ge frowned tightly, and his handsome face darkened. The ghost security guard and the masked ghost were taken aback by his expression, momentarily at a loss. They even thought that Chen Ge was having difficulties because he was short on budget. The ghost security guard gritted his teeth and pulled out 20,000 from the 30,000 hell coins Chen Ge had just given him. Big brother, if you are in a hurry to renew your membership, you can take this 20,000 hell coins for now. I'm not in a rush at the moment. Hearing this, Chen Ge looked up, incredulous, at the ghost security guard. He really did not expect that at such a critical moment, the ghost security guard would willingly bring out his mother's reincarnation money to help him. Though this money originally belonged to him, its meaning was completely different. However, speaking of which, these two strong ghosts seemed a bit foolish. Why would they naively think he couldn't come up with the money? The system spirit, who had been watching all of this but remained silent, finally chose to speak up. When it opened its mouth, it unleashed a blend of hidden wisdom that sounded learned and profound. Ghost, damn. What an extreme humiliation. These two little ghosts actually dared to insult this godly rich system. Host, I can no longer stand by and watch their behavior. I can't bear it any longer. I may not have much, but the one thing I have plenty of is money. Today, I'm going to use hell coins to crush them. Chapter 12, A Rain of Money Falls. Highest authority in the amusement park. As the ghost finished speaking, the next second, money began to rain down in the ticket hall. Stacks of black 1,000 hell coins appeared out of thin air, cascading down. The brand new banknotes exuded a unique scent, seemingly striking the faces of the ghost security guard and the masked ghost with a loud smack. The two ghosts widened their eyes, staring at the hell coin swirling in the air, their lips trembling in shock, nearly speechless. Money! So much money! They had never seen so much money in their lives. Before they died, they hadn't touched it in the human world. After death, in the terrifying world, it was something he had never even seen before. Brother! Is there 20,000 in this money? The ghostly security guard was shocked, even stuttering while speaking. The masked ghost beside him was also covered in ghost money, trembling as he reached out his hand to catch the banknotes in the air, excitement in his eyes that he couldn't hide. Not just 20,000. How could it possibly be only 20,000? Chen Shan, you really lack experience. This ghost money is at least 50,000. The remaining ticket seller was also staring eagerly at this scene. Wow! This is really rich. Not to mention others, even Chen Ge was a bit dazed himself. He thought he had already pretended to be wealthy well enough up to this point. Unexpectedly, there are people beyond people, and skies beyond skies. This system truly deserved to be called a god-level extravagant system, completely wealthy beyond humanity. He really didn't expect this wave of money rain. Ming began to speak in Chen Ge's ear again. Host Master. How do you like my move? Look at the expressions of these ghosts, they all look stunned. Chen Ge suddenly thought of something. Ming, does this ghost money count as my spending? Of course it doesn't count. Host Master, you really think beautifully. You don't think the system sprite would be so foolish as to actively help you complete tasks, right? The system is not stupid, this money clearly is not spent by you. Ming said excitedly. Chen Ge smiled meaningfully. Oh really? This money may be spent by you at the moment, but that may not be the case in a bit. Then, he walked straight to the masked ghost and said slowly. Now, can I upgrade to a Supreme member? This money should be enough, right? The masked ghost was completely convinced by Chen Ge's financial power, nodding vigorously, yes, of course, no problem. I will immediately upgrade you to the Supreme VIP member in our membership system. From now on, you will enjoy the highest privileges in our amusement park and receive the best treatment. All entertainment facilities will be open to you. As long as you want, the amusement park can open early just for you, even operating all day long is fine. Chen Ge. It turned out that when a person had money to a certain extent, they could ignore all rules and operate this way. It turned out that the death rate in the terrifying game scenarios was so high because, ultimately, the money offered was not enough. Chen Ge's eyes suddenly brightened, as if he understood something. Wow, Daddy, it's an amusement park. Tuan Tuan likes it. Tuan Tuan wants to play today. Little Tuan Tuan listened to the adults talking a lot, but it all went in one ear and out the other, not understanding at all. The only thing she could understand was what the masked ghost just said, that they could go into the amusement park to play. How nice, her favorite thing was to go to the amusement park. Ding dong. Detected that the host spent 30,000 ghost money, there are still 70,000 left to complete the task. Please keep it up, host. When the system's prompt sound rang, Chen Ge immediately laughed and asked in his mind. Ming, what's up with this system? Why did it count the money you just spent into my task indicators? Ming's face darkened suddenly, he huffed angrily. Host master, listen carefully. Currently, you have only spent 30,000, there are still 70,000 left to complete the task. Chen Ge frowned. What happened? Why didn't the 30,000 he gave to the ghost security guard count? Warm reminder, only spending within the instance counts. Chen Ge suddenly realized, and immediately figured out what he should do next. My daughter seems to really like your amusement park, so how about this, I will recharge another Supreme membership for her. Understood. I will immediately take care of that as you requested. The masked ghost said, giving the nearby ticket seller a look. The other party immediately understood and quickly bent down, squatting on the ground, and began counting the money. Soon, he counted out 50,000 ghost money, which was already 50,000. However, there was still a lot of money scattered on the ground. Even fell into the gaps between some tables and chairs. By the time the ticket seller picked up all the money, Chen Ge had no idea how long he had been waiting. Boss, we have counted the money. It totals 200,000 ghost coins. The ticket seller's hands trembled slightly as he held that much money. It was too heavy, ghost coins were made from special paper, and the weight made him need to use ghostly strength. Esteemed Supreme VIP guest, this is your remaining money. After deducting the 50,000 ghost coins for 2 membership cards you recharged, you have 150,000 left. Please keep it well. The masked ghost took the money from the ticket seller's hands and then held it in front of Chen Ge. What he didn't expect was that Chen Ge frowned again and spoke with some displeasure. I will never take back the money I spent. He said this, but in his heart, he was calculating how to complete the system's task. He was truly distressed, wondering how he could spend the money. It was really giving him a headache. Suddenly, Chen Ge seemed to remember something, and his eyes lit up. He walked straight to the ghost security guard, patted his shoulder, and said cheerfully, Since you've called me big brother so many times, I feel bad to refuse and not recognize you as my little brother. From today on, you are my person. As he said this, Chen Ge felt that some of the words were not quite right. He thought for a moment and quickly corrected himself. I misspoke. From today on, you are my ghost. Hearing this, the ghost security guard's eyes shimmered with tears. Then, he immediately stood tall, clenched his fists excitedly, and pounded his chest as if to show his determination to Chen Ge. No, big brother. No need for today, from now on, I, Chen Shan, am your ghost. Very good. How about this, since you've already said that, if I don't give you some gifts, it would seem ungrateful. Chen Ge paused, then shifted his gaze to the masked ghost. Come on, without further ado, recharge a membership for him too. Upon hearing this, the ghost security guard's eyes widened again, completely shocked. How rich must his big brother be to spend so much money on a little brother at their first meeting? No. From today on, he was willing to do anything for his big brother. Chapter 13, Chen Ge, unharmed, shocks the entire internet. Okay, diamond membership, no problem. The masked ghost assumed that Chen Ge would just give the ghost security guard a diamond card, nodding knowingly. Diamond? Didn't I already say? What diamond? It must be directly recharging a supreme card. Chen Ge waved his hand dismissively. To his surprise, the ghost security guard seemed to be startled and quickly waved his hands. Big brother, no need. Really not necessary, that 30,000 you gave me before is already enough. I am very grateful. Please don't waste more money on me, I don't deserve it. Chen Ge looked at him with a complex expression, somewhat speechless. Actually, he wanted to say that he was spending so much money just to complete the task, not to waste it frivolously. But, speaking of which, what's up with the ghosts in this horror world? They act as if they've never seen the world before. He could have easily completed this task, but instead, they made him go through such a big detour. Sigh, wanting to spend some money in this horror world was truly difficult. Chen Ge opened the task panel and found that even with the 30,000 added, he was still short by 10,000 for the spending task. If this money could be spent anywhere other than the amusement park, he could easily give it to someone else, but now, the system clearly wanted him to spend more money at the amusement park. Chen Ge realized that he could no longer spend any more money in this ticket hall. For the sake of the current situation, he could only take Tuanchuan back to the amusement park first before thinking of other ways to complete the task. 10 minutes later, the masked ghost personally returned Chen Ge and Tuanchuan to the amusement park. Before leaving, the ghost security guard originally wanted to follow them, but wearing a full security uniform made it obviously inappropriate to just walk behind them. So, after getting Chen Ge's consent, the ghost security guard immediately went to find the clown ghost to hand over his work. Thus, this opportunity to greatly increase his favorability in front of Chen Ge was taken over entirely by the greedy masked ghost. Just as they were leaving the ticket booth, Chen Ge's sharp eyes caught sight of the button camera at the masked ghost's collar, which flashed a faint green light in an instant. This green light flickered quickly, just like when he stepped into the terrifying world. According to the previous statements from the CIA members, this was a sign that the livestream had automatically activated. Chen Ge pressed his lips together, and his thoughts changed rapidly. He hadn't turned off the camera, yet it was flashing green light. Did that mean that when he walked into the ticket booth, the live broadcast was somehow interrupted, causing it to shut down automatically? At this thought, Chen Ge turned to glance at the masked ghost behind him, and the heavy stone in his heart instantly fell to the ground. Fortunately, his previous outrageous actions had not been exposed to the national audience. Otherwise, as a rookie player, having so much money all of a sudden would be too ridiculous and eye-catching. It was likely that this would arouse various suspicions, including the CIA, sparking quite a storm. So, it would be better for him to keep a low profile in front of the live camera from now on. Thinking of this, Chen Ge suddenly turned his steps and led Tuanchuan straight towards the periphery of the amusement park. He had made up his mind to temporarily set aside the system task and continue cleaning, which seemed more prudent. Chen Ge pondered for a few seconds, then cast his gaze toward the masked ghost, who had tried several times to strike up a conversation with him. "Supervisor, I have completed the tasks you assigned. I think I'd rather walk on my own from here." Upon hearing this, the masked ghost, who had failed to engage in conversation with Chen Ge, clearly felt a bit unwilling. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered that when Chen Ge left the ticket booth, he hadn't taken the remaining tens of thousands of grim coins. Thinking this way, the smile at the corner of the masked ghost's mouth became uncontainable, and he nodded before turning back. In fact, he also wished to resign like the ghost security guard and follow Chen Ge. However, when he was destitute in this initial region years ago, it was the park director who had given him this decent job. With the salary he earned at the amusement park, he often bought ghost food at the nearby Huangquan restaurant, which helped him recover from his injuries, gradually rising from a first-level lost soul ghost to a fourth-level soul-destroying ghost. So, no matter how greedy he became, he would not betray anyone. Meanwhile, Chen Ge was unaware that, in the real world, Weibo's server had crashed once again because of him. Here's what happened. Originally, when Chen Ge entered the ticket booth with Tuanchuan, the number of viewers in the livestream had already surpassed 10 million. Everyone knew he had just driven away a guest, violating the amusement park's rules, and was about to receive punishment from the vengeful ghost in the ticket booth. Thus, the fate of Chen Ge and Tuanchuan naturally tugged at the hearts of millions of viewers. No matter what kind of mindset they had while watching this live broadcast, no one was not curious. However, at this critical moment, the live stream suddenly got cut off. The millions of spectators were stunned. The audience immediately split into two factions, speculating on the lives and deaths of the two. Of course, those who believed they could walk out of the ticket hall alive were less than 1% of the other side. Among those who believed they wouldn't die, half considered Chen Ge to be an idol. Fans certainly wouldn't curse for Chen Ge to die. But the other half was even more peculiar. They completely believed that a father's love is like a mountain. Even if Chen Ge was harmed by a fierce ghost, he would surely find a way to protect Tuanchuan, ensuring her safe escape. Even when the livestream was cut off for an hour, people from the CIA had already begun to silently mourn for Chen Ge and Tuanchuan. Director Zhang sighed and wrote an application to honor Chen Ge for his courageous sacrifice for the nation, wishing to award him the title of martyr. So, ultimately, no one sincerely believed that Chen Ge and Tuanchuan could walk out of a ticket hall full of fierce ghosts unscathed. At this moment, every post on the trending topics bore Chen Ge's name. In just 2 days, Chen Ge had reached the top position on Weibo's annual trending list. While the entire internet was in uproar, with some even starting online bets on Chen Ge's life or death. The frightening livestream, dark until now, suddenly miraculously lit up. In the next second, Chen Ge's handsome face appeared on screen, completely unharmed. He was holding the lively Tuanchuan, standing at the door of the ticket hall. More crucially, they saw the once arrogant ghost security guard standing docilely beside Chen Ge, nodding and bowing to him. A humble big brother, take care, instantly shocked the entire internet. Chapter 14, Who is the ghost security guard calling Big Brother? Which Big Brother is replying to me? Am I seeing things? The streamer is actually standing here unharmed. Wow. No kidding. You didn't read it wrong, he's really still alive. First, let's shout 3 times amazing, amazing, amazing. Then I'll say, I've been inside that ghost amusement park last year. The ghosts inside are very unreasonable. If you break any rule, you must pay double the price or die a terrible death. So? The streamer was clearly a rookie player, how could he possibly walk out alive? But no matter how unbelievable the vast number of netizens found it, Chen Ge stood perfectly fine in front of the live stream camera, and little Tuan Tuan beside him was smiling warmly and sweetly. Wait, everyone don't just go on being shocked. Let me ask you, did I just hear wrong? Did that ghost security guard call the streamer Big Brother? The netizens' attention was instantly drawn to the ghost security guard. However, just as they were clamoring excitedly, the masked ghost standing next to Chen Ge suddenly revealed his face. Immediately, someone who recognized him jumped out. Whoa! I know this masked ghost. My friend told me before that this masked ghost is very powerful, probably the strongest ghost in the whole amusement park. I heard he's already level 4. Got it, got it. Earlier, a knowledgeable netizen mentioned that this ghost security guard is a level 3 horror ghost. He must have been calling this masked ghost Big Brother just now. That's right, everyone don't misunderstand. This streamer was just an ordinary father before entering the horror game, and he's a rookie player without any fighting skills. How could the ghost security guard call him Big Brother? Now I see. The netizens suddenly understood and quickly redirected their attention back to the livestream. At this moment, Chen Ge was holding Tuan Tuan and had already walked back to the 2 areas originally assigned to them. As he stepped into the corridor, saw Su Xie squatting in the corner with red eyes, dejectedly picking up trash with her hands. She heard the footsteps of the newcomers, and her whole body trembled in fear, not daring to lift her head. Chen Ge didn't originally plan to get involved, but he couldn't help it because he had a daughter, Tuan Tuan, who loved to help others. As the little one passed by Su Xie, she instinctively stopped, reached out a small finger, and gently poked her shoulder, her voice soft and cute. Pretty sister, why are you crying? If you cry, you won't be pretty anymore. Hearing her voice, Su Xie immediately wiped her tears away, then lifted her head to look at Tuan Tuan. When she saw the 2 of them unharmed, Su Xie's eyes suddenly lit up, but the next second, her tears burst out like a river breaking its dam. Woo woo woo, you guys are not dead. That's great. Su Xie looked at Chen Ge, choking back tears while she began to chatter away. The story was like this. At first, during the 2 hours before Chen Ge and Tuan Tuan disappeared, the remaining players were seriously picking up trash in their respective areas, so nothing happened. Until Wei Dongyang, envious of how Chen Ge effortlessly completed tasks, kicked the big tree like the middle-aged ghost before him. But unexpectedly, in this horrifying world, even the big tree had a ghost living in it, very hard to deal with. The ghost that was inside had been sleeping during the daytime, but was half woken by the kick from the middle-aged ghost. He was about to come out in a rage when he realized that this middle-aged ghost was actually at the peak of level 2, while he was only at a mid-lower stage and could not fight back at all. So the tree ghost had no choice but to hold back his rage, brewing a bellyful of anger. Who knew, this Wei Dongyang, as a human, only had the strength of a level 1 wandering soul, yet dared to crash into his gun barrel like a blind fool. Now, Wei Dongyang's plan to steal a chicken failed and instead lost a rice paddy. The furious tree ghost suddenly jumped out, opening its bloody mouth, ready to swallow him. Everyone thought Wei Dongyang was surely going to die on the spot, but unexpectedly, at the critical moment, he took a risk and ran up to the tree ghost's ear, whispering who knows what. In the end, the tree ghost surprisingly let him go for the time being and instead stood in the area that Chen Ge was responsible for, staring ominously at the entrance of the corridor. Clearly, it was waiting for someone. And that person was either Chen Ge or Tuan Tuan. After hearing Su Xie's explanation, Chen Ge immediately understood. It was definitely Wei Dongyang intentionally leading the trouble away, wanting the tree ghost to come find him. But Chen Ge didn't expect them to arrive so quickly, and with such force. He had no preparation at all, and the corridor in front of him started to become dark, the fog gradually thickening, blocking his way. Countless vines quickly sprang from the corridor walls, gradually converging and rushing toward Chen Ge. At this moment, he sensed something was wrong, his eyes shifted slightly, and he quickly retreated. Seeing this, Su Xie's tears fell even more quickly in fear. Only Tuan Tuan, with her big, round eyes, looked curiously at the corridor. Chen Ge hurriedly gathered both of them behind him, quickly took out a bottle of eye drops from his pocket, dripped 2 drops for himself, then handed it to Su Xie. I often have dry eyes, so I keep a bottle of eye drops with me when I go out. You cried for so long just now, your eyes must be very uncomfortable. Hurry, do as I did, and put a drop on each side of your eyes. As the people in the livestream watched Chen Ge's unusual action, some people were a bit confused, and their fingers immediately began flying over the keyboard. My god! Is the host really not afraid of death? In this situation, shouldn't a normal person be trembling in fear, begging for mercy on the ground? What do you know upstairs? The host knows that she can't win, so she is prepared to die. Some people are naturally keyboard warriors, seizing the opportunity to mock and ridicule. Where did the CIA find this fool to be a host? When faced with danger, doesn't she know to hide? All she does is show off in front of women. She won't even know how she dies later. Exactly. Is I drop something to use in this situation? It's laughable. In the live broadcast, Susiya looked at the eye drops that had suddenly appeared in her hand, and felt that something was not quite right. Strange. Why can't she see the label on this bottle of eye drops? Aren't eye drops sold in pharmacies always labeled? However, in this situation, Susiya couldn't think too much. The fog in the corridor was getting denser, and it was normal that she couldn't see the label on the bottle. In any case, Chen Ge had just used it. This bottle of eye drops surely couldn't have any problems. Holding this mindset, Susiya opened the cap of the eye drops and imitated Chen Ge by starting to drop it into her own eyes. However, just at the moment she raised her head. Chapter 15, Unmasking the Deception, the tree demon is instantly blown away. Chen Ge covered the eyes of the little girl, while his empty right hand suddenly produced a ghostly tennis racket. He tightened his grip on the tennis racket and spun around, smashing it onto Susiya's head with lightning speed. With a loud bang, it was deafening. In an instant, she let out a piercing scream that went on and on. Chen Ge's fierce blow directly caused her to bleed from her head, her eyes rolled back, nearly passing out on the spot. When the viewers finally reacted, they were stunned, their eyes almost popping out, bouncing off their phone screens. WOC. Is the host crazy? Why is he hitting his own person? This life is getting crazier, it's really a punishment. Oh my god, this little girl is so pitiful, my heart aches for her. The viewers began to criticize Chen Ge in the barrage, and even kind-hearted people started to frantically tag the CIA's Weibo account, wanting to speak up for Susiya. But the next second, they felt reality slap them hard in the face. They heard Susiya's originally tragic screams suddenly become abnormal. The elongated tone was sharp and piercing, totally not something a regular human girl could produce. Immediately after, her blood-covered doll face cracked open, and a sinister black mist slowly oozed out of the gap, eventually forming a new, eerie face. Clearly, the woman standing in front of Chen Ge was not human at all, but a ghost. And not just any ghost, but a fierce and vengeful spirit that thrives on harming humans. It was between the second and third levels of strength, and if she leveled up again, she would directly jump to the third to fourth level, becoming an unparalleled fierce ghost. In summary, this type of vengeful spirit is very hard to deal with. Those with unstable minds can easily fall into her trap. But Chen Ge's mental strength was off the charts, the ghost's resentment couldn't penetrate his inner peace at all. Tree demon, honestly, where is the original Susiya? Chen Ge pointed the bloodstained tennis racket at her, his eyes filled with endless ruthlessness. He had already seen through these ghostly tricks. It's just that they bully the weak and fear the strong. If the ghost is ruthless, then a person must be even more ruthless to intimidate the opponent. You, how did you see through me? Chen Ge smiled slightly. Oh? You really think you disguised yourself well? Is it so hard to see through you? The tree ghost suddenly felt a shock in its heart, clearly scared by Chen Ge, especially wary of the tennis racket in his hand, which exuded a terrifying ghostly aura. It instinctively took 2 steps back. After experiencing so much, Chen Ge's mindset had long become steady. Seeing the tree ghost's small retreat, he immediately understood that it was afraid. Thus, Chen Ge pressed on step by step, forcing the tree ghost to a dead end. It had no choice but to grit its teeth and answer Chen Ge's words. I didn't do anything to this woman. I knocked her out and hid her behind that big tree, originally planning to savor her slowly tonight. Oh? Is that so? Then why did you disguise yourself as her to come before me pretending to be pitiful? Chen Ge raised an eyebrow, questioning its words. Hearing this, the tree ghost suddenly lifted its head, facing Chen Ge with a terrifying ghostly face. It grinned strangely, its voice suddenly becoming incredibly hoarse, its gaze filled with greed. Of course, it's because I want to eat her first. But the tree ghost was unable to finish its sentence, the remaining words forced back down its throat. Because it was suddenly struck by Chen Ge, sent flying with one hit. The tree ghost had no idea that in such a situation where it felt surrounded, Chen Ge's attention had always been highly focused. Its plan to pretend to be weak before looking for an opportunity to sneak attack had long been discovered by Chen Ge through its facial expressions. So, after detecting it early, Chen Ge sneered and directly raised the tennis racket in his hand, hitting the tree ghost hard on the head. This move he had already used in the ticket hall, called striking first against the ghost. But this time, he didn't hit down from above like earlier. Instead, he used a new technique, swinging from below to maximize the force, instantly sending the tree ghost flying. You want? What do you want? Do you think it's beautiful? I'll let you think. Let's see if you dare to think next. Fortunately, his keen eyes caught the abnormality in the surrounding dark mist. He took the initiative to strike and knocked the ill-intentioned tree ghost flying. Otherwise, Tuan might really have been stolen by the ghost right in front of him. As a protective father, after having so many ghostly objects for defense, how could Chen Ge allow any ghost to have their eyes on his only precious daughter like the previous clown ghost and middle-aged ghost? Whoever dares to plot against Tuan, he would show the audience in the livestream what it means to use the ghost-busting stick. Seeing the tree ghost was knocked flying, its breath growing weaker, as if it was about to disperse its soul. However, Chen Ge still had some things he hadn't clarified, and he would not let the tree ghost die just like that. So, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a red double happiness cigarette that the masked ghost had given him earlier. Skillfully lighting it, he offered it to the tree ghost's mouth. Then, Chen Ge looked down at it from above, casually saying, "If you don't want to die, then get up and smoke this cigarette." The tree ghost, who was already pale and lying cold on the ground, waiting silently for death, never expected to find a chance to survive. Chen Ge walked over, not only not killing it, but actually giving it a cigarette to boost its ghostly power. Don't look at this thing as just a means to enhance ghostly power. But if it could instantly become an extraordinary fierce ghost now, all those wounds from the tennis racket would automatically heal with ghostly power. The tree ghost stretched out its hands. He trembled as he caught the life-saving cigarette. He took a gentle puff, feeling his soul nourished in an instant, his wounds beginning to heal. One puff of the smoke made the ghost feel like he was soaring to the heavens. The tree ghost stared intently at Chen Ge's face, and suddenly, 2 streams of hot tears flowed from his blood-red eyes. "My lord, it was my fault for not recognizing greatness and accidentally bumping into you. Thank you, my lord, for not holding it against me and giving me this life-saving cigarette. From now on, I am willing to follow you into battle." Chen Ge's expression instantly became strange. What on earth is going on with the ghosts in this horror world? Why do these evil spirits seem to be not quite normal? First, a ghost security guard kneeled down, insisting on recognizing him as a big brother, and now a tree ghost was inexplicably moved to tears and declared to fight for him? No way. The rumored life and death horror game can't really be played like this, can it? That seems a bit too easy. Chapter 16, A Wave of Operations Fierce Like a Tiger. The goddess show Chen Ge is truly deserving. On the other side, the viewers in the livestream were all stunned by Chen Ge's series of actions. Each one of them, in front of their phone screens, was shocked, with their mouths agape, their fingers trembling, not knowing what amazing comments to make in the live chat. All the words praising someone's brilliance online were, today, fully expressed in this thrilling livestream. Everyone had praised so much that they were tired, and started typing one word in the public screen. Show. Heavenly show. Chen Ge's operation nearly made them think he was a god of show coming to the world. This move of hitting with a slap and giving a sweet date was completely understood by this god of show today. Chen Ge's expression gradually became calm. Having experienced a similar event, he held Tuan's little hand and turned to walk towards the light at the end of the corridor. The tree ghost climbed up from the ground and silently followed behind them. The black mist gradually dissipated, revealing the original appearance of the long corridor. As he turned a corner, Chen Ge returned to the area he was responsible for cleaning. Wei Dongyang was the first person to notice their appearance. He appeared somewhat panicked, pointing at Chen Ge and shouting, "How is it possible that you are still alive?" Several other players turned their heads at the sound, and upon seeing Chen Ge and Tuan, their eyes showed surprise at the same time. "Thank you for your concern, I'm not only alive, but I'm doing well." Chen Ge raised an eyebrow at him, and Wei Dongyang quickly averted his gaze, clearly feeling guilty. The young man with yellow hair, Su Kan, smiled slightly. "It's good to return safely." The other 2 players were new gamers forcibly pulled into the game, and they hadn't yet adapted to this terrifying game, so they dared not speak much, fearing they might die if they weren't careful, and just quietly squatted down, cleaning up the disgusting garbage. Looking at the trash cans behind each of them, all marked with 1, Chen Ge suddenly remembered that he had left his and Tuan's trash cans here before leaving. But now, both trash cans had disappeared without a trace. Chen Ge almost didn't have to think to know that Wei Dongyang was behind this. He looked at Wei Dongyang and calmly said, "Where are my 2 trash cans? Why are you looking at me? How would I know where your trash cans went?" Chen Ge narrowed his eyes impatiently. What he hated most was Wei Dongyang's petty behavior of stirring up trouble. Aren't we all here to play games? Isn't it better to coexist peacefully? Is that so? Then where did the 3 pieces of garbage on your trash can come from? Chen Ge. I warn you, don't think just because you are a horror streamer sent by the CIA that I won't dare to do anything to you. You dare to slander me in front of so many online viewers? Just wait until I return to reality, you'll see what happens to you. Wei Dongyang roared with anger, as if he had been wronged. In fact, Chen Ge was right. All the trash in his garbage bins was stolen from Chen Ge. Seeing that Chen Ge and the others had not returned, he automatically regarded them as dead and claimed all the leaves for himself. However, when he had laid an ambush for Chen Ge at a necessary corridor, he had secretly destroyed both of Chen Ge's garbage bins. So, even if Chen Ge was not dead and was questioning him face to face, he would never admit to such a disgraceful act in public. Chen Ge stared at him deeply, his gaze growing colder. Just as he was about to say something, Wei Dongyang suddenly stepped behind him, bowing and scraping to the unexpectedly appearing tree ghost. And it wasn't over, he pointed a finger at Team Tuan's body and said quickly. Big brother, look. This is the one I told you about. I heard from the manager that this little thing looks really delicious, eating her will greatly increase your strength. While the manager is away, go ahead and eat her. However, the tree ghost seemed to have heard something extremely terrifying, as his previously normal complexion turned deathly pale in an instant. Suddenly, he kicked Wei Dongyang several meters away and roared fiercely, "Get lost! You damned rat dare to encourage me to lay hands on the boss's daughter. Do you want to die?" The tree ghost's fierce move left the audience staring in disbelief. Wei Dongyang didn't even have time to react, he spat out a mouthful of blood 3 feet high. If it weren't for his original level 1 ghostly strength, he would have been finished on the spot. Chen Ge watched this scene without saying anything, just turning around to give the tree ghost an approving glance. Not bad. Well done. You little ghost are quite merciless. His gaze was almost self-explanatory. The other players couldn't help but twitch their lips. Even veteran player Sukan had never seen a ghost call a human boss and even stand up for a human. Boss, do you want those leaves? I have plenty here and can give them all to you. The tree ghost dragged his heavy body over to Chen Ge's side and said flatteringly. He had just finished a cigarette, and his wounds had already healed substantially. If he could have 1 or 2 more, he could break through to become an extraordinary vengeful ghost. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need them right now. Chen Ge shook his head. He didn't even have a garbage bin at the moment, what use was trash to him? Not being able to help Chen Ge, the tree ghost soon looked a bit disappointed. Wei Dongyang, like an unkillable cockroach, coughed and struggled to get up from the ground. His eyes were filled with resentment as he glared at Chen Ge. That woeful appearance of his must have been caught on the live stream. When he returned to reality, those chatty online viewers would surely mock him. Chen Ge, no matter how proud you are right now, what does it matter? I'll tell you the truth, I have destroyed your garbage bins. You won't be able to complete the task given by the clown ghost, just wait to die. Wei Dongyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued. According to the amusement park records, those 2 garbage bins are yours. Now that they're gone, just wait for that security guard to come find you for a settlement. Hearing this, Sukan couldn't help but look at Chen Ge with sympathy. Wei Dongyang indeed had calculated well, his schemes were intertwined. He wanted to make Chen Ge have no place to be buried. Destroying the trash can was truly a move that killed 3 birds with 1 stone. No matter how you look at it, these ghosts would not let Chen Ge go. Sukan shook his head, in this situation, even he was powerless to help. Really? Are you talking about the ghost security guard? That's right. Chapter 17, Who is the ancestor of turning the tables? Chen Ge did not speak but looked at Wei Dongyang with a gaze that felt like looking at a fool. The more he refused to speak and the less he seemed to care, the more Wei Dongyang felt an immense humiliation. But Wei Dongyang didn't care much at this point, all he could think about was waiting for the ghost security guard to come and deal with Chen Ge. However, what everyone didn't expect was that the little milk group, who had been quiet, suddenly heard the words ghost security guard and excitedly exclaimed, followed by a joyful clap of her small hands. Then she tugged at Chen Ge's sleeve, and her fair little face instantly blossomed into a big smile. Daddy! Is the security uncle coming? Tuan Tuan is hungry, the uncle said earlier that he would bring Tuan Tuan a lot of delicious food. A single word stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. Chen Ge ignored the astonished reactions of others and gently ruffled Tuan Tuan's head with a smile. Don't worry, Tuan Tuan, the security uncle will be here soon. Seeing this, Wei Dongyang couldn't help but sneer again. TSK. Security uncle? The ghost security guard is a formidable level 3 spirit, his power is extraordinary. You're all being so reckless now, just wait until he comes, and you'll be in for a show. Although Tuan Tuan was small, she was not a fool. She could feel clearly who had good intentions and who had bad intentions. For example, Wei Dongyang, who was now mocking them, appeared to Tuan Tuan as a super villain in her eyes. So, Tuan Tuan turned around and made a funny face at Wei Dongyang. Her adorable little expression nearly melted the hearts of the viewers in the live broadcast room. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as the atmosphere among the crowd became intensely tense, a tall and burly ghost security guard quickly approached while carrying a black bag. With sharp eyes, Wei Dongyang immediately spotted him and his expression became inexplicably excited. At this moment, the ghost security guard was not wearing the previous security uniform but had changed into a more casual sports outfit. Wei Dongyang didn't think much about it, his eyes automatically ignored the ghost security guard's outfit. This time he was smarter, he did not rush forward to report but stood in place, waiting for the ghost security guard to notice the irregularities. But what he never expected was that his delayed response gave Chen Ge an opportunity. Suddenly, Chen Ge's voice sounded behind him, filled with righteous indignation. "Brother Security. I hereby report that my colleague Wei Dongyang, during work hours, not only did not work hard, but also wantonly destroyed public property in the amusement park, while disrespecting regulations and insulting superiors." The ghost security guard abruptly stopped, a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. "What's wrong with this guy? Why is he calling me brother again?" A feeling of fear flooded in his heart. That was a million times too much to take. Just as the ghost security guard was pondering this, Chen Ge suddenly gave him a meaningful look, as if hinting at something. The ghost security guard, who was quite smart, followed Chen Ge's pointed direction and just happened to lock eyes with Wei Dongyang's panicked expression, instantly understanding. So, it turned out some unfortunate person dared to look for trouble with his brother. The ghost security guard narrowed his eyes, and his gaze towards Wei Dongyang became very dangerous. The ghostly energy around him began to surge. Wei Dongyang had no idea of the twists and turns of the matter, he still thought that the ghost security guard was the same as this morning, a greedy spirit who would grab at the sight of money. He was terribly afraid of dying. "Hurry up and explain to the ghost security guard with all your might." "No, no. Brother Security, don't listen to his nonsense. I've been working for the amusement park with all my heart and soul, diligently and sincerely. How could I dare to destroy anything in the park or break the employee rules?" When Wei Dongyang said this, he immediately began to tell the lies he had prepared since morning to frame Chen Ge. His face was full of excitement. "Brother Security. Listen to me. He's the one doing dirty tricks behind the scenes. My trash can is still perfectly fine and standing there. How could I have broken any tools?" "Oh really? Then where is your trash can?" Chen Ge's tone carried a trace of mockery. When Wei Dongyang heard this, he immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly turned his head to look. Only then did he realize the trash can he had placed beside the tree had disappeared. Wei Dongyang's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened, and he hurriedly looked around. Then he saw. The trash can that originally belonged to him suddenly appeared beside Chen Ge. Wei Dongyang was completely dumbfounded, glaring at Chen Ge in fury. "Chen Ge! Have you no shame? Stealing my trash can in front of so many people?" Wei Dongyang was furious to the extreme. He didn't care how many people were watching the livestream, he just wanted to open his mouth and curse Chen Ge to death with every dirty word he knew. But Chen Ge didn't seem to care about what he said at all. His expression didn't change much. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his handsome face, one that could make anyone mad with anger. "Oh, you really do know how to put on a face. In front of Brother Security, you act all friendly, calling him brother like no one else. But the moment he turns around, you curse him like crazy, venting your anger. Isn't that right?" Wei Dongyang was completely shocked. Chen Ge clearly wasn't even there this morning. How could he possibly know that Wei had cursed the ghost security guard's ancestors after he left? Afraid that the moody ghost security guard might notice something, Wei Dongyang quickly tried to bring the topic back on track. "Chen Ge, don't think you can change the subject. I will never admit to things I didn't do or words I didn't say." He stared hard at the trash can beside Chen Ge. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out how an ordinary person like Chen Ge had managed to move the trash can there. So frustrating. Chen Ge must be using some kind of cheat. Or maybe this damn game has a huge bug. It's fine. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. The evidence is clear. Your trash can is gone. Don't lie in front of Brother Security. Just hurry up and pay for the trash can. Chen Ge kindly advised Wei Dongyang. But Wei was so furious he almost suffered internal injuries, a mouthful of blood nearly bursting out of him. No. He was about to go mad. Today, even if he had to use all his strength, Wei Dongyang was determined to kill Chen Ge. This thought had just popped into his mind when it became uncontrollable. A thin layer of black ghostly aura began to rise from Wei Dongyang's body. In just a few seconds, all the ghost aura he gathered condensed into the palm of his right hand. He let out a furious roar, then raised his right palm and fiercely struck toward Chen Ge. But before he could even touch the corner of Chen Ge's clothes, the ghost security guard stepped in and blocked his way. The tall and powerful ghost security guard stood in front of Wei Dongyang, looking down at him from above. He even imitated Chen Ge's earlier smile and gave a faint grin to Wei Dongyang. Kid. Before you start hitting people, shouldn't you pay the park what you owe first? As he spoke, the ghost security guard raised a finger, showing a 1 sign. It's not that much. A smart trash can, 888 ghost coins. I'll round it up for you, make it 1,000. Just hand it over to me directly. Upon hearing this, Wei Dongyang. More exciting content ahead. Handsome guys, please help share this in the book Shortage Square. In the face of these words, Wei Dongyang was completely stunned. 1,000 ghost coins? Forget about 1,000 ghost coins, even if he searched his whole body, he couldn't find a single steel G. Looking at the ghost security guard, who was filled with ghostly energy, Wei Dongyang's face turned as pale as paper. The ghostly power concentrated in a single finger of the guard was thicker than the power he could muster with all his might. What could he use to fight against the ghost security guard? The anger in his chest vanished in an instant, replaced by a wave of fear of death that made his body tremble uncontrollably. Security brother, I don't have money. Wei Dongyang paused, pointing at Chen Ge not far away, and said urgently. Security brother, you can ask him, he must have money, and the trash can really isn't mine. What does that matter? No money to pay, then you'll pay with your life. The ghost security guard said, his ghostly energy surged instantly, filled with menace, and the fierce light in his blood-red eyes blossomed. In the next second, before Wei Dongyang could even beg for mercy, he was blasted away by a single punch from the ghost security guard. A full-force attack from a level 3 terrifying ghost was something a beginner ghost could not withstand at all. Wei Dongyang was sent flying into the wall at the other end of the corridor, and with a loud wow, he spewed out a continuous stream of blood. Before dying, his eyes were fixed on the trash can next to Chen Ge. Until that moment, he still didn't understand why these evil ghosts had turned against him. Wei Dongyang died with his eyes open. Chen Ge merely glanced at him briefly before returning his gaze, feeling not a single ripple in his heart. He wasn't a saint. For someone who had repeatedly tried to harm his daughter, he felt no pity or need to help. Ding ding ding. Today's amusement park time is over, please exit the amusement park in an orderly fashion. In 10 minutes, eternal night will revive, and the black mist will descend. The blood-red dusk began to darken little by little, and the amusement park's announcement echoed this message. Upon hearing this, the ghost security guard and the tree ghost's expressions suddenly changed. The two ghosts ran to Chen Ge's front, one after the other. In the horror world, besides absolute wealth and background, status is distinguished by power in all other cases. Currently, the ghost security guard was stronger than the tree ghost, so the latter had to let the former finish speaking, or else they might provoke a fatal crisis in the next second. When Tuan Tuan saw the ghost security guard approach her, she was overjoyed, her big eyes turning into crescent moons as she smiled. Her sudden smile left the ghost security guard at a loss. He had never seen such a small creature. Not to mention humans, even ghosts weren't this small. Uncle Security, is the bag something for Tuan Tuan? The ghost security guard glanced at Tuan Tuan, then looked back at Chen Ge, his tone cautious. Big brother, this is a little token I brought for you and Tuan Tuan when I just passed by the amusement park store. I specially asked the owner, and he said these are the favorite snacks of little kids. As he spoke, the ghost security guard handed the plastic bag to Chen Ge. Chen Ge opened the plastic bag and took a glance. Inside were indeed some snacks that humans eat. What bear-shaped biscuits, crispy cookies with filling, seaweed snacks, and even a bunch of beautifully packaged candies. These items were clearly chosen with care by the rough ghost security guard. Standing beside him, Tuan Tuan tiptoed, eagerly watching Chen Ge. Even though she was already very hungry, she still patiently said before eating. Daddy, you go first, Tuan Tuan can wait a little longer. Chen Ge's originally somewhat gloomy mood brightened upon hearing his daughter's words. He suddenly reached out and gently pinched Tuan Tuan's cute little face, causing her lips to puff up while her eyes widened. Like an angry little pufferfish. In the next moment, Chen Ge stuffed a bag of snacks into her hands. Only then did Tuan Tuan become happy. The father and daughter picked snacks from the bag while other players nearby looked on with envious eyes. They were also so hungry. But why was no ghost willing to actively give them food? Chapter 19, could it be that Chen Ge is a super big shot? As the black fog gradually spread in the horror world, the signal in the live broadcast room became unstable, occasionally turning into a full screen of static. But most of the images and sounds could still be transmitted to the live broadcast room through the cameras. In just one day, netizens didn't know how many times they were shocked by Chen Ge. Now everyone was even more confused, unable to type a single bullet comment for a long time, their eyes wide open, larger than bells. This was a level 3 horror ghost with great power in the horror world. From the moment he punched the experienced player Wei Dongyang to death, one could see how brutal and powerful he was. But now, he actually called Chen Ge big brother? He even actively gathered a lot of snacks for Chen Ge's daughter. Could it be that Chen Ge was originally a super big shot hidden by the CIA? The few chosen ones nearby looked at Chen Ge with suddenly warm eyes, bursting with light. If they could cling to the big shot's leg, could they safely walk out of the horror game and return to real life? Meanwhile, Chen Ge's mind raced, suddenly catching the key words that the ghost security guard had just mentioned. He immediately asked, "Did you just say these things were bought at the amusement park shop?" "That's right," the ghost security guard nodded. Chen Ge thought of the 10,000 dark coins that hadn't been spent and immediately felt new hope in his heart. "Where is this shop? I want to take Tuanshuan to browse it." The ghost security guard's expression darkened, and he instinctively shook his head. "Big brother, if it was earlier, it would have been fine for you to visit the shop. But now, it's almost dark, and the amusement park's closing time has come. It's better not to go." Chen Ge was a bit confused. Eternal night resurgence, black fog descends. What do these two phrases mean? The horror world divides day and night based on 7 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock at night. After 7 in the evening, the night will be boundless, with no light in the sky. The black fog will gradually spread from an unknown direction. By 7 in the morning, it will completely dissipate on time. So what effect does this black fog have on people? Chen Ge was mainly concerned about this question. He remembered what the clown ghost had said earlier. The punishment for being last in completing tasks was that they wouldn't be allowed to enter their dormitories tonight. Regardless of whether you're a ghost or a human, anyone below level 4 who comes into contact with the black fog will instantly be soul dispersed. Levels 4 to 6 find it harder to walk in the black fog, depending on their level. But I've heard that those above level 6 can fly in the air, ignoring the existence of the black fog. While the ghost security guard was somewhat puzzled as to why Chen Ge didn't know about this, since he had already acknowledged Chen Ge as big brother, he wouldn't have any second thoughts. This was an unwritten rule among ghosts. Just like moral codes in human society. Upon hearing this, Chen Ge's eyes changed instantly. So according to this black fog rule, those who couldn't enter the dormitory at night would directly be soul dispersed. The clown ghost was indeed the manager of the amusement park. What was promised as a simple task was actually leading their group of players to have mistrust among themselves and turn on each other. Fall behind, and you die. How ruthless. The other players, hearing the ghost security guard's words, sped up their movements of picking up trash. Maybe it was in these last few minutes that one of them would become the one falling behind. The only remaining veteran player, Su Kan, certainly knew about the arrival of the black mist. But everyone has their own selfish motives. If it weren't for the recently spoken words of the ghost security guard, he would have planned to continue pretending he didn't know, so he could secretly surpass the others. "Sir, my injuries are still not healed. I must return to the big tree in advance, otherwise, if the black mist arrives early, I will be swallowed up in an instant." The big tree ghost carefully looked at Chen Ge and the ghost security guard standing in front of him. God knows, when he said these words, his heart was in a complete panic. The ghost security guard glared angrily at the big tree ghost. "Brother, as a human, hasn't said he wants to leave. Why are you so eager to go?" The big tree ghost smiled awkwardly, but his gaze turned to Chen Ge, and his voice became even lower. "Sir, this is my life's ghost source. From now on, my life is in your hands." As he spoke, he trembled as he extended his hand, revealing his palm to Chen Ge. In his palm floated a small sapling, which looked somewhat cute. Chen Ge stared closely at this sapling, his brows lightly furrowed. He appeared to be thinking, but in reality, the sound of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected a flawed exquisite 7-treasure blood tree. If nurtured carefully, it can continue to upgrade. Chen Ge's heart stirred uncontrollably. The system seemed to be telling him that this big tree ghost was not really a ghost, but a spirit transformed from the blood tree? Although he still did not understand the use of this tree. But the word exquisite sounded like a good thing, and of course, he wouldn't mind having more of it. "Alright, since you say so, I will accept it for now." As Chen Ge spoke, he unceremoniously reached out to collect the old ghost's life source. However, the big tree ghost still did not realize that he was not a ghost after all, but a spirit. So what he gave to Chen Ge was not a life ghost source at all, but a life spirit source. The glowing sapling quickly merged into the palm of Chen Ge, and in the next second, a personal attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Chapter 20, Reward of 100 Ghost Chi. Player, Chen Ge. Een coins, 770,000. Ghost Chi, 100, Wandering Soul level. Ghost artifacts, Een soul level eye drops, Een soul level red double happiness cigarettes, frightening level tennis racket. Ghost plant, flawed exquisite 7-treasure blood tree, upgradable. Contracted ghost, blood ghost spirit, old ghost. The next line of the attribute panel even had a special note. Due to the player successfully contracting the blood ghost spirit, you have automatically received Ghost Chi 100, and you have automatically upgraded to Wandering Soul level, allowing you to use ghost artifacts to greater effect. When Chen Ge finished reviewing all of this, he could almost instantly feel a cold presence within him, rapidly spreading throughout his body. With Ghost Chi, Chen Ge felt more confident in navigating the terrifying world. At least in this instance, he was fully confident he could protect his daughter well. What Chen Ge did not know was that when a round red blood moon silently climbed into the night sky, the livestream screen instantly turned pitch black, as if something invisible had blocked the signal. Seeing the red moon rise, the faces of the ghost security guard and the big tree ghost changed drastically, as if they had seen something terrifying. "Brother, I really have to go back. My mother is still waiting for me at home. Once the fog clears tomorrow, I will come back to the amusement park and take you to the park shop." "Sir, I also want to go into the big tree. This fog is too terrifying, I'm scared." Chen Ge also sensed that the atmosphere around him was gradually becoming strange, the night was unusually thick, and he immediately nodded, sending the two ghosts away. As the two ghosts left, they looked back at Chen Ge with lingering reluctance. The expression on his face looked very strange. Of course, the tree ghost did not forget to let Su Xie go back. The amusement park's announcement sounded again. "Please, all staff must go to the amusement park restaurant according to the sign in 5 minutes. Latecomers will bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, the other players no longer lingered over the trash on the ground. They grabbed cleaning tools and quickly followed the leading Sukin towards the restaurant. Although Su Xie had just been tied behind the tree and had her mouth blocked by leaves, it didn't mean she hadn't heard the conversation between Chen Ge and the two ghosts. To survive, she hurriedly ran along with those few people. Chen Ge was the last to leave, even a minute late. It was Tuan Tuan, who whispered something in his ear the moment he picked her up. She spoke softly, but Chen Ge still heard it. He turned his head and saw the little dumpling on his shoulder looking at him with tearful eyes. Big tears rolled down from her big eyes, making Chen Ge's heart nearly break. "Daddy, you really didn't lie to Tuan Tuan, did you? Tuan Tuan really misses mommy." As Chen Ge rushed towards the restaurant holding his daughter, he also held cleaning tools in one hand. However, under the ghostly power, he now felt like his strength was several times greater than before, and he was running even faster. At this moment, Chen Ge finally understood that this ghost power was not only for dealing with ghosts but could also strengthen the body. How could Daddy lie to Tuan Tuan? Tuan Tuan's mommy has always been on a business trip abroad. All the little dolls Tuan Tuan likes are bought by mommy and sent back from abroad. Since Tuan Tuan could understand, Chen Ge didn't even know how many times he had answered this question. Each time, he could come up with a reasonable excuse that made Tuan Tuan have to believe it. But this time, Tuan Tuan's response was beyond his expectations. Pouting her little mouth, she said pitifully, "Daddy, you're lying to Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan feels it, mommy has always been by Tuan Tuan's side." In the hazy mist, a familiar aura reached Tuan Tuan. This aura seemed to come from deep within her soul, instantly giving her a surge of strength. At such a young age, Tuan Tuan did not understand what was happening, and she did not clarify her words. Chen Ge thought she was just saying a few words because she missed her mommy too much, so he didn't take it to heart and focused on running towards the restaurant. Finally, in the last minute, just as the black mist was about to fully appear and the restaurant door was about to close, Chen Ge and Tuan Tuan successfully rushed in. Chapter 21, Settling Today's Tasks. Tuan Tuan is first. The clown ghost had already begun to settle today's tasks. He was clearly startled when he saw Chen Ge and Tuan Tuan walk in, almost unable to hold back his questions. Aren't these two both new players entering the game for the first time? How could they have ghost energy in just one day's time? This is not scientific. Despite the storm brewing inside him, the clown ghost maintained a calm facade. He was the manager of the amusement park, having seen many ups and downs. If he panicked over such a small matter, it would be a huge loss of face. Thinking this, the clown ghost instinctively smiled and revealed his bright red lips to the few players in front of him. First of all, congratulations. Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand where the joy was coming from. The clown ghost didn't keep them guessing and continued with a grin. Today, there won't be a last place finisher among you. This means, all of you can qualify to enter the dormitory tonight. Others still did not understand the hidden meaning in his words, but when Chen Ge heard him say the word again, he immediately reacted. The clown ghost meant that among their group of players, the last one had already been born, but this person did not stand among them at that moment. Who else could it be? Isn't it the completely dead Wei Dongyang? As soon as the clown ghost spoke, the others let out a sigh of relief. Especially Su Xie, who had only picked up half a bucket of trash before being taken away by the tree ghost, felt like she had escaped from death. No one can cheat under my watch. Wei Dongyang has destroyed several things in the amusement park, all recorded by surveillance. He can't afford to repay, so he must pay with his life. The clown ghost's words surprised Chen Ge a little. The technology in this terrifying world seemed a bit advanced, actually having surveillance just like the human world. So did that mean the clown ghost knew about what he did in the ticket office this morning? Rewards will be given out based on everyone's performance today. As the clown ghost spoke, a list suddenly appeared in his hand. He lowered his head and began to read. Su Xie, cleaned half a bucket of trash, reward 20 ghost coins. As he spoke, a dark green bill appeared in Su Xie's hand. Chen Ge, standing nearby, glanced at the bill, which clearly had the number 20 written on it. Obviously, the 20 value ghost coin was different in color from the 1000 he had seen before, the patterns were the same, making it easy to distinguish. At this moment, Su Xie had not realized how small this ghost coin's value was. She stared at the ghost coin in her hand, her eyes turning into crescent smiles with happiness. Meng Qingfeng, Wang Mengbei, each cleaned a bucket of trash, each rewarding 50 ghost coins. These two were the remaining players who hadn't popped up yet. It was obvious they had teamed up, and upon hearing the reward, they exchanged glances. As for Su Kan, he received 100 ghost coins. He cleaned a little over a bucket of trash, effectively making him the second place after Chen Ge and Tuan Tuan. So, receiving this money didn't surprise him at all. Finally, it was Chen Ge and Tuan Tuan. Because Wei Dongyang's trash bin happened to have exactly 3 buckets of trash, they each got half, making them tie for first place. When the clown ghost handed 200 value ghost coins to the two of them, the others nearby could not help but show expressions of envy. Who wouldn't envy Chen Ge? This morning, that middle-aged ghost had merely kicked a tree casually, indirectly helping him secure first place in the cleaning task. Not only that, but it was a buy one get one free, even his 4-year-old daughter became the first as well. They all wanted so much money. They could definitely have a huge feast in the restaurant. When Tuan Tuan heard that she had become the first place, she was also very happy, joyfully holding up the purple ghost coin of 200 value that the clown ghost had given her, looking left and right. Children love being number one, especially in games. This feeling felt like a kind of glory, instantly making Tuan Tuan forget the sadness she felt when she missed her mother, and she became excited. Still holding the ghost coin, she jumped in front of Chen Ge and shook it hard, her crescent-shaped eyes seeming to be filled with stars. Daddy, look, Tuan Tuan got first place in today's game. This is a certificate given to Tuan Tuan by Brother Clown. The little one had no concept of money in her mind, she didn't know what she was holding was money, she thought it was just a certificate given by kindergarten teachers at the end of each semester. Daddy saw it, Tuan Tuan performed very well today. Looking at his daughter's radiant smile, the heavy stone that had been hanging in Chen Ge's heart finally, it has come to an end. Luckily, the daughter was not affected by this world at all, treating it as if she were really playing a game. The clown ghost then said, "Okay. The rewards have been distributed. Tomorrow morning, a lottery will be held to assign positions and tasks. Next, you will have half an hour for a meal. When the time is up, a new batch of staff will take over in the dining hall." As the clown ghost said this, he gave everyone a chilling smile, his wide, crimson mouth implying the unspoken. In half an hour, this restaurant would be open to other ghost employees in the amusement park. At that time, any human who hadn't finished their meal would become dinner for the ghost employees. As soon as the clown ghost vanished, everyone immediately sprang into action. This dining hall in the amusement park was a buffet restaurant. Steaming hot dishes had already been laid out in the food cabinet, and outside stood a ghost chef with only half a head, clearly responsible for checking out the prices. Meng Qingfeng and Wang Mengbei were lined up in the first and second positions, respectively. Both of them were already starving and just hoped to hurry up and eat in the dining hall. They thought that a meal costing 50 yuan would be enough for 2 people in the human world. So, for this meal, they planned to split the cost and eat together, saving a bit of money. A sign hung over the food cabinet, clearly showing the prices. 1 vegetarian is 10 yuan. 1 meat dish is 20 yuan. 1 meat and 1 vegetarian is 30 yuan, and so on. This buffet restaurant was certainly not ordinary expensive. Meng Qingfeng and Wang Mengbei decided to first buy 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish to try, and if it was good, they would buy more. Chen Ge, who was pulling Tuan Tuan and standing at the back of the line, was also quite hungry. He hadn't eaten lunch, and the snacks the ghost security guard had brought earlier, he hadn't had time to taste even one. Now, he finally could eat, and driven by hunger, Chen Ge even had the thought of wanting to pay for every dish. However, when the ghost chef placed the buffet dishes ordered by Wang and Meng before everyone was stunned. Chapter 22, Another foolish ghost dares to have thoughts about his daughter? Then kill. There was a divided iron plate displaying 2 square dishes. On the left was meat, on the right was vegetables, and in the middle was a mass of pitch-black rice. To say it was rice, one would need to taste it to know exactly what it was. But what was horrifying was the dish. On the left was a hand emitting rising heat. The skin and flesh on top looked as if they had been cooked to perfection by high temperature, all split apart, with a layer of shiny fat on the surface, looking utterly unappetizing. Just one glance, and it was clear that this hand was not from any other animal, but from a human. Because the 5 fingernails were still painted with bright red nail polish, making it obvious. On the right, the vegetarian dish looked much more normal than the one on the left. It was a root that had been fried to a golden yellow, and even from this distance, Chen Ge could smell the earthy scent wrapped around the root. Suddenly, as if he smelled something, Chen Ge's expression changed abruptly. There was definitely more than just the smell of earth. The earthy scent was mixed with a rotten stench, but it was well masked. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Ge was now a holder of ghost energy, he probably wouldn't have detected what the root was wrapped around. Meng Qingfeng and Wang Mangbei were even more terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat, staring at that plate, and none dared to reach out to take it. The ghost chef's murky eyes suddenly became incredibly sharp as she stared directly at the front row Meng Qingfeng, her bluish-purple face twisted incomprehensibly. In the next second, she swiftly and silently broke Meng Qingfeng's left hand clean off. A crisp snap sounded, and Meng Qingfeng, just a new player, had no safety cards at all, so he could only watch as the ghostly chef devoured his left hand without daring to say a word. Aside from Chen Ge, the other players' faces changed drastically upon witnessing this scene. Especially Su Siye, who stared at the 20-valued ghost coin in her hand, trembling all over. You blind little mice. What? Do you have a problem with the food I made? Ha! This is what I labored over all afternoon. I want to see who dares to waste it. The ghostly chef's eyes widened, her savage expression seemed to tell everyone that whoever did not eat would die. Meng Qingfeng and Wang Mangbei quickly held the plate, found a small table to sit down, and began to tremble while eating. Fortunately, it was his left hand that was taken, not his right hand, otherwise, he would have a hard time completing the tasks for the next 2 days and would also die in the game. The only good thing about this horror game is that injuries inside won't bleed or cause pain. And as long as injured players can successfully clear this dungeon, their wounds will automatically heal when they leave. Su Kan and Su Siye, seeing the terrible situation ahead, dared not act carelessly anymore, each buying a serving of vegetarian food, swallowing their disgust as they began to eat slowly. According to the rules of the clown ghost and the ghost chef, clearly, those who could not finish their dinner within half an hour had only one consequence, death. Next, it was Chen Ge and Tuan Tuan's turn. The ghost chef couldn't help but drool at the sight of Tuan Tuan, her eyes glowing with a faint green light. She also twitched her nose as if she smelled something incredibly sweet. Seeing this, Chen Ge's handsome face darkened immediately, and he impatiently tapped his knuckles on the food cabinet, expressionless as he said, "Are you still selling the restaurant's food? If not, I'll go ask the manager who to buy from." The nearby players turned to look at the sound, and their hearts stirred dramatically. Wow! Is this kid dumbfounded by the ghost chef? Is he not afraid of death, daring to urge a ghost in a horror world? Even the veteran player Su Kan thought Chen Ge must be insane. This ghost chef was a real level 2 ghost, and he, with merely level 1 strength, dared to provoke her, sure to die a terrible death. He lowered his head, silently picking at the rice in his bowl, tasting like chewing wax, unwilling to watch such a terrifying scene. Chen Ge also didn't expect that the ghost chef, whom he had challenged, did not get angry but instead ran her fingers through her hair and smiled at him. This smile made Chen Ge's skin crawl. It was really creepy. However, ghosts traditionally look down on humans, they did not know each other, so her goodwill was undoubtedly ulterior. In the next second, Chen Ge realized the reason why this ghost chef was being friendly to him. Kid. If you are willing to give me this girl, I can guarantee that you will be very satisfied with your food today and every day after. And all of it will be free. I won't charge you a single penny. Oh? Is that so? Chen Ge's tone was filled with doubt, as if he was genuinely questioning the ghost chef. But anyone could see that his face was growing darker, dark enough to almost drip ink, his entire being suddenly exuding a chilling aura, ghostly energy beginning to spread from him. Yet the ghost chef was completely captivated by the delicious Tuan Tuan, her eyes completely unaware that the rookie player she looked down on was starting to unleash his ghostly aura. She still thought Chen Ge had agreed, so she smiled and reached out her ghostly claws towards Tuan Tuan. Chen Ge gave a cold smile. Suddenly, he stretched out both hands, grabbing the ghost cook's elbows with lightning speed. With a loud crack, her 2 bony arms were brutally broken by Chen Ge. The 4 players, Su Kan and others, looked at Chen Ge, who was surrounded by rising ghostly energy, in shock that words could not describe. This move was truly too impressive. Of course, they hadn't seen how Chen Ge had dealt with the tree ghost earlier, otherwise, they wouldn't be so shocked now but would think this was just Chen Ge's basic skill, something they were used to. Meanwhile, Chen Ge was clearly in a furious state. He really wanted to pull out his tennis racket and knock this ghost cook's soul out. Before the fight, he hadn't forgotten that his daughter was still watching nearby, so he quickly tossed aside the bony hand he was holding, set Tuan Tuan aside, and said in a doting tone, "Tuan Tuan, be good, turn around. Have some snacks that Uncle Security just brought you." The little one listened to her daddy. With that, her small head immediately nodded, her petite body turning away, munching on snacks and quietly waiting for her daddy's next instruction. Tuan Tuan grabbed a bag of lime-flavored chips and started crunching away. As she was eating, feeling a bit bored, she instinctively looked up at the glass window across the way. She saw the reflection of a figure she was incredibly familiar with. The little one tilted her head, her big, watery eyes instantly brightening. "Ha! Is this person in the glass really Tuan Tuan's daddy?" he looks so powerful. Tuan Tuan also wanted to learn a few moves from Daddy. Chapter 23, Counterattack against the Ghost Cook. Request for compensation for mental damages. Chen Ge's left hand was now empty, but his right hand held tightly onto the Ghost Cook's bony part. He quickly extended his left hand, grabbing her collar, and then forcefully yanked her outside, dragging the Ghost Cook from the circle formed by the food cabinet. The Ghost Cook had never been treated this way by any player before, and as she realized what was happening, she immediately felt clearly that this damned rat only had first-level power. She instantly became furious. And it was a rage. The ghostly energy around her surged, clearly outnumbering Chen Ge's by double. Seeing this scene, Sukan sighed and shook his head again. Alas, he had just had a glimmer of hope for such a brave Chen Ge. But now, with the power disparity between this person and the ghost, how could he possibly defeat the Ghost Cook? Yet, miracles often happen to a person named Father. The words the Ghost Cook had just said had truly struck a nerve in Chen Ge. She had said she wanted to exchange food for Tuan Tuan. In other words, wasn't it like a human trafficker asking a father directly, "I'll give you money, can I take away your daughter?" Such words and actions would infuriate not just Chen Ge, any father would not let this slide. In Chen Ge's eyes, this Ghost Cook was far more detestable than the earlier Clown Ghost, Middle-Aged Ghost, and Tree Ghost. At least they openly admitted they wanted to eat his daughter, unlike this Ghost Cook. So today, Chen Ge would spare no effort to let her know what it means to be a good ghost. He stared fiercely at the Ghost Cook, his right hand gripping another piece of her bone, striking it down with all his strength onto her head, which she was about to lift. Though the first-level ghost energy was not much, if all concentrated, it could easily injure a second-level ghost. Moreover, Chen Ge's weapon to fight the ghost was precisely the opponent's own bones. The ghost chef collapsed on the ground again from this blow, a massive gash opened on her forehead, oozing green liquid that splattered in the air, extremely disgusting. This sudden hit made the ghost chef feel an unparalleled humiliation. She was actually bullied by a mouse in her own territory, she wanted to tear him to pieces. So, in a fit of rage, the ghost chef crawled up from the ground, baring her teeth and rushing towards Chen Ge. But when Chen Ge saw such a terrifying sight, he felt no panic at all, instead, he was a bit amused. So this female ghost was furious because he refused to hand over her daughter? Then he should be the one who was truly angry. Just as the ghost chef's twisted face was about to come close to Chen Ge, he sneered and suddenly pulled out a ghostly, sinister tennis racket from behind him. Under the dim yellow light, the tennis racket seemed to be coated in a layer of gold, like some kind of unparalleled weapon, enough to kill ghosts. Chen Ge again used ghostly energy and hit hard with a backhand, instantly sending the ghost chef, whose strength was not even as strong as the tree ghost, flying up to the ceiling. With a loud thud, the ghost chef, nearly falling apart, crashed down from the high ceiling in front of everyone, making a huge noise. The few people who were racking their brains to eat from their bowls were completely stunned by this shocking scene. Sukan was so shocked that his chopsticks fell to the floor, and he couldn't help but clap his lips together, exclaiming, "Big brother, awesome!" The ghost chef was directly struck by Chen Ge and lost half of her life. The speed of her arms growing became extremely slow, as if she would stop altogether in the next second. Chen Ge stood in front of the ghost chef, looking down at her. The overwhelming pressure scared her to not dare breathe too loudly, curled up on the ground, whimpering. In the face of absolute power, even if she was an employee of the restaurant, she had to kneel and beg for mercy. Still changing? Chen Ge's mouth curled up slightly, and a breath of death instantly enveloped the ghost chef. She hurriedly shook her head, answering in terror. "No more, no more. It was my fault for not seeing your greatness and daring to covet your daughter. It's all my fault, whatever punishment or beating, I'm willing to accept." "All right. Then first compensate for the mental distress." Chen Ge stared intently at the ghost chef on the ground, his nonchalant tone seemed like he was telling her a joke. "Mental distress? I have no money. The money collected from the restaurant has to be handed in." The ghost chef's face turned sorrowful. "Oh? No money?" Chen Ge suddenly remembered how the ghost security guard questioned Wei Dongyang during the day, and he directly imitated that tone, copying him perfectly. Just 3 short words made the ghost chef's face turn pale as paper. This was an unspoken rule of the amusement park: offend someone, and if you couldn't pay, you had to pay with your life. She panicked completely and hurriedly pulled out a few scattered ghost money bills from her pocket, handing them to Chen Ge. He took a casual glance. The total amount of this money didn't even add up to what the clown ghost rewarded. The most crucial thing was that what he lacked the least right now was money. Chen Ge suddenly remembered something and squinted his eyes to ask, "You are the chef here?" Yes. "Can you cook?" "Yes. I can do anything." The ghost chef nodded vigorously as if pounding garlic. "All right. I will give you 5 minutes to make 10 dishes to let me see if it is necessary to spare your life." 5 minutes? 10 dishes? The ghost chef was dumbfounded. In such a short time, how could she possibly cook 10 dishes? And the dishes had to be edible for humans. But looking at Chen Ge in front of her, who was swinging his tennis racket while talking, the ghost chef could not bring herself to say the words she was struggling with. His threat was too obvious. Time was limited, so the ghost chef immediately rolled and crawled back into the kitchen, following the food cabinet. Seeing her figure disappear, Chen Ge quickly put away the tennis racket, turned around, and picked up Tuan Tuan, placing her on a stool next to a large dining table. If Tuan Tuan hadn't seen through the glass window that the person carrying her was her dad, she wouldn't have obediently listened to him. "Daddy, where did that lady just go?" Tuan Tuan gulped down her milk, looking at Chen Ge with curiosity. Chen Ge had always been very kind to his daughter. He reached out a big hand to rub Tuan Tuan's fluffy little head and then smiled slightly. "Tuan Tuan, that lady just said you performed wonderfully in the game today and listened to Daddy's words obediently. So she wants to reward you with a lot of delicious food." Tuan Tuan's eyes lit up again. She happily climbed down from the stool and smiled warmly and sweetly at Chen Ge, her soft, childlike voice filled with excitement. "Yay! Daddy, Tuan Tuan will work hard tomorrow and continue to get first place." Chapter 24, 10,000 yen coins. Luxury smart double room, shocking everyone. Under the threat of death, the ghost chef resorted to her ghostly powers and split into 10 hands, crazily preparing dishes in the kitchen. She had never been this flustered before. Before meeting Chen Ge, everyone treated her politely, afraid of angering her, which might lead to them getting less food. But now, faced with a tough opponent like Chen Ge, she could only grit her teeth and swallow her bitterness, desperately cooking 10 dishes in 5 minutes. When the 10 colorful and fragrant delicacies were respectfully presented to Chen Ge by the ghost chef, the other players were shocked and pressed their eyes back in. Without comparison, there is no harm. While they were begrudgingly eating food made from unknown ingredients in an iron basin, Chen Ge and his daughter were joyfully enjoying a full feast of colorful and delicious food. Both are human, so why such a big difference in treatment? Time ticked away, and soon, Chen Ge and Tuan Tuan had cleared all the dishes. Each dish was not very large, and it was clear that the ghost chef had put in quite an effort to find ingredients that these people could eat. Moreover, as if frightened by Chen Ge's earlier display, she respectfully said, "Welcome back next time," before they left. The time set by the clown ghost was about to be up. The others quickly finished what was left on their plates and hurried to catch up with Chen Ge. They were now completely sure that Chen Ge was actually a hidden big shot, otherwise, the CIA would not have entrusted such an important task to him. So for the next 2 days, they just needed to obediently follow Chen Ge and learn from him. At least there wouldn't be any life-threatening danger. According to the instructions left by the clown ghost, the group stepped onto the stairs leading to the dormitory. The staircase in the horror world was naturally not a place for ordinary people to walk normally. The staircase was pitch black, with no light at all, making an involuntary chill creep into their hearts. Chen Ge held Tuan Tuan in his left arm and gripped the tennis racket in his right hand, providing considerable reassurance to the others behind him. In this unknown environment, even with some cards up his sleeve, Chen Ge couldn't help but become cautious. After all, dangers that could threaten life were hard to guard against. But fortunately, this staircase filled with the scent of blood seemed to have no evil ghosts. A group of people walked to the front desk of the dormitory without any danger. But strangely, there were no ghosts at the front desk. Only a row of prominent keys hung on the wall, each labeled with a string of Chinese characters, as if afraid they wouldn't understand. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was the lowest tier, 6-person room. As for why it was the lowest tier? Because this dormitory, though called a dormitory, was not free at all, but divided into several tiers with set prices. The 6-person room had bunk beds, costing 10 soul coins per night, and there was no hot water and no bathroom. That is to say, if someone needed to use the bathroom, they would have to walk from the dormitory to the restroom on the first floor. As for what dangers they might encounter on the way, that was unknown. Except for the pale-faced Su Siya, everyone ignored this and immediately looked up at the other room types. The 4-person room actually looked quite nice. At 30 soul coins per night, it had a bathroom but no hot water, and instead of bunk beds, there were 4 beds placed side by side. This cost-performance ratio was very high. And it was just within the range that the other 3 men could afford. They exchanged glances and confirmed to share the 4-person room together. At least, with 3 big men together, there would always be a greater sense of security. Sukan looked at Chen Ge beside him, who showed no reaction, considered for a moment, and asked, "Chen God, do you want to consider bringing your daughter to stay with us in the 4-person room?" Chen Ge's eyes had already drifted to the other room types above, and he decisively shook his head, refusing Sukan's suggestion. "No need, you go ahead. My daughter is a bit shy and will be scared at night." Sukan glanced at the small, delicate bundle in Chen Ge's arms, who was looking around, and 3 big question marks popped up in his mind. She is shy? Is that true? This morning, she called him clown brother so much that he almost thought the clown manager at the amusement park was her real brother. So are you planning to stay in a double room? Sukan intended to persuade Chen Ge again. If Chen Ge didn't stay with them, then the fourth bed in the dorm might very well not be occupied by a person, but by a ghost. Thinking about living in the same dorm as a ghost was quite terrifying. No, not at all. Chen Ge shook his head again. Hearing this, Su Kan and the others instantly turned their gazes over. They saw the sign stating that the cost for a double room was already as high as 200 soul coins per person. Could it be that Chen Ge had extra soul coins? This was impossible. Wasn't Chen Ge and his daughter just new arrivals like them? Aside from the 200 soul coins rewarded by the clown ghost, how could they have extra money? The group exchanged glances, all feeling incredulous. In the next moment, they watched wide-eyed as Chen Ge took out a stack of soul coins from his pocket and heavily put it on the front desk. There were 10 bills in total, each one different from what they had seen before. The patterns were more intricate, and they were brand new black bills. 10,000 soul coins. I booked the top-tier double room in the dormitory, is that enough? As soon as Chen Ge's words fell, a little ghost with a single eye suddenly darted out from the front desk, and when it saw the stack of brand new soul coins, its eyes burst forth with dazzling light. Enough, enough, enough. Boss is generous. The little ghost had never seen so much money before and couldn't stop smiling. Feeling the astonished gazes of the people around, Chen Ge was already completely used to it and felt no discomfort at all. Instead, he confidently looked at the little ghost and asked, "How good is the soundproofing in the dormitory? What is the quality of the door like? Is there enough hot water?" These three questions were what Chen Ge cared about the most. And he didn't mean to flaunt his wealth in front of others. After all, he understood the principle of keeping wealth hidden, but in order to complete the system's task, he had to find a way to spend the remaining 10,000 ghost coins quickly. Okay. Absolutely. Just give the order, and I guarantee that not a single sound will reach you while you sleep at night. Door. A high-end smart lock. If anyone tries to force it open, it will automatically unleash an attack of at least terrifying level. Plus, an alarm will sound to ensure your safety fully. And about hot water. Natural mineral water from snow-capped mountains will ensure your skin gets better and better, even enhancing your physical health. After the little ghost finished speaking, the people next to him were completely shocked. Incredible. This is not some rookie player venturing through a horror game, this is clearly a young master from a hidden family taking his daughter for fun. Chapter 25, on the third day, Tuan Tuan disappeared. Boss, what do you think? Are you satisfied? The little ghost smiled flatteringly at Chen Ge, seeming afraid that if he didn't do well enough, Chen Ge would take the money back. Let's leave it at that. Seeing Chen Ge nod, the little ghost finally relaxed and hurriedly took the money, smiling even brighter. As he took the money, in the next moment, Chen Ge heard the system's notification sound in his ear. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully and reasonably spent 10,000 ghost coins, completing the task of spending 100,000 ghost coins as a beginner. Rewards are being automatically issued. Ding! Lucky Spin Chance X1, Double Cashback Card X1, Soul Level Nailbone Spear X1. Does the host want to spin the wheel now? Chen Ge thought for a few seconds, feeling it would be better to return to his room to draw, to avoid exposing anything shameful in front of others. Su Kan and Wang Meng saw that Chen Ge already had a dormitory, and they were a bit disappointed, turning their attention to Su Xie, who was gripping 10 ghost coins and about to cry. How about you come with us? Su Xie looked up at Su Kan, her red eyes like a rabbit's, easily stirring the protective instincts of the men. Really? She was just a freshman in college, yet to celebrate her 19th birthday, and she had been forced into a horror game. Having been afraid of ghosts since childhood, surviving until now could be considered her incredible luck. For real, little beauty. You can sleep with us. Brother's embrace is very safe, and you don't have to pay. Meng Qingfeng looked at the rather good-looking Su Xie and inexplicably felt dry in his throat. In this kind of environment, if he could have a warm woman in his bed and maybe more at night, that would be a wonderful thing. Wang Mengbei followed suit, leering and winking at Su Xie. Sure, we agree for you to sleep here. The condition is that you sleep in his arms for the first half of the night, and then come to my bed for the second half. Hearing this, Su Xie's face turned pale as paper. She was already an adult, so she could clearly understand what they meant. But she didn't want to be violated by two strange men in this situation. So she could only cast a pleading look at Su Kan beside her. Wang Mengbei, seeing this, immediately slapped Su Kan on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Big brother. I advise you not to meddle. If you want to share, we can divide a few hours with you. But if you want us to leave her alone, I think there's no need for everyone to stay in one dormitory. Wang Mengbei's blatant threat clearly impacted Su Kan's personal interests. He was an old player who knew that showing heroism in the horror world was the most life-threatening behavior, self-preservation was more important. So, he could only avoid Su Xie's gaze, pretending not to see. Su Xie's last hope shattered, her white teeth biting down on her lip. Tears suddenly fell. Just as she was about to resign herself to following the three, Chen Ge, who had taken a bunch of keys from the little ghost's hands, suddenly walked up to her and casually tossed her one. After giving it, Chen Ge also carelessly dropped a sentence. "My daughter said she wants you to help her take a bath." Hearing this, tears of gratitude instantly fell from Su Xia's eyes. She remembered Chen Ge's act of kindness today. When she successfully got out of this horror world, she would definitely let her parents repay him well. So, Wang Meng and the other could only watch Su Xia walk behind Chen Ge. The double rooms were on the 6th floor, while their 4-person room was on the 4th floor. Clearly, Chen Ge had to climb a higher floor, but they had no thought of gloating at all. Because they watched helplessly as Chen Ge and the other three took the high-end elevator under the guidance of the dorm manager Little Ghost, reaching the 6th floor in a matter of seconds. While they could only climb up from the winding staircase in a miserable manner. This might just be the gap brought by wealth and poverty. Perhaps some people would think that Chen Ge's reason for helping Su Xia was just an excuse. But it was not. On the contrary, Chen Ge was not that kind-hearted. It was indeed because Tuan Tuan saw Su Xia crying pitifully and requested it in his ear. Chen Ge could not refuse such a small request from his daughter, so he came over. But he didn't need to explain to those two men with ulterior motives, it was just that he wanted to help this poor little girl. The night gradually deepened. While Su Xia was helping Tuan Tuan take a bath, she accidentally got into a water fight with her in the bathroom, and Tuan Tuan mischievously soaked her clothes. Therefore, with no choice, under Tuan Tuan's strong insistence, Chen Ge had to agree to let Su Xia stay in their room and sleep together with Tuan Tuan. Now, the two were tired from playing, leaning against the wall on the other side, sleeping soundly. Chen Ge, lying on another big bed, was not falling asleep for a while, decisively starting to spin the lucky wheel in his mind. Ding! The lucky wheel starts spinning. Congratulations, the host has drawn a card to change the ghost tool attribute. If you are not satisfied, you can exchange it for 500 points. Chen Ge furrowed his brow, and he suddenly remembered that there was a system mall where he could exchange things. However, he was very curious about what changing the ghost tool attribute meant now. At the right time, the system sprite Ming jumped out to explain. This experience card means that you can choose any ghost tool to change its non-upgradable attribute for a level upgrade. For example, the two ghost tools you currently have that can harm ghosts are both at fixed levels and cannot be upgraded. If you choose to change the attributes of one of them, you can use special metal materials to fuse and upgrade it. Chen Ge immediately reacted, thought for a moment, and continued to ask. Is there an upgrade limit? For these two items? Yes, according to the system's analysis. The tennis racket can only go from level 3 to level 6 at most. However, the upgrade limit of the bone-piercing spear has not yet been detected. Upon hearing this, Chen Ge felt slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the bone-piercing spear rewarded by the system had no upgrade limit at all. Clearly, changing its attributes was the most cost-effective choice. Then let's use it on the bone-piercing spear. The system reacted quickly. As soon as Chen Ge's words fell, the experience card automatically changed the attributes of the bone-piercing spear. Its appearance also changed, turning from black to silver. What effect it actually had would need Chen Ge to find a way to test it tomorrow. However, what he didn't expect was that nothing unexpected happened all day the next day. Until noon on the third day. Tuan Tuan was gone. Third update report. Seeking 5-star reviews and small gifts. Chapter 26, A Ticket Sent by a Ghost? Chen Ge was only gone for 2 minutes to use the bathroom, and when he returned, his daughter's petite figure had vanished without a trace. Today, they were working in a rather remote location, the dilapidated haunted house deep inside the amusement park. This haunted house had a very poor location, leading to an extremely low foot traffic. Sometimes an hour would pass without a single visitor, making it much safer than other areas. Of course, there were not only Chen Ge and Tuan Tuan assigned to this haunted house, there was also Meng Qingfeng. However, after searching all around the haunted house, Chen Ge didn't see Tuan Tuan, nor even a trace of Meng Qingfeng. He immediately realized that something must be wrong. In a rush, Chen Ge came up with a brilliant idea to find out where his daughter had gone. He pulled out a stack of ghost money from the system and immediately handed each ghost employee in the haunted house a $1,000 bill. They were all so grateful to Chen Ge that they looked like they would do anything for him. After all, the saying money can make the ghost push the mill is an eternal truth. Now I ask something, you just answer whatever I say. Of course. The ghost employees pounded their chests in assurance to Chen Ge. The little girl who was always right beside me, does anyone know where she went? Chen Ge stared intently at the expressions on their ghostly faces, fearing he might miss something crucial at this critical moment. I was moving things in the haunted house, I didn't see anything. I went to take out the trash, I also didn't see anything. The first few ghosts shook their heads one after another. They genuinely worked in the haunted house, so it was quite normal that they hadn't seen anything, and Chen Ge had no reason not to believe them. Next, he directed his gaze toward the few ghosts working in the outer area. But they didn't dare to meet Chen Ge's eyes, they exchanged furtive glances, looking evasive. Clearly, these ghosts must know something. However, for some reason, they didn't dare to step forward. At times like this, the importance of money became apparent. Chen Ge scanned them coldly. He believed that under the lure of money, there must be brave souls, and he refused to believe that there were ghosts who could resist the call of cash in this game. So, under the watchful eyes of all the ghosts, Chen Ge took out another $10,000 bills from his pocket. Reward for reporting. Whoever can provide useful clues gets to keep this money. His powerful words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattering the peace in the hearts of the ghost employees. Immediately, several ghosts from the outer area were swayed by the money and rushed to Chen Ge, speaking over each other to report. Boss. I saw it. A man dressed in dark blue clothes took a little girl away with the ghost chef from the restaurant. Yes. That's right, boss, I saw it too. And I also heard that the man tricked the little girl into thinking they were playing hide and seek. So she went with them, saying she wanted to find you. Chen Ge's expression changed dramatically, his handsome face darkening instantly. How dare Meng Qingbei and the ghost chef team up to take away his daughter? Did they think that if Chen Ge couldn't find them in a few minutes, he would be helpless? A chill filled his body as he turned to head toward the direction where his daughter had disappeared. But at that moment, he was stopped by a group of ghost employees in the haunted house. Chen Ge's handsome face grew increasingly stern as he coldly stared at them, the ghostly energy in his hand slowly gathering. The headless ghost at the front sensed something was wrong and quickly said, "Boss, it's not that we don't want you to go. It's just that the amusement park has rules. Every employee must stay in their assigned area and cannot wander around. Otherwise, you might have your pay deducted, or worse, lose your spirit. Yes, boss, you're still wearing the haunted house work uniform now. So today, you are an employee of the haunted house. You cannot leave until the amusement park closes for the day." After receiving Chen Ge's money, the ghost employees felt awkward about hiding these rules, so they spoke up willingly. Chen Ge, however, did not care about these regulations. In his eyes, the safety of his daughter was the most important. He directly reached out and took off the uniform he was wearing, then expressionlessly said, "Uniform? I've taken it off." After speaking, he prepared to continue moving forward. But the ghost employees still would not let him pass, remaining in front of him. The headless ghost forced himself to explain to Chen Ge. "Boss. You are ultimately a human, and this is a horror world. Originally, you wore a uniform, which made the tourists hesitant to approach you. But if you take off that uniform and go outside, you will surely die." The car accident ghost worried Chen Ge wouldn't believe him, so he quickly added, "Boss. I have been an employee of the haunted house for a while. A few months ago, there was a player like you who left their post during work hours and went somewhere else. As a result, the tourists tore him apart. The ghost employees blocked Chen Ge's path because they didn't want to see him die such a tragic death, so they kindly warned him." Smart as Chen Ge was, he naturally understood their real intention. But what could he do? His daughter had been taken away by the ghost chef, and her life was in danger. He needed to find them as quickly as possible. Chen Ge thanked the ghosts. "Thank you for your kindness. But right now, I must go." Seeing Chen Ge so determined, the haunted house employees felt they could no longer block him, and a few seconds later, they made a path for him to exit. Just as Chen Ge was about to step out of the haunted house's territory, the long-haired ghost suddenly flew over quickly and handed him something. "Boss, thank you for your money. This is something I have treasured for a long time. At least we were colleagues, take it, it might help you." The long-haired ghost shoved a piece of paper into Chen Ge's hand. He looked down curiously, surprised by what he saw. Although the paper looked plain and even very worn out. In fact, it held great significance. This was because it had a row of shining golden words written on it: "Entrance ticket to the Undead Amusement Park. With this ticket, you can choose any day to enter and play." Chen Ge raised his head and deeply looked at the long-haired ghost. For a moment, he didn't know what to say next. The long-haired ghost, feeling shy under his gaze, scratched his messy long hair and said quietly, "Boss, you gave me 1,000 ghost coins earlier, which is just enough to buy a ticket to this amusement park. This ticket was bought 2 years ago, and it should still be valid. If you hold on to it, you will have the identity of a visitor. Other visitors, seeing you as a fellow visitor, will likely show mercy because of the ticket." After hearing these words from the long-haired ghost, Chen Ge suddenly understood. As long as he became an ordinary visitor, the other tourist ghosts would show mercy. He understood. Chapter 27, The Ghosts Were Stunned. He is actually a supreme member. In front of everyone, Chen Ge made a new move. But the ghosts did not expect that he actually handed the ticket back to the long-haired ghost, looking at him and saying, "Thank you, but I don't need it." Seeing Chen Ge's serious expression, the long-haired ghost was stunned and quickly persuaded. "Boss, if you don't have a ticket, you are doomed. I heard this amusement park has a membership system. What is it for?" The long-haired ghost, being just an ordinary ghost without the ability to cultivate, didn't have many bad intentions. Moreover, having accepted Chen Ge's money, he was willing to advise him a bit more. Unexpectedly, Chen Ge suddenly shifted the conversation and asked about this trivial topic. Although the long-haired ghost was confused, but he still continued to answer. At our amusement park, if you recharge 10,000 ghost coins at once, you automatically become a diamond member. As a diamond member, you can enjoy any entertainment facility without waiting in line, and you can play the same project 3 times in a row. If you recharge 20,000 ghost coins, you become a second-tier gold member. This is even better than a diamond member. While playing, you won't be disturbed by other ghosts, and you have the privilege to reserve a project for yourself. The long-haired ghost, fearing Chen Ge wouldn't grasp this rule immediately, explained it even more thoroughly. For example, our signature ride is the beheading roller coaster. This roller coaster is very interesting. It goes around the same track twice. In the first round, when the roller coaster climbs to the highest point, the scenery is particularly beautiful, and the view is very broad. Some guests who enjoy the view will separate their heads from their bodies and let their heads dangle on the elevated track. When the second round comes, they put their heads back on. But some strange guests think other guests are filthy and don't want to ride the roller coaster with them, so gold members will exercise their privileges. Chen Ge's expression seemed calm, but he was already stirred up inside. Indeed, this was an amusement park in a horror world. Just the concept of a beheading ride sounded spine-chilling. If someone gets on it, will they really have a chance to survive? However, he didn't have time to consult the long-haired ghost about this. Finding his daughter was a priority. Chen Ge furrowed his brows and asked lightly, "No need to say more. Just tell me directly, what privileges does your supreme member have?" The long-haired ghost brushed his hair behind his ears, seeming a bit unclear. Did he hear wrong? A human like Chen Ge actually had the audacity to ask about the privileges of a supreme member? What was the point of asking? Just the recharge fee alone required 30,000. Moreover, the amusement park had been established for so many years, he had only heard of one supreme member. And that person hadn't appeared since they played once 3 years ago after getting their card. So it was even more impossible for this man, who was entering the horror world for the first time, to be that person. But how did he know that the highest-ranking member of the amusement park was a supreme member? Nonetheless, the long-haired ghost's tone when answering became somewhat perfunctory. The supreme member, as the name suggests, can do whatever they want in the amusement park. Don't say we could clear the field instantly, even accompanying you the entire time as your clown manager would be no problem. Chen Ge nodded. Then let's clear the field instantly. I don't want to see any other visitors in the amusement park today except for myself. In that instant, he had already made up his mind. Relying on his meager strength to find Tuan Tuan in such a vast amusement park, he had no idea when he would succeed. Perhaps by the time he found her, Tuan Tuan could already be in danger. So, at this moment, he could no longer conceal his identity as a supreme member. Showing it off would enable all the ghost employees of the amusement park to help him search for her. Upon hearing this, the long-haired ghost turned pale, his ghostly face turning green. Not just green, but in an instant, he changed colors several times. Finally, he annoyingly continued to advise. Boss, we're calling you boss. Do you really think you're the boss? Do you know what it means to be a supreme member? 30,000 ghost coins, even the richest person in our region could not spend that much money in the amusement park. Oh? Is that so? Chen Ge didn't expect that becoming a supreme member so casually would be so rare. Wasn't it just 30,000 ghost coins? The richest person in the region was too low, even this little money couldn't be afforded. You should hurry and take the ticket to save that little girl. She is so small, she is even not enough to fill the gaps between some tourists' teeth. The long-haired ghost thought of the poor fate of that little girl and couldn't help but sigh. Before he became a ghost, it seemed he also had a daughter, obedient and lovely, petite and exquisite. But that was a long time ago, a memory he could hardly recall. Chen Ge didn't want to talk with him any longer and took out a thin card from his pocket, as delicate as a cicada's wing. It was transparent, and there was only a line of text on it, with a stamp in the lower left corner. The card looked new, so new that it clearly showed Chen Ge's fingerprint just printed on it. This was something the masked ghost had handed to him with both hands when he left the ticket hall 2 days ago. Not only did he get one, but Tuan Tuan and the ghost security guard each received one as well. It seemed to be a supreme member card. Chen Ge handed this card to the long-haired ghost. Take this and swipe it on the entrance machine of the haunted house. The long-haired ghost looked at the card in his hand and suddenly felt it was somewhat familiar. It indeed looked like the membership card of their amusement park. But he had never seen this color before, so he wasn't sure at all. He had no choice but to hold it and casually swiped it in front of the machine. He only heard a beep sound. Then, a robotic voice echoed. Dear Supreme Member 002, welcome to the Haunting Amusement Park's Death Ghost House. We wish you a pleasant experience. All staff will be on standby to follow your instructions. A chill rose from the soles of the long-haired ghost's feet. His brain was now in chaos, seemingly frozen, his pupils contracted, as if he couldn't react at all. Chen Ge. Member. It was actually a real member. And a once-in-a-lifetime Supreme VIP member. Such a wealthy super tycoon was now actually standing right in front of him. He was so excited he couldn't even speak. The fastest to react was the headless ghost, who had come running at the sound. He glanced at the long-haired ghost and then at Chen Ge, instantly understanding everything. He quickly gave Chen Ge a 90-degree bow, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Mr. Chen, I am Ghost House Staff Number 28, sincerely at your service. Please wait a moment, I will immediately notify all staff to clear the area for you. Chen Ge nodded slightly. The headless ghost was about to take out a walkie-talkie to notify his colleagues in the broadcasting room to spread this news. However, at that moment, the big speaker above the haunted house suddenly sounded off first. Chapter 28, only one place left. The headless roller coaster. All visitors please leave the amusement park now. The park will be closed for one day due to unforeseen circumstances, please forgive us. Please go to the ticket hall at the entrance, we will assist you with ticket refunds. In 3 minutes, all staff will begin clearing the area. Thank you for your cooperation. We look forward to your next visit. These 3 announcements were played 3 times in a row, each louder than the last, definitely reaching the ears of every visitor in the amusement park. The long-haired ghost, who had been stunned for a while, was awakened by the broadcast but fell back into shock again. Even the eyes on the arms of the headless ghost were wide open in disbelief like 2 big copper bells. How is this possible? 2 supreme members appearing at the same time? Chen Ge almost thought he had misheard. Did the headless ghost mean? Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. There was already a supreme member who cleared the area before you. If you still need to clear the area, I can take you to find him. The long-haired ghost said with a troubled expression. This scene was indeed very awkward. The amusement park had previously had 1 supreme member, but now there were 2 appearing at the same time. Who could the other one be? Could it be that another supreme member of the amusement park was here today too? Chen Ge's heart instantly sank to the bottom. The daughter is currently missing. He wanted to clear the area to look for her, but others rushed in first. From what he heard in the long-haired ghost's words, in this region, anyone who could take out 30,000 ghost coins at once to become a supreme member must be either rich or noble. If Tuan fell into the hands of the other party, he really couldn't imagine that scene. For so many years, he had raised his daughter alone. To him, Tuan was everything. Chen Ge's fists tightened inch by inch. Various possibilities floated in his mind. Finally, he took a deep breath, trying to keep his mind calm for the moment. After all, being anxious wouldn't help him now, the most critical thing was to find her quickly. You just said, which direction did Tuan go? Chen Ge's eyes were fixed on the long-haired ghost, his deep voice suppressed with anger. Over there. The long-haired ghost was startled by his gaze and hurriedly pointed the way for Chen Ge. Chen Ge couldn't care less about anything else and hurriedly moved in that direction. Although it had only been a few minutes since Tuan disappeared, Chen Ge felt his whole body tense up. The anxiety of losing a daughter was something only parents could truly understand. As soon as Chen Ge stepped out of the haunted house area, he felt several scorching stares locking onto him. Without a second thought, he knew it must be other lingering ghost tourists wanting to eat him alive. However, he didn't have time to think much. Relying on his instincts, he chose a small path and began searching for people in the nearest facility area. The long-haired ghost and the headless ghost, wary of Chen Ge's identity as a supreme member, forcibly followed him, also acting as guides. The haunted house they were originally in was a semi-abandoned small haunted house. Due to its low scare factor, very few tourists came to play, and over time, everyone went to the large haunted house in the center area. Surrounding the small haunted house, there were not even many buildings apart from the facility area. Chen Ge and the 2 ghosts walked for 2 minutes without finding a new area. Finally, they reached the location of a Ferris wheel. But because of the earlier clearing, there were no tourists playing on the Ferris wheel, so it was naturally not in operation. The long-haired ghost and the headless ghost revealed Chen Ge's identity as a supreme member, and the Ferris wheel's ghost employees didn't dare to conceal anything, so they directly admitted. About 15 minutes ago, we smelled an extremely tempting aroma and curiously walked out to check. We indeed saw the ghost chef and a one-armed man bringing a little girl. Chen Ge's brow tightened, and his expression grew increasingly anxious. 15 minutes. The long-haired ghost eagerly continued to ask Chen Ge. And then? Which way did they go? If I'm not mistaken, toward the central area. One ghost with 3 heads and 6 arms said. He was the master of the Ferris wheel, quite respected among the employees. The ghost chef dared not go against him. So, to please Chen Ge, he shared what he saw and heard. Thank you. Chen Ge got the answer he wanted and turned to leave. On his way, he encountered many various, terrifying-looking ghosts. Some ghosts looked beyond human imagination, with bloody organs exposed. But Chen Ge was now utterly fearless, even daring to call out to them to make way. He no longer wanted to waste more time. Every second of delay meant another second of uncertainty for his daughter. Moreover, in places like this, life and death often hang by a thread. Perhaps empowered by his will, Chen Ge's footsteps grew faster and faster. If it weren't for the two ghosts floating behind him, he would have almost shaken them off. The central area truly deserves to be the heart of the amusement park. All the fun rides are clustered together. The closest ones are almost shoulder to shoulder, and those a bit further away are just a few hundred meters apart, greatly reducing Chen Ge's difficulty in finding people. Starting with the outermost dizzying chairs, this circle has changed Chen Ge's perspective of amusement parks. The dizzying chairs, as the name suggests. While flying in the air, the seats below cause the ghosts' heads to sway in unison. Some sway rhythmically with the music. Next up is the bumper cars. It's a super upgraded version of the bumper cars we have in the human world. While crashing into each other, heads collide too. From time to time, the sounds of bang and crash can be heard. Some ghosts' heads are not as hard as others, so they naturally get crunched by someone else. This is a very normal occurrence. Next, there are blood-spraying little airplanes, heart-wrenching motorcycles, all sorts of styles, everywhere filled with incredibly terrifying scenes. If Chen Ge hadn't been in the horror world for 3 days, he would probably have been scared by these images. Just like some beautiful female authors who type away in the early morning, trembling with fear. Before long, Chen Ge had searched all the places in the central area. But still, he did not see Tuan Tuan's figure. Even when the tourists had dispersed, shouting place by place still did not yield the expected response. He calmed down to listen. He could almost hear a needle drop on the ground, but that crisp daddy, he just couldn't hear. Chen Ge was about to lose his cool. Each step forward became incredibly heavy, and every time he looked up, his heart would race. As he walked, he suddenly turned around, casting his gaze towards the two ghosts behind him. His voice was hoarse like never before. Yet, it carried a hint of hope. Is there anywhere else? Where have we not searched? There's only one place left. Just say it. It's the beheading roller coaster. Warning, high energy ahead. I'm really scared. I can only find time to write this chapter late at night after attending class during the day. Handsome guys, throw me a little gift. Chapter 29, The Deceived Tuan Tuan, Fierce and Adorable. Chen Ge was anxiously rushing with the two ghosts towards a location. What he didn't know was that at the same time, many other ghosts were also rushing there. Among them were the amusement park manager Clown Ghost and the ticket office financial supervisor Mask Ghost. They were powerful, and to get there quickly, they didn't hesitate to use ghostly power. And this place was the signature attraction of the amusement park, the beheading roller coaster. The timeline jumps back to half an hour earlier. The ghost chef and Meng Qingfeng teamed up to trick Tuan Tuan out of the haunted house. Children are naive and innocent, easily trusting others. If it were only the ghost chef, they might not have been able to trick Tuan Tuan away, but with Meng Qingfeng joining in, it was a different story. Because in Tuan Tuan's subconscious, she always thought Meng Qingfeng was like her, a teammate who came to play games together. Since they were friends, of course she could trust him. And so, silly Tuan Tuan was lured to the beheading roller coaster. It was Meng Qingfeng's first time doing this, and he was quite nervous. Moreover, cooperating with the ghost chef was akin to seeking a tiger's skin. He had been easily tempted by the ghost chef after he stepped out of the dormitory this morning. The matter was quite simple. Just lure Tuan Tuan to the roller coaster, then wait for the ghost chef to sell her to the food vendor in the neighboring restaurant, and he could obtain a ghostly tool of killing power. You see, in the auction house of Summer Country, this level and type of ghostly tool could sell for $1 million. Equivalent to a set of houses. This overwhelming wealth is right in front of him, how could he not be moved? Thinking of this, Meng Qingfeng's courage grew bolder as he looked at the ghost chef girl and asked, "When is that person you mentioned coming? If he doesn't hurry, I'm afraid Chen Ge will find us." The ghost chef girl still had lingering fears from Chen Ge's 2 slaps from the day before. The deep pain that reached her soul made her shudder at the thought. Wait a bit longer. That person said, when he comes to the roller coaster, it will be cash on delivery. All right. Since the ghost chef girl said so, Meng Qingfeng did not doubt her and could only patiently wait together. At this moment, Tuan Tuan had already started searching around the waiting hall with her short little legs. Daddy! Where are you? Tuan Tuan is here to find you. Her crisp, childish voice sounded so unlike a ghost that it instantly attracted the attention of many tourist ghosts in the adjacent queue area. But the ghost chef girl had already established connections with the ghost staff here yesterday. So even though the tourist ghosts wanted to come over for a look, they were all stopped. As soon as Tuan Tuan shouted, Meng Qingfeng's heart jumped into his throat. He quickly spun around, walked up to her, and tried to soothe her. Tuan Tuan, your daddy will be here soon. You have to trust uncle, don't worry. Your daddy said he is going to prepare a surprise for you. Tuan Tuan blinked her big eyes and said sweetly. Really, Uncle Meng? Daddy is going to prepare a surprise for Tuan Tuan? Yes. So just wait a little bit longer. Wow. Did Daddy say he will buy Tuan Tuan cotton candy? Yes. Not just cotton candy, but also lollipops and chocolate. Meng Qingfeng didn't expect this little one to have so many questions, so he just randomly mentioned a few snacks that kids love. He thought Tuan Tuan would quiet down after hearing that. But unexpectedly, her eyes suddenly turned red, her little mouth pouted, and tears began to fall. She even stretched out her chubby little hand, glaring angrily at Meng Qingfeng. Uncle Meng. You lied. Since Tuan Tuan got her teeth last year, Daddy hasn't bought her cotton candy anymore. You tricked Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan doesn't believe you anymore, Tuan Tuan wants to see Daddy right now. Tuan Tuan was huffing and puffing, staring wide-eyed with her round little eyes. Meng Qingfeng was stunned. Is this really a 4-year-old little girl? How did she turn the tables and trick him instead? Watching Tuan Tuan, filled with tears, stomp away with her short legs, the ghost chef girl beside her showed no concern and instead watched the scene with interest. This human child is really interesting. With so many ghost tourists outside, she even dares to run out? What if she saw a terrifying ghost? Wouldn't she scream and run back? Meng Qingfeng felt anxious and hurriedly went to chase after her, fearing she would really run away. Seeing this, the ghost chef girl sneered and said, You humans have always been so small-minded. Why are you so anxious? Just let her run. With so many ghosts outside, just wait, she will come running back by herself. Meng Qingfeng looked at the indifferent ghost chef girl and felt like she was a bit out of her mind. Chen Ge's daughter could remain calm and even stare down a clown ghost with blood all over its mouth. How could she possibly be scared back by that group of ghosts outside? This ghost chef girl really underestimated the girl. If you don't catch her now, you will regret it later. This little girl is not afraid of the terrifying ghosts in your world. Meng Qingfeng said as he chased after Tuan Tuan. But the ghost chef girl thought he was just trying to be lazy and make her do the work, so she scoffed and snapped, You lying rat. How could such a small lamb not fear wolves and tigers? Catch her yourself, I'll be right here, waiting for her to walk into the trap. Meng Qingfeng, a proud tall man, unexpectedly got scolded by a ghost, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. Seeing that she didn't believe him, he stopped trying to persuade her and just quickened his steps to catch Tuan Tuan. This little girl was smart. If he didn't catch her quickly, it would definitely mess up their plan. Meng Qingfeng was an adult, catching a 4.5-year-old girl couldn't be that hard, right? In just a few steps, he chased Tuan Tuan to the corner of the railing. Tuan Tuan looked at Meng Qingfeng, who was reaching out his big hand, and had a bad feeling in her heart. Her intuition told her that the most important thing now was to quickly find her daddy. So, Tuan Tuan squeezed through the railing in a flash. Meng Qingfeng's outstretched hand grabbed nothing but air. He got annoyed and quickly threatened, Tuan Tuan, hurry back to your uncle's side. Your daddy is really coming soon. If you go to the side, the ghosts there will eat you up. Come to your uncle, I will protect you. Unexpectedly, Tuan Tuan not only didn't listen to him but also stuck out her tongue and made a silly face at him. Uncle Meng, you tricked Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan doesn't believe you. Bye-bye, Tuan Tuan is going to keep looking for daddy. She wasn't scared at all. Aren't they all just here to play games? What's there to be afraid of? Tuan Tuan turned around and dashed around the corner, landing right at the front of the line of visitors. The ghost chef never imagined that the duck she was about to catch would really fly away right under her nose. Moreover, it was she who indirectly let it escape. At that moment, she panicked. Chapter 30, Fearless. Little Milk Dumpling punches a ghost. The ghost chef no longer believed that Tuan Tuan would walk into the trap. She was afraid other ghost visitors would grab her prey, so she quickly got up to chase after her. Meng Qingfeng was just a novice player. With so many strange ghosts around, he didn't dare to follow, so he waited in place. He believed that the ghost chef, being a soul-level ghost, would definitely catch back the little girl Tuan Tuan. As expected, when the fragrant Tuan Tuan entered the crowd of ghost visitors, it was like a lamb walking into a pack of wolves, instantly attracting all the ghosts' attention. She was walking deliciousness. A super-duper eye-catching snack. In an instant, the order on the scene fell into chaos. Many ghosts at the back were drawn in by Tuan Tuan, surging forward all at once. The queuing area was originally a one-way street, and when they pushed forward, the ghosts in front found it very hard to move. In such chaos, only the strong were respected. Soon, a level 1 wandering ghost showed off its ghostly power, shocking the ordinary ghosts into not daring to act recklessly. But there wasn't just one level 1 ghost among the visitors. You are a wandering ghost, so am I. This little girl should rightfully be mine. There's only one piece of fat meat, why should I share it with you? She is mine. So, amidst the noise, the level 1 wandering ghosts began to erupt one after another. They stared fiercely at each other. An unprecedented ghost battle in the amusement park was about to begin. However, they didn't know when. The super delicious little milk dumpling had already sat on the entrance railing. She was swinging her little short legs, looking adorably puzzled at them. Her big black and white eyes blinked, revealing a hint of confusion. Uncle and Auntie, what game are you playing? Can you help Tuanchuan with something? He little friend, what do you want Uncle to help you with? My tummy is hungry now, I need to fill it first. A muscular, bespectacled big uncle ghost licked his lips. He said with ill intentions. Tuan had no idea that the food the other party wanted to eat was her. She nodded obediently, her voice soft and sugary. Okay. Daddy has always told Tuan to be grateful and repay kindness. If you help Tuan find Daddy, Tuan can give you snacks to eat. Ha 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 ha. A ghost in a red dress grinned widely, laughing out loud. She truly didn't know whether this little one was truly ignorant and fearless or just saying it on purpose. Anyway, it sounded very funny. Uncle doesn't want snacks, Uncle wants to fill his stomach first. The big uncle ghost said as he took a step forward, then quickly stretched his tongue out. In just an instant, this flying tongue reached in front of Tuan. With many barbs on the tip, under the light, it emitted a breath of death. The big uncle ghost's movements were too fast, the other ghosts of the same level didn't react in time and let him take the opportunity. Seeing his eyes turn white, the elongated tongue flew to the back of Tuan's head, as if it would hook her neck the next second and pull her directly into his belly. But just at this critical moment, Tuan suddenly stretched lazily, both little fists stretching upward lazily. Just nicely, they bumped into the big uncle ghost's tongue. The protective ghost energy felt its master was in danger in an instant and surged out from her little fists. There was a swish sound, and some still writhing objects instantly fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The next second, the originally fierce-looking, determined big uncle ghost was already covering his mouth, rolling on the ground, howling desperately. Each sob was like a hammer, smashing into the hearts of all the ghosts. Ask. Who would dare to act rashly again? Even the red-dressed female ghost of the same level as the big uncle ghost was greatly shocked by this scene, unconsciously taking 2 steps back. At this moment, all the ghosts present looked at Tuan with changed expressions. Both surprised and afraid. However, Tuan had no idea what she had just done. After finishing her lazy stretch, when she turned her gaze back to the friends in the game, not a single ghost dared to make eye contact with her. Tuan's chubby, pink little mouth immediately pouted in displeasure. What's wrong with these uncles and aunts? How stingy. They don't want to help her find Daddy, she'll find him herself. At this moment, Tuan's snow-white, adorable little face was filled with disappointment, resembling a little abandoned kitten, making one's heart melt at a glance. No, for the ghosts, watching it made their hearts feel cold. The highest level among them was merely wandering soul level. In other words, the big uncle ghost was already considered the peak fighting power among them. Yet this little girl had effortlessly broken his tongue with a punch. Moreover, it seemed she was quite unhappy with this outcome. As if the next second, she was about to take action against all these ghosts. A mere human child dared to provoke them, a group of evil ghosts, unless she had extremely powerful ghostly strength or equipment, or had a very high background. Otherwise, how could she dare to sit boldly right in front of them like this? In addition, she had just said repeatedly that she wanted to find her daddy. What kind of daddy would dare to casually abandon his daughter here? He must be some hidden identity super big shot. Thinking of this, the hearts of the ghosts thudded again. Some ordinary ghosts even felt their legs go weak. Did they offend someone they shouldn't have? At this time, the powerful Milk Tuan made a new move. She directly jumped down from the railing, stomped over to the big uncle ghost, and was about to say something. The other party thought she was going to strike again, wanting to terrify him into a frenzy, so he was frightened and knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. I'm sorry, please forgive me, spare me, I didn't recognize the great person in front of me. I'm willing to help you find your dad. Little Tuan? She furrowed her delicate brows. She felt the scene before her was quite outrageous. Could it be that this uncle was too hungry because he hadn't eaten enough? Tuan really didn't understand. She wrinkled her delicate brows, looking at the uncle ghost, her childish voice still sweet and soft. Uncle, are you still hungry? If you are still hungry, then... The uncle ghost almost went crazy from fear when he heard this. He hurriedly lowered his head, trembling, interrupting her words. Not hungry. Uncle is not hungry at all. Uncle just wants to help you find your dad now. Yes, Auntie also wants to help you find your dad. The cautious red-clothed female ghost quickly chimed in. Upon hearing this, Tuan Tuan's dim big eyes instantly brightened. She looked at these enthusiastic uncles and aunties in front of her, and her face instantly broke into a brilliant smile. So nice. When she finds her daddy later, she must tell him that the uncles and aunties here are all very good to her. She loves playing this game. Chapter 31. Little Tuan Tuan online learns how dads spend money, stunning all ghosts. Just when the tourist ghosts who had offended Tuan Tuan earlier were about to work together to help her find her dad, the coal-faced ghost chef lady, accompanied by several ghost employees from this area, stormed over angrily. They were all ghosts that the chef lady had bribed with ghost food yesterday. They were just waiting for the critical moment to lend her a hand. Ha! I see you, little brat, now where are you trying to run? The ghost chef lady almost hated this father and daughter duo to the core. They had repeatedly spoiled her plans. Especially that man, who had publicly beaten her up the day before yesterday, which etched deeply in her heart, swearing she would make him pay in blood. Thus, she conceived the intention to sell this little lamb, making him suffer terribly. Tuan Tuan sensed that something was off, and quickly shrank her little head behind the uncle ghost and the red-clothed female ghost. She felt that if she were really caught by this strange auntie, it's very possible that she would never see her daddy again. As the second-level ghost, the ghost chef lady saw through the power of the ghost uncle and the red-clothed female ghost, both being wandering spirits. She became even more unrestrained. An ugly ghost face emerged with a full display of corpse spots, ghostly aura emanating from within, making her presence even more intimidating. What? Are you two going to block my way? The ghost chef lady raised her chin slightly, ominously staring at the two ghosts. You are employees of the amusement park, right? We are tourists of the amusement park. What do you want? The uncle ghost had already determined that Tuan Tuan had some hidden impressive identity, and since he had offended her, this was a perfect chance to make amends. So, he intentionally spoke up before the red-clothed female ghost, helping Tuan Tuan. The red-clothed female ghost also wanted to please Tuan Tuan, so she immediately, unwilling to show weakness, pulled out a brand new ticket from behind, waving it in front of the ghost chef lady, and retorted. See? This is a ticket to your amusement park, right? Do you dare to disrespect me? Do you believe I'll complain about you right now and demand a refund? The ghost chef lady paused, a look of disbelief appearing in her eyes. She never expected that just a few minutes later, this disobedient little mouse could call two tourists to stand up for her. It seemed she was not as foolish as she looked. Instead, she might have been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger all alone. Meanwhile, the little Tuan Tuan looking at this scene had a red nose, and tears welled up in her eyes again. At this moment, she was deeply moved by the uncle ghost and the female ghost aunt. They were meeting for the first time. Not only did the kind-hearted one say they would help her find her dad, but now that she was being bullied, they were also willing to stand up for her. Uncles and aunts, they were really too good to her. So good that she didn't even know how to repay them. Chen Ge, this really is his good daughter, sold by ghosts, and still helping others count money. When she thought about the consequences of offending two customers at the same time, the ghost chef mistress was initially a bit afraid. But then she thought of something and continued to speak. She is the ingredient specifically requested by the restaurant next to the amusement park. Are you sure you want to hinder our actions? Hearing the ghost chef mistress's words, Uncle Ghost and the red-clothed ghost were instantly stunned. They glanced at each other, and deep apprehension appeared in their eyes. In the end, as if they had agreed in silence, they both stepped back 2 paces, revealing the small figure of Tuan Tuan right in front of the ghost chef mistress. Seeing that the flying duck had returned to her beak, she immediately smiled with triumph. She stretched out her 5 sharp ghost claws to grab Tuan Tuan again. At this moment, little Tuan Tuan bent down to dodge and jumped, slipping through the railing. Behind the railing, there was another grid fence. This fence was set up to prevent ghosts from causing trouble, trying to cut in line to ride the roller coaster, so it was deliberately placed here. Unless a staff member personally opened this gate, it was enough to block all attacks below level 4. The ghost chef mistress missed her strike and immediately became angry and ashamed. However, she wasn't worried now, because Tuan Tuan was trapped with no way out. The tall grid gate was like the final barrier, firmly blocking the little milk bun outside. Now, anyone could easily catch her. The ghost chef mistress was even too lazy to take those few steps and instructed the ghost employees behind her to catch her. But at this moment, something hard to believe happened again. Little Tuan Tuan's eyelashes trembled, and she suddenly reached into her suspender pocket and pulled out something. This was something she had casually taken from her daddy's coat before heading out in the morning. A handful of black paper. In fact, she didn't even know what these things were specifically. Anyway, Tuan Tuan only remembered that when Daddy encountered this situation in the ticket booth the day before yesterday, he had sprinkled some, and thus successfully made it through that hurdle. So she thought that this black paper must be the treasure for passing this game. As long as she sprinkled it out when encountering an obstacle, she could get through smoothly. Little Tuan Tuan was a gaming expert. She absolutely didn't want to lose to Daddy. So, Little Milk Bun thought of this and fiercely scattered a handful of banknotes from her grip. Although her strength was small, she currently possessed ghostly energy. With this all-out effort to sprinkle, it was indeed reminiscent of Chen Ge the day before yesterday at the ticket booth. This shower of money from the sky had truly left this group of low-level ghosts dumbfounded. What an incredible turn of events! This little creature unexpectedly sprinkled a handful of 1,000 yuan ghost money? No one knew who shouted, "Wow, so much money! Quick, pick it up!" In an instant, all the ghosts present, except for the ghost chef mistress, rushed up with red eyes. No! The ghost chef mistress hesitated for only a few seconds. So many brand new 1,000 yuan ghost bills. As a short-sighted spirit, how could she not be tempted? She wanted that money too. Tuan Tuan looked at the scene of all the ghosts frantically picking up things in front of her. Her pink little mouth was shocked into an O shape. Her big round eyes were about to pop out like little goldfish. That dazed and adorable little expression was so cute it made people want to hold her in their arms and rub her. Not to mention anyone else, the little creature herself was already dumbfounded. Tuan Tuan never expected that Daddy's treasure was so powerful. She had just casually sprinkled a handful, and these older brothers, older sisters, uncles, and aunts suddenly all kneeled before her. Even that scary aunt who had just tried to grab her also fell to the ground. In that moment, Tuan Tuan's admiration for her dad reached an extreme level. Oh my, her dad must be the most amazing person in the world. She liked her dad more and more. Not long after, the ghost coins Tuan Tuan scattered on the ground were snatched away by the ghosts. The ghost chef had a level 2 strength, so she naturally managed to grab quite a few. However, she still did not give up on her original intention. Even with this little girl's money, she still planned to sell her to the restaurant as ingredients. Tuan Tuan saw that the bad aunt seemed to want to come and grab her again. At a critical moment, she had a sudden flash of inspiration. She suddenly remembered what the masked uncle had said to her dad 2 days ago. Ha! Tuan Tuan remembered. It seemed that she still had a secret weapon in her other pocket. Chapter 32, Who Dares to Touch Her? Our ghost employees don't agree. Tuan Tuan mischievously blinked at the ghost chef reaching out to grab her. Then, she suddenly turned around, stood on her tiptoes, and swiped the transparent card she had just pulled from her little pocket across the switch of the grid door in front of her. With the sound of D, it echoed. The next second, the smile at the corner of the ghost chef's mouth froze. Who can tell her what is going on? This is the smart security door specially customized at a high price when the amusement park was founded. Wasn't it said that only the staff responsible for managing the entry of each facility area could open it? But this little mouse from the human world had easily unlocked it like this. The ghost chef was shocked, but her hands did not stop, and she quickly reached out to grab the milk dumpling. Just as her ghostly claws passed through the first layer of railings and were about to touch Tuan Tuan's shoulder, that safety door was suddenly closed from the inside. With a loud bang. If it weren't for the ghost chef's quick reaction, her hard-earned hands would probably have been broken again. She never expected that this seemingly silly little mouse would be so clever, actually using the security door to block her way. The ghost chef was furious, releasing deadly ghostly energy all over her body. Seeing the little guy's radiant smile behind the safety door, she almost fainted from anger on the spot. You damned little mouse. Just wait till I catch you today and turn you into soup. The ghost chef roared, then turned her glare toward the several still in shock ghost employees behind her. Why aren't you hurrying to open this door for me? She almost yelled this out. The ghost employee responsible for the visitor's entry didn't even know what was going on with this door. Since he started working here last year, he had never encountered such a situation. He quickly stepped forward to check the switch of the safety door. But he was drawn to the suddenly lit display screen next to the switch. This display screen hadn't been used for a long time. Because it wouldn't turn on by itself when it wasn't in use. But now, it had miraculously lit up. The ghost employee, fearing a machine malfunction, quickly bent down to take a look. Once he saw the few lines of small text on it, his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Supreme Member. This is the highest level of authority at their amusement park, and in some aspects, even higher than the manager. How could he, a car accident ghost, have the good fortune to encounter such a super rich person in his lifetime? But as soon as they met, he was fooled by this old ghost chef and offended the other party? No, he must find a way to atone for his sins. The eyes of the accident ghost suddenly narrowed. The gaze looking at the ghost chef had quietly changed fundamentally. Yet she herself was completely unaware, still glaring at the group behind the safety door. After waiting for dozens of seconds, the door still hadn't opened. So the ghost chef grew impatient and walked over to the side of the accident ghost, her tone very unpleasant. What are you doing? Dawdling around, does the amusement park have employees like you? Before the ghost chef could finish her sentence, she was unable to say the last word ma. Because she was caught completely off guard. The accident ghost, having successfully stored his power, slapped her, flipping her in the air twice before crashing heavily to the ground. The other ghosts were completely stunned by this scene. The reversal came so fast, so urgent, so fierce, so absolute. I've always found you displeasing. You old hag, just managing our staff meals and acting so high and mighty. Today, I am going to rid the world of your harm. The accident ghost said fiercely. He was the entry manager for the signature attraction of the beheaded roller coaster. From morning until night, so many different ghosts come and go. To manage the order here, his strength couldn't be weak. In other words, he was already a peak second-level ghost. He had no reason to fear the ghost chef. Are you crazy? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? The ghost chef covered her swollen face, glaring at the accident ghost with rage. If not for her current lack of strength, unable to beat him. Daring to slap her precious face, she would definitely tear him apart. Why wouldn't I dare? Ha! Do you think you're still the chef in the restaurant? I'll tell you the truth, if the manager knew you offended someone you shouldn't, he would immediately expel you from the amusement park. How is that possible? My cousin is the manager's little sister-in-law. The ghost chef thought of this connection and became even more unrestrained. TSK. Is that impressive? But do you know who she is? The accident ghost's gaze towards the group had already become exceedingly respectful. In fact, he didn't even have such a good attitude towards the manager. Whoever she is. A mere mouse isn't worth us making such a fuss about, right? The ghost chef scoffed dismissively. You dare call her a mouse? Truly short-sighted. She is the highest-level supreme VIP member of our amusement park. This statement from the accident ghost was like a thunderclap, rendering the other ghosts present speechless. The remaining few ghost employees trembled, their legs weak, nearly kneeling down to confess their mistakes. Unbelievable. How could they? How dared they? Offend the most esteemed member of the amusement park? If the other party filed a complaint for a refund, according to the employee code, it would be 10 times the compensation. 300,000 spirit coins. Even if they sold every single one of them, they couldn't come up with that much money. In an instant, all the ghost employees unanimously stood in front of the group, looking at the ghost chef with eyes like those of arch-enemies. You dare touch her? I, the accident ghost, will be the first to disagree. I, the hanging ghost, will be second. I, the sudden death ghost, will be third. I, the dismembering ghost, will be fourth. As each voice rang out, one by one, the power of the second-level ghosts erupted. In an instant, black ghostly energy surged up to the sky. And that's not all. The wandering ghosts who hadn't left yet also stood behind them. And we too. Looking at such a spectacular scene before her, the ghost chef turned ashen, suddenly collapsing to the ground. It's over. Everything is over. She had completely offended the supreme member of this amusement park. Even the manager could no longer protect her. No wonder this little mouse walked with no fear along the way. It turned out that she had so many untouchable trump cards. At this moment, the ghost cook was crying bitterly, regretting the past. However, the person involved, Tuanchuan, was still in a daze, completely unclear about what had happened. She stared blankly at the uncles and aunts around her. She felt that their behavior was truly very strange. Tuanchuan widened her eyes to take a look. Then she saw the ghost cook's old face, wrinkled from crying. Tuanchuan tilted her little head and suddenly realized. It turned out they were performing like the clown brother from before, putting on a comedy show, right? Oh, she understood. Daddy had once told her that circus performers worked really hard after every show, wanting to earn the joy and praise of the audience. So, Tuanchuan hurried over to the edge of the safety door. Facing the ghost cook who was crying, she revealed a standard signature smile. Her big eyes curved into pretty crescents, as if filled with stars. She smiled both warmly and sweetly. And she gave the ghost cook a big thumbs up, showing her appreciation. Auntie, you performed really well. Tuanchuan loves it. Upon hearing this, the old blood in the ghost cook could no longer be contained and surged out violently. She was so angered that her eyes rolled back, and she fainted directly. Little Tuanchuan widened her eyes in surprise. Wow! Why did this auntie get so happy that she fainted? Tuanchuan decided that she would definitely tell Daddy about this later. He. Daddy would surely praise her for being a good baby. Chapter 33, Father and Daughter Team Up, the clown ghost no longer wants to play games? After the ghost cook fainted, the accident ghost immediately opened the safety door and walked up to Tuanchuan. First, of course, he led the other employees and gave her a deep bow. Then he looked at Tuanchuan and raised a charming smile. Respectable young lady, may I ask what command you have next? We will wholeheartedly serve you and ensure you have a great time at our amusement park. Tuanchuan did not understand most of what he said, it seemed a bit deep. But she did not want to care about what it meant. After staying in a strange place for too long, she just wanted to find Daddy quickly. So, Tuanchuan touched her chin and said in a sweet voice, Uncle, can you help Tuanchuan find her daddy? The accident ghost was taken aback. He was greatly surprised inside. The little girl's daddy was actually in the amusement park today? What kind of identity could that be? That would command such extravagant spending. Thinking of this, the accident ghost lowered his head even more and said with a bow. Of course. Certainly, you just command us. I will immediately notify the manager to clear the place, and then all the staff at the amusement park will spring into action to ensure we find your daddy in the shortest time possible. Tuanchuan didn't know what clearing the place meant. Anyway, she heard that they could quickly find Daddy, her big eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Suddenly, Tuanchuan remembered something. She quickly reached into her pocket from behind and pulled out a handful of colorful candies. Unwrapping the candy, she popped a fruit candy into her mouth. The sweet flavor instantly spread on her tongue. Tuanchuan's happy big eyes turned into little crescents. These were candies that the security uncle had secretly given to her before leaving yesterday. She had hidden them in her pocket. She had not found an opportunity to eat them. Now that Daddy hadn't arrived, she had to eat the candies quickly. While Tuanchuan was eating the candy, the accident ghost skillfully brought her a soft armchair. He let her sit comfortably in it. Not only that, the ghost of sudden death somehow brought a bunch of fruits. After washing them, he placed them on a plate and respectfully offered them to Tuanchuan with both hands. Respectable young lady, these are the fresh fruits I bought yesterday with great expense. Here you go, especially served for you. Tuanchuan still didn't understand what the sudden death ghost was saying in a long string of words. However, he kept pushing the fruits closer to her. That must mean he wanted her to eat. So, Tuanchuan fed herself candy with her left hand and took a small tomato with her right hand, happily starting to munch. Seeing her eat his stuff, the sudden death ghost sighed with relief. Fortunately, this little ancestor was easy to please. He still remembers a woman who appeared at the amusement park a few years ago. Half of her face was masked, only her sparkling apricot eyes were visible. Her long hair floated, and her aura was as rare as dust, making her seem as cold as snow. She was the first supreme member of the Ghost Amusement Park. Recalling what happened that day, the sudden death ghost clearly remembered as if it were yesterday. That was a difficult customer to please. First, she demanded they clear the place. Then, she complained about a strange smell in the amusement park and required all ghost employees to take a shower within the shortest time. Next, she said that the employees looked too ugly, which made her stomach turn, so she forbade them from providing services. Finally, she criticized the park's restaurant, restroom, and corridors. She found faults everywhere. Moreover, her own power was unfathomable. With just one glance, she turned several talkative second-level ghosts to ashes. This left the other ghost employees daring to be angry but not speaking. Even the clown manager seemed to lower himself to the dust in front of her, talking with his head bowed. From then on, just how high the status of the supreme member was remained etched in the minds of the sudden death ghost and other ghosts, who were still mere workers back then. So, when they realized they had unintentionally offended the second supreme member, they became so fearful. Not far away, the hanging ghost and the dismemberment ghost saw Tuanchuan accept the sudden death ghost's favor. Their eyes spun quickly, and they immediately began to show off their skills. The hanging ghost found the nearest flower bed, carefully selected, and picked a beautiful bouquet. The dismemberment ghost was even more clever. He directly bought a remote-controlled little airplane from the amusement park shop with ghost money, claiming it's something human kids would love. Using the remote, it could fly several circles in the air, which was very interesting. So, when the anxious Chen Ge arrived with the long-haired ghost and the headless ghost, he saw this scene. He thought his daughter might be scared, in pain, or anxious to find her dad. But unexpectedly, she was being treated like a princess by the ghosts, enjoying their affection. Sitting on a soft bench, her little short legs swung back and forth. With her left hand, she sneaked candies like a little hamster, and with her right hand, she took fruits from the sudden death ghost to eat. She even got watermelon juice all over her tender little face. As if that wasn't enough. Behind her, a hanging ghost was placing a colorful flower crown on her head. In front of her, a dismemberment ghost was teaching her how to play with the remote-controlled little airplane. That little airplane, controlled by the ghost, flew straight into Chen Ge's shoulder as if it had no eyes. Finally, with a bang, it fell to the ground. Not only the two ghosts behind him but even Chen Ge, as a father who had raised Tuanchuan by hand, looked at her with disbelief. This? He couldn't be seeing things, could he? Is this really his daughter, Tuanchuan? The long-haired ghost was completely shocked and couldn't help but swallow, murmuring, "Boss, your daughter truly lives up to your lineage." The headless ghost spoke with a barely detectable tremor in his voice. "Boss, so you were so eager to find your daughter? I'm afraid she'll have too much fun at the amusement park and won't want to go home." To be honest, he had never seen such a scene, surrounded by a group of ghostly souls serving him, since he was born. So this is the treatment of a super rich man's own daughter? It's really too good. He felt genuinely sour. Chen Ge hadn't figured out what his first words should be to maintain his fatherly authority while ensuring his daughter would accept him willingly. At that moment, the little one had already spotted him. With a quick leap, she jumped down from the stool and spread her arms, flying towards Chen Ge. She ran much faster. She wanted to jump right into Chen Ge's arms. But alas, due to their huge height difference, she could only settle for hugging her dad's long leg instead. "Whoa, Daddy, where have you been? Tuan really misses you so much." The moment she saw her father, all the hidden fears and anxieties in Tuan's heart surged together, breaking through her emotional dam named the tear valve. Tears flowed down like loose pearls from a necklace, pouring out uncontrollably. It made Chen Ge's anger disappear into thin air in an instant. For a moment, he didn't care about being angry at all. Only the joy of reunion and the continuous surge of guilt remained. Chen Ge hurriedly held the little one in his arms, gently pinching her chubby cheeks, and finally forcing out a bittersweet smile. Tuan, be good. Don't cry. Look, there are so many uncles and aunties watching you. If you keep crying, they will laugh at you. As soon as Chen Ge finished speaking, Tuan's little tears stopped instantly. But the next second, she accidentally let out a soft sniffle. In such a quiet moment, it sounded particularly clear. The little one immediately got shy, hiding her head into her dad's embrace. This time, Chen Ge truly smiled. He almost thought that his daughter, at such a young age, had really inherited the social prowess of the Chen family perfectly. Well, thank goodness. Tuan still knew how to be shy. However, this thought lingered in Chen Ge's mind for barely a second. Then, the little one excitedly began to tell him about everything that had happened in the past half hour. First, Tuan seriously apologized to him. "Daddy, I'm sorry. Tuan was wrong." Chen Ge thought Tuan was referring to the incident of leaving with strangers, so he sighed deeply. Then, the little one softly continued, rubbing her fluffy head against her daddy's palm. "Daddy, I'm sorry. It was Tuan's mistake. I shouldn't have taken these magical items from you in the morning." Chen Ge frowned in confusion. What magical items? In the next second, his precious daughter pulled out a whole stack of ghost money from her overalls pocket and placed it in his hand, seriously mimicking his gesture from 2 days ago when he tossed the money. "Daddy! It's this. Tuan just learned from you and successfully passed a level with it. Chen Ge. This is truly his Chen Ge's dear daughter. What she should have learned, she learned nothing. But she grasped the essence of using money to scare off ghosts." The system spirit silently watched all of this, internally mocking. Wow, as expected of the little master of his ghostly rich system. She has truly expanded the feeling of spending money like it's nothing. Good job. Just when Tuan continued chattering about her experiences to Chen Ge, the two highest-ranking ghosts in the amusement park, the masked ghost and the clown ghost, finally showed up. Only after encountering the financial manager, the masked ghost realized what had happened in the ticket booth the day before. "Only then did I know that the boss specially sent someone yesterday to inform that we should treat this super rich player who spent 200,000 ghost coins with care, and it turns out he is the beginner player Chen Ge." This news undoubtedly shocked the clown ghost. On the way, the masked ghost spoke of Chen Ge's extravagant actions, while the clown ghost was so shocked he fell flat on his face. Now, when he saw Chen Ge again, his attitude had made a complete 180-degree turn. The clown ghost pondered for several seconds before cautiously speaking. "Boss Chen, please forgive me for reminding you. You only have 10 minutes left for this dungeon session. If there's anything our amusement park didn't do well, please let us know." Chen Ge glanced at him indifferently. "There's nothing bad. It's just that the prices in your amusement park are too cheap, making it hard for me to spend my money." What he said was completely true. Since he completed the first task of 100,000 ghost coins on the first night, starting from the second morning until now, he hadn't even reached half of his second consumption task. Doesn't this indirectly mean that the prices in the amusement park are too low, leaving him with money but nowhere to spend it? Upon hearing this, the smile at the corner of the clown ghost's mouth almost couldn't be maintained. This statement was simply a tremendous irony. Their ghost amusement park had the most expensive tickets in the area, okay? How did it become cheap prices? Though he felt extremely dissatisfied deep down, on the surface, he kept pretending to agree, nodding repeatedly. Alright, I've noted your suggestion. I will discuss this pricing issue carefully with the park owner. Is there anything else that isn't done well? Chen Ge thought for a moment and continued, yes. I think there's a big problem with the cleanliness of the amusement park. For example, those corridors in the outer area. They are really dirty. When he said the word dirty, he specifically raised his tone a few notches. Hearing this, the clown ghost's heart trembled a few times. He lowered his head even more. Chen Ge's words, he understood clearly in his heart. Wasn't he mocking what he had said on the first day about not making things difficult for new players and assigning a simple task, yet he gave such a difficult one? This was undeniably a slap to his face. The clown ghost had a mournful expression. Honored guest, I'm very sorry. I will immediately send people to clean up the amusement park, ensuring that you are satisfied. Chen Ge nodded. Seeing him nod, the clown ghost immediately sighed in relief, quickly changing the topic, cheerfully asking about Tuan Tuan. Little Tuan Tuan, can you tell Uncle Clown what else you want to play in the amusement park? The little one's eyes lit up as she looked at the clown ghost and smiled sweetly. Uncle Clown, Tuan Tuan is tired, doesn't want to play anything anymore. Just wants to play a simple game of 123 Wooden Man. Upon hearing this, a drop of cold sweat instantly slid down from the clown ghost's forehead. No way, no way. He was truly being driven mad by this father-daughter duo today. Boss, save me. He would never dare to play games with humans again, especially children. P.S. 2 chapters. The word count is super high. Writing from morning till night every day, brothers, give 5-star reviews to support me. Chapter 34, 2 levels of reversal. Milk Tuanzi scares ghosts, who is the ghost after all? For the first time, the clown ghost found it harder to smile than to cry when facing humans. What's more, the child in front of him was the one he wanted to eat the most 2 days ago. It turns out that the saying the wheel of fortune turns also applies to ghosts. The clown ghost cast a pleading gaze at Chen Ge, who was looking at him, and swallowed hard, saying, Young Master Chen, how about taking your daughter to experience other attractions in our amusement park? This 123 Wooden Man isn't really that fun. In fact, Chen Ge never expected that his daughter would propose playing this incredibly terrifying game with the clown ghost. But the events of the day before yesterday were still fresh in his mind. If it weren't for the fact that Tuan Tuan was unusually fearless when it came to fear, he, as a novice with no cards to play, would have just watched helplessly as his daughter lost the game and was swallowed by the clown ghost. At that moment, Chen Ge felt an intense tension, as if he was there in person. As the saying goes, eye for an eye. Now, he wanted the clown ghost to experience what it felt like to walk on thin ice. With a thought, Chen Ge quickly found a good item in the system mall that only required 50 points to redeem. Then, he looked at the clown ghost, who was sweating profusely, and smiled slightly. No need, something like a head-chopping roller coaster is too dangerous for Tuan Tuan, she is too small to play it. For now, the best game for her is the one that you, manager, are best at, 123 red light, green light. As soon as Chen Ge finished speaking, little Tuan Tuan, nestled in his arms, heard her father's support and immediately smiled happily. Not only that, but she suddenly turned around and looked at the clown ghost, clapping her hands joyfully. Okay. I can play games with Brother Clown again. Chen Ge's attention was instantly diverted by the little milk group. In a moment, he didn't notice that when she turned around, she accidentally brushed against the special button at his collar. Once the button was touched, it was like a closed Pandora's box being reopened. In the next second, the terrifying live broadcast room that was still pinned on the trending topic suddenly activated. Since the first night when the dark mist descended, the live room had been cut off from the new source and had never been opened again. The netizens all wondered what had happened and speculated again whether the host had died. This time, the live room had been shut down for a full day and a half, and basically everyone on the internet was 100% sure that Chen Ge and his daughter were dead. The bets placed by the netizens had already been decided. But unexpectedly, the suddenly reopened live room directly allowed those who believed in Chen Ge to turn the tide and profit hundreds or even thousands of times. Due to a bit of network delay, when the netizens entered the live room, they happened to hear the last words spoken by Chen Ge and his daughter. Especially Tuan Tuan's excited little voice left the netizens in shock once again. What the heck? Which viewer can tell me what happened in this terrifying game? Why is this little girl going to play a game with the clown ghost again? I don't know. Look at how so many ghosts are surrounding them, they won't tear them apart, will they? Are you stupid upstairs? Didn't you see that the clown ghost wants to play a game with the little girl? This chapter has 8 minutes left. The clown ghost must be unwilling to give up and wants to eat her before it ends. I see. I get it. It turns out that this time the clown ghost is dead set on eating her, and she definitely won't be able to escape. The netizens were full of guesses, each one better than the last. But not a single one guessed the truth. Meanwhile, in the terrifying world, things began to take a dramatic turn. Over here, Tuan Tuan's words reached the ears of all the ghosts. The clown ghost couldn't help but feel a sudden pang in his heart, and the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be maintained any longer. Why did he suddenly have such an ominous premonition? Sure enough, the next moment, he heard Chen Ge say earnestly, "How about this? To ensure fairness, the rules of the game 123 red light, green light remain unchanged. Just like before, it's simple. When Tuan counts to 123, she will make a scary face to scare you, and if you get scared or move your body, that's counted as losing. Of course, if you lose, there will be a punishment." The clown ghost's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Why did this sound so familiar to him? Wait a minute. Isn't this the Wooden Man game rules he always says when new players enter the dungeon? How the hell did this god turn into a human saying these words to him? This is just against all reason. But what could he do about it? Chen Ge is the supreme member of the amusement park. If he dared to resist, he would have to pay the amusement park 300,000 soul coins. No. Not just 300,000. It's 600,000. He almost forgot that Chen Ge's daughter, Tuan, is also a supreme member. Damn. 600,000? Even if he worked at the amusement park for 1,000 years, he might not be able to gather it. The clown ghost painfully closed his eyes. In the end, under everyone's watchful eyes, he had to nod heavily. He even showed a naive smile like a child from the bottom of his heart toward the two. Perhaps the power of money is too strong. At this moment, the clown ghost's fierce face no longer looked fierce, but rather a bit comical. The proud smile he had shown before the game 2 days ago was nowhere to be seen. Proud? No, his current smile is called amiable. Wow, Big Brother Clown really agrees to play games with Tuan? The little one's eyes burst forth with an unusual sparkling excitement, and then she continued in a baby voice. Great. Big Brother Clown, Tuan can't wait to play games with you. The clown ghost's eyes widened like copper bells. The masked ghost stared at Tuan in disbelief. The other monsters beside them were even more shocked, some gasping on the spot. Can two people actually do this? Ghost, we don't know if you two are dogs, but you father and daughter are really dogs. The viewers in the livestream were stunned by this scene, completely speechless. One by one trembled, their scalps tingling. Did I hear that wrong? The one above, do you have small ears and are deaf? That little lowly said she can't wait to play games with the clown ghost. Is she crazy? A 4-year-old kid wants to make silly faces to scare the clown ghost? Awesome. Just this courage alone, I respect her as a true hero. This is truly outrageous, it's outrageous beyond belief. Only 6 minutes of time remained in the undead amusement park dungeon. Before it ended, Chen Ge had to let the clown ghost experience what true 123 Wooden Man means. So, today will be 2,000 words first, Monday is too busy. I will update earlier tomorrow. Don't miss it. Chapter 35, Shock. Tuan beat the clown ghost. So, when putting his daughter down to play games with the clown ghost, Chen Ge secretly stuffed a resentment doll into her overalls pocket. This was what he just exchanged for 50 points in the system mall. It's a genuine spirit-grade ghost item. Though the resentment doll's level isn't high, its effect is especially suitable for the current scene. As the resentment doll gets closer to a ghost, the opponent becomes more influenced by the resentment, recalling the things they are most afraid of deep in their hearts. Of course, higher-level monsters are less affected by this. If used against a level 4 masked ghost, it probably wouldn't have any effect. But for a level 3 clown ghost, the effectiveness is at least half. Tuan swayed as she walked towards the clown ghost. While walking, she scrunched her little eyebrows, recalling what Big Brother Clown had said at the beginning of the game the day before. Smart little Tuan quickly remembered, blinking her bright eyes, she smiled and said, 123 Wooden Man, don't move. If you move, you will lose. He. The clown ghost's mind was running wild with countless flying thoughts. This little ghost's memory is really too damn good. Why can she not remember anything else, yet she remembers exactly what he said that day? It makes him feel guilty as if he did something wrong. But looking at the little girl, Tuan, walking towards him step by step, the clown ghost still feels a bit disdainful. At least when it comes to the Wooden Man game. He doesn't even know how many times he has played over the years, scaring how many people. So how could he possibly be frightened by a girl who hasn't even hit puberty? Thinking of this, the clown ghost seemed to swallow a reassuring pill and grinned at Tuan, who had already walked up to him. The little one was amused by his smile and giggled, once again shocking the circle of ghosts around them. Then, Tuan began to make a funny face. They called it a funny face, but honestly, it looked nothing scary, lacking any lethality or intimidation. Her eyes were already round, and now with her tongue out, she resembled a little goldfish blowing bubbles. Chen Ge, when my precious daughter gets mischievous, she is really not vague at all. Even the masked ghost couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that this little girl wasn't really making a funny face, she was more like being cute. How could this possibly scare the clown ghost? After all, children are too naive. The barrage in the live stream started scrolling quickly. Ha ha ha. This little loli is too cute. Isn't the game rule to make funny faces? Why is she mimicking a goldfish? You have too small a vision. This little girl plans to use ultimate cuteness to scare the clown ghost. But soon, the netizens couldn't say anything anymore. The clown ghost, who had been grinning, suddenly lost his smile, and his pupils shrank as if he had seen something incredibly terrifying. He stared hard at the little milk dumpling in front of him, and blood tears suddenly formed in his gray-blue eyes. It looked like they were about to drop, but were painfully restrained by their master. This scene was very chilling. But the little one in front of him felt no fear. Instead, she gently jumped closer to the clown ghost. At such a close distance, the invasion of resentment reached its peak in an instant. The clown ghost recalled a particular event that had happened to him many, many years ago. At this moment, he seemed to relive it as if he were there again. The image of the entire amusement park turning into a bloody hell kept flashing before his eyes. The clown ghost felt a surge of fear rise from the depths of his heart. Suddenly, he blinked, and a drop of blood-colored tear rolled down his face. Visions from the past were clear, the cries of playmates, the frantic pleas for help from colleagues, each voice sounded like a spell ringing in his ears. He stumbled back a big step. In the next second, all the scenes in front of the clown ghost vanished in an instant. In place of that was a man standing in front of him holding his daughter. Chen Ge looked coldly at the clown ghost and announced the end of the game. You lost. Yes, I lost. I lost. After waking up, the clown ghost immediately realized there must be something ghostly about that little girl that had corroded his mind. But what did that matter? No matter what, he lost, and he lost. In front of everyone, he couldn't beat a 4-year-old girl. This is an undeniable fact. Weibo's livestream was once again ignited by the result of this game. All the spectators were shocked, almost ready to smash the words awesome out of their screens. Wow! What an excellent mindset this little girl has. She actually beat the clown ghost from the undead amusement park. I am the president of the Trojan Horse Guild. Million annual salary. Online invitation to Chen Ge to join the guild. Get lost. Your Trojan Guild isn't worthy of such talent? Our Blood Fiend Alliance is willing to offer 10 million to welcome this father-daughter duo to join us. In real life, many organizations born from scary games first came to the public's attention because of the father and daughter's affairs. In front of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, they started to argue fiercely. In the end, 2 organizations even agreed to a fight over it. But that's a story for later. In the world of terror, the countdown for the Dead Spirit amusement park dungeon was 5 minutes. He, brother clown, Tuan won. Oh yeah. The little creature in Chen Ge's arms laughed joyfully. With arched eyebrows and a sweet smile, she made everyone feel uplifted. No, she made the ghosts feel uplifted. The ghostly employees around her, upon seeing her smile, seemed to be infected and couldn't help but show a hint of a smile on their faces. At the same time, the ghostly energy within Tuan's group quietly began to shift again. However, it seemed covered by something, as all the leaked energy instantly vanished without a trace. Even Chen Ge, who was holding her, did not notice. Let alone Tuan herself. The only one who sensed something was off was the masked ghost standing not far away. He was the ceiling of power for the amusement park. A monster that had drifted here from another region. The masked ghost was well experienced and instantly caught the familiar aura that made him feel extremely familiar. For a moment, he couldn't remember the source of this aura. But his instinct told him that this father-daughter duo was definitely not simple ordinary humans. At the very least, he could confirm that the fearless 4-year-old girl was far from an ordinary being. The aura within her seemed to have a natural ability to suppress him. Especially upon seeing her smiling face now, he felt no trace of disgust. Instead, he felt a strong sense of closeness and fondness. This was simply too strange. The clown ghost looked at the bright and cheerful little bundle of joy, and the splendor of his past faded away. He closed his eyes, then opened them again, asking bitterly, "Little friend, you won. I am willing to accept any punishment." Chapter 36, Bold and Audacious. Tuan asks the clown ghost for a reward. The clown ghost thought that Chen Ge and Tuan would surely take this opportunity to severely retaliate against his attempt to eat her the day before. But unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes, he met a pair of sparkling eyes. Brother clown, Tuan doesn't want to punish you. She just wants a reward. The little creature's big eyes blinked, her tender little face filled with anticipation. Back in kindergarten, when she played games with her friends, there were no punishments. The losing side had to give the winners small red flowers or snacks as rewards. So, the innocent little Tuan naturally extended her little hand towards the clown ghost. His ashen ghost face showed disbelief. You really don't want to punish me? Manager, my daughter said no punishment for you, so there is no punishment. Don't worry, her mouth is so small, she won't eat you. Chen Ge timely lightened the mood with a joke. After all, this dungeon was about to end, and he didn't need to maintain a cool and powerful image any longer, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He had been quite reserved before to unconsciously enhance his deterrence. Otherwise, even though he had many ghost coins, there was absolutely no way he could stand here peacefully. Many ghosts were incredibly sly. Wealthy individuals without any fighting ability were even more likely to trip in the scary game. Chen Ge realized this truth on the very first day at the ticket booth. The clown ghost never expected that the father and daughter would genuinely let him off. Looking at Tuan Tuan's brilliant and lovely smiling face, he fell silent for several seconds before continuing to speak. You have 5 minutes left in your copy world. I will return here within 5 minutes. After Chen Ge nodded, the clown ghost turned around and disappeared on his stilts. This time, he walked several times faster than when he had come. Clearly, the clown ghost had used the true ghost energy belonging to a level 3 haunting ghost to increase his speed. As soon as his figure disappeared, the silent masked ghost lightly walked up to Chen Ge. It seemed like there was something on the masked ghost's body. As he approached Chen Ge, an invisible aura instantly unfolded, as if a signal jammer had been activated, causing the camera at Chen Ge's collar to automatically shut off again. This time, Chen Ge clearly saw a blue light flashing on the back of that special button. He instinctively frowned. According to the CIA, green light means on, and blue light means off. But when did this camera turn on? If it was on before the clown ghost came, then wouldn't he and Tuan Tuan's status as supreme members of the amusement park be exposed to the vast number of internet users? As two newcomers, showing too much prowess during their first participation in the copy world would definitely not be a good thing when they returned to the real world. It was very possible that this would lead to endless troubles. The masked ghost looked at Chen Ge with a serious expression, revealing half of his face, which was different from ordinary ghosts. There was a long scar on it that looked a bit frightening. However, Chen Ge could see at a glance that the scar on the masked ghost was fake. The real scar would never look like that. It was likely that he was trying to hide his true appearance. I won't call you boss anymore, I'll just call you big brother like Chen Shan. Chen Ge knew that Chen Shan was the name of the ghost security guard. The ghost security guard had said goodbye to him yesterday, mentioning that he needed to take care of his mother in her final days and then help her enter reincarnation. Okay. It's just a title, I don't really mind. You can call me by my name too. He had already guessed that the masked ghost had something important to say to him. Chen Ge held Tuan Tuan tightly in his arms and reached out to pinch his daughter's pink and chubby little face. Thinking that this copy world was about to end, his mood was better than ever. Big brother, I have already used ghost energy to shield the outside world. Our upcoming conversation will not be heard by any other ghosts or people except for the three of us. Just say what you want. The masked ghost hesitated for a moment, then took out a check issued by the Tianshi Bank from his pocket. Finally, he decisively handed it to Chen Ge. Seeing the number 300,000 written on it, Chen Ge was stunned and didn't understand what the masked ghost meant. What is this? It's my small token of appreciation. The masked ghost's bright blue eyes sparkled with emotion. He scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed as he said, Big brother, you don't need to be polite with me, just accept it. Chen Ge recalled the millions of ghost coins in his system that he hadn't withdrawn and decisively shook his head, then said earnestly, You know, I have so much money I can't spend it all. Of course, this referred to the ghost coins given by the system. If the masked ghost had given him a check in RMB, he would have definitely accepted it immediately. Big brother, this is my way of thanking you. Thanking me for what? Then I'll tell you the truth. The other day when you left the ticket booth, didn't you leave behind over 100,000 that you didn't take? Chen Ge recalled carefully, and it seemed that was the case. He didn't care about that amount of money at all. If he had taken it, it would have been too low for someone of his stature in the ghost realm. So at that time, when the ghost security guard reminded him, he intentionally didn't take it. The masked ghost shyly said, that more than 100,000 you didn't take back then, I invested it in a small business. Then yesterday it doubled, so this 300,000 is my way of thanking you. Chen Ge's eyes brightened. Investing? Doing business? Could it be that many rules of the horror world are now the same as those in the human world? And what exactly did he invest in? In just 2 days, the return on investment was so high. It's simply an invincible money-making industry. It made him feel tempted. The masked ghost sensed Chen Ge's unusual gaze, dodging and not daring to meet his eyes. He was too shy to tell the truth. Although you can invest and do business everywhere in the horror world. But there haven't been such high profits in such a short time. He had just gotten so many ghost coins that day and felt restless, so he went to play at the casino in the next level area for 2 days. The masked ghost, Li Hua, relied on his high gambling skills, winning 9 out of 10 times, to bring back so much money. If it wasn't for the ghost coins that Chen Ge left behind, with just his own tens of thousands in savings, he wouldn't even qualify to enter the casino. So today, as soon as he found out where Tuanchuan and Chen Ge were, he immediately brought 300,000 to thank them. Of course, Li Hua also had his own selfish motives. He wanted to befriend someone as great as Chen Ge. At the very least, he wanted to gain some favor in front of him. Sure. I see you have a talent in this area. Chen Ge stuffed the check back, complimenting him first. Seeing the masked ghost smile uncontrollably at his compliment. Then, Chen Ge's mind raced quickly, planning something. He immediately withdrew 1 million from the system and let the ghost coins appear in the masked ghost's arms. Chapter 37, Chen Ge lavishly throws 1 million ghost coins. The clown ghost's gift. Then, with a smile on his face, Chen Ge said, "This is 1 million ghost coins. You can invest it all. If you lose, it's my loss. If you win, it's your gain." Don't ask him why he did this. Just know that Chen Ge was paving the way for his future. Even though he didn't plan to enter the horror world again. But who knows, one day he might be chosen by the horror game just like Tuanchuan and forced to enter. After all, he entered this time not to pass the game but simply to protect his daughter. Chen Ge had already planned this matter in his mind. After all, once he goes out, he won't have any use for so many ghost coins. Better to use 1 million to buy a favor from the masked ghost. If it can be used later, that's fine, if not, even better. No, that won't do. I can't accept this million for nothing. The sudden appearance of a pile of 1,000 yuan bills made the masked ghost panic instantly. He said, attempting to return the money to Chen Ge. You keep it. Consider it my investment for you. You can invest it or spend it as you wish. No. That still won't do. If you insist on giving it to me, then I'll take it to invest. But if I make a profit, no matter what or how much, I can guarantee you 70% of the shares with my ghost status. The masked ghost said firmly. Chen Ge wanted to persuade him further, but at that moment, the clown ghost's figure appeared. So Chen Ge could only agree casually. Alright, if you insist, that's fine. But if you lose, then it's on me. If you make money, I don't need 70%, just give me half. Upon hearing this, the masked ghost felt a wave of emotion surge within him. No one had ever trusted him like this before. Li Hua would definitely work hard and not let down this 1 million from his big brother. Just as Chen Ge was about to take his daughter to find the clown ghost for a reward, the masked ghost suddenly remembered something and with a determined look, sighed. Then, he stepped 2 paces to the other side of Chen Ge. In a voice only the two could hear. Big brother, my real name is Li Hua. Remember it. One day in the future, if you need me, just write my name on a piece of paper. Then light it up with the red double happiness cigarettes I gave you. At that time, no matter where you are, as long as you are in the terrifying world, I will appear by your side immediately. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Chen Ge's eyes. Great, the 2 sentences from the masked ghost undoubtedly added a powerful card to his hand without him realizing it. A level 4 soul-destroying ghost was equivalent to the strongest level in the beginner region. With his promise, even if Chen Ge was forcibly pulled into a terrifying game next time, he could pass through safely. Although waves were stirring in his heart, Chen Ge still appeared calm on the surface. He nodded to show that he accepted the other's goodwill. After seeing Chen Ge nod, Li Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, he spoke to Chen Ge in a voice as small as a mosquito. These few short words made Chen Ge, who usually disliked disturbances, suddenly change his expression sharply. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask something further. But the masked ghost obviously did not want to elaborate. He shook his head at Chen Ge, then held that 1 million, and his figure instantly vanished. It was as if he turned into a puff of air, disappearing completely. Only then did Chen Ge understand that in the terrifying world, when one reaches a certain level, one could arrive without a trace and leave without a trace. But the masked ghost's previous words truly shook his heart. Like a magical sound, it kept echoing in Chen Ge's ears. He could hardly imagine what he would do if those words were true. While Chen Ge was lost in thought, the clown ghost had already returned on stilts to stand in front of the father and daughter. Tuan saw him come and her big round eyes instantly sparkled with joy. Clown brother, you're here. Tuan has been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing her childlike innocent words, the clown ghost couldn't help but smile knowingly. His smile, in an instant, seemed to traverse time and space, returning him to the past. Back then, he was not the feared clown ghost. He was just a simple clown who could attract a crowd of children by whistling at the entrance of the amusement park when it was first set up. He didn't know how he had become what he was now. Why, after so many years, when seeing a human child again, did he instead want to devour her? For a moment, the clown ghost felt incredibly bitter inside. He stretched out his right hand toward Tuan Tuan. Opening his palm, there lay a small hairpin resembling a hat with a floral edge. It quietly rested there, very ordinary yet very special. Tuan Tuan took one look and instantly liked the hairpin. Her big round eyes filled with delight. Clown brother, is this your reward for Tuan Tuan? Tuan Tuan likes it. It's for you. The clown ghost smiled and handed the hairpin toward the little one. Chen Ge glanced at the hairpin and suddenly felt 100 different emotions rise in his heart upon hearing the system's prompt sound in his mind. He hadn't expected that this seemingly unremarkable little hairpin contained the same infinite upgrade quality as the bone piercer rewarded by the system. Moreover, according to the system's hint, this little hairpin was already a soul-destroying level ghost object. The last gift had hairpin. He was the most popular clown. Every weekend and holiday, many children came specifically for him. He could sing and dance and perform fire-spitting ball tricks, bringing joy to all the children every time. Until that night, when the circus's last performance came to an end. This hairpin was gifted by a little girl who volunteered to go on stage to perform with him that day. The clown gave away many gifts, but this hairpin was the first gift the clown ever received. It was also the last one. The sudden arrival of black mist brought humans to kill each other. The next day, everything around the clown changed. The amusement park changed, colleagues changed, visitors changed, and he changed too. The only thing that did not change was this last gift. It contained the innocence and joy the clown had collected over the years. Function: bright innocence can resist all ghostly attacks below level 4. Level 4 can resist half, level 5 fails. It can upgrade continuously. This hairpin also became the clown's key to survival. Without it, the clown could never have become the manager of this amusement park. So this hairpin held great significance for him. So when Chen Ge told him all this, he felt a mix of uneasy emotions. Perhaps for the clown, giving this hairpin to Tuan Tuan was the best relief in his heart. The clown glanced at Chen Ge, who remained silent. Suddenly, he carefully asked. Young Master Chen, can I personally put this hairpin on Tuan Tuan? Author's note. The male protagonist's adventure with his daughter continues. What exactly did the masked ghost say to Chen Ge? What is the identity of the female lead? Is Tuan Tuan even human? To find out what happens next, please read the following sections. The new chapter, Soul Kindergarten, is starting now. Chapter 38, Tuan Tuan's reward is a toy? After the clown successfully put the hat hairpin on Tuan Tuan, the Seoul Amusement Park chapter officially ended. Before leaving, Chen Ge heard the clown's last words, assuring that he would make the ghostly employees clean the amusement park thoroughly, welcoming him to bring his daughter next time. Hearing this, Chen Ge's handsome face suddenly darkened. He felt as if these words were hinting at something. A vague sense of foreboding arose in Chen Ge's heart. However, he did not want to bring his daughter into the terrifying world again. This game was too dangerous, with dangers lurking everywhere. Some ghosts looked so frightening they could scare someone to death. Even if he might enter the terrifying world again in the future, he would come alone, not letting his daughter join the danger. But unexpectedly, Chen Ge turned to look at the little Tuan Tuan he was holding. She was blinking her big eyes and smiling joyfully. Tuan Tuan looked at him with an eager face. Daddy, will you bring Tuan Tuan to play games again next time? This place is so much fun. Tuan Tuan likes it. Chen Ge. This really was his good daughter. However, it was Tuan Tuan's words that made Chen Ge once again doubt what the masked ghost had said to him before disappearing. Just now, I felt the original aura of this little girl in your arms. As Chen Ge frowned in deep thought, a flash of white light suddenly appeared in front of him. The next second, he and his daughter found themselves in a void space. The space was filled with white mist, and besides the two of them, there were 3 others. They were the forcibly entered newcomers Su Siye and Wang Mangbei, as well as the veteran player Su Kan. However, Su Kan had no hair on his head, just a bald top that could even reflect light. From him, Chen Ge learned the reason behind Meng Qingfeng's tragic death. He was originally in the waiting area of the decapitation roller coaster, waiting for the ghost from the nearby Blood Moon restaurant to take Tuan Tuan away. When the ghost arrived, it found that Tuan Tuan was being protected by the ghost employees. In a fit of rage, it packed up Meng Qingfeng and took him away. In his situation, the new player protection mechanism in the horror game was useless. Because the Blood Moon restaurant was actually another chapter, and being forcibly pulled away meant entering a second chapter to play. Not a rookie anymore, so naturally there is no protection mechanism. If he dies inside the Blood Moon restaurant, then he is really dead. After hearing this, Wang Mangbei pretended to be sad for a moment. Su Siyi also sighed alone. Only Chen Ge showed no sympathy for Meng Qingfeng at all. On the contrary, he even wanted to give a thumbs up to the food vendor ghost in the Blood Moon restaurant. Fortunately, it dealt with the person in advance, otherwise, Chen Ge would have had to think hard about how to legally bring down Meng Qingfeng. Let alone being a ghost, even if it was a person, anyone who dared to harm his daughter would be wiped out without fail. Congratulations to all players for successfully passing the beginner dungeon, the Undead Amusement Park. The standard female voice of the game echoed in everyone's ears. In 1 minute, everyone will be teleported back to the place you started the game. Rewards will be distributed based on your overall performance in the dungeon. Beep. Starting settlement. As the female voice faded away, a large light screen in pale blue appeared before everyone. The 13th batch of Undead Amusement Park Dungeon Settlement Panel. Participants, 8 people, survived, 5 people, death rate below half, automatically triggering extra rewards. The following several columns displayed everyone's scores. First place, player Chen Ge, 18.65 points. Has refreshed the previous highest score of 16.7 in the dungeon. Second place, Tuan Tuan, 16.99 points. Third place, Su Kan, 12.65 points. Fourth place, Wang Mangbei, 9.23 points. Fifth place, Su Xia, 9.12 points. Note, full score is 20 points. After everyone read the contents on the screen, their figures instantly disappeared from this space. Then, they all returned to the places where they entered. When Chen Ge looked up, he saw the familiar chandelier and ceiling of his home. Tuan Tuan was standing on the coffee table in front of him, looking at him with a sweet smile. Daddy, just now I heard an older sister talking to me in my ear. She said a lot. Tuan Tuan understood all of it. The little one had an excited expression, seeking praise. Chen Ge smiled and rubbed her little head. Then, with practiced ease, he took an elastic band from the coffee table. While tying up his daughter's hair, he softly asked, "Then can Tuan Tuan tell Daddy what that older sister told you just now?" Chen Ge knew she was referring to the rewards from the game, thought for a few seconds, and then continued. "If Tuan Tuan can recite everything back to Daddy, I will allow you to have an ice cream." The little one's eyes brightened again. She immediately excitedly started to tell her father. Tuan Tuan remembers. The first thing the sister said was that there are 100 ghost energies. Then she said Tuan Tuan is just 200 ghost energies away from leveling up to level 3. The little one thought this level 3 referred to the normal level in the game, clearly very happy, her tone even more cheerful. She wiggled 3 fingers in front of Chen Ge. "Daddy! Tuan Tuan is almost level 3. When that time comes, Tuan Tuan can protect Daddy." Chen Ge was stunned. He had always known his daughter was very sensible. He didn't expect that at such a young age, she could say something about protecting her father. Chen Ge's heart warmed, he suddenly opened his arms and tightly hugged the little one. The guilt in his heart made his eyes redden unexpectedly, and his throat momentarily choked up. "Tuan Tuan, don't ever say such things again, okay?" Chen Ge's tone sounded a bit serious, but it was full of strong emotions inside. "Huh? Why not? Can't Tuan Tuan protect Daddy?" The little one didn't understand. She looked up with her soft, cute little face at Chen Ge. From this angle, he saw the long, curled eyelashes of his daughter fluttering slightly, her big eyes sparkling, resembling so much the beautiful face he remembered in the depths of his memory. In this moment, Chen Ge seemed to hear again the words his wife said to him, pale-faced, after coming out of the delivery room. She said, "Chen classmate. From now on, I won't call you Chen classmate anymore, I will call you Mr. Chen. Dear Mr. Chen, congratulations on winning a prize, you have received a super cute daughter. From now on, you protect our daughter, and I will protect you." After she finished speaking, she fainted due to exhaustion, and then was pushed to the hospital room by the nurse. Chen Ge saw that she was asleep and went to take a look at his daughter in the nursery. But when he returned to find his wife a few minutes later, the beautiful person on the hospital bed had disappeared. Completely vanished, leaving not a trace behind. Except for the tiny bundle making sounds in the nursery. But the 3 sentences his wife said before disappearing were forever etched in Chen Ge's heart. He thought, even if the end of his life comes, he would never forget. Chen Ge had only these 2 family members in his life. Not just family, but also beloved ones. The last one who said she would protect him was gone. Only this one remained. How could Chen Ge dare? How could he dare to agree to let his daughter protect him instead? Tuan Tuan saw her dad's red eyes and suddenly stretched out her soft pink hands to cover her dad's handsome face, her sweet little voice mimicking the tone her dad usually used to soothe her. "Daddy, Tuan Tuan is wrong. Daddy, don't cry, Tuan Tuan will give you the little toy sister gave to Tuan Tuan. Daddy, after you play with the little toy, don't cry like Tuan Tuan anymore." As the little one spoke, she focused her mind. Then, a rustling sound echoed in Chen Ge's ears. He adjusted his emotions and instinctively turned to look. He saw that a lot of things had suddenly appeared on the sofa. At the top was a long blood-stained black butcher knife. The knife was long, with dried blood spots all over the blade. It gave off an eerie vibe and was extraordinarily sharp. At first glance, it was clearly not something from the human world. Chen Ge was dumbfounded. Can this thing be called a little toy? P.S. Check out chapter 42 of the second side story. But try not to skip ahead. Tuan Tuan's identity will be revealed in the next few chapters. Chapter 39, Demon Chainsaw? Murder Butcher Knife? All daughters' toys. And Tuan Tuan's little toys were not just that ghost-level black butcher knife. Underneath it, there were more ghostly tools of the soul level. One was a demon chainsaw taller than Tuan Tuan, with blades shining with a light that could devour people. The only thing that looked normal was the little hammer made of wood. Chen Ge put his daughter down and picked up that little hammer to take a closer look. Instantly, a chill came from the handle, quickly penetrating his palm and rapidly enveloping his entire body. Chen Ge's eyes instantly sharpened. He immediately realized that this unremarkable little hammer was definitely not made of wood, it likely held some secrets. But what puzzled Chen Ge even more was, he had never heard before that things from the horror world could be taken out in real life. It was clearly restricted. But Tuan Tuan had effortlessly taken them out. Chen Ge quickly tried to take out the ghost tools he acquired in the game and the few items he just received as game rewards. As expected, his nail-bone guns, tennis rackets, eye drops, Hongshuangxi cigarettes, including the 3 soul-level exorcism talismans, 5 soul-level gauze patches, and the rare horror-level blood clothing umbrella. All these ghostly items and tools from the horror world could be retrieved. Father and daughter looked at the assorted items laid out on the sofa, both showing the same expression of surprise. The little one thought, Daddy is indeed a powerful daddy, the little toys he got in the game are so much more than hers. She really admired her daddy more and more. While Chen Ge was thinking, if these items could also be used in real life according to their levels, like against ghosts. If it causes different kinds of harm, then this real world will be a mess. He tried to gather the ghost energy again. But for some unknown reason, Chen Ge could make the ghost energy flow in his body, but could not bring it out. At that moment, the sun was shining brightly, and sunlight poured in through the window, making the home warm and cozy. Chen Ge instinctively thought of those ghosts in the movies, who only came out to do mischief at night when the wind was high and the yin energy was strong. It seemed very likely that the strong yang energy during the daytime was suppressing the ghost energy. Chen Ge decided to wait until the sun set before trying to gather the ghost energy again. According to Ming's hint, he was already at level 2. Originally, Chen Ge had 100 ghost energy, but just now, the instance rewarded him with 200 ghost energy, totaling exactly 300. And as long as he accumulated 300 ghost energy, he would automatically level up to level 2. Just like those school of cultivating immortals or fighting monsters in online games, ghost energy was like experience. The higher the ghost energy, the higher the level, and the stronger the power. Of course, obtaining powerful ghost weapons would make things even better, allowing one to be invincible at the same level and challenge higher levels. But what puzzled Chen Ge even more was, why did his daughter rise to level 3 almost immediately without a system or so many rewards? Every odd thing that happened to her, Chen Ge recalled carefully, and when he added it all up, it was indeed thought-provoking. If he deepened his research into the words of the masked ghost, Chen Ge even dared not to think further. At this moment, the little one beside him saw that he was silent and thought Dad was still lost in sadness. So, she bent down and picked up her 3 ghost toys from the sofa, and with all her might, threw them onto Chen Ge's pile. Then, in her sweet, childish voice, she said, Daddy, don't be sad. Tuan Tuan is willing to give you all her little toys. Chen Ge's thoughts were interrupted by his daughter. Immediately, he looked at the pile of ghostly items on the sofa, and with a serious face, said to his daughter, Tuan Tuan, from now on, you need to remember what Dad says. The little one blinked her big eyes. First, Dad wants to ask you, do you know how to use these ghost weapons? Tuan Tuan widened her eyes and shook her head. What are ghost weapons? I don't have those, only toys. Good girl Tuan Tuan, Dad is being serious with you right now, you need to remember carefully. First, these things have a unified name, called ghost weapons. Daddy, is it the angry energy? Ghost energy? Tuan Tuan knows. The security uncle told Tuan Tuan yesterday. Chen Ge facepalmed. He felt like the more he explained, the more confused it became. But Tuan Tuan was only in kindergarten and didn't know the character 4 weapon, which was very normal. So, Chen Ge had to compromise. Alright, if Tuan Tuan says these are toys, then they are. The little one immediately broke into a bright smile. Okay, then Dad asks you again. Can Tuan Tuan play with these toys? The little girl instantly remembered how her dad flew the bad ant away with a tennis racket that night. So, she hesitated and nodded her head, sweetly saying, yes. Chen Ge breathed a sigh of relief and pointed to the pile of ghost weapons. Then can you show me how to play? Tuan Tuan tilted her head, a bit confused. Alright, it's that Daddy doesn't know how to play. I want you to teach me. Chen Ge was always very patient with his precious daughter. Especially since he was now both a father and a mother, he paid special attention to wanting to give his daughter a perfect childhood. At the very least, he didn't want her childhood to be spent in cold ridicule like his, without a father to raise her. Seeing her dad say that, Tuan had to pick up the tennis racket, recalling her dad's actions from the night before, and began to play. The little one could barely grip the tennis racket, yet her backhand swing looked incredibly familiar to Chen Ge. He hadn't even had the chance to ask Tuan what that action was about. Then he heard a crisp crack from above his head. Soon, a massive object quickly fell down, heavily smashing onto the coffee table. The distance from top to bottom was too short. So short that Chen Ge didn't even have time to react. The suddenly broken crystal chandelier bang smashed onto the ground, producing a sharp sound. At that very moment, the hat clip in Tuan's hair instantly formed a transparent halo, wrapping around her and Chen Ge beside her. Chen Ge clearly saw that all the glass shards flying from the broken chandelier were kept outside by this halo. The range was about 1 meter. This meant that this defensive ghost object could automatically protect the owner and anyone and anything within this range. Realizing this, a hint of subtle joy flashed in Chen Ge's heart. He had to admit, the ghost object the clown ghost gave to Tuan was very practical. If he wasn't around Tuan and someone bullied her, then even if she couldn't beat the other person, it didn't matter. As long as she stayed in the protective circle, no one could harm her. Chen Ge thought, if he had the chance to see the clown ghost again in the future, he would definitely thank him in another way. However, he hadn't expected that the ghost objects in the horror world could actually work normally in the human world. This was truly not a good thing for social order. While Chen Ge was lost in thought, the curious little girl next to him, intrigued by the tennis racket, had already changed her toy and was studying it again. By the time he came back to his senses and looked again. With just a glance, Chen Ge reminded himself to stay calm. He absolutely must not get angry. This was his own daughter. Chapter 40, Chen Ge teaches kids. Whoever bullies you, you just hammer them. He saw the soft little girl staring wide-eyed, holding onto a chainsaw. Her fair little hands gripped the reins at the tail of the chainsaw. Gently pulling, she yanked it down. The chainsaw immediately began to emit a black sinister energy, spinning with a whoosh. Each time the little one pulled down, the chainsaw produced a sharp black flash toward the main wall of the living room. The first cast was the latest 75-inch television that Chen Ge had saved up for years to buy for his wife to watch horror movies, split in two. The second cast was a deep crack that suddenly appeared in the beautifully patterned European-style main wall behind the television. Little did she know the seriousness of the situation. She looked cluelessly at the chainsaw in her hand, then at the cracked television and wall, instantly shocked like a little goldfish. When Tuan still wanted to keep playing, her peripheral vision suddenly met her father's serious gaze. The little one's head shrank abruptly, her playful mood instantly vanished. She then realized she seemed to have done something wrong. Dad! Dad! Feeling the awkward atmosphere, Tuan immediately put the chainsaw back on the sofa, clasped her little hands behind her back, drooped her little head, and stood obediently in front of her father. Seeing her series of actions, Chen Ge felt a hint of relief in his heart. At least this little girl knew she had gone a bit overboard. However, he seized this opportunity and indeed needed to educate her well today. So, pretending to have a stern face, Chen Ge spoke in a deep voice, "Stand straight." The mischievous little girl now understood her father was genuinely angry, and quickly stood up straight, afraid of making things worse. Tuan, do you have anything you want to say? Chen Ge gave his daughter a chance and said this on purpose. I do. The little one nodded, casting her gaze to the ground, momentarily too shy to look her father in the face. She had completely confirmed that she had indeed done something wrong. Chen Ge quietly waited for his daughter to give him a satisfactory answer. Unexpectedly, a minute passed, and she just hung her head without saying anything. Chen Ge took a deep breath and repeated in his heart, "This is my own child, I cannot hit her, I cannot scold her, I must speak calmly and explain." After repeating it 3 times, he then asked, "Do you think you did something wrong, Tuan?" The little girl looked at her serious father and finally nodded silently. But as soon as she nodded, she heard her father suddenly change his tone. "No, actually Tuan didn't do anything wrong." The little one widened her eyes in disbelief. Then she shook her head and instinctively opened her mouth to refute. "Daddy, Tuan knows she was wrong, it was all Tuan's fault. Tuan was too naughty, Daddy, please don't be angry." The little girl admitted her mistake while pouting, looking very aggrieved, as if she would cry at any moment. Chen Ge looked at his daughter's extremely pitiful expression, which reminded him so much of his wife from years ago. Whenever she made a mistake, her eyes would turn red, and she would look at him with tears brimming, almost making him think he was the one who made a mistake instead of her. Every time, Chen Ge was determined to educate her well, but when it came to his lips, he couldn't say anything, and ended up comforting her instead. In that respect, his daughter was truly just like her mother's stubbornness. However, over the years, Chen Ge had learned how to handle this trick. He intentionally did not follow along with the little girl's words and questioned with a straight face, "Oh really? Did Tuan Tuan make a mistake? Daddy didn't find out where the mistake was?" When the little girl heard this, she really fell into the trap and immediately began to babble about where she was wrong. After she finished speaking, Chen Ge's expression eased, and he walked in front of his daughter, bent down, and gently pinched her chubby little face. Then he began to seriously explain some great truths. First of all, Daddy wants to say, actually Tuan Tuan is very smart, and very great. Earlier in the game, Tuan Tuan performed very well, and the security uncle and the clown uncle secretly praised you to Daddy. The little one's dull big eyes instantly lit up. If we don't count Daddy, actually Tuan Tuan is the first in that game, right? The little girl was praised by her father and immediately became happy, smiling very brightly. Seeing his daughter smiling, Chen Ge immediately turned the conversation and got to the point. Daddy's next words, Tuan Tuan must remember at all times. From now on, you cannot take these toys out casually. Only when Daddy is not by your side and you encounter danger, can you take them out to deal with bad people. In order for his daughter to return to normal life, Chen Ge had to explain these matters to Tuan Tuan ahead of time. For example, the bad aunt and Uncle Mang who tricked Tuan Tuan away this morning? The little girl, in some cases, was still very clever and immediately understood what Daddy said. Yes, Chen Ge nodded. But that was in the game, not in real life. In the game, if you encounter bad people, you can directly take out your toys to deal with them. Whoever bullies you, you can turn around and bully them back. In real life, unless you encounter a very urgent situation, you cannot take out these toys without Daddy's permission. Also, even if you encounter an emergency, you can only use the little hammer first. Do you understand, Tuan Tuan? Got it. I promise to remember everything Daddy said. The little one answered somewhat knowingly. Chen Ge then continued to explain in detail to his daughter about the uses of other ghost tools on the sofa. Especially the ghost-destroying talisman and the band-aid. Because Chen Ge was still very worried about his daughter's safety, he specifically gave her 2 ghost-destroying talismans and 4 band-aids. He would give her the other ghost tools later. Her ghostly weapon already had both offensive and defensive capabilities, so there was no need for it. After Chen Ge finished teaching the lesson to Tuan Tuan, the sky had unknowingly darkened. Both father and daughter's stomachs were growling with hunger. Especially Tuan Tuan, who had rummaged through all the drawers at home but found nothing to eat. She could only stomp to the kitchen to find Chen Ge, who was on the phone with the CIA. Seeing his daughter come in, Chen Ge lost patience with the person on the other end, casually made up an excuse, and hung up the phone. Daddy, all the little cookies at home are gone. Tuan Tuan is hungry and wants to eat the small wontons downstairs. Chen Ge looked at his daughter's greedy look and couldn't help but laugh, his gloomy mood lifted a bit. He reached out and rubbed Tuan Tuan's little nose, softly saying, "Okay, Daddy will change his clothes and take you downstairs to eat." Yay! The little one cheered happily. 5 minutes later, Chen Ge took his daughter downstairs. They lived in a small house that was a full 120 square meters, located in a mid-range community in the city. When he bought the house, Chen Ge only paid half of the full price, with the rest covered by a bank loan. But after years of hard work, Chen Ge not only got his daughter into the best kindergarten in town, but he also paid off the mortgage early. The environment in this community was among the best in the city. There were lotus ponds, pavilions, running tracks, and swimming pools. The variety of flowers and trees was abundant, and a lush green spread out as far as the eye could see. But at this moment, it seemed to be draped in a layer of red gauze, making it quite uncomfortable to look at. Chen Ge looked up at the sky. It turned out it was the red light from the sunset casting over the trees. Today's sunset was as thick as fire, red enough to almost drip blood. Seeing such a sunset, perhaps because he had just come from a horror world, a strange feeling rose in Chen Ge's heart. He vaguely felt that something big was about to happen soon. Before long, Chen Ge was dragged by his daughter to the food street outside the community. Seeing the various food stalls wafting with delicious aromas, Chen Ge finally felt a sense of reality returning to him. Tuan Tuan wasn't thinking too much. Upon seeing so much food, she instantly forgot about the small wonton she had been craving, pulling Chen Ge around to buy everything. On the surface, he was discussing food with his daughter, but secretly, he had already sensed several unusual gazes around them. Or rather, to be precise, these gazes had started from the moment he and Tuan Tuan stepped out of that apartment building. Moreover, as the night deepened, Chen Ge's sensitivity increased. Soon, he realized that these gazes did not belong to the same group. At least 3 factions were simultaneously monitoring him and Tuan Tuan. Chen Ge's heart sank. Being watched like this by 3 factions was likely not a good thing. Furthermore, his daughter was still standing next to him. Even if he wanted to shake one of them off, it would be very difficult. This was not good. Daddy, here, eat this. The little one was unaware of any danger, smilingly holding out a sticky rice ball on a skewer toward Chen Ge's mouth. Chen Ge pretended to nonchalantly eat the sticky rice ball while secretly holding Tuan Tuan's left hand tighter. If these people were coming for him, that would be fine. What he feared most was that they had been watching his livestream for the past 3 days, and thus were coming for Tuan Tuan. At 7 o'clock, the sky was completely dark. Dark clouds covered the sunset, and a bright yellow crescent moon hung on the branches. The moon was bright yellow, just like any other day. The only difference was that when Chen Ge looked up, you can see a few stars hanging in the night sky, with half of them turned red. At this time, the food street was bustling with people, shoulder to shoulder. Everyone was in groups, searching for their favorite food. But Chen Ge observed the expressions of the passers-by around him, and none of them noticed the stars had turned red. Otherwise, someone would definitely have shared this with their friends. At this moment, Tuan Tuan lifted her big eyes, looking at Chen Ge, then mysteriously mouthed to him. "Daddy, can I ask you a question?" "What?" "Why did those few stars turn red?" Chen Ge was momentarily stunned, his gaze suddenly became complex. He had just almost thought he was seeing things, unexpectedly, Tuan Tuan could also see them. Could it be that both of them had just come out of a frightful world and hadn't recovered to normal yet? Chen Ge didn't have time to think so much anymore because he saw out of the corner of his eye that 3 groups of people, after the stars turned red, appeared around him at the fastest speed. And they were getting closer and closer to him and Tuan Tuan. Chapter 41. 3 groups of people chasing Chen Ge with checks. In general, even if one were to kill someone, they would choose a dark place when the night was thick, moving quietly. It would definitely not happen in a bustling food street under the watch of thousands of eyes. Chen Ge swiftly moved his daughter behind him, his gaze alertly fixed on these people. He didn't take Tuan Tuan to another place. In this situation, staying in a crowded place was actually more beneficial for him. At least, the laws of Xia country were still quite useful. But what Chen Ge didn't expect was that these people completely did not follow the usual rules. 3 minutes later, he looked at the few people in front of him as they handed him several checks of different values, remaining silent. Tuan Tuan peeked out from behind Chen Ge, curiously looking at these strange uncles, waving his hand. "Daddy, what are these uncles doing?" "I don't know either." Chen Ge shook his head. The people in front saw that Tuan Tuan was unharmed behind Chen Ge, their eyes brightened, and they hurriedly spoke up. "Mr. Chen, hello, I am the assistant to the chairman of Tianchen Group. Our chairman is one of the selected contestants for the next horror game. This check is a gift for your arrival. Mr. Chen, I am the president of the horror game Trojan Guild. Willing to offer a 5 million annual salary, inviting you to join our guild with your daughter. Mr. Chen, you must not be deceived by this Trojan Guild person. The top talents in their guild have just reached level 2. But in my Blood Slaughter Alliance, we have someone nearing the pinnacle of level 2, soon to reach level 3. Join my Blood Slaughter Alliance, there are only benefits, no drawbacks." Speechless Chen Ge. Confused Tuan Tuan. The 3 factions, seeing that father and daughter were both silent, suddenly became anxious, speaking in unison. "Mr. Chen, if you are not satisfied, we can add more money." Chen Ge raised an eyebrow and sneered, "The thing I hate most is being followed. Moreover, you showing up unexpectedly disturbed me and my daughter from our shopping. Let's discuss it tomorrow." Looking at the string of numbers on the check, if it were the old Chen Ge, he might have accepted the highest one. But now, perhaps due to having seen too many ghost money, when Chen Ge looked at this cash, he had no extra thoughts. After finishing speaking, he took Tuan Tuan's hand and walked away, leaving the few people looking at each other in blank amazement. By the time father and daughter returned home again, it was already 8:30. The night had grown deeper. It was clearly summer, but not a single cicada could be heard, eerily quiet. The television at home had been broken by Tuan Tuan in the afternoon, and it still hadn't been repaired. Chen Ge didn't let her play with the phone, casually adjusted an animated show for her on the tablet, then went to take a shower. As soon as his figure disappeared into the second bedroom, Tuan Tuan quickly turned off the animated show. "I found a ghost movie while browsing a video app and watched it with great interest." The little one watched as the female ghost suddenly appeared on the screen, listening to the eerie, soothing music of the horror film, and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, after making breakfast, Chen Ge went in to wake his daughter and discovered something wrong with the tablet. However, he didn't think much of it because he had watched this ghost movie with Tuan Tuan 3 days ago, so he just assumed she had accidentally clicked on it after falling asleep. "Tuan Tuan, Daddy made your favorite 8 treasure porridge this morning." As usual, Chen Ge tried to lure his daughter out of bed with delicious food. But after he said this, the little one on the bed did not respond at all and didn't even move. A sense of foreboding suddenly arose in Chen Ge's heart. His breathing became a bit ragged as he quickly walked to the bedside and said, "Tuan Tuan, if you don't get up soon, the 8 treasure porridge will be gone." Chen Ge coaxed on purpose. He was afraid that his daughter was being naughty, pretending to be asleep in the morning. But even after saying this, Tuan Tuan remained unresponsive, her little face turned towards the window, not moving at all. Chen Ge's heart sank. He couldn't care less anymore and directly walked to the other side of the bed to take a look. What he saw was his daughter's pale face. Especially when the sunlight from outside shone on her, her little body seemed to fade away. Startled, Chen Ge quickly picked up his daughter. As he held her, his heart raced with fear. How could this be? Tuan Tuan's body temperature was alarmingly low, almost like an ice block. Chen Ge tremblingly reached out his fingers to check his daughter's breathing, which was normal. Her breaths were steady, just like a normal person asleep. Chen Ge continued to try to wake her up, but no matter how he called, he couldn't wake her. In an instant, an unprecedented panic engulfed Chen Ge's heart. Many possible accidents flashed through his mind, but Tuan Tuan had just gone to the hospital for a full checkup 3 months ago. There had clearly been no signs of illness. The doctor even praised Chen Ge for raising his daughter so well. But why? Clearly Tuan Tuan was still breathing, yet there was no heartbeat. Chapter 42, Tuan Tuan's Origin. The start of a new quest. At this moment, it felt like the words of the masked ghost echoed once more in his ears. Chen Ge did not want to believe it at all. But now, the undeniable truth lay right in front of him. Tuan Tuan possessed the same essence as the masked ghost. She might be naturally a ghost. Or rather, half of her blood might run with ghostly essence. That was why, on the very next day after coming out of the horror world, she turned into this way. Following this logic further, then his wife could very likely be a ghost too. If she was also a ghost, then all the strange events that had happened to the mother and daughter over the years could be explained. To verify this guess, Chen Ge trembled all over and took out a red double happiness cigarette from his inventory. Feeling Tuan Tuan's condition worsening, he rushed to find a lighter in the living room to ignite the cigarette, then brought it to his daughter's little face, letting the smoke slowly drift into her nostrils. As expected, the facts were exactly as Chen Ge had deduced. After one red double happiness cigarette burned out, Tuan Tuan's temperature gradually rose, eventually returning to normal. Chen Ge waited for more than 10 seconds, and when he saw his daughter still hadn't woken up, he quickly lit another cigarette. The second one was still not enough. It could only bring back the rosy glow to the little one's face. Finally, when the third cigarette in Chen Ge's hand burnt out, the little creature in his arms slowly opened its eyes. But its voice was weak and powerless. The small body still tried its best to burrow into Chen Ge's embrace. "Daddy, is there a fire at home? Tuan Tuan feels so hot, it feels like melting, boo-hoo." Feeling a serious burning sensation, the little one felt so wronged and wanted to cry. Chen Ge quickly took his daughter to the main bedroom and tightly pulled down the blackout curtains to block all the sunlight coming in from the window. So, when the sunlight completely disappeared from the room, Tuan Tuan finally returned to normal, blinking her big eyes at Chen Ge. "Oh, Daddy, is the fire in the house out now?" Tuan Tuan feels all better. Chen Ge forced a calm smile at his daughter. He knew that at this moment, his smile was definitely uglier than tears. But he couldn't say anything to her. "Tuan Tuan, you behave and stay in Daddy's room. I will go get breakfast for you. You remember, you must not open the curtains." Chen Ge rubbed his daughter's little head and, seeing her nod, turned and exited the room. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Chen Ge covered his face tightly with his hands. He was forcing himself to stay calm. Yet the panic inside him swirled like a tornado, quickly sweeping over his entire body. Chen Ge took out his phone and searched online for information everywhere. But the internet had very little information about the horror world, let alone anything about human ghost offspring. Chen Ge searched for a long time but found nothing. It seems that only the CIA and those individuals from last night had more information about the horror world. But how could Chen Ge dare to speak about this? What if they took Tuan Tuan away for research? That would be the end. So, neither of these paths worked. Chen Ge suddenly remembered that he had a system bound to him. He quickly communicated with the system in his mind. "Ming, do you know anything about this?" "I don't know. I just checked the system for you, and there is no information about human ghost offspring. Throughout history, perhaps your daughter is the only natural half-ghost." Chen Ge was stunned, and though he felt this was very bizarre. He had seen dramas with human fox or human plant descendants. But he had never seen anything about human ghost. Moreover, what was even more suspicious was that his wife had never feared sunlight, and her body was not cold, all her physical traits were just like normal people. Could it be that Tuan Tuan wasn't their biological child? But that seemed impossible. He clearly remembered that when Tuan Tuan was born, there was a small birthmark on her right shoulder, just like his wife's. It was there naturally. So it couldn't have been switched in the delivery room. She was indeed his biological child with his wife, Nuan Air. Chen Ge's thoughts were heard clearly by Ming. After a moment of silence, Ming continued. "Maybe you should go back to the horror world for answers. Dealing with ghosts is often simpler than dealing with people." "Go back?" Chen Ge felt a strange sensation in his heart. When he left yesterday, he guessed that one day in the future, he would return to the game. But he didn't expect the return to come so quickly. Also, even if you block the sunlight with the curtains, your daughter's body will still grow weaker day by day. The human world has no ghost energy. Ghosts without ghost energy can't survive, just like humans without oxygen. What if I continually provide her with ghost energy using something like cigarettes? Would that not work? Chen Ge's tone had a hint of hope. But Ming's next words shattered all his hopes. That won't work. If she had not been chosen by the horror game at the very beginning, if she had not come into contact with the ghostly aura, then perhaps she could live a normal life like an ordinary person. But once she encountered the ghostly aura, the other half of her bloodline that belonged to the ghost was activated. The reason she does not need so much ghostly aura right now is that it is only 8:30 in the morning. By noon, when the sun is at its peak, even if you light all 8 ghost-level red double happiness cigarettes at once, it will only sustain her for a few minutes. A few minutes later, she is very likely to be scattered in soul and spirit. Chen Ge's face changed, and his heart instantly sank to the bottom. What Ming said was already very clear. If he does not bring his daughter back to the horror world within 3 hours, she will undoubtedly die. Moreover, when a person dies, they could also become a ghost in the horror world. But if a ghost dies, that is being scattered in soul and spirit, with no chance of reincarnation. Thinking of this, Chen Ge could not help but remember his wife Nanner, who suddenly disappeared 4 years ago. A new guess vaguely arose in his heart. Perhaps the sentence she said to him before leaving had another meaning. She left to protect him, so now he only needs to protect his daughter. Chen Ge boldly continued to think. Perhaps his daughter did not actually die, but was forced back into the horror world. At this thought, Chen Ge's whole body tensed up, and his breathing seemed to fluctuate greatly with this sudden thought. He decided to take his daughter back to the horror world and find his wife. Ming, do you know if there are any other ways to actively enter the horror world besides this login device given to me by the CIA? Yes. Currently known methods to enter actively also include substitution. For example, that assistant of the group chairman who came to find you yesterday. Didn't he say? The chairman of his group was forcibly selected. He came to find you to spend money to relieve the disaster, hoping you would substitute for the chairman. That's unlikely, right? 3 days ago I already asked the CIA people, and they said substitution was not possible. You can only enter actively. Chen Ge indeed did not quite understand the rules of this horror game. Correct, in the case of the group chairman, substitution is indeed not possible. His situation is on a random selection list drawn up by the overall program of the game. Once a person is identified, it absolutely cannot be changed. But this chairman was chosen because he was walking at night the other day and kindly helped a child who was crying by the roadside find their mother. Unexpectedly, the next morning he received an invitation letter for the Seoul kindergarten copy. So, his invitation letter was not sent by the game program? But was chosen by the copy? Exactly. You can understand it this way. Because every copy outside of the horror realm has an owner, commonly referred to as the Ghost Master. The invitation letter is specifically sent after the Ghost Master selects a person. After hearing this, Chen Ge immediately found the phone number of the assistant who had left a message last night and called directly. At 11 o'clock in the morning. Chen Ge held the blood-colored patterned invitation letter in one hand, while holding his somewhat pale daughter's hand with the other. The two once again returned to that void space. Familiar voices echoed in their ears. Welcome back to the horror game. Level 2 copy Seoul Kindergarten is starting. The number of people participating in this game is 6. The game time is 5 days. All players will enter the kindergarten in different roles, randomly assigned. You may be the security guard at the door, a teacher, or a student. Facing your colleagues or classmates. How can you avoid their eyes? Friendly reminder, the system will disguise the presence of you humans. Of course, if your acting skills are not up to par and the nearby NPCs detect your human identity, then bad things may happen. Automatically detected that there are no new players in this instance, task mode is automatically activated. Main task, investigate the causes of death of all employees at this kindergarten, and gain the highest score and rewards for the instance. Instance task, gain favorability from surrounding colleagues or classmates. For every NPC whose favorability reaches above 70, you can gain additional rewards, and may also randomly obtain clues for the main task. Wish you all a great time. The game officially starts after a 3-second countdown. P.S. The following days of reading really matter for whether this book can be written long. So every day, I do my best to update a lot. I hope everyone can come and read after seeing the updates. Chapter 43, A Troublesome Character. Offending the entire class of ghost students right from the start. 3 seconds later, a dazzling white light flashed before everyone. In the next second, everyone appeared in the hall of the Seoul kindergarten on the first floor. This kindergarten looked like it had seen some years. At a glance, many places had lost their color due to the wear of time. Only the strange graffiti on the walls looked very new, as if it had just been painted. The children's play area diagonally across the hall was obviously newly built. There weren't even any traces of children having played on the slide. Overall, this Seoul kindergarten did not seem much different from a kindergarten in the human world. Perhaps the only difference was whether the students and teachers were human or ghost. What are you still standing here for? Today is the first day of school. If I catch you slacking off, don't blame me for being impolite. A sharp female voice came from behind Chen Ge. He turned around and saw a female ghost dressed in a suit, wearing glasses, looking like the director. If it weren't for the terrifying red bloodshot in her eyes, she actually looked no different from a normal person. Chen Ge glanced at the name tag pinned to her chest and clearly saw the 4 big words Director of Studies. Looking down, he found that he also had a name tag on him, which said Homeroom Teacher of Class A. The role assigned to him in this instance was that of a teacher. What about Tuan Tuan? Chen Ge was most concerned about his daughter's condition. Sure enough, upon returning to this terrifying world, her body had obviously returned to normal, her small face was pink, and her big eyes were sparkling. Everything was as it used to be. However, she was wearing a bright red little backpack on her back. Clearly, Tuan Tuan's role was that of a kindergarten student. At this moment, the director with a dark face had already walked up to him and Tuan Tuan, with large black spots appearing on her face. Teacher Chen, what's wrong with you? You're the teacher of Class A, but you're holding a Class B student. What do you think you are doing? As the director said this, a terrifying aura characteristic of a level 4 soul-destroying ghost burst forth, her eyes narrowed dangerously. Or do you not like the students of Class A? Do you want to be the teacher of Class B instead? Feeling such a terrifying aura, Chen Ge's face changed drastically. What is going on with this instance? A ghost of this high level just appeared right at the start. Based on his current strength, he might still be able to challenge a level 3 ghost, but defeating a level 4 ghost was absolutely impossible. Moreover, he had just arrived and hadn't grasped all the rules of this instance. So, Chen Ge quickly said, "No, director. You misunderstood, this child couldn't find her way back to her class, so she came to ask me." Is that so? Little student? The director bent down to ask. Staring fixedly at Tuan Tuan, with a smile on his lips, but his eyes sharp like knives, his tone was filled with threat. Little student, you must know that the thing we welcome the least in our kindergarten is a child who lies. Hearing this, Chen Ge couldn't help but feel tense. He hadn't told Tuan Tuan beforehand that she couldn't call him dad in this scenario. Nor had he mentioned that she was a student in this game. Now, it was a problem. With this devilish headmaster acting this way, it was likely that both father and daughter would be stuck here today. But what Chen Ge didn't expect was that Tuan Tuan, upon being questioned by the headmaster, actually became angry. She let go of Chen Ge's hand, stared boldly into the headmaster's eyes, hands on her little hips, and said angrily, "Tuan Tuan never lies. I hate bad teachers like you the most." Humph. Upon hearing this, the headmaster was enveloped in a menacing aura all over. Chen Ge was startled and instinctively wanted to protect his daughter behind him. But unexpectedly, the headmaster's expression changed instantly. The sinister aura vanished without a trace, and she bent down warmly, coaxing her softly. "Little friend Tuan Tuan, it's all the teacher's fault. The teacher shouldn't have slandered you. Could you not dislike the teacher?" Chen Ge immediately understood. From the task in this game scenario, the NPC's favorability was crucial, and this rule likely didn't only apply to players like them. This kindergarten certainly had related rules, such as teachers needing to gain students' favor, or else they would face punishment. As for students, it likely meant favor among classmates. The headmaster's sudden 180-degree turnaround in attitude was definitely because Tuan Tuan had just casually said she disliked her. Sure. If you are willing to take Tuan Tuan back to class, then Tuan Tuan won't dislike you anymore. The little girl winked at Chen Ge, as if saying to reassure him. Chen Ge knew that in this scenario, he couldn't keep an eye on his daughter all the time, so he might as well take this good opportunity to let her go with the headmaster. Thus, he willingly placed his daughter's small hand into the headmaster's grip, then said earnestly, "Headmaster, then I'll leave this child to you. I still have to manage those little rascals in Class A." The headmaster nodded in satisfaction. Taking Tuan Tuan's little hand, she led her upstairs. Now in her eyes, nothing else mattered. The only important thing at the moment was to make sure the student didn't dislike her. Once Chen Ge saw his daughter bouncing away, he ignored the other players standing nearby and walked straight to the entrance. He remembered the headmaster's first sentence: today was the opening day of the new semester. According to the role he was playing, he needed to welcome his students at the entrance. But he didn't know if it was because Chen Ge was late. The entrance was empty, the tall iron gate tightly closed. In the past 2 years, Chen Ge had frequently gone to Tuan Tuan's kindergarten to pick her up and drop her off. He had seen the bustling start of school many times, with cars and people coming and going, so it was completely different from the desolate scene before him. With a glance, he found nothing unusual, except for some severed limbs on the cement ground outside the door. But he had seen such things too many times in the previous scenario, so he was not surprised. He had originally intended to go directly to his assigned class, but just then, he spotted an old security guard in the guard room next to the entrance, seemingly smoking. Chen Ge walked over to take a look, realizing the guard was both smoking and coughing. And only extremely low-quality cigarettes would produce such a cough. It was obvious that this old man, the gatekeeper, was just someone who kept watch over a kindergarten, and probably didn't earn much, certainly not enough to afford expensive cigarettes in a world where prices were sky-high. Chen Ge quickly organized his thoughts and soon came up with a strategy to gather information. He wasn't foolish enough to directly hand the cigarette to the old gatekeeper and then ask questions, as that would seem too obvious. So, Chen Ge purposely walked around to the other side of the guardhouse, lit up a Hongxuangxi cigarette, and walked toward the old gatekeeper while puffing on it. As expected, the strong scent of the soul-crushing Hongxuangxi cigarette reached the old man's nose, and his eyes instantly brightened. He immediately walked out of the guardhouse. However, as soon as he saw Chen Ge, he froze. "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Chen Ge took a deep drag of the cigarette, exhaled a few rings of smoke, and then calmly replied to the old gatekeeper. "I'm the new teacher at the kindergarten, and also the head teacher of Class A. It's normal that you haven't seen me." The old gatekeeper, already entranced by the smoke, quickly followed along with Chen Ge's words. "Class A? So those kids this morning who didn't have anyone to pick them up were all your students?" Chen Ge noticed that the old man had mentioned the important point but hadn't finished his sentence, so he quickly smiled and offered him another cigarette. The old man eagerly took the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. It was so satisfying that his cloudy eyes squinted up. He was the very image of an old smoker. "What do you mean no one picked them up?" "Nobody informed me." Chen Ge felt an uneasy premonition rising in his chest. "Ah, it's normal that you didn't know. This morning, the kids waited and waited at the kindergarten gate but couldn't see their head teacher. They cried so loudly it was like the sky was falling. Luckily, in the end, the teacher from Class B helped take them with her class's students. Otherwise, I guess you wouldn't be able to be the head teacher of this class anymore." The old gatekeeper sighed as he spoke. Chen Ge was stunned. "Class B? Isn't that the class where Tuan Tuan is?" So the female teacher went to pick up his students. No wonder the terrifying head teacher didn't ask much earlier, it was because of this. Yes, that teacher is the star teacher of our ghost kindergarten. She can make even the naughtiest kids behave and win over those demanding parents. She's really amazing. "So, you mean I should thank her?" Taking advantage of the old gatekeeper's deep drag on the cigarette, Chen Ge casually asked. "Young man. Looks like you really don't understand anything. Thank her? Well, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll tell you the truth. Because you didn't show up to pick up those little brats this morning, you've successfully offended both your entire class of students and their parents." When Chen Ge heard this, he felt a cold chill run through him. He hadn't even entered the dungeon this morning, so how could he possibly have picked up these kids? No way. Could it be that the dungeon is doing this on purpose because he was MVP last time? Chapter 44, The Ruthless Teacher Chen Ge, who scared his ghost students to tears. Chen Ge followed the signs and walked all the way to the third floor, where the big class was located. Maybe it was because the kindergarten's area was small, but each grade had only 5 classes, and they were all labeled with the letters A to E. It seemed that Chen Ge's luck was good. The stairway he chose was right next to the last class, Class E. He pretended to walk by the hallway, glancing through the glass window to get a clear view of the interior. To avoid arousing suspicion from the class teacher inside, Chen Ge only took a brief look and didn't linger too long. But I don't know if it was just a coincidence that Chen Ge arrived at the right moment, as he passed by and just happened to see the teacher of Class D being suddenly torn apart by a swarm of ghost students. His blood splattered onto the glass window, and the scent of humanity was instantly overwhelmed, spreading all around like a thick fog. The little ghosts picked up the flesh and blood from the ground, their eyes red with greed. That scene made Chen Ge feel sick to his stomach. Clearly, this was a player who, like him, had taken on the role of a teacher. However, perhaps his words and actions were too unlike that of a teacher, so these little ghosts discovered him and literally tore him apart. At that moment, a game alert sounded in Chen Ge's ear. Ding! Detected player Wang Wei exposed due to his true identity, being devoured by students. Current surviving players, 5. Seeing this scene, Chen Ge quickly left while the little ghosts had not yet noticed him. Such a terrifying sight instinctively made him worry about his daughter, Tuanchuan, who was in Class B. Chen Ge guessed that, apart from her, all the other students in Tuanchuan's class were likely ghosts, as the other players did not meet the age requirement to be students. Moreover, from the gatekeeper's words, he could confirm that Tuanchuan's homeroom teacher was also a ghost and quite powerful, at least a peak-level 3rd-tier ghost. Thinking of this, Chen Ge didn't even have time to check Class C and hurried to Class B. As soon as he approached, he saw his daughter standing in the aisle between the seats. The soft and cute little girl was right next to her homeroom teacher, collecting homework from the other students. Perhaps it was a psychic connection between father and daughter. When Chen Ge looked over, Tuanchuan just happened to glance back, and she mischievously winked at him. The female teacher had her back to Chen Ge and Tuanchuan, so she didn't see the scene, otherwise, she would definitely have suspected their relationship. In short, the father-daughter relationship between Chen Ge and Tuanchuan could not be exposed to NPCs, or they would lose the game completely. Seeing that his daughter seemed to be doing well in Class B, Chen Ge felt relieved and walked to the entrance of Class A. Standing there behind a large iron gate, Chen Ge could clearly hear the chaotic sounds coming from inside. Not only that, but he also heard the sounds of little ghosts playing and throwing tables and chairs at each other. In any case, just by listening to these sounds, he knew that the students in this class were nothing serious. Then, Chen Ge reached out to push the door, but found he couldn't move it at all. Either something inside was blocking the door, or the little ghosts had locked it from the inside. Such intense malice was already felt by Chen Ge before he even entered. But it didn't matter. For disobedient students like these, special methods were necessary to bring them under control. So, Chen Ge took a deep breath and concentrated all his ghostly power onto his feet. Then, he aimed for the weakest spot on that iron door and kicked it hard. There was a loud boom. Chen Ge himself didn't expect that his kick would directly create a large hole in the iron door. Moreover, a ghost with bulging eyes and pale skin tumbled out of the big hole and landed on the corridor floor. He looked at the expressionless Chen Ge, terrified to the point of paling, his once white skin now showing a patch of red. Chen Ge. He didn't know there was a student standing behind the door. Would this little ghost cause trouble if he got hurt? But he didn't know how to heal. At most, he could only offer a little compensation for mental distress. Thinking of this, Chen Ge felt a surge of joy as he looked at the little ghost lying on the ground, his eyes shining. He suddenly remembered that his task, which required spending 200,000 ghost coins to complete, had barely moved on the progress bar. Wow! Does this count as proving that saying, when you walk the iron shoes everywhere, you achieve your goal effortlessly? Chen Ge looked at the little ghost lying on the ground and smiled slightly. Classmate, why are you still lying on the ground? Did you hurt some part of your body? Hurry up and break. If you break it, then call your parents to demand compensation. However, after seeing the smile at the corner of Chen Ge's lips, the little ghost was so frightened that he said nothing and instead endured the pain, quickly getting back up from the ground. Report, teacher. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all. After saying this, he quickly crawled back into that big hole while holding back tears. Seeing his figure running faster than a rabbit, Chen Ge fell silent again. Why is the logic of this horror world so completely different from reality? In real life, which kindergarten teacher would dare treat students so ruthlessly? The child would immediately cry and run to find their parents to cause a scene. Swallowing his anger? That's impossible. Why are the students in this horror world so timid? After that little ghost went back, within a few seconds, the iron door blocking Chen Ge's way opened on its own. He stepped inside and was even more surprised. Weren't these little ghosts just playing and throwing chairs? Why is it that now they are all sitting properly on their little stools, with their heads tucked in, looking at him? This horror world has no sun, the sunlight cannot shine in. So even during the day, it is still a dim, gray scene. The classroom was even darker. Some students had dark faces, making it difficult for Chen Ge to see all the little ghosts' faces. He flipped the switch and turned on the light. Once the light was on, Chen Ge, standing at the door, quickly scanned the whole classroom scene. Looking at the messy floor, the corners of Chen Ge's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Good job. This group of ghost students really did not disappoint him. Chen Ge walked to the podium and took a closer look. At this moment, he discovered that each little ghost sitting below had a number on their head. This number was something only he could see, and Chen Ge estimated that it was the affection level mentioned in the quest rules. But let's not even talk about reaching this so-called affection level of 70. Looking around, out of more than 30 students in the class, not a single one had a positive affection level for him. They all had negative numbers below 50. Among them, one little ghost, the one who just fell in front of Chen Ge, had an affection level of negative 70. Chen Ge was dumbfounded. In the real world, to make a person go from hating him to liking him is incredibly difficult. Let alone, now he has to make a group of little ghosts raise their affection level from negative 70 to positive 70. I dare ask, what virtue and ability does Chen Ge have? Chapter 45, Ant. Save me. But for Chen Ge at this moment, the little ghost's affection levels were not the most important thing. His main task now is to be a good teacher and manage this bunch of mischievous students. Chen Ge first took a faint glance around and carefully noted some subtle details in the classroom. For example, the little ghosts' bags were all haphazardly placed in the corner. Some little ghosts had their bag zippers not fully closed, exposing the notebooks inside with uniform covers. Chen Ge immediately recognized that these were the very ones that the female teacher next door collected from students. He cleared his throat a couple of times, and then said with a straight face, "Has no one ever taught you that you need to submit your homework on your own accord?" Chen Ge's voice was deep, and as he scanned the little ghosts, his gaze became increasingly sharp, carrying an imposing presence without anger. He didn't know if it was because his words had an immediate effect, but the little ghosts were so scared that they hurriedly climbed up from their seats, scrambling to rummage through their bags in the corner. More than 30 little ghosts all rushed to the corner in a flurry. Everyone is afraid of being late and facing punishment. So you don't let me, I won't let you, and soon it turned into a chaotic mess. In fact, a few little ghosts even started to fight each other right in front of Chen Ge. The ghostly energy erupted from each of them, and shockingly, none were below level 2 spirits. You punch me, I punch you, and in just a few blows, they were already bruised and bloodied, black blood splattering everywhere in the corner. Moreover, in just these few minutes, Chen Ge discovered that among these little ghosts, they actually had their own small groups. If one in the small group was bullied, the others would rush in to help. Once one small group joined in, the other small group quickly gathered together, unwilling to back down. Watching the chaotic scene below, Chen Ge couldn't help but feel a little amused. As a human, he found this little ghost melee more interesting the longer he watched. Sigh, if it weren't for his character restrictions, he really wanted to stay here and watch the ghosts fight. I remember, I didn't let you all fight just now. Fellow classmates. When Chen Ge saw that the little ghosts seemed to be almost done fighting, he slowly walked down. After all, some fights shouldn't be too brutal at once. If they were seriously injured this time, there wouldn't be another chance to fight. That wouldn't be good. While Chen Ge was thinking, he had already walked in front of this group of little ghosts who were red-eyed from fighting. However, he didn't expect that his intimidation still wasn't enough. Despite him standing there, these little ghosts were still tearing at each other. Just then, a ripped-off arm flew directly at Chen Ge's face. This arm was clearly controlled by one of the little ghosts, deliberately thrown at him. As it got close to Chen Ge's handsome face, the little hand on the arm suddenly had its nails lengthened and sharply reached for his face. The other fighting little ghosts saw this scene and instantly stopped, all eyes glued to Chen Ge standing beside them, their ghostly faces full of expectation. This surprise attack was their way of showing Chen Ge the consequences. The ghost claw came fiercely, surely able to tear up his face badly. But what they never expected was Chen Ge unexpectedly pulled out a blood-red umbrella from behind him. Then, he skillfully opened the umbrella. The next second, the attacking ghost claw was forcefully knocked away by the umbrella. And the speed was incredibly fast. The claw's owner didn't even have time to control it again before the hand landed on the nearest little ghost's face, and it viciously clawed his face. Heart-wrenching cries immediately erupted. The little ghost who got hit covered his face in pain and rolled around on the ground. The filthy blood flowing from his wound created a horrifying scene all around. The surrounding little ghosts all stared in shock. The one who took the shot was so shocked that his eyes were about to pop out. This move was truly unexpected. However, they didn't expect that. After seeing this scene, Chen Ge unexpectedly frowned and let out a heavy sigh. The other little ghosts, hearing his sudden sigh, thought he would have an even harsher move, quickly shrink their heads, not daring to look at him. But in reality, Chen Ge was simply lamenting for the little ghost still rolling on the ground. He only realized after putting away the bloodstained umbrella that this mistakenly injured little ghost was the one who had just rolled out from the doorway and slipped back in. As for how Chen Ge recognized him, it's all because of the glaring number -70 above his head. However, now, this opportunity for Chen Ge to gain favor is right in front of him. He scanned the few little brats who led the fight with a cold gaze, his voice incredibly icy. Speak. Who laid hands on him? No voice answered Chen Ge's words. A few little brats looked like they wanted to speak but dared not, and he saw it all. Chen Ge instantly understood that the owner of that ghostly claw was probably the strongest among this group of little brats. This discovery was undoubtedly great news for Chen Ge. Because as long as he takes care of this leader, he could achieve 3 goals with one action. Not only would it greatly boost the favorability of the little ghost on the ground, but it would also serve as a warning to the rest of the unruly little ghosts, establishing his authority. Most importantly, it could at least make one of the small groups turn against the others. Chen Ge decided to act, and a tennis racket radiating thick ghostly energy suddenly appeared in his right hand. His expression turned cold, and in an instant, the tennis racket was about to strike down on the little ghost who had just attacked. But at that moment, the little ghost squatted down, hugging its head, and shouted with all its ghostly strength at the window, "Auntie, help me. Come save me." No sooner said than done. As soon as the little ghost's cry fell, a stunning female ghost, dressed in a form-fitting skirt and possessing a striking figure and an incredibly beautiful face, suddenly appeared in front of him. She extended a slender jade-like hand and directly grasped Chen Ge's racket handle. P.S. Today marks reaching 100,000 words for the first time, and all kinds of stats are really important. Please give 5-star reviews, handsome guys, help click a little, and send some small gifts. high-energy plot is about to kick off. Also, my initial setup is a single female lead. What do you think? Chapter 46, The Beautiful Female Teacher, Online Teaching Chen Ge How to Win Students with Love. My dear new colleague, what did my cute little nephew do wrong? Did he make you angry on the first day of school? The female ghost playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her enchanting eyes gazing at the strange man in front of her. Chen Ge's tennis racket was tightly held in midair by her, rendering him utterly unable to move. Out of instinct, he cast his gaze over, only to collide with her sparkling watery eyes. It was better that Chen Ge didn't look, but once he did, he instantly saw the reflection of his wife, Nanner, in her eyes. It was still that familiar little face. With black hair and snowy skin, brown eyes and red lips, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Ge's heart trembled, and his eyes could not look away, as if his entire soul was drawn into those eyes. Seeing him in this state, the female ghost's red lips curled into a triumphant smile. Very well, the nickname for the head of the teaching department was indeed given for a reason. They had just hired a fool to be a teacher, and she had already controlled his consciousness with her secret technique right after he took office? From now on, she just needed to give a hint, and this foolish man would absolutely not dare to go against her. Thinking of this, the smile on the female teacher's lips took on an eerie quality. She looked at Chen Ge, implicitly commanding him. My good colleague, since you aren't speaking, then my nephew has done nothing wrong, right? After saying this, the female ghost saw that Chen Ge still had no reaction, thinking he had silently agreed with her words, so she let go of the hand holding the tennis racket. However, as soon as her hand was released, Chen Ge's tennis racket bang struck down on the head of the little ghost beside her. The blow cracked its head open like a watermelon. Perhaps the blood flowing through every little ghost was of a different color. This little ghost's blood was not black but a bright red. The female teacher stood closest to him. The blood splattered from his head even hit her face, making her look even more terrifying. However, now she was completely engulfed in shock, not even having the time to wipe the blood off her face, letting it flow down chaotically. Not just her, the other students in Class A were also completely stunned. Among them, more than 10 boys thought Chen Ge's action of swinging the racket was incredibly cool, and their liking for him skyrocketed. The little ghost lying on the ground was also frightened by the sudden loud sound. He couldn't even cry, only holding back tears in his eyes, wanting to flow but too scared to do so, afraid that in the next second, Chen Ge's racket would land on his head. Then, not only did Chen Ge continue to stare at the female teacher, but he also gave her a gentlemanly smile. I am not silent because he didn't make a mistake. I am thinking about where my racket should hit his head to cause the least harm. Female ghost? So angry. She was so angry. Her fists were already clenched, wanting to directly knock off this man's head in front of her. But for now, she could only think about it. There is a clear rule in kindergarten that, without a valid reason, fighting among colleagues will result in paying 10 times the medical expenses to the other party. She did not want to give away all her hard-earned money to Chen Ge. However, speaking of which, why didn't this new teacher in Class A, who was clearly a lower-level second-grade ghost, get deceived by her eyes? This is simply unscientific. May I ask, who are you? Although Chen Ge already knew she was the head teacher of the neighboring class, he deliberately asked this question. This short forward question had the objective of lowering her wariness. The female ghost stared closely at Chen Ge's handsome face, feeling that something about this man was off after looking at him for a long time. Too handsome. In this entire region, she had never seen such a handsome ghost, and at a glance, his skin was flawless, without a single blemish. Plus, he was not affected by her secret method. So, he must not be a ghost from this region. He very likely came from a higher-level region. The ghost teacher's fierce ghostly aura instantly disappeared without a trace, and her voice became even more gentle. Hello, Teacher Chen. I am Su Ruofei, the head teacher of Class B. You can just call me Teacher Su like the students do. Oh? So you are Teacher Su from the neighboring class. I just heard our students praise you, saying you are very helpful, and this morning you took them to the classroom. Seeing her change her expression, Chen Ge also didn't want to escalate things too much with his daughter's head teacher, so he smiled and said. Su Ruofei felt a bit embarrassed by this. Because this morning, she had purposely picked them up early to gain their favor. On the way back to class, she also subtly told them that the new teacher was late because he overslept, and that she had gotten up very early just to take them to their classrooms sooner. In this comparison, the little ghosts, who originally disliked male teachers, naturally grew to hate Chen Ge even more. With her fiery temper, Su Ruofei thought of this and felt a bit guilty, quickly saying. It's nothing, Teacher Chen. Just a small effort, the students are very obedient, I like them a lot. Chen Ge smiled and said, Then I understand, no wonder you specially ran over from the neighboring class. It turns out you were worried I would bully them. Teacher Su raised an eyebrow, looking at the expression on his face, suddenly shifting her gaze to the tennis racket he had not yet put away in his right hand, sweetly smiling. Teacher Chen, I'm not saying your way of teaching through sports on the students. Not good. She sweetly shook her head inside in a mock manner. You should, like me, use love to touch them. Chen Ge. Love? Shouldn't this sentence come from a human teacher's mouth? How could Su Ruofei, a female ghost, say such a thing? This truly made him see her in a new light. However, Chen Ge's astonished gaze had not passed 2 seconds. In the next moment, the beautiful ghost with captivating eyes suddenly had a sharp iron ruler in her hand. A sound of slicing flesh echoed. Then, Chen Ge saw Su's nephew, who had just been crying "Aunt, save me," had his head separated from his body. The bloodied head rolled onto the floor, just rolling right in front of the little ghost whom he had scratched with his ghost claw. It was like bowing to apologize to him. Teacher Chen, did you see? Only by educating students in this way can they feel the teacher's love. Su Ruofei said, still wearing a beaming smile. But the iron ruler in her hand was still dripping with spine-chilling blood. While Chen Ge was thinking of how to send this two-faced female ghost teacher away, his daughter was happily connecting with her classmates when the homeroom teacher was not around. Chapter 47, Tuan Tuan raised her hammer without a word. Compared to the lively Class A, the adjacent Class B was so quiet that you could hear a needle drop. Just now, their sweet and charming beautiful teacher had given a big gift to some of the students on the first day of school. Those who had not finished their homework, or whose homework was not signed by parents, all received a ruler. Losing an arm was a small matter. For some of lower levels, a single hit from that ruler nearly split their whole body apart. Even worse, those who had not done their homework or had forgotten to bring it. That was not something that could be resolved with just one hit. The beautiful teacher would gently place her hand on the little student's head and lovingly stroke it. Then, amid the trembling of the little ghosts, with a pop, it was just like squeezing a balloon, and that remarkable head was burst. In this round of homework collection, out of 35 ghost students in the class, fewer than half could still sit there intact. And Tuan Tuan was the most unharmed one among them. Because she was a transfer student, she had no homework left by Su Ruofei at the end of last semester. When Tuan Tuan entered, the other students were already sitting obediently on their little stools. The love education of Teacher Su these Class B children had experienced for 2 years, forcibly turning them into the most obedient students in the whole region. Every time a mischievous student stayed with her for more than 3 days, when they went home, they would definitely turn into the kind of children their parents loved. Thus, there was not a single parent among these students who did not praise Su Ruofei. And there was not a single student in the class who dared not to have good feelings for Su Ruofei. Except for the transfer student Tuan Tuan. When Su Ruofei saw that she was personally brought into the class by the director of education, she was immediately filled with competitiveness. After all, she was Tuan Tuan's homeroom teacher. How could her appeal be outdone by the director of education? Su Ruofei absolutely would not allow such an exception to happen. She originally wanted to give her a wave of love education and convert this student too. But since Su Ruofei had never met the others' parents and did not understand their home situation, plus when she saw Tuan Tuan for the first time, she found her exceptionally cute. A pair of big eyes fluttered like a delicate doll, and she looked much prettier than the other ghost students in the class. Thus, with her super adorable appearance, Tuan Tuan became the class leader of Class B as soon as she entered the door. Su Ruofei not only did not ask her for homework, and while she was collecting the other little ghosts' homework, she had to follow behind them. This time, it was perfect, as she unknowingly built up a wave of hatred from the little guys. The ghost students who had been punished in the class all fixed their eyes on this little girl who became the class monitor as soon as she enrolled. When Su Ruofei was around, they didn't dare to act out. But when her figure disappeared from the classroom for 10 minutes, a few ghosts whose arms had recovered using ghost energy stood in front of Tuan Tuan with an aggressive look. The leader of them was Wang Xiuhu, who was appointed as the activity committee member by Su Ruofei during an event in kindergarten last semester. Before Tuan Tuan appeared, he was the only class committee member in Class B. He used to boss people around with great power. But now, suddenly, a class monitor with more authority than him appeared in the class. Wang Xiaohu immediately became unhappy. He quickly encouraged a few ghosts who had just had their arms chopped off because they hadn't signed their homework, and now were also dissatisfied with the class monitor, to start trouble together. What's your name? Wang Xiaohu maliciously stared at Tuan Tuan, who was sitting on a small bench, and asked in a fierce tone. He already looked extremely scary, with big boils on top of his head, and his entire face was swollen, as if it had been soaked in water for dozens of hours. Wang Xiuhu deliberately pushed his face closer to Tuan Tuan's, trying to intimidate her by dominating the atmosphere. However, Tuan Tuan had been well protected by Chen Ge since she was little, and she had a pure heart and kindness. In her world, everyone was good except for those who were obviously bad. She had been sitting alone for a while, and when a classmate suddenly came up to talk to her, she was too happy to think of anything bad. She tilted her head, blinked her big eyes, and said in a sweet voice, "Hello, my name is Chen Tuan Tuan. Everyone calls me Tuan Tuan, you can call me that too." Tuan what Tuan? Wait until I, Wang Xiuhu, beat you up and then knead you into dough. Unless you go to the teacher yourself and say that you don't want to be the class monitor anymore. Wang Xiaohu didn't expect that he couldn't scare even a little girl, and he became even angrier. He immediately bared his teeth and transformed into a ghost, releasing ghost energy all around him. Like the ghosts in Class A, he was also a second-level ghost. But most of the students had just reached level 2, only at the beginner level with 300 ghost energy. However, during this vacation, Wang Xiaohu had reached 400 ghost energy, and was only 300 short of reaching level 3. So, it was his strength that gave him the confidence to say those words. But what Wang Xiaohu didn't expect was that the ghost energy of the new classmate sitting in front of him, who seemed easy to bully, was much thicker than his own. It was a full 100 more. Wang Xiaohu stared wide-eyed in disbelief, and the thought of retreating began to appear in his mind. But just as his foot took a step back, the few other ghosts, who were also at the beginner level of ghost energy, pressed against his body, preventing him from retreating. And seeing that they had the advantage in numbers, these little ghosts weren't afraid of Tuan Tuan at all. They all stood behind Wang Xiaohu, shouting that they would beat her up. Class monitor. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Girls should act like girls, this position is not suitable for you. Even if you have 500 ghost energy, so what? Can you beat all of us? We'll each give you a punch. By the time Teacher Su comes, you'll be smashed into pieces. He. The other classmates in the class quietly watched this scene, all wearing evil smiles, waiting for Wang Xiaohu's group to break the new class monitor's spirit. Tuan Tuan was a polite and well-mannered child. She waited for the ghosts to finish speaking before she opened her mouth to speak. Is that so? As long as Tuanchuan doesn't become the class monitor, I won't be hit? She curled her petite body on the small bench, looking genuinely a bit scared. Wang Xiaohu nodded in satisfaction, placing one foot on the small bench in front of Tuanchuan where no one was sitting, looking imposing as he answered. That's right, as long as you actively tell the teacher later that you don't want to be the class monitor. From now on, we can still be good classmates. After saying this, he paused for a few seconds and asked with a face full of surprise, so, Tuanchuan, have you decided to go tell the teacher? No. What I want to say is, your fists are too small. They're not suitable for hitting people. Let Tuanchuan show you, when it comes to hitting, using a hammer is the best. While saying this, Tuanchuan pulled out a small wooden hammer from her pocket. Her delicate little hand gripped the hammer handle as she walked step by step towards Wang Xiaohu. The little lowly smile made her big eyes turn into beautiful crescents, soft and sweet. One step is double. She raised the big hammer, sweetly smiling. One classmate, let the class monitor tell you what is the right thing to use for hitting. Chapter 48, Class Monitor Tuanchuan, we just want to be friends with you. Wang Xiaohu looked at the hammer in front of him that was much bigger than his head, utterly dumbfounded. His teeth were chattering, his legs softened, and he couldn't even take 2 steps back. This is a genuine ghost-grade weapon. Unlike the iron ruler in Su Ruofei's hand, which is just a wandering ghost-grade weapon. Even if they got hurt by the iron ruler, it would only be a soul-wrenching pain for a while. As long as any part of their bodies was intact, restoring them to their original state was just a matter of time. But a ghost-grade weapon of their own level is different. If she hits him with that hammer, his head would be smashed to bits, and that would truly be the end, there's no way to come back. Moreover, Tuanchuan already has peak-level second-tier strength. Under the boost of this weapon, her true power could reach terrifying levels. Although Wang Xiaohu was not yet 6, he was not a fool, he understood this basic principle. Seeing the big hammer in the little lowly's hand getting closer to his head, Wang Xiaohu was so scared his soul almost flew away, even the stiffest bones turned soft as he forced a smile. Class monitor, I won't hit anyone, I don't want to hit anyone. You might have misunderstood. Class monitor, we actually came to be friends with you, we have no other intentions. Tuanchuan blinked her eyes, really? Do you want to be friends with Tuanchuan? As she spoke, the super large hammer in her hand wobbled a little. Actually, she was just holding it for too long and her hand felt a bit tired. But this action in Wang Xiaohu's eyes turned into a blatant threat. He quickly widened his smile. Yes, that's right, that's it. We noticed you just transferred here, and since you don't know our classmates, we were afraid you would feel lonely, so we came over to be friends. After Wang Xiaohu finished speaking, the faces of the few little ghosts behind him changed to look like a color palette. But they couldn't fight Tuanchuan, so they hurriedly echoed again and again. Yes, just to be friends. Just to be friends. Class monitor, please put away that big hammer. We are classmates, we are a loving family, there's no need to use that thing to communicate feelings. One little ghost with shifty eyes, namely Jun Tian, although not very strong, was good at budgeting because his parents ran a horror supermarket. To touch the other person, it has to come from emotions. He was certain that Tuan Tuan would definitely consider their relationship as classmates and would not really take action against them, so he played the emotional card. It can also be said that he played this emotional card just right. Tuan Tuan indeed did not really want to confront them. She simply took out her little hammer to show Wang Xiaohu, without any intention to intimidate him. Then, Tuan Tuan put away her favorite little hammer and blinked her big eyes, saying, "Okay, then from now on, we will be good classmates." Wang Xiaohu wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled sheepishly. "Class monitor Tuan Tuan, I am Wang Xiaohu, the activity committee member of our class. If you ever feel bored in the future, you can play with me." "Yes, we all want to play with class monitor Tuan Tuan," Li Jun Tian immediately added. Tuan Tuan's cute little face instantly broke into a huge smile, her big eyes sparkling with surprise. "Great, then we will play together in the future." Tuan Tuan loves playing games. The little guy naively thought they sincerely wanted to play with her, and she laughed happily. She was just about to say, "Then let's play 123 Wooden Man." But before the words could come out, at that moment, their beloved teacher Su from Class B returned with her iron ruler. Wang Xiaohu and the group of little ghosts behind him changed their expressions dramatically and immediately ran back to their seats, frightened. Their speed was clearly practiced, like a gust of wind passing by. When the wind settled, each little ghost was already sitting properly on their little stools. Such quick speed truly stunned Tuan Tuan. But fortunately, she was originally standing in front of her own stool. Seeing her classmates sitting down, she also sat back down. However, Su Ruofi had just personally decapitated her own nephew in the next class. Although his head could grow back, her originally good mood was affected. Dressed in a teacher's shirt uniform and wearing high heels, she walked in with a graceful twist of her waist. The ghost students quickly noticed that there was something wrong with her clothes. They saw that the top button of her shirt had disappeared, leaving the collar slightly open, revealing a pair of beautiful collarbones. They didn't know what the teacher had done while she was out, but just by looking at her expression, they knew someone in the class was going to be in trouble. "Wang Xiaohu, are you here?" The beautiful teacher Su stood at the podium and casually called out a name. Hearing this, Wang Xiaohu's heart sank. It's over. Does the teacher know he just went to cause trouble for the class monitor, so now she's here to settle the score with him? He tried his best to suppress the trembling and stood up from his stool. "Teacher, I'm here. Today is the first day of school. There are no classes in the morning, you will lead the class in a big cleanup." Teacher Su smiled, then continued. "Remember, you only have 10 minutes. I want to see a clean classroom." Wang Xiaohu's heart instantly sank with dread. 10 minutes. How is this possible? The classroom had been idle for an entire summer vacation, there's no way it could be cleaned up in such a short time. This is no different than asking for his life. Even though he thought this in his heart, on the surface, he could only obediently nod, with a determined expression, and said, "I promise to complete the task." Very good. Teacher Su smiled in satisfaction. But then, her tone shifted, her cold gaze sweeping over the crowd of little ghosts below. "And you all, don't think about slacking off. 10 minutes later, Teacher Chen from the neighboring Class A will come to inspect our classroom's cleanliness. If he finds even a trace of dirt anywhere in our classroom, then don't blame him for giving everyone a little punishment. He's not as gentle as I am. When he deals with you guys, he won't hold back and will only use this iron ruler. When he punishes people, he uses a very beautiful tennis racket. If he hits you with it, even I, your teacher, might get hurt." Su Ruofei smiled a bit more proudly as she said this. But the ghostly students below were different. Hearing her last sentence, they all started to shiver in fear. This. Their terrifying homeroom teacher could get hurt from the tennis racket. At the very least, it must be a ghostly weapon of equal level. If they really got punished later, wouldn't they all be heading straight for the afterlife? The only one in the class who wasn't afraid was Tuan Tuan. On the contrary, she was overjoyed to soon see her daddy, her little face glowing with a sweet smile. Until a voice rang out from the podium. "Where's the class leader?" Chapter 49, Little Tuan Tuan lifts a big hammer and knocks down two ghosts. Little Tuan Tuan stood up in a daze from her seat. Looking at the beautiful teacher, she said in a baby voice, "Teacher, I'm here. The teacher has something urgent to do back in the office. Now I'm handing over the task of assigning work to you. Class leader, can you handle it?" Su Ruofei raised her eyebrows lightly as she spoke. She always felt that this little girl wasn't as simple as she appeared. Every time she looked at Tuan Tuan from the side, she felt as if she had seen this face somewhere before, somewhat resembling a big shot from a high-end area. But after so many years, Su Ruofei's memory wasn't very clear, and she had only met the person once. "I can do it." Tuan Tuan, doing her first job as class leader, still had the freshness of it, so she eagerly agreed to fulfill the teacher's task. Satisfied, Teacher Su walked off in her high heels. As soon as her figure disappeared from the classroom, the little ghosts cheered and many jumped directly onto the tables, as if it were a party. Until the activity committee member Wang Xiaohu picked up the iron ruler that Su Ruofei had left behind and struck it hard on the podium twice, straightening his neck and shouting loudly. "Everyone be quiet. Teacher Chen from the next class is coming to check on hygiene soon." A few little ghosts with abilities similar to Wang Xiaohu naturally acted even worse than the other students. So what if she checks? We just need to clean under our own seats, right? Exactly. You, Wang Xiaohu, are a class officer, so of course, you're responsible for the hygiene of the other areas of the class. They had no intention of listening to Wang Xiaohu, and after saying that loudly, they began to clean the areas under their own desks and chairs. Clearly, they selfishly thought that the hygiene check was only about the areas beneath each person's seat. Wang Xiaohu was furious at the actions of these few troublemakers. He directly transformed into a ghost, his whole body covered with corpse spots, and swung the iron ruler toward the head of the nearest boy. That ghostly classmate was just wiping the desk with his clothes at that moment. The iron ruler came too fast, catching him completely off guard. His entire head was directly smashed off halfway, and the bloody scene was chilling. Even the fearless little Tuan Tuan couldn't help but shift her gaze away at this sight. She swallowed, almost unable to resist running next door to find her dad. The little one wanted to ask her dad why this kindergarten was so different from the one she had attended before. All of her classmates and their teacher seemed very odd. Dark blood spilled from the ghostly classmate's head onto the faces of the surrounding little ghosts, looking utterly disgusting. Wang Xiaohu's action directly infuriated the remaining few little ghosts who had just quarreled with him. One by one, they all transformed into ghosts. On the face either crawled with decay, or the eyeballs disappeared, and one even had blood flowing from both mouth and nose. What do you want? Wang Xiaohu never expected them to attack together, instantly stunned, standing on the podium, stuttering as he watched the scene. He was not a level 3, how could he possibly fight against so many level 2 ghosts? What do we want? Of course we want you, the activity committee member, to help us clean up the hygiene. Are you crazy? When the teacher just left, they told me to be responsible for the cleanliness of the whole class. You dare to lay a hand on me? Dare? Why wouldn't we dare? Once we tear you apart, how would the teacher know what happened here? The ghost whose eyeballs disappeared said, as the ghostly energy brewed, its ghostly transformation reached its peak in an instant. It charged ahead of Wang Xiaohu, fiercely extending its ghost claws and clawing brutally. The space on the podium was extremely small. Wang Xiaohu could not dodge in time. In a moment of panic, he could only cross his arms to barely protect his head, but his arms were ruthlessly torn apart. The other ghost who spoke attacked from the side at the moment when blood stopped flowing from its mouth and nose, fiercely aiming to twist off Wang Xiaohu's head. Caught between two ghosts of the same level, Wang Xiaohu's fists could not withstand 4 hands, plus, the iron ruler left by Su Ruofi was not in his hands at this moment. He knew he was undoubtedly doomed. Wang Xiaohu sadly closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. However, he waited for several seconds. The anticipated pain did not come from his body. Then, 2 painful wails suddenly rang in his ears. Wang Xiaohu opened his eyes to see, instantly shocked with widened eyes. What the hell? The class leader is too fierce. Wang Xiaohu never expected that the person who saved him in this critical moment would be his class leader, Tuan Tuan, whom he had just provoked 10 minutes ago. He saw her right hand holding a super big hammer, and she was now standing in front of him, glaring with her big round eyes at the 2 little ghosts who had already been smashed into the wall by her 2 swings. The remaining 2 ghosts who had not yet moved, seeing their comrades hurt, quickly rushed towards Tuan Tuan together. Wang Xiaohu instinctively wanted to repay the class leader's kindness and blocked in front of her. But she pushed him away with her other free hand. Then, with a light swing, she struck again. The 2 little ghosts saw this hammer flying towards them, showing no concern at all, with a mocking smile at the corners of their mouths. They chose to charge together precisely because this hammer grew larger and could only knock out one person at a time, so they thought one of them would surely succeed. But all the little ghosts in the class never expected that. The class leader's ghostly weapon could actually grow infinitely. In the moment the super big hammer flew through the air, it expanded several times, and finally transformed into a shocking giant hammer. With one strike, it sent the 2 charging little ghosts crashing down together, howling in pain on the ground. Moreover, because the hammer was thrown by Tuan Tuan, she could not control its trajectory. Thus, such a large hammer smashed down with a boom onto the 2 little ghosts. A mouthful of blood sprayed from their mouths onto the blackboard at the back of the classroom. All the little ghosts in the class were stunned. Wang Xiaohu was so shocked that the signs of ghostly transformation on his face disappeared, his eyes bulging wide, mouth forming an O shape, speaking words that he could no longer control. Damn, class leader. I finally understand why Teacher Su chose you as the class leader. It turns out I, Wang Xiaohu, have such a small vision. Teacher Su. What a discerning eye. Below, Li Juntian looked at the little lowly on the stage, shorter than his chin, gulped in horror, and then muttered to himself. He began to feel relieved that they hadn't chosen to confront the class monitor, Tuan Tuan, just now. Otherwise, the ghost being carried to the infirmary for treatment could have been him. Chapter 50, Violet Lowly. Not convinced? Then let's hammer you down. The two severely injured little ghosts on the ground were eventually dragged to the infirmary by two kind classmates. After they left, the entire class suddenly fell into silence. Finally, it was Lu Chuan, the eyeless ghost, and Li Jinsu, the bleeding ghost, who were smashed against the wall by Tuan Tuan, who broke the atmosphere first. Class monitor. May I ask what instructions you have for the cleaning next? Just give the order, and I, Li Jinsu, could even wipe the ceiling. Tuan Tuan looked at these two enthusiastic classmates in front of her, feeling a bit at a loss as she scratched her little head. She completely didn't understand. It turns out that the little toy's purpose is not just to deal with bad guys in dangerous situations. It can also be played with classmates. Sure enough, her little toy is amazing. As long as she played with it, her classmates could happily clean together. Tuan Tuan understood. In that moment, the little one seemed to discover a new world, her eyes shining as she looked at the small hammer she had retrieved. There are 8 minutes left. Next, everyone hurry up and clean up. If anyone is slow, let's see how fun it is to try Tuan Tuan's little hammer. The little milk group held the small hammer in her hand and began assigning cleaning tasks to her ghost classmates in the classroom. This time, no matter what task she assigned to any classmate, there were no dissonant voices anymore. Soon, all the ghost students in the class started cleaning their assigned tasks non-stop. Time passed little by little. The head teacher of the next class, Chen Ge, still did not know that his usually obedient and lovely daughter not only accidentally became the class monitor but also gently tamed the entire class of ghost students. Just 5 or 6 minutes ago, the kind teacher Su helped him educate these naughty little ghosts in Class A with love and then floated away. In exchange, Chen Ge was forced to agree to Su Ruofei's request to check on cleanliness in the next class in 10 minutes. Of course, if he didn't want to go, no one could force him. But Chen Ge hadn't seen his daughter for dozens of minutes. In the treacherous and thrilling scenario, he was actually quite uneasy about letting the little one leave his sight. Despite the fact that Tuan Tuan was wearing the hat clip given to her by the clown ghost. When someone is drowsy, there's someone to offer a pillow. Chen Ge was already worried about this matter when unexpectedly, Tuan Tuan's ghost teacher gave him such a good opportunity. At this moment, Chen Ge was sitting on the bench beside the podium, checking the summer homework submitted by the little ghosts in line. Because his mind was almost entirely on his daughter, he didn't pay much attention to the homework submitted by the little ghosts. As a book was handed in front of him, Chen Ge casually flipped it open, glanced at it, and quickly wrote down an 80 in the top left corner of the first page. The second book's handwriting was neater, so Chen Ge found it more pleasing to the eye and added 10 points. Soon, the third, fourth, fifth books, and the following 10 or so were all graded no lower than 80. In this regard, Chen Ge thought quite simply. Perhaps by giving them high scores on their homework, these little ghosts would be grateful to him. Until then, the atmosphere in the classroom began to feel increasingly wrong. Chen Ge sensed a chill and instinctively looked up to scan the room. To his surprise, more than half of the 10 or so ghostly students, whom he had given high scores on their summer assignments, had begun to turn into ghosts. Their faces, filled with cracks and corpse spots, wore strange and confused expressions, and a few even opened their bloody mouths, licking their lips, and twistedly stood up from their seats. With suspicious eyes mixed with something eerie, they fixed their gaze tightly on Chen Ge. With so many pairs of ghostly eyes focused on him at once, even Chen Ge, who had an incredibly strong heart, couldn't help but feel a tingling at the back of his head. He tightened his brow, and his expression changed dramatically. What is going on here? Why were 7 or 8 of these originally somewhat normal ghost students suddenly starting to turn into ghosts? Moreover, not just them, but some other ghost students in the same little group were also showing signs of ghostification. Their gazes and expressions were all very strange, and even though Chen Ge's brain was racing, he couldn't figure out the reason for their collective ghostification. Chen Ge found these little ghosts to be odd. Hadn't he given them high scores on their assignments? Could it be that the scores weren't high enough? Did these little ghosts think it was bad to explain to their parents? As the atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly unsettling, the little ghost in front, whom Chen Ge had indirectly taken revenge on, suddenly spoke up. He let out a sinister laugh. Teacher Chen? Are you really our teacher from the horror world? Our previous teacher never gave us such high scores on our assignments. Hearing this, Chen Ge was momentarily stunned, and then he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This horror world is truly deserving of the name. It's already abnormal for teachers to educate students this way, but these students, one by one, seem like their brains have been broken. It turns out high scores on the assignments are not always good. Scoring too high is actually not normal. Chen Ge suddenly remembered the warm reminder given by the game officials when he entered this instance. If the acting was not up to standard, and the surrounding NPCs discovered his human identity, then bad things could happen. So, the reason these students were collectively ghostifying was that they had collectively sensed the hints of Chen Ge's behavior and began to doubt his true identity. After realizing this, Chen Ge's handsome face darkened instantly as he looked at the little ghosts below with a more ruthless gaze. He raised an eyebrow. You guys really don't think that the scores you have now are high, do you? The ghost students, who had just finished transforming and wanted to rush up to verify Chen Ge's identity, suddenly froze at his words. Lacking absolute certainty, as students, they still needed to be wary of Chen Ge's status as the homeroom teacher. If they guessed wrong, that terrifying tennis racket in Chen Ge's hand was not something to be trifled with. After observing their reactions and confirming that his thoughts were correct, Chen Ge continued speaking. At the 2 kindergartens I previously worked at, the perfect score for assignments was 1,000 points. The passing score was 500, and the excellent score was 700. So, you think you're high and mighty with your scores of 70 or 80? At this point, Chen Ge raised his voice. Ha! Don't even talk about 700 or 800 points. In my heart, any assignment that doesn't score 900 points is all trash. Now, you guys, hurry up and come up here. Within 3 seconds, take this garbage you wrote away. As soon as Chen Ge's words fell, the ghost students below felt the repressed anger and ruthlessness in his tone. Where else would you dare to play tricks? One by one, their faces turned pale, like dead people being lifted out of coffins. It's over. It's really over. Teacher Chen seems to be angry. Chapter 51, Setting an Example. Teacher Chen Ge is truly worried sick. The little ghosts all shrank their heads, and no one dared to step up to the podium as the first to take the lead. Chen Ge coldly sneered in his heart. He realized that in this terrifying world, whether big ghosts or small ghosts, they all had the nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Facing these ghost students who were no longer human, he should have no compassion. After sorting out his thoughts, Chen Ge picked up the top book from the pile of homework, and expressionlessly scanned the ghost students below. Huang Sha, come up. A little ghost sitting on the far left of the second row trembled and stood up when he heard his name, walking timidly to Chen Ge's side. Chen Ge fixed his gaze on him and suddenly smiled slightly. Huang, classmate, you seem very scared? Does the teacher look like a devil who can swallow you whole? Huang Sha stood very close to Chen Ge, and upon hearing this, he tightly closed his fearful eyes and trembled as he replied, No. Teacher, I didn't mean that. Oh? You didn't mean that? Then lean your head over here and take a good look at the garbage you submitted. Chen Ge's tone was very calm, but no little ghost dared to question his true identity anymore. On the contrary, all the ghost students in the class thought this was the calm before the storm. Huang Sha, thinking that Teacher Chen wouldn't punish him, breathed a sigh of relief and quickly lowered his head to look at his homework. He glanced over the whole page but didn't see any mistakes. Huang Sha thought he had been tricked and subconsciously raised his head to question Chen Ge. But at the moment he looked up, a cold light flashed before his eyes. In the next second, he realized his left eye was blind. A sharp pain surged from his left eye, quickly sweeping through his whole body. Huang Sha fell to the ground in agony, screaming with a heart-wrenching wail. He endured the pain and shouted at Chen Ge, Teacher, my homework is completely fine. Why am I being punished? Chen Ge smiled slightly. You wrote very well, but your eye didn't grow well. I let you see the next page, yet you looked at this page. If your right eye also wants to be rebuilt, I do not recommend helping my good student. Huang Sha was left speechless in shock. Maybe he didn't dare to speak anymore. In any case, he lay on the ground with a face ashen as death. Touching his left eye with his hand, he found that the eyeball had been pierced by something and had shattered into pieces. He subconsciously tried to channel all his ghost energy to heal the wound, but it was completely impossible. Clearly, the ghost weapon that hit him was at least above the wandering spirit level. Huang Sha, lying on the ground, used his remaining right eye to look at Chen Ge, and upon seeing the eerie bone spear in Chen Ge's hand, a feeling of regret flooded his heart instantly. Huang Sha wished he could die. If time could rewind 5 minutes, he would definitely not dare to stir up trouble under the podium, questioning whether Chen Ge came from the human world as a rat and even demonizing him first. At this moment, Chen Ge on the podium was leisurely calling out the next student's name. Xia Dongqi. Wang Mengdai. You are really interesting. Are you half-sisters or the same mother? The 2 little girl ghosts who were called stood up from their seats. They knew their homework had issues and dared not look up at Chen Ge. Who signed the parent's signature on your summer homework? These 2 little girl ghosts had already prepared their words in advance and were not afraid of Chen Ge's questioning at all. Wang Mengdai raised her head, looking confused at Chen Ge. Teacher. Of course, the signature on my summer homework was signed by my dad. Is there a problem? Chen Ge was truly amused by this little ghost's answer. He said coldly, What? Do you think I'm blind? The parent signatures on this homework are just mutual signatures between each other. Xia Dongqi didn't have the acting skills or courage of Wang Mengdai, and other classmates had already experienced the power of Chen Ge's bone nail gun. Just thinking about having her eyeballs taken away made her so scared that tears fell, and she bit her teeth tightly, not daring to say a word. Wang Mengdai, however, refused to admit it. Instead, she gradually turned into a ghost and spoke in a chilling tone. Mr. Chen, you have no evidence, so don't slander us. Otherwise, when my dad comes to pick me up from school in the afternoon, I will tell him about this. My dad is a level 3 horror ghost. If you dare to touch me, he will definitely not let you off when he finds out. Oh? Is that so? What if he doesn't know? Chen Ge said expressionlessly, and then he picked up the bone nail gun and directly sent a bone bullet over. It struck right between Wang Mingdia's eyebrows. In an instant, a bloody hole appeared there, and eerie ghostly energy kept rising from inside, blood continually dripping down from the wound, making her look even more terrifying than other female ghosts. Wang Mingdai let out a painful scream. Then the whole ghostly body exploded, instantly scattering like falling flowers. This scene revealed a strange beauty amid the eeriness. Chen Ge finally understood why those violent aesthetic movies often had good box office results in the real world. Xia Dongqi, who was closest to Wang Mingdai, was splattered with filthy blood all over her face. She became dumbfounded on the spot, her eyes wide open in disbelief. Oh my god! Help! This new class teacher is too ruthless. He really kills if he says he will kill. Wang Mingdai was pierced through by the ghost weapon of the level 2 ghost, and it was not just a matter of treatment, her soul scattered completely. I have to say, Chen Ge's method of killing the chicken to scare the monkey was very effective. When he glanced over again, not a single ghost student in the whole class dared to move an inch. These little ghosts sat as straight as they could on their benches, not daring to let out a single breath. Mr. Chen Ge nodded in satisfaction. Ghostly transformation? Resistance? Not possible, okay? He didn't expect that on his first day as a teacher in this ghost school. It turned out quite well. Xia Dongqi, I'm asking you patiently for the last time, was the parent's signature on the homework with Wang Mingdai signed by your parents? Yes, yes, yes. The little female ghost was frightened and nodded desperately. Wang Mingdia's soul had just dissipated, where would she dare to deny it now? Seeing her finally admit it, Chen Ge couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Sigh. There's an ancient saying, if a child is not taught, it is the father's fault, if a student is not taught, it is the teacher's mistake. Teacher's good intentions, I hope you all can understand. Classmates, next, the teacher will randomly call a few students to find out where your homework has problems. Soon, the little ghosts whose names were called went up one by one to receive guidance from Mr. Chen and were greeted warmly by him. Watching these students, who had broken hands yet still had to bite their homework to take it away, Mr. Chen Ge felt a wave of comfort in his heart. For the education and growth of the children, he truly worried about them deeply. What did an ancient poem say? The silkworms produce silk until death, and the candle burns to ash before tears dry. It probably describes a generous good teacher like him. Chapter 52, the reward for completing the main quest turned out to be this kindergarten. After Chen Ge dealt with those ghostly little ghosts in various ways, the time he had agreed upon with Su Ruofei also arrived. Compared to this group of little ghosts in the class, Chen Ge was most worried about his own daughter, Tuan Tuan. Fortunately, he had already tested Su Ruofei's strength beforehand. She was at the peak of level 3 ghost. But peak was still peak, and the difference in levels meant she couldn't hurt his daughter. Once he understood this, Chen Ge's uneasy heart finally calmed down a bit. He scanned the little ghosts in the class with a blank expression and said in a calm tone, "It's best not to let me hear any loud noises from our class in the next door. Otherwise, don't blame Teacher Chen for being too good to you." Chen Ge emphasized the word good. Originally, a few little ghosts who knew he was leaving for a while to the next class and were a bit restless suddenly had their extra thoughts evaporate upon hearing this. The little ghosts twitched at the corners of their mouths. Good. This homeroom teacher was really good. Extremely good. Then, Chen Ge had no extra time to care about how these little ghosts thought. He walked straight out the back door of the classroom and entered the front door of Class B next door. As soon as Chen Ge walked in, he saw his daughter standing on the podium, facing away from him, directing a little ghost to erase the blackboard. Seeing her lively little figure, Chen Ge instantly sighed in relief and, noticing that Su Ruofei was not in class, he unconsciously moved toward the podium where his daughter was. Chen Ge's gaze was fixed on Tuan Tuan, and he hardly paid any attention to the situation in Class B, let alone check the hygiene. As he took long strides, just as he was about to walk up to his daughter, a little ghost with a swollen face and a pus-filled head suddenly blocked his path. "Excuse me, are you Teacher Chen, the homeroom teacher of Class A?" Wang Xiuhu noticed his tall figure the moment Chen Ge stepped through the front door. According to the instructions left by Teacher Su before leaving, this man that Wang Xiuhu had never seen in kindergarten must be the new homeroom teacher of the class next door. He hadn't planned to be the one to rush up first. But why did this Teacher Chen lock onto class monitor Tuan Tuan as soon as he walked in? With an overactive imagination, Wang Xiuhu instantly thought that this teacher was specifically there to cause trouble for the class monitor. How could that be? The class monitor was currently Wang Xiuhu's lifesaver. Moreover, she was an object of his admiration. He could never just stand by and watch class monitor Tuan Tuan fall into the hands of this bad teacher next door. Therefore, using his ghost energy, in just over 10 seconds, he ran from the back of the classroom to the front door, blocking Chen Ge's path. At this moment, Chen Ge was still unaware that he had become the bad teacher in this little ghost's eyes, specifically there to bully class monitor Tuan Tuan. After a few seconds of silence, he nodded. "Hello, Teacher Chen. I am the activity committee member of Class B. Teacher Su has already assigned me the task of cleaning the classroom hygiene. Next, I can show you around our class's hygiene environment." Wang Xiaohu was risking it all for his lifesaver. He knew that Teacher Chen had a terrifying ghost weapon, a tennis racket, but he still bravely spoke these words to him. Chen Ge didn't think much about it, glanced at Tuan Tuan still facing away from him, then said, "Let's check the podium first." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaohu was certain that Teacher Chen was indeed going to act against class monitor Tuan Tuan. With his heart steeled, he started to gather his ghost energy, getting ready to ghostify, and trying his best to buy time for the class monitor to escape. Feeling offended, Chen Ge? He really didn't understand the identity he was playing as this ghost school teacher. Where did things go wrong? Why did this little ghost suddenly start to act spooky when he heard he needed to check the podium? Chen Ge raised his eyebrows and cautiously said, "I believe that to keep a classroom clean, the most important part isn't the podium, but the floor. How about this, you take me to the back of the class first, and I will check from back to front." Hearing this, the ghostly aura surrounding Wang Xiaohu instantly dispersed, and it scattered quickly. As if he was scared of something. Chen Ge. At this point, he was truly speechless. It turned out that the problem was that he shouldn't have checked the podium first. Wang Xiaohu let out a sigh of relief, then changed his face and said politely to Chen Ge, "Teacher Chen, after you." He was, of course, afraid of death, but he was very loyal. Since the class monitor saved him in front of everyone, he couldn't just watch the other fall into the hands of danger. "Chen Ge, let's go. You lead the way in front of me." The more he was told not to go to the podium, the more he wanted to step up there. Now it was Wang Xiaohu's turn to have doubts, but after all, he was just a little ghost under 6 years old, and his thoughts weren't as complicated as those of an adult ghost. He walked towards the aisle first. But what Wang Xiaohu didn't expect was, as soon as he turned around and walked to the front of the aisle, Chen Ge's figure appeared in front of the podium's blackboard. Wang Xiaohu was dumbfounded. So, was Teacher Chen deliberately trying to play with him? When Chen Ge stepped up to the podium, he felt something was off. Why was there a strong smell of blood coming from this blackboard? Chen Ge frowned, his fingers subconsciously touching the blackboard. This blackboard looked like a normal blackboard, and its texture felt fine. It was just like the blackboard in Class A, including the grooves for broken chalk and the eraser. He carefully looked at this blackboard from top to bottom. In the end, he couldn't see any problems. Until his gaze landed on the very edge of the blackboard. From the side, it seemed like there was something uneven there. But when Chen Ge reached out to touch it, it felt incredibly smooth and perfectly normal. At that moment, the long-lost voice of the system echoed in his mind. Detection of trigger conditions. Ghost coin rewards are being randomly distributed. Ding dong. Your 10 million ghost coins have been credited. Please keep looking for clues. Automatic trigger of storyline task. Complete the main storyline task of the instance. Investigate the true cause of death of all employees in the kindergarten. You will automatically gain ownership of the ghost kindergarten. Chen Ge was stunned. So the system meant to reward him with the entire kindergarten? That's great. This system is truly the god-level system of the underworld, and the rewards are generous. Chen Ge thought for a few seconds and asked in his mind, what about all the employees in this kindergarten? System, as long as you pay their salaries on time every month, their ownership will naturally belong to you. Chen Ge's eyes brightened. This is wonderful. Once he acquired this kindergarten, his little girl could continue her studies in a thrilling world. Ghost coins? He had plenty of those now. After 5 days, he planned to transform this terrifying ghost kindergarten into a warm cradle for his daughter to grow up happily. P.S. The little author is about to cry. Writing from morning till night, the ratings have dropped, and my heart is shattered. Please help with a 5-star rating. Chapter 53, Murder to Silence? Who killed whom? Based on the system's recently issued 10 million ghost coin reward, Chen Ge could be sure that there was something crucial hidden under the edge of this blackboard. But now, with so many people around, it simply wasn't suitable for him to take action directly. And then, Chen Ge suddenly sensed something, his pupils constricting sharply. There was an extremely hot gaze directed at his back. Chen Ge's intuition told him that the owner of this gaze was definitely not one of those sweet little kids. It was either the level 4 principal he met this morning with a homeroom teacher of this Class B, Su Ruofei. As clever as Chen Ge was, he didn't choose to turn around to look as soon as he sensed that gaze. Instead, he quietly shifted his eyes down from the edge of the blackboard. Along with that, his fingers couldn't dare to linger in their original place and could only slowly slide down. Chen Ge had a serious expression, as if he was really checking the cleanliness. Suddenly, a delicate voice rang in his ear. "Teacher Chen, what are you doing?" He guessed correctly. The owner of this voice was the female ghost, Su Ruofei, whom he had seen just a few minutes ago. Immediately, the cold, delicate body of the female ghost pressed weakly against his back. Chen Ge shivered from the cold and could even feel her breath brushing against his ear. But he had no extra thoughts, he only wanted to get rid of her. For so many years, apart from Nanner, there had been no other woman in Chen Ge's heart. Moreover, his biological daughter was right beside him, watching this scene. What if one day in the future, he found his wife with his daughter? How would he explain this to her? Chen Ge cleared his thoughts, cleared his throat twice, and expressionlessly refused. "Teacher Su, please do not disturb me while I check the cleanliness." "Oh really? Teacher Chen, I didn't know you were checking cleanliness." Su Ruofei smiled charmingly, tilting her head to lean toward the other side of Chen Ge's shoulder, her watery eyes fixed on his handsome face. Suddenly, she changed her tone. "But why are you using your hand to keep rubbing back and forth on the blackboard I usually use for teaching? Did you find something?" Chen Ge thought to himself that this wasn't good. As the gold medal teacher of the kindergarten, this female ghost surely knew some hidden truths. If Teacher Chen's hand likes touching things so much, why not touch me first? Su Ruofei's voice was soft and sweet, like a bewitching fairy, continuously enticing him. Fortunately, with a wife and daughter, Chen Ge possessed an unwavering heart, otherwise, he might have fallen for this seductive trick, ensnared by the female ghost. But just as the last words of the female ghost fell, the situation flipped again. Overwhelming ghost energy instantly engulfed Su Ruofei's entire body. And it gradually started enveloping Chen Ge as well. His expression changed, and he abruptly turned around to look. Where was the charming and alluring demeanor he had seen earlier? What he saw was a face already covered with death spots and dark patterns, incredibly terrifying. Not good. From the intensity of this ghost energy, Su Ruofei's true strength was likely not just the peak of level 3, but very likely, like the masked ghost from the last instance, already at level 4. She had not fully transformed into a ghost yet, so Chen Ge couldn't determine her level. But whether at the peak of level 3 or at level 4, neither was something he could deal with right now. Chen Ge didn't say a word, his eyelids twitching fiercely. At such a close distance and in such a short time, even if he could immediately pull out a pack of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes, it would still be too late to summon the masked ghost. Just as Su Ruofei had completely transformed and was about to use her ghost claws to tear Chen Ge's neck apart, Chen Ge suddenly reached out a fist toward the female ghost. He had a serious look. "Teacher Su, since you were so eager to know what I touched at the edge of the blackboard, I've kept it hidden for so long, so I might as well show you." The female ghost smiled alluringly, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Good for you to know your place." Chen Ge let out a sigh of relief. He continued, "However, this thing is best viewed by you alone. The reason I didn't take it out earlier is that I was afraid those little devils in class would see it. You know, some things are just like secrets, they're quite important." Chen Ge said this deliberately. Su Ruofei saw his expression was so sincere. Plus, given the vast difference in their strength, he couldn't possibly harm her. So, she moved away from Chen Ge and drew out half of her ghostly energy. Around them, a barrier was formed that could block any prying eyes and sound. Chen Ge had a look of realization. Sure enough, this was like a barrier from a cultivation novel. In the horror world, ghosts with a level of 4 or higher can use their ghostly energy to create a barrier with similar effects. Level 4 is the starting point for barriers, at least half of one's ghostly energy must be summoned to complete it. This is a lesson Chen Ge learned from his last encounter with the masked ghost. "Can I see it now?" Su Ruofei had made up her mind. If what Chen Ge had was really the treasure that the old woman, the director, had been searching for, she would kill him to silence him and snatch it away. "Of course, just lower your head." As Chen Ge spoke, he slowly opened his palm. Su Ruofei believed him. Feeling anxious, she immediately lowered her head to look at what was in Chen Ge's palm. Then, she saw a shining golden talisman. She was stunned, her tone somewhat incredulous. "Is this what you just found?" Chen Ge noticed the distance still wasn't enough and patiently said, "Indeed, take a closer look. Actually, at the bottom of this talisman, there is a line of small black words. You need to look very closely to find it." Su Ruofei looked at him with suspicion, finding no flaws, so she lowered her head even further. However, at the moment she bent down her head, Chen Ge suddenly lifted the talisman and slammed it against the ghost girl's forehead. His speed was too fast, even if Su Ruofei sensed something was wrong, she couldn't evade. As the annihilation talisman pressed against her forehead, it emitted a blinding golden light. Immediately after, Su Ruofei felt something drill into her brain. A wave of intense pain erupted in her mind. Ah. Her beautiful face instantly cracked open, revealing the rotten scars beneath her ghostly face. Feeling her real terrifying face exposed, the ghost girl instinctively wanted to withdraw the ghostly barrier to heal her wounds. But in the next second, she was overwhelmed by pain and lost consciousness, collapsing against the podium. The rolling ghostly barrier isolated the two within. The event happened so swiftly that apart from Wang Xiaohu, who didn't understand why the two teachers suddenly disappeared, the other ghost students were still being commanded by Tuan Tuan, completely unaware of the turmoil happening on the podium. Chapter 54, Chen Ge violently beats the ghost girl, intentionally gets hurt. This was Chen Ge's first time using the Annihilation Talisman, and he didn't expect such a ghost-level tool to be so effective, quickly subduing the female ghost with ulterior motives. The talisman had to touch the forehead to unleash its full power. The effects would be halved if it touched elsewhere. The surrounding barrier gradually transformed into ghostly energy, rushing into the female ghost's body. In extreme pain, she couldn't care less about losing face in front of so many ghost students. She only wanted to tear Chen Ge apart. With her eyes full of hatred, the ghost girl glared at Chen Ge, her ghostly face exuding murderous intent, wanting nothing more than to eat him alive. Chen Ge naturally understood the next move she would make after withdrawing the barrier. But she was fast, he was even faster. Chen Ge directly pulled out the horror-level tennis racket. It doesn't matter what rank Su Ruofei is. He directly slapped hard, hitting her up. The female ghost's face was knocked out of shape. It completely revealed the dirty, rotten ghost face hidden beneath the beautiful skin. Ah! It hurts. You damn man. I will eat you. The barrier was disappearing faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, only half remained, and the two figures gradually exposed to some of the ghost students' view. Chen Ge guessed that the human-skinned female ghost must have eaten something in the last 20 minutes to break through to level 4, so her level was very unstable. If he continued his attack, he might even be able to directly kill this female ghost. Thinking of this, Chen Ge's left hand again produced a bone-piercing spear. Then, he alternated attacks with his left and right hands. His left hand pressed the trigger, firing a bullet straight into the female ghost's forehead. The female ghost screamed again with a sharp shriek. Her entire ghostly body suddenly grew twice its size, instantly sucking all the remaining ghost energy back. Now, the barrier that blocked the sound and the image disappeared. The fight on the podium immediately attracted the attention of the entire class of students. Now, even the group of students who had just walked down the aisle 2 minutes earlier to inspect the ground turned around and saw this scene. The little one widened her round eyes in surprise as she saw the familiar voice. Daddy! When did he come? Why didn't I know? When Tuan Tuan saw Chen Ge, a sense of security instantly rose in her heart. Actually, when she came to join this instance, she had already vaguely sensed that this might no longer be just a game. Although her dad hadn't told her anything, she knew that the things she had gained in the game were so powerful, they definitely weren't just toys. Even though she was young and didn't understand many things, she wasn't stupid, so that's why she spoke the way she did when meeting the head teacher in the morning. Tuan Tuan thought her dad was in danger and was about to pull out her little hammer to help him. But before she could take out her hammer, she saw her dad slap down and crush the female ghost teacher's head. The other ghost students present didn't feel scared at all when they saw the bloody scene. Instead, their faces showed expressions of both shock and joy. They almost shouted in support for Chen Ge right there. Even Wang Xiaohu, who had initially held hostility toward Chen Ge, was stunned. Damn! This Chen teacher from the next class is too fierce. He didn't even say a word before going straight to attack their class's female devil. Wang Xiaohu didn't like Chen Ge either, but that didn't stop him from saying, for real, that's awesome. Chen Ge had already made up his mind. Since he had completely fallen out with his daughter's head teacher, he might as well finish the job and eliminate her, so she wouldn't cause any more trouble later. Moreover, the ownership of this kindergarten was something Chen Ge was going to secure. He absolutely wouldn't allow any accidents to happen and prevent him from completing the main task of the instance. At this point, the female ghost teacher had gathered all her barriers back. She immediately used ghost energy to repair the beautiful face she had peeled off a woman 2 months ago. A level 4 ghost energy is no joke, and in the blink of an eye, Su Ruofei's face returned to normal. However, now, in her beautiful eyes that were looking at Chen Ge, only towering rage and hatred remained. She continued to repair the wounds in her brain caused by the soul-suppressing talisman, but at that moment, she realized the ghost energy was ineffective. This level 4 soul-suppressing ghost couldn't even repair the damage caused by a second-level ghost tool. The more she struggled to repair, the talisman seemed to devour her ghost energy, expanding its effect, and then like a nail. The pain pierced her entire body. The female ghost was almost driven mad by this pain, her voice hoarse. Chen Ge, I want you dead. As she finished speaking, the color in her eyes suddenly changed. One black, one red, black as ink, red as blood. 2 ghostly claws sprouted sharp nails, and the female ghost roared, stabbing directly towards Chen Ge's head. I will pierce your brain. Attach your brain to my head. The female ghost had completely lost her sanity, roaring in anger. Chen Ge's last card to deal with her was only those ghost money. But seeing her now in this frenzied state, even if he threw money, it would be useless. Clearly, she only wanted to swallow him whole now. The ghost's nails were already above his head. Chen Ge's expression changed, and he shot directly at her hands. But it was useless, at most it could only slow the female ghost down. Chen Ge used a tennis racket to block. This level 3 ghostly weapon was given to him by the masked ghost and could indeed block the ghost girl's attack for a short time. But what Chen Ge didn't expect was, he blocked the ghost girl's hand above, but neglected the bottom. The female ghost directly separated her legs and body, kicking straight towards Chen Ge's stomach. Watching this scene from below the platform, Tuan Tuan felt her heart tighten with anxiety. Her eyes turned red instantly, and she took out her small hammer, wanting to rush up to help her father. But at that moment, Chen Ge, who still had the chance to dodge the female ghost's strike, suddenly raised his left hand to meet it. The ghost's kick directly made a bloody hole in his left hand. Su Ruofei was puzzled. She couldn't understand what Chen Ge was doing. Why would he actively get hurt by her? But she didn't think about it too much, only believing that Chen Ge was scared and decided to face death calmly. Little Tuan Tuan saw her father get hurt, and she could no longer hold it in, tears streaming down her face. Seeing her pull out the small hammer, she was about to sneak attack Su Ruofei from behind. At that moment, a gloomy voice with thick ghostly energy echoed in the classroom. Who told me? Why on the first day of school, is there this situation in the classroom? The true 4th level soul extinguishing headmaster Su Qing suddenly appeared at the classroom's front door, her face filled with anger. She had just witnessed teacher Su injure the new teacher Chen with her own eyes. Ironclad evidence. So, Su Qing directly took her revenge, a fierce ghost energy condensed into a blade and quickly flew towards Su Ruofei. This strike knocked her directly to the ground. Originally, Chen Ge was in a disadvantaged position, but with Su Qing's appearance, the situation flipped in an instant. However, all of this seemed like coincidence, but was actually already under his control. Chapter 54, Compensation for Medical Expenses at 10 times? From this morning, when the headmaster insisted on sending Tuan Tuan back to class, it was clear that there were significant conflicts between these two female ghosts. Otherwise, based on the kindergarten system, as a leader, she wouldn't boldly try to gain favor with Su Ruofei's students. The complete confirmation of this was when Su Ruofei suddenly barged into Chen Ge's class. Her gaze always seemed to glance out the window, with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Although she seemed to disguise it well on the surface, Chen Ge was very observant, his calculations never went wrong. Especially a few hours ago, after he stood in the lobby surveying the surroundings, he deliberately took a detour and came up the back second staircase from the teaching building. Chen Ge discovered that there was also a second staircase between the two teaching buildings of this kindergarten, symmetrical to the front first staircase. When he stood in the open staircase connecting every 2 levels, it is clear to see the teacher's office across the way. He did not pay much attention to the offices of the teachers in the small class and the middle class. The only one he remembered was the teaching office located between the 3rd and 4th floors. As long as you go up 2 flights of stairs from the teaching office's door, you can directly reach Su Ruofei's big Class B door. So, from beginning to end, all of this was planned by Chen Ge. As long as Su Ruofei dared to act in the classroom, once Su Qing caught her in the act, there would be no escaping. Su Qing! Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Su Ruofei, lying on the ground and spitting blood, did not forget to glare fiercely at her. Compared to Chen Ge, whom Su Ruofei had only known for a few hours, it was certainly her longtime enemy Su Qing who attracted more anger. Su Qing snorted coldly. Usually, when you have minor quarrels with these students, you say it's education, so I'll let it go. But now you have gone too far. You actually dared to openly attack teacher Chen from the next class in the classroom. I will not let you go today. Even though she was also a ghost, what she hated most was a disgusting ghost like Su Ruofei. The Seoul kindergarten is a copy. From time to time, humans are chosen by the ghostmaster and sent in here. All the old staff in the kindergarten know about this matter. Humans are often found out for their true identities and meet various deaths, but among them, the one that Su Qing resented the most was Su Ruofei. Su Ruofei's true form is a female ghost with a burned face who died a rotting death. To obtain beauty, she directly peeled the skin off a beautiful woman and wore it on herself. Then, relying on that beautiful face, she often seduced the principal. If it weren't for Su Qing's powerful abilities, she would have long lost her position as the teaching director to Su Ruofei. Seeing the war between these two female ghosts about to break out, Chen Ge wisely slipped down from the other side of the podium and walked closer to his daughter. He did not dare to get too close to Tuan Tuan, lest he raise the suspicion of the two female ghosts at the front door. The little one seemed quite worried about the wound on Chen Ge's hand, looking at him with teary eyes. Chen Ge felt a warmth in his heart, but shook his head at her, signaling her not to come over. The little one pouted, clearly a bit unhappy. At the podium, Su Ruofei raised her broken ghostly form again, standing up carefully, about to fall. Her pair of ghostly eyes were blood red, and she said with great difficulty, "You can't touch me. Su Qing, so what if you are the teaching director of the kindergarten? You still have to follow the rules." "Oh? Do you think you had a valid reason for attacking Teacher Chen?" Su Qing raised an eyebrow with a cold smile, as a wave of ghostly energy began to gather in her hand. Seeing this, Su Ruofei was genuinely a bit afraid. She originally couldn't win against Su Qing, and now, after being injured multiple times by Chen Ge, she consumed a lot of ghostly energy, making it even less possible for her to overpower a level 4 soul extermination ghost in peak condition. "No. You got it wrong. You're all wrong, it was clearly him who attacked first." Su Ruofei nearly fell into the trap, but thankfully she reacted at the last moment. With this remark, the focus of blame shifted sharply back to Chen Ge. Su Qing also directed her gaze over. The party involved, Chen Ge, was completely unconcerned about their gaze, wearing an innocent expression on his face. "Director, I think, with your sharp eyes, you should know who acted first. It should be clear to you." As he spoke, Chen Ge casually raised his right hand, which was still bleeding profusely. The blood hole on his arm was quite obvious, even revealing some white bone. Upon seeing this, Su Cheng noticed that aside from looking a bit disheveled, Su Ruofei had not a single scratch from head to toe. Who was right and who was wrong was simply crystal clear. She was instantly furious. "Su Ruofei. At this point, do you still dare to argue? Do you still want to frame and slander Teacher Chen? You, a level 4 soul extermination ghost. He is a secondary evil spirit, how could he possibly harm you? Are you not ashamed?" Su Qing swiftly moved and stood in front of Su Ruofei, looking down at her from a height, her eyes filled with icy coldness. Su Ruofei panicked even more, stammering, "And no, it's not like that. He tricked me, I was cursed, and he hit me with a ghostly weapon. Really, I was really hit." She hurriedly reached to touch the wounds on her head that were broken by Chen Ge. But she couldn't find them at all. Her forehead, her scalp, her brow. These places were completely unharmed. Su Ruofei widened her eyes. How is this possible? Where are the wounds? Chen Ge watched the scene, almost unable to hide the smile on his face. Could it be that this female ghost's mind was really messed up by him with a tennis racket? Or was it affected by the exorcism talisman, causing her mind to snap? It was clearly her own choice to use ghostly energy to heal those wounds just now. Now why was she looking for the wounds again? Some little spirits who had often been bullied by Su Ruofei watched her embarrassing state and couldn't help but laugh. Hearing the mockery, Su Ruofei turned around viciously and glared at those little spirits, her eyes filled with threat. But at this moment, Su Qing came up and slapped her. The overwhelming ghostly energy from the soul-slaying level instantly knocked Su Ruofei's ghostly face askew. "Su Ruofei. You are about to die, yet you still dare to look at your students with such eyes? It seems that unless I give you a lesson, you won't admit your mistakes today?" Chen Ge. This slap felt really good. He felt as if the blood hole in his hand had stopped hurting with that hit. Su Qing was afraid that the principal would suddenly show up if he heard the commotion. When that happened, it would be difficult for her to deal with Su Ruofei. So, she needed to strike while the iron was hot and directly eliminate Su Ruofei under this pretext. As Su Qing thought this, her left hand clenched into a fist, condensing more intense ghostly energy. Seeing this, Su Ruofei turned pale with fright and couldn't care less about her image, screaming in panic. "Su Qing! You can't kill me! The kindergarten has a clear rule that even if colleagues fight, I only need to compensate the other party 10 times the medical expenses. I'm willing to pay. I'm willing to compensate Teacher Chen 10 times the medical expenses, just don't kill me." Upon hearing this, Chen Ge immediately raised an eyebrow. So it turns out the kindergarten has such a rule. P.S. There's still one chapter left, I'll owe it for now. I'm really stuck on writing today, I'll make it up to you tomorrow. Finally, I request a wave of small gifts and 5-star reviews. Chapter 55, 60,000. Is that enough to buy your life? Su Qing's fist suddenly stopped in midair. She unwillingly glared at Su Ruofei, then turned her head to Chen Ge, her voice frostily cold. "Teacher Chen, what do you think?" Chen Ge casually replied, "Medical expenses? I'm afraid my medical expenses are beyond what she can afford." Su Ruofei seemed to have some kind of confidence, snorting coldly with a very dismissive tone. "What a joke! I only injured your hand. At most, it takes 200 ghost coins to get it treated in the infirmary on the first floor. Even if I compensate you 10 times the medical expenses, it would only be 2,000 ghost coins. Could Su Ruofei not afford that?" Chen Ge raised an eyebrow. "Oh really? Which eye of yours saw that I only had an injured hand?" Upon hearing this, Su Ruofei's eyes widened, a sense of ominous premonition rising in her heart. It clearly was only the hand. Are you trying to frame me? Teacher Su, you are a level 4 soul-slaying ghost. Your power is 2 levels higher than mine, and your ghostly energy is much stronger. Chen Ge paused, then continued, although it appears on the surface that I only have a hand injury, in fact, when you struck, my soul body was severely harmed because of your ghostly energy. Right now, I feel pain in my internal organs. I estimate that I need full body treatment. My hand can only get better. Teacher Su, how much ghost money will roughly be needed for this process of treatment? As he spoke, he extended his other uninjured hand and pretended to press it against his stomach. He acted as if it were real. Su Ruofei was furious, a torrent of ghostly energy rushing through her, and her eyes looked as if they could swallow him alive. She had been a ghost for so many years, no one had ever dared to cheat her out of money. Chen Ge, you dare to talk nonsense? Watch me crush your neck and tear apart your lying mouth. Su Ruofei was extremely angry and momentarily forgot that Su Qing was also present. She spoke while clawing at Chen Ge, wanting to pounce on him. Chen Ge looked unconcerned. His gaze suddenly turned to Su Cheng beside him, and he said very seriously, Director Su, since Teacher Su doesn't admit it, I have no way either. Perhaps my treatment fee is too high, and Teacher Su can't afford it. Seeing that Chen Ge seemed to want to let Su Ruofei go, Su Cheng was very dissatisfied and immediately stretched out her ghostly claws to pull back the pouncing female ghost. The ghost students in the class watched as Teacher Su was played with like a mouse by Teacher Su and Teacher Chen, utterly amazed again and again. They had never seen Su Ruofei so helpless and so unable to resist. Su Ruofei was really on the verge of breaking down. She knew that if she really fell into Su Qing's hands, it would definitely be worse than death. For now, she could only pay to ward off disaster and find a way to get it back from Chen Ge later. She couldn't beat a 4th level Su Cheng, could she still manage to deal with a ghost? After realizing this, Su Ruofei gritted her teeth and compromised, alright, tell me, how much do you want me to compensate? Chen Ge wouldn't directly quote a very high number, that would deepen the hatred too much, leaving no room for return. He first lightly cleared his throat twice, appearing somewhat weak, and then said, Teacher Su, we are colleagues. How about this, I won't make it hard for you, just give me the cost of registration and consultation. It's not much, just 3,000. 3,000? After multiplying it by 10, you'll give me 3,000? Su Ruofei barely accepted the price Chen Ge offered. Su Qing, hearing this number, was even more dissatisfied. She felt that this new teacher Chen Ge really had no sense at all. Seeing that such a great opportunity to punish Su Ruofei was about to slip away, Su Qing shot a warning glance at Chen Ge. Just then, Chen Ge shook his head seriously. No. Teacher Su, you are mistaken. The 3,000 I mentioned refers to the amount before it was multiplied. According to kindergarten regulations, the medical compensation should be multiplied by 10, that means it should be 30,000. The female ghost's facial features began to twist as she said viciously. 30,000. You damn ghost, you dare to extort me. Do you know what 30,000 ghost coins mean? Let me tell you, 30,000 ghost coins are enough to buy your life. Chen Ge looked surprised. So the prices in this terrifying world were this low, 30,000 ghost coins could buy a ghost's life? That would be easy. I am considering our colleague relationship, and I have already given you a big discount. Since you will not accept it, then I will cover this 30,000 ghost coins myself. Su Ruofei didn't understand what Chen Ge meant by this, and then she raised her voice, you don't want me to pay for the medical expenses? Chen Ge smiled and nodded. Su Qing opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Seeing him nod, Su Ruofei really thought Chen Ge was going to let her go, and immediately turned her head, smugly looking at Su Qing and said, Do you see? Director, isn't my beautiful skin still quite useful? Shouldn't you consider getting a new one too? Maybe then you could have a higher position. She spoke in a strange tone, and Su Qing was almost furious upon hearing this. Her eyes shot flames at Su Ruofei, and her dissatisfaction with Chen Ge reached its peak. However, just when Su Ruofei thought everything was settled, Chen Ge suddenly walked up to them, reaching into his pocket and pulling out 2 stacks of ghost money. He stuffed all this money into Su Qing's hands, a serious expression on his face. Director Su, 30,000 seems too little. Here are 60,000 ghost coins. Buying a life for Teacher Su should be enough, right? As soon as Chen Ge said this, it stirred up a commotion. Everyone present, except for Tuan Tuan, was stunned. Su Ruofei was dumbfounded. She never expected that this mere second-level Chen Ge could casually take out 60,000 ghost coins. Su Qing was also shocked. But the urgent matter was not this, the most important thing was to resolve Su Ruofei quickly, otherwise her position as director would soon become unstable. Chen Ge thought that this 60,000 ghost coins was not enough to make Su Qing take action to deal with Su Ruofei. To quickly complete the second consumption task, he was about to raise the amount to 100,000. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A barrier emitting overwhelming ghostly energy suddenly rose from the ground. It completely blocked the students' view from the podium, creating a thick wall. The barrier made from ghost energy was clearly stronger and more impenetrable than Su Ruofei's earlier one. In the next second, Chen Ge saw Su Qing's short hair suddenly grow long, wrapping around Su Ruofei's corpse-spotted neck. Then, circles of ghost energy twisted around the long hair. Su Qing smiled coldly. Of course, 60,000 ghost coins is more than enough. Chapter 56, Who will be the new class teacher of Class B? The female ghost's head was gone just like that. When she died, her eyes were bulging. Clearly, she never expected her life could be bought by Chen Ge for 60,000. I have to say, Su Qing's speed of action was indeed incredibly fast, so fast that the injured Su Ruofei didn't even have time to fight back and just got obliterated. Now it was Chen Ge's turn to be shocked. This was the first time he witnessed a fully empowered soul-destroying ghost take action. In just an instant, she wiped out the injured female ghost from the same level. Chen Ge couldn't imagine if in the beginning he had not used a trick to put the fully empowered Su Ruofei under a soul-destroying spell, could he still be standing here now? The answer was only one, no. And he was very glad he didn't show mercy and let this female ghost go, otherwise, in the following days, she would undoubtedly cause him trouble. By then, when her strength was restored, she would not be someone an ordinary person could deal with. Su Ruofei's wound was caused by essence-destroying ghost energy. If Su Qing's level had been slightly lower, she could have used ghost energy to heal. But now, she was completely gone. In an instant, the entire ghostly body turned to ash, leaving only the layer of beautiful skin on the outside. Without the support of flesh and blood, the beautiful skin could last only a few seconds before quickly dissipating. Su Qing's gaze was fixed on Chen Ge, as if she wanted to discern something from his face. Teacher Chen, I haven't asked you yet, why did Teacher Su suddenly attack you out of the blue? For this topic that Su Qing would inevitably ask him, Chen Ge had already prepared a response. Director Su, actually, I don't know why Teacher Su would act like this. As a new teacher, I really don't know where I offended Teacher Su. Maybe it's because when I was collecting homework in class this morning, a student misbehaved, and I scolded him a bit, and then that student called his aunt over. Today is my first day at work, and I truly didn't know this student is actually Teacher Su's nephew. Then, the next thing you should be able to guess, right? Su Qing silently nodded. She had heard a little bit about the reason why the previous head teacher of the class Chen Ge took over had left, and it seemed to have something to do with Su Ruofei, the little nephew of the principal. That teacher, at least, was a level 3 ghost, yet he was always beaten up by the students in his class. It turned out that the students in that class had Su Ruofei, such a big name in front of the principal, backing them up. So why are you in Su Ruofei's class? Su Qing almost forgot this critical matter, and her tone suddenly became sharp hidden under soft words. Chen Ge helplessly shook his head and sighed. Sigh, director. You know, actually, it's tough for me. The students in my class are unhappy with me because of what happened this morning. They actually like Su Ruofei more, and they even said they would prefer Su Ruofei as their class teacher. Hearing this, Su Qing's face clearly changed. Seeing this, Chen Ge quickly pressed on, but as a teacher, I can't just give up on my students. So, I went to negotiate with Su Ruofei to see if she would be willing to occasionally teach our class. Director, you guess, what did Su Ruofei say? Chen Ge said as he made a distressed expression. What did she say? Su Qing couldn't help but ask, a bit curious. She said since the students all dislike me, I might as well stop being the head teacher of the big A class and just let her take over the class completely. Once Chen Ge finished speaking, Su Qing's face instantly showed an angry expression. Su Ruofei. How dare she? How dare she challenge her so openly? Last semester, because the students like Su Ruofei more, she almost lost her position as the teaching director. It seemed that Su Ruofei, even in the new semester, was still not giving up, secretly trying to recruit students from other classes to steal her position. After hearing this from Chen Ge, Su Qing immediately believed it, her face showing a look of course. So, Su Ruofei is really gone, and no one will come looking for me, right? Chen Ge asked tentatively. He had a feeling that Su Ruofei dared to be this arrogant because there must be a stronger ghost backing her up. Considering his current strength, it was better not to get into a conflict with a high-level ghost. Don't worry. I will publicly state that Su Ruofei went mad and suddenly attacked you. You were almost torn apart by her pressure, and I had no choice but to step in to stop her violence when I was patrolling the halls. The 60,000 ghost coins will be used as compensation for Su Ruofei. After this, you won't be involved in any way. You can rest assured. After Su Qing finished speaking, she decisively took the 60,000 ghost coins that Chen Ge gave her. In fact, Su Ruofei's contract was signed at the kindergarten, and even if she was torn apart, her family would only need to be compensated with 40,000 or 50,000 ghost coins. There was no need for 60,000 ghost coins. But where did the extra money go? Of course, it went into Su Qing's own pocket. She took the risk of being troubled by Su Ruofei's family, so it was only fair to pocket the extra money. At least, this step was part of Chen Ge's plan. He was laying the groundwork for what he was about to say next. That was the key. Chen Ge pretended to care and asked, "Director, now that Su Ruofi is gone, will the head teacher of the Big B class be replaced with another teacher?" Upon hearing this, Su Qing fell into deep thought. She touched her chin and gave Chen Ge a meaningful look. Chen Ge almost thought he had made a slip-up. Fortunately, Su Qing quickly turned her gaze away. Chen Ge vaguely felt some expectation. If he could really become his daughter's class teacher, then the path to the next level. They will have it much easier. He was thinking about what to do next, when Su Qing suddenly said another thing. "No, today is the first day of the new semester. All the teachers in the kindergarten are at their posts, and there are no free teachers to take over as the head teacher of Class B. Actually, you also think it would be better for me to temporarily take the position of head teacher of Class B, right? Chen Ge?" Su Qing's words immediately left Chen Ge stunned, unable to think of how to respond. No way. He went to great lengths to get rid of the ghost teacher of the class, only to find himself making clothes for someone else? Experiencing this situation happening to himself was truly unpleasant. How could Chen Ge just give up like that? So, he looked at Su Qing and earnestly said, "Actually, I wanted to say, I don't think this solution is very good." Chapter 57, The Ghost Wants to Recommend Chen Ge as the director of the education department? Su Qing glanced at Chen Ge with great authority, and the ghostly energy around her started to surge, almost causing his organs to burst. The ghost woman was obviously very dissatisfied with his response, her aura becoming even more intimidating. But for his daughter's safety, Chen Ge could only brace himself and continue. The position of the director of the education department is so good. Firstly, it is higher than an ordinary head teacher, counting as school leadership. If you take on the position of acting head teacher, then what will happen to the position of director of the education department? If the kindergarten lets other teachers temporarily fill your position as the director, then it will be difficult to handle afterwards, right? Chen Ge's words were entirely from Su Qing's perspective, involving none of his own interests. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Qing fell silent. She felt that what Chen Ge said made quite a bit of sense. However, the position of vice principal of the kindergarten had been vacant for a long time. Since 5 years ago, when that outstanding principal left, and the then vice principal became the current principal, the position of vice principal had not been filled. According to Su Qing's experience and ability, she could have been promoted to vice principal last year. But there was one requirement she couldn't meet. That was the students' favorability. For the small class and the middle class, Su Qing had already figured out a way to get the head teachers of those classes to help out. Only Class B. Because of Su Ruofei's obstruction and constant troublemaking, Su Qing couldn't accumulate enough favorability by the end of every semester. Now the opportunity for promotion was right in front of her, and Su Qing believed that as long as Su Ruofei was out of the way, she could definitely become vice principal. So, this good opportunity to build a relationship with Class B students, Su Qing would never let it pass. "It doesn't matter, I have already decided. I am willing to teach the lovely children in Class B." Upon hearing this, Chen Ge's heart instantly sank. Su Qing's power was stronger than Su Ruofei's, and her experience was deeper. In the coming days, he had no idea what would happen. Especially the hat clip that Tuan Tuan wore on her head. If Su Qing were to target her, this ghostly object wouldn't hold out for more than a few minutes. But now, looking at Su Qing's resolute expression, Chen Ge couldn't think of a better way to stop her. He could only pretend to support Su Qing on the surface. "That's great. With Su teacher as the head teacher of Class B, I believe the students in this class will no longer be mistreated and will quickly become talented. By then, I will have to seek guidance from you, Su teacher." Chen Ge's words were flawless. He expressed his support and highly praised Su Qing. "At least you would not treat the students harshly like Su Ruofei did." "Sure. Teacher Su, I discovered that you are also a rare talent. To be honest, when I become the vice principal of this kindergarten, I will definitely recommend you to the principal to be the head of the teaching department." Su Qing had just solved a big worry in her heart and received quite a bit of money, and now she found Chen Ge to be very pleasing to the eye. And he looked even more pleasing. She thought that the new teacher, Chen Ge, was very capable. He was someone whom she could pull over to her side and cultivate into a good candidate for the head of the teaching department. She quietly thought to herself. Across from her, Chen Ge stared blankly as the number above Su Qing's head, originally at +20, suddenly began to soar. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. In the end, it actually broke through 70, stopping at a solid 75. This meant that the female ghost in front of him had reached the level of goodwill required by the mission. This was something Chen Ge never expected. Immediately after, a voice of a game prompt rang in his mind. Congratulations, player Chen Ge, for completing the first mission and obtaining an important NPC, the head of the teaching department, Su Qing's goodwill of 75. Rewards are being randomly drawn. Draw complete. Congratulations, player Chen Ge, you have received a clue for the main quest. Additionally, you are rewarded with a Soul Destroyer level asphalt lamp and a Een Soul level metal material, Silver Soul Stone. Please keep up the good work. After the game voice finished, Chen Ge felt 2 ghostly items automatically appear in his inventory. There were also corresponding notes below. Soul Destroyer level asphalt lamp, when lit at night, the holder can walk in the black mist for an hour, unaffected by the black mist. Een Soul level Silver Soul Stone, a special metal material that can be used to fuse and upgrade ghostly items of the same level. Seeing these 2 items, Chen Ge unexpectedly felt a surge of joy. This thrilling game indeed coexists with both crisis and fortune. He merely completed a mission and was lavishly rewarded with 2 high-level ghostly items. And both were very useful to him. Although all his careful planning had ultimately served as a wedding dress for Su Qing. But now, the way things were developing was clearly better than he had originally anticipated. He gained a class teacher who only wanted to win the students' favor. And he completed a mission, obtaining a clue for the main task and 2 very useful ghostly items. In that light, this wave was truly not a loss. After checking the 2 ghostly items, Chen Ge noticed a new line of text suddenly appear at the bottom of his personal information panel. Without thinking, he knew that this must be the main quest clue that he had just been rewarded with. In the morning, when the sun rises from the horizon and the black mist has yet to dissipate, the office in the teaching building seems to hide something mysterious. Chen Ge raised his eyebrows. This clue meant that he needed to go to the office in the teaching building after 6 a.m., when the sun rises, and before the black mist dissipated at 7 a.m., to find something even more crucial, right? He understood. Excluding today, there were only 4 more mornings at 6 o'clock left. This meant that each opportunity was vital. Furthermore, he not only had to find the mysterious item in the office, but also come to Class B to see what was hidden under the edge of this blackboard. Therefore, Chen Ge decided to take action tomorrow morning. When he snapped back to reality after pondering, Su Qing had already removed the barriers around the 2 of them. The ghostly students in Class B saw that only Chen Ge and Su Qing were left at the original podium for the 3 of them and immediately began to discuss in surprise. Teacher Su had inexplicably disappeared, and they hadn't seen her come out at all. Su Qing cleared her throat, stepped to the center of the podium, and addressed the students below. Teacher Su was under too much work pressure and is in a very poor mental state. She felt embarrassed to tell everyone, so after asking me for leave, she quietly left. Everyone doesn't need to worry too much, maybe one day in the future, when Teacher Su Ruofei's illness gets better, she can still come back to teach you all. Hearing this, Chen Ge was at a loss for words. If he didn't know the truth about Su Ruofei's disappearance, he might have believed Su Qing's serious face and her nonsense. P.S. Starting today, I will resume normal updates. I've adjusted my state after my breakup, although my eyes have cried out, I can still hold on for the readers. Please give me a 5-star review and some small gifts, my ratings have dropped, boo-hoo. Chapter 58 Repaired Dare to make Chen Ge pay? I'll knock you out. Because Class B had a sudden change in their head teacher, Chen Ge no longer needed to check on any so-called hygiene. So, he went back to continue his lessons. Ghost kindergarten school hours are from 9 in the morning to 5 in the evening. Maybe after witnessing Chen Ge's methods of educating his students, the students from Class A did not create any more trouble for him until 5 o'clock. Thus, the first day of school passed so beautifully. After Chen Ge handed over the students to their respective parents, he noticed that the numbers over the students' heads had decreased quite a bit. A decrease in negative numbers meant their favorability towards Chen Ge had increased. However, perhaps because the teacher-student relationship had not yet developed for long, most of them were still in the negatives. It just meant that they liked him a bit more than before. Ghost kindergarten system is quite similar to human kindergartens in many ways. Each class's homeroom teacher must hand over all the students to their parents before finishing work. As Chen Ge was thinking about how to reasonably take the daughter from Su Qing's hands, suddenly, a paper figure with rosy cheeks and a bizarre appearance came down the stairs, heading straight to Class A's door. He stared fixedly at Chen Ge, who was sitting at the podium, his voice hoarse like it was cut by a knife. Employee number 1089, Chen Ge. The principal requests you to go to the principal's office on the 4th floor for a talk. Chen Ge had never met the principal of Ghost Kindergarten, but he guessed that the other person must be a ghost even more powerful than Su Qing, otherwise, they couldn't possibly intimidate the staff below. Now that the principal called him to meet alone, Chen Ge felt a bit nervous. Did the principal say what it was about? The paper figure replied coldly, no. Chen Ge was a smart person, so he switched to another way to ask, is there anyone else in the office apart from the principal? The paper figure found him annoying and impatiently said, don't you know what you did this morning? There's a parent claiming to be a student from your class also in the office. You better hurry up, if you keep the principal waiting, I can't guarantee what will happen. After saying this, the paper figure turned around and went back up the original route. Chen Ge didn't have time to think too much and directly followed behind him. The two remained silent, quickly arriving at the principal's office. As Chen Ge stepped into the office, he almost thought he had walked into the wrong place. This was no office at all, it was clearly a haunted house. Inside, cold winds blew, dried blood covered the floor and walls. There were also many gnawed white bones scattered messily on the ground. The paper figure floated above, avoiding the bones, but Chen Ge had almost nowhere to step. As he contemplated how to navigate past these bones to get inside the office, suddenly, he keenly sensed a suspicious gaze. Chen Ge suddenly remembered the game prompt when entering the instance, so he quickly moved his foot resting on the empty ground to step onto a white bone. In this way, under the gaze of that look, Chen Ge calmly walked past. Behind the desk, there sat a ghost dressed in a suit. Not the Mediterranean middle-aged ghost he imagined, but an elderly man who looked like he had already withered away. If Chen Ge hadn't known in advance that he was the ghost principal of this kindergarten, he would have doubted the man's identity. Because this ghost principal looked far too much like a human. Across from the office, there stood a small ghost, with thieving brows and rat-like eyes, having 3 hands and 3 feet. Chen Ge was now able to sense the ghostly energy level of ghosts. For example, the paper man who came to deliver a message and this 3-handed footed ghost were both level 3 terrifying spirits. But the only one he couldn't determine the level of was this ghost principal of the ghost kindergarten. If Su Chang and the masked ghost were beginner level 4 annihilating ghosts, then the ghost principal's strength was definitely beyond theirs. Chen Ge was unsure if he was at the peak of level 4 or had already broken through to level 5. However, he had heard the ghost security guard say that the maximum tolerance level in this rookie area couldn't exceed level 4. In other words, level 5 ghosts cannot survive inside. And the reason the owner of the ghost amusement park hadn't come down to check on that property for many years was that his level had long exceeded 4, restricted by the area. After analyzing this, Chen Ge basically confirmed the ghost principal's level, most likely the peak of level 4. Facing such a powerful ghost, Chen Ge forced himself to calm down, waiting for the other ghosts present to speak first. "You are the new teacher Chen from Class A, right? Do you know who I am?" Suddenly, the 3-handed footed ghost fiercely stood in front of Chen Ge. Chen Ge looked him up and down and said in a deep voice, "Wang Mingjia's father? How do you know?" The 3-foot ghost was taken aback and then continued, "Since you know I am Wang Mingjia's father, then you should know my purpose for finding you. I now ask you, where is my daughter Wang Mengdai?" Wang Ganglong said this in a low voice, his ghostly eyes fixed on Chen Ge, as if trying to see through him. "Your daughter Wang Mengdai did not follow classroom rules, didn't seriously complete her summer homework, and acted against her teacher. The fault of not educating lies with the parent, and I've already resolved that for you," Chen Ge said coldly. For such a ghost student who would threaten teachers at every turn, he really had nothing to explain. After all, this is a thrilling world. Even students from Class D could rush up and tear the teacher apart, so it was only natural for him to teach these little ghosts a lesson. "You. But do you know, she has already lost her soul. How cruel-hearted you are, my daughter is so small, and now she's gone." "Gone, do you understand? Her soul is shattered. She is a student. No matter how wrong she is, as a teacher, can't you endure it a bit first?" Wang Ganglong said this, his eyes reddening, and he nearly ground his teeth as he uttered the last sentence. Then, he turned his gaze toward the white-haired old ghost sitting in the office chair. "Principal, my daughter died in your kindergarten, don't you have anything to say about this?" The ghost principal sighed, stood up, and looked at Wang Ganglong, saying, "But Teacher Chen is just a new teacher, he might not understand the kindergarten system. I deeply apologize for this, Mr. Wang Mingdia's parent." "System? Ha! Just a casually thrown around term called system can lead to my daughter Mingdia's soul shattering?" Wang Ganglong grew angrier as he spoke. The ghost principal helplessly waved his hand, "But now that things have come to this, I also cannot bring your daughter back. I suggest you discuss it with Teacher Chen, perhaps you can resolve it among yourselves." As his words fell, Chen Ge looked at him meaningfully. The meaning of this ghost principal's words was already very clear. He planned to cleanly shirk the responsibility of the kindergarten and hand him over to Wang Mingdia's father for handling? Could it be that he wanted him to pay with his life? Although Chen Ge's mind was already considering various life-saving strategies, he still appeared very calm on the surface, with no fluctuations in his tone. "So what do you mean? What else could I mean? My hard-earned daughter's soul has already scattered, and there are several younger brothers of hers at home to support. So, you must compensate." Wang Ganglong opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and said fiercely. The way he looked seemed like if Chen Ge didn't pay, he would swallow him alive. Chen Ge couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't expect that in this lawless world, ghost money could be so useful. "You've made such a fuss, how much do you want me to compensate?" At first, Wang Ganglong thought the other party couldn't afford to pay, which is why he made such a fuss for so long. Now that Chen Ge readily agreed to compensate, his eyes twinkled, and he began to calculate in his heart. Wang Ganglong pondered for a few seconds and tentatively said a line. You must understand, my daughter Wang Mengdai is not just slightly injured, her soul has scattered. You must add more money. Chen Ge nodded, okay. Previously, Su Ruofei, as a level 4 ghost master, compensated 6,000 ghost coins. He felt quite regretful at that time for not completing the second consumption task right away. Now such a great opportunity lay before him, he had to go all out to spend the remaining 100,000 ghost coins. After all, the rewards for the second consumption task would definitely be better and more tempting than the first. It would be great if it could reward him with a soul-destroying level of offensive ghost weapon. Thinking of this, Chen Ge looked at Wang Ganglong with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Hurry and quote, asking for a high price is fine. The more, the better, as long as it does not exceed 500,000, he could bear it. Wang Ganglong felt a bit uneasy under Chen Ge's gaze, but thinking that the other party had just agreed to compensate, he mustered his courage and extended 5 fingers at Chen Ge. 5? Chen Ge was stunned for a few seconds and then frowned in dissatisfaction. What does this 3-legged ghost mean? His ghost daughter's soul has scattered, and he still doesn't know to ask for more money? Only 50,000? In the real world, for a wrongful death case to be settled privately, it at least starts at 1 million. So, ghosts in this horror world are not worth anything? Seeing Chen Ge's change of expression, Wang Ganglong immediately began to hesitate. Was he asking for too much? The tuition fee for a semester at the ghost kindergarten is less than 1,000 ghost coins, now he was asking for 5,000, which indeed seemed a bit much. Moreover, this new teacher didn't look like someone wealthy, so if the other party could not come up with 5,000, that would be problematic. So, Wang Ganglong retracted 1 finger. 4. Chen Ge saw the other party change the amount and couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't understand why the other party lowered the compensation again. This wouldn't do. It was too little, he wouldn't even finish his task. To complete the second consumption task, he had to spend at least 100,000. Seeing that Chen Ge still looked troubled, Wang Ganglong gritted his teeth and reduced 1 more finger. He thought, if it's 3,000, the other party could surely afford it, right? This can't be any lower. The ghost principal couldn't watch any longer, he didn't expect this new teacher to be so stingy. He thought that Wang Ganglong would insist on making the kindergarten help cover the money, so he coughed twice and interjected. Teacher Chen, according to the system of our ghost kindergarten, injuring a ghost student originally requires a compensation of 500 ghost coins. But now that little ghost has already lost its soul, you might as well pay the money that the parents want. Chen Ge? When did he say he wouldn't pay because he didn't have money? But speaking of which, why didn't those little ghosts, who had threatened him and then got hurt, have their parents come to him for compensation today? That's such a pity. Although a little ghost is only 500 ghost coins, as long as he can spend money, he won't mind. After all, even a mosquito's leg is meat. In order to avoid Wang Ganglong lowering the price again, Chen Ge decisively withdrew 30,000 ghost coins from the system. 2 thick piles appeared in his left and right hands, and the riching energy from the ghost coins instantly spread out, making Wang Ganglong's eyes widen. Chen Ge boldly stuffed the 30,000 ghost coins into Wang Ganglong's hands and asked him back. Is this enough? Wang Ganglong had never seen so many ghost coins, one of his hands trembled instinctively. Holding this money, he felt an unreal sensation. He stammered, Teacher Chen, you want to give me all this money? This is 30,000 ghost coins. He handed it to him without even blinking. The ghost principal was also shocked by Chen Ge's generosity. At first, he thought Chen Ge hesitated because he didn't have money, which is why he was willing to cooperate with Wang Ganglong's threats, hoping to get the other party to pay a few more thousand ghost coins. But now. Forget about a few thousand, this new teacher simply took out tens of thousands. If Chen Ge wanted to bribe him with this money for a promotion, he might even consider it carefully. The ghost principal's mind was also stirred by this money. He suddenly spoke in a heavy tone, Teacher Chen, you must think this through, the kindergarten system is still in place. Chen Ge raised his eyebrows, fully understanding. He realized the ghost principal wanted to take a cut from Wang Ganglong's compensation, so he was hinting that the 30,000 ghost coins were not enough. This is easy to handle. He still had over 10 million in the system. Moreover, ghost coins are something external, he is a real human, and completing consumption tasks to gain rewards is his main goal right now. Chen Ge glanced at the task list in the system, which showed that he still needed 70,000 ghost coins to complete the second consumption task. So he took out another 70,000 ghost coins in one breath, splitting them into 2 equal piles, and placed them in Wang Ganglong's remaining hands. After stuffing the money, Chen Ge looked at him seriously and said, The principal is right, Daddy Mengdai, I also think that 30,000 ghost coins for compensation is indeed too little. I'll add 70,000 more to show my sincerity. A total of 100,000 should be enough, right? Wang Ganglong looked at the heavy ghost coins in his three hands, completely shocked and numb, his hands trembling so much he almost dropped the money. But in his heart, he felt even more confused. He murmured subconsciously. Wasn't it said that I couldn't pay even 5,000? How did it change to 100,000? Upon hearing this, Chen Ge was instantly stunned. 5,000? The value represented by the 5 fingers the other party extended was actually only 5,000? No way. That's way too little. Chapter 59, Crisis. You are human. P.S. Dear ones, the update I owed you yesterday has been added to the end of the last chapter, several thousand words. Please refresh and go back to read chapter 58, otherwise, the plot will be disjointed. Sorry, woo-woo. Text division line. Wang Ganglong was so excited he almost cried. Not to mention buying the life of a ghost daughter, even if he combined the lives of his entire family, the compensation would be more than enough. He stuttered, enough. Too much, you've given too much. Why don't you take some back? It's too much. Wang Ganglong was just an ordinary ghost citizen in the low-level area of the terrifying world. His family already favored boys over girls. Wang Mengdai had 2 older sisters and 3 younger brothers of the same age. There were too many children, and they couldn't afford to raise them all. If Wang Mengdia's 2 sisters hadn't been married off years ago to wealthy families in the middle region as concubines, sending back some ghost money each month and strongly urging Wang Mengdai to go to school, Wang Ganlong would never spend money to send this daughter to school. Now, with Wang Mengdai being haunted and her soul scattered by Chen Ge, it actually solved the poverty situation at Wang Ganlong's home. Thus, when he spoke those words, he was just being polite to Chen Ge. He actually wished that Chen Ge would give him as much ghost money as possible. Of course, Chen Ge didn't know about the troubles in Wang Ganlong's family, he was simply using money to avoid disaster. Seeing Wang Ganlong preparing to return part of the ghost money to him, Chen Ge quickly stepped back a couple of paces, using his actions to show his refusal. Dreamdee's father, please accept it quickly. It's almost dark, and I haven't had dinner yet. If it gets any later, the dark mist will come. He was also in a hurry to pick up Tuan Tuan. Chen Ge was politely declining, but his eyes kept staring at the money in Wang Ganlong's 3 hands. As long as the other party accepted the money, his second consumption task would be completed. Wang Ganlong already felt somewhat guilty, and being looked at like this made him even less willing to accept so much money. What's more, the powerful ghost principal was sitting beside him. He feared that he would have a life and money, but no life to spend it. So, he only accepted the initial 30,000, placing the remaining 70,000 ghost money all on the desk in front of the ghost principal. Principal, 30,000 is enough for me. The rest is up to you to dispose of. If you think it's good to return it to Teacher Chen, that's fine too. The ghost principal responded with a faint Seeing this action, Chen Ge was completely stunned. Although Wang Mengdia's father was a strangely looking ghost, he still had reached level 3. He had given 100,000 for free, so why wouldn't he accept the money? Chen Ge looked at the progress bar on the task panel that had barely moved and felt speechless. He had thought this was a great opportunity that had come to his door, but unexpectedly, he had miscalculated. After Wang Ganlong put down the 70,000 ghost money, he turned around and walked towards the office door with 3-footed strides. With 30,000 ghost money in his possession, he felt pleased, thinking about how much he would take to treat his sons to a big meal at the restaurant. Chen Ge was just thinking of finding an excuse to get off work when suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A gust of cold wind swept by, and in the next second, just as Wang Ganlong was about to step out of the principal's office door, he instantly turned into a puddle of blood, dripping onto the ground. He didn't even have time to call for help, not noticing anything strange about the cold wind. His entire ghostly form was gone, leaving only $30,000 ghost bills fluttering in the air. Chen Ge's pupils dilated suddenly. He quickly asked the system spirit in his mind and received definite news. The spirit told him that according to the system's detection, Wang Ganlong had just had his soul scattered in that moment. Chen Ge was shocked by this news. Looking at those ghost bills in the air that were completely intact, he knew that such a swift method surely meant the ghost principal had struck. Otherwise, if it were another ghost, the level 4 peak ghost principal would definitely have acted the moment the others approached. But why did he suddenly kill Wang Mengdia's father? Thinking of this, a cold droplet of sweat suddenly slid down Chen Ge's handsome face. Why else? Killing people for money, taking ghost money by force. Such a simple logic, even clever Chen Ge figured it out quickly. And inside the principal's office, a killing intent instantly surged. The bloody halo echoed with the incandescent lights on the ceiling, rendering the terrifying atmosphere to the fullest. When Chen Ge turned around to look at the ghost principal again, he found that the principal was no longer sitting at his desk. But the next second, the ghost's wrinkled face appeared right in front of Chen Ge. The distance between the person and the ghost was now mere inches. Chen Ge's hair stood on end in an instant. What does this ghost principal want? You're the new homeroom teacher for Class A. Do you know the homeroom teacher for Class D? Chen Ge reacted quickly, shaking his head calmly. I don't know him. Are you lying? The ghost principal curled his lips into a smile. At that moment, Chen Ge realized that when the ghost principal opened his mouth, there was no tongue in his mouth, and the 2 rows of teeth only had a few scattered remnants. It looked like they had been knocked out. Chen Ge's mind raced. In this region, if the mask-wearing ghostly Hua was considered the peak of power, then this ghost principal was absolutely number 1. But his mouth had turned into such a terrifying sight. Had his teeth and tongue become like this when he turned into a ghost? The ghost principal's gaze became more and more dangerous, and Chen Ge could feel the terrifying ghostly aura swirling inside the principal's office. He quickly shook his head and said honestly, Principal, I really don't know the homeroom teacher for Class D. I only met him this morning and don't even know his name. The ghost principal didn't notice anything unusual in Chen Ge's expression, and instead, he calmly said, he was human, discovered by the ghost students, and torn into pieces. Chen Ge looked astonished. What? He was human? Aren't we all ghosts here at the kindergarten? How could there be a human? Fortunately, his acting was on point. If the unpredictable ghost principal had discovered his true identity, it would have been over for him. He might have immediately become the next Wang Ganglong. Is that so? The ghost principal's face stretched long as he looked at Chen Ge with evident suspicion. From his years of experience in the ghost kindergarten, he couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Ge was human. Of course not. How could I be human, Principal? Have you ever seen a human who could take out 100,000 hell coins in one go? Chen Ge decided to take a gamble. He wasn't sure where he had slipped up and made the ghost principal suspicious. The reason the ghost principal killed Wang Ganglong was because of his greed, wanting to keep the 100,000 hell coins for himself. Chen Ge was also worried that using the 100,000 hell coins as a way to prove his ghost identity might backfire. That's good. The ghost principal looked at him deeply, but didn't see any flaws, so he vanished in a flash and returned to his office chair. Teacher Chen, come closer. I want to tell you a secret. What? Chen Ge didn't quite catch that at first. So the ghost principal repeated the same sentence again. This time, Chen Ge didn't think much of it. If the peak-level ghost principal really wanted to harm him, even if he took a few steps back, he wouldn't be able to escape. So, it was better to step forward confidently. If the ghost principal really wanted to reveal the secrets of the kindergarten, it might indirectly help him out. Chen Ge decisively walked forward. The ghost principal said mysteriously, Teacher Chen, you don't know yet, do you? Our ghost kindergarten isn't just a kindergarten, it's actually a dungeon. Chen Ge, upon hearing this secret, was momentarily speechless. But he couldn't afford to be truly speechless. He had to go along with the ghost principal's words, or else his cover would be blown. As a dungeon player, Chen Ge pretended to be completely unaware, exclaiming, What? It's a dungeon. The ghost principal nodded heavily. Seeing Chen Ge's shocked reaction, the ghost principal seemed quite pleased. So he believed him even more. In order to make Chen Ge relax and cooperate more with his brainwashing work, the ghost principal forced out a faint smile and patted him on the shoulder. Then he glanced at the 70,000 ghost coins on the table and looked at Chen Ge with deep sincerity. Young man, I think you have a bright future. Although you are a new teacher, I have already asked the head of teaching, Su Qing, about your performance today. She said you did very well. And I just observed you, you are indeed a rare talent. You even have more potential than our kindergarten's top teacher, Su Ruofi. I have great confidence in you. If you work hard, I believe you will be promoted very soon. Do you know I am the principal? But do you know that we actually have a vice principal position vacant in our kindergarten? As the ghost principal spoke to Chen Ge, his eyes occasionally peeked towards the door as if he was afraid someone outside might overhear. Chen Ge cooperatively shook his head and noted secretly that the ghost principal was looking outside. Earlier, Su Ruofi was looking out the window, fearful that her rival Su Qing would come to check on the class and discover her attacking a colleague. But now, the powerful ghost principal, who was already the top in the region, was wary of whom? Or rather, who was he guarding against? At this moment, a candidate had already begun to form in Chen Ge's heart. Soon, the ghost principal's last sentence truly confirmed that person for Chen Ge. At first, he really did not expect that the ghost the principal was wary of was actually the head of teaching, Su Qing. Chen Ge's feelings were now very complicated. After everything that happened today, he finally understood. It turned out that there was serious discord between Su Qing and the ghost principal, even deep conflicts. Before today, the ghost principal and Su Ruofi were on the same side. Both ghosts did not want Su Qing to succeed in being promoted to vice principal, so the ghost principal secretly supported Su Ruofi to create scenarios to keep Su Qing's promotion conditions unmet, always falling short on the good feelings required. Of course, Su Qing must also have ghosts supporting her. Chen Ge made a decisive guess that it was the class teachers from the kindergarten small and medium classes. Otherwise, Su Qing would not be able to focus solely on the good feelings of the big class ghost students. And this long-standing fight for position reached a turning point today. Thinking about this, Chen Ge silently glanced at the ghost principal, who suddenly looked down and was rummaging for something in the drawer, continuing his bold speculation. Because Su Ruolfi fell into his trap and, out of anger and shame, was caught by Su Qing, ultimately devastating her. This led to the ghost principal losing an important general from his ranks. Just at this moment, Su Qing became the acting class teacher of the Class B who had the most objections to her. As soon as the ghost principal heard the news, he immediately became restless and anxious. So just now, he kept painting a big pie for him, wanting him to join his camp to prevent Su Qing from becoming vice principal. After Chen Ge reasoned everything out, he went through the sequence and logic of this matter again. He found that every step and every point stood up to repeated scrutiny, completely without error. But what made Chen Ge feel speechless and laughable was, on the same day, he was surprisingly painted a big pie by two ghosts at the same time. Su Qing said that once she became vice principal, she would recommend him for the head of teaching. The principal said that once he prevented Su Qing, he would promote him to vice principal. Calculating this, it was definitely the vice principal position that was more enticing. If Chen Ge were an ordinary ghost teacher without the system, being fed this big pie by the ghost principal, he would have decisively chosen to stand by his side. But Chen Ge is different, he has the Hell Fortune system. Why be a head teacher? Why be a vice principal? He can uncover the truth and complete the main quest, directly becoming the ghost master of this ghost kindergarten replica. Isn't that better? At that time, all the ghost staff in the kindergarten would be at his command, including the two fourth-level ghosts who are currently in a silent struggle. Chen Ge watched the ghost principal who was still busily rummaging around, and his smile almost couldn't be contained. Finally, half a minute later, the ghost principal pulled out a rusty little box from the third drawer on the left side of the desk. He opened the small box and looked inside, and a reluctant light shone from his murky eyes. Deep down, the ghost principal really didn't want to give this thing to Chen Ge. Originally, he had spent an entire afternoon thinking about how to use words and money to win over the new head teacher of Class A, Chen Ge, to stabilize his power and position that he had held for so many years. But unexpectedly, halfway through, a man named Wang Ganglong appeared, demanding compensation from Chen Ge after selling his daughter to raise his son. His appearance happened to align with the ghost principal's plan. First, he made Wang Ganglong open his mouth wide and asked Chen Ge for a hefty sum of ghost money. As a new teacher, the other parties certainly wouldn't have that much ghost money to compensate. When Wang Ganglong gets furious for not getting the money and wants to retaliate against Chen Ge, the ghost principal can then take advantage of the situation to save him and help him pay the 3,000 ghost coins. That way, Chen Ge would owe him a huge favor. At that point, with some coercion and temptation, he could definitely pull Chen Ge into his camp. I have to say, the ghost principal's plan was truly flawless. Every step was calculated perfectly, he was just waiting for Chen Ge to fall into the trap. But in the end, good ideas can be beautiful while reality can be harsh. The ghost principal had never thought that a new teacher like Chen Ge could casually pull out 100,000 ghost coins. And the way he spent money with such arrogance left the ghost principal dumbfounded. In the end, with no other options, the ghost principal had to grit his teeth and choose a treasure from his collection to give to Chen Ge. He opened the box that the ghost principal handed to him. What was inside instantly made Chen Ge's pupils widen. This item. It seems he had seen it somewhere before. Chapter 61, the ghost principal counts money until his hand cramps. Inside the box was a sharp dagger. The hilt of the dagger was carved with intricate patterns. To be precise, Chen Ge didn't remember the dagger itself, but rather the patterns on the hilt. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed, as if he had seen these patterns more than once. Chen Ge carefully tried to recall, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he had seen it. The ghost principal watched the shocked expression on Chen Ge's face and was instantly very satisfied. Yes, this was the effect he wanted. Only this way could he successfully win over Chen Ge. The ghost principal cleared his throat and then smiled brightly, saying, "How is it, Teacher Chen? Are you satisfied with this gift? Would you consider being a candidate for the vice principal? I can fully support your work." Chen Ge organized his thoughts, lifted his eyes to look at him, and began a new round of disguise. "Principal, does this mean you are giving it to me?" The more foolish he acted, the more satisfied the ghost principal would be, the more he would think Chen Ge was easy to control. This way, Chen Ge could extract more secrets of the kindergarten from him. "Of course, as long as you are willing to work with me, I will not treat you unfairly. This soul-extinguishing grade ghost dagger is a meeting gift." Chen Ge temporarily set aside thoughts about the patterns. He looked at this ghostly dagger with rich ghost energy, and a clear joy flashed in his eyes. It's actually a soul-extinguishing grade ghost dagger. Good things. This might be the most sincere thing Chen Ge has ever said in the principal's office. He suddenly remembered some things he had discussed with the assistant before leaving. The other party had bluntly stated that if Chen Ge could safely return from this dungeon and bring back a ghost weapon, they could buy it at double the market price. The higher the level of the ghost weapon, the higher the price, of course. But the ghost weapons sold in the black market were already rare, let alone the soul-destroying offensive and defensive ghost weapons, those were truly priceless. If taken to an auction house, this ghostly dagger and the hat clip on Tuan Tuan's head could each sell for over 100 million. Even the soul-destroying asphalt lamp that he was just rewarded with in the dungeon this morning, though it might not sell for 100 million, could still go for several million due to its high performance. Thus, Chen Ge decisively accepted this ghost weapon and placed it along with the small box into his inventory. The ghost principal was quite pleased to see Chen Ge accept it. This action represented that Chen Ge had already joined his camp. The ghost principal had actually already thought it out. If Chen Ge obeyed and helped him suppress Su Qing, he would only give Chen Ge a director position to create a balance between the two. He would absolutely not allow any other ghost to take the position of vice principal. Otherwise, they would surely take away his power. Principal, you are so nice to me, I really don't deserve it. Chen Ge suddenly spoke, breaking the silence in the principal's office. Ha! The ghost principal looked at Chen Ge, who was filled with gratitude, feeling a bit puzzled. Then, Chen Ge pushed the 70,000 ghost coins that were on the desk right in front of the ghost principal, seriously saying, Principal, thank you for your gift. A great kindness is not spoken of, this money is my token of appreciation, please take it. Ha! Chen Ge looked at the confused expression on the ghost principal's face, feeling quite speechless inside. He truly felt that these ghosts in this horror world, except when eating or causing harm, are really not smart at all. This simple idea of reciprocity, couldn't they understand it? Principal, just accept it. This time, Chen Ge directly shoved all the money into the ghost principal's hands. He was really helpless. To complete the second consumption task, this money must be spent today. Chen Ge would not miss any opportunity to brush off tasks. It's all about a quick resolution. Seeing how enthusiastic Chen Ge was, the ghost principal couldn't refuse any longer. Thus, with a reluctant look but feeling thrilled inside, he accepted the 70,000 ghost coins. When Chen Ge saw him receive it, hearing the completion sound of the task, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the second consumption task, accumulating spending over 200,000 ghost coins in the dungeon. Rewards automatically dispatched. Reward system points 200. Lucky spin twice, 3 times cashback card, 3 ghost destroying charms of the horror level, and 1 soul destroying whirlwind leather whip. System points, you currently have 250 points remaining, and having reached 200 automatically opens the second section of the system mall. After the last sound of the system finished, Chen Ge's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't expect that the random rewards from the system would be so bountiful. Moreover, each one sounded particularly useful. The point spin and the 3 times cashback card were obviously beneficial, so there's no need to speak about that. Just looking at these 3 horror-level ghost-destroying charms and the soul-destroying whirlwind whip was priceless. The ghost-destroying charms could inflict temporary soul damage on level 4 Ghost Su Ruafe, let alone the current ghost-destroying charms were horror level. Chen Ge estimated that to the group of level 2 little ghosts in class. This third level of spirit-destroying talisman should be able to directly annihilate several spirits, scattering their souls. The best item, of course, is the soul-destroying tornado whip. Chen Ge took a look at the hints given by the main panel, like the ghostly dagger, this is also an offensive ghost tool. He already had a dagger, and this whip was just right for Tuan Tuan to use for self-defense. Otherwise, he would always worry that his 4.5-year-old daughter would be bullied by ghost classmates in the next class. Chen Ge spent half a minute studying these rewards. After reviewing the rewards, the system's prompt sound rang out again. Ding dong! The third consumption task of 500,000 has been automatically unlocked. The rewards will be randomly assigned by the system upon task completion. Please keep up the good work, and spend money diligently. Chen Ge's mood was genuinely very pleasant now. Not only had he completed the second task, but he also received an unexpected surprise from the ghost principal. Speaking of the ghost principal. Why had he been silent for so long? Because he had been continuously counting the newly acquired 100,000 ghost coins. The 30,000 from Wang Ganglong had just been picked up in front of him by the paper figure. As a result, the ghost principal almost had a cramp in his hand from counting, his mouth almost unable to close from smiling. After a few seconds, he finally finished counting the 100,000 ghost coins. Receiving so much free money made the ghost principal extremely happy, and in his excitement, he nearly made an immediate decision to promote Chen Ge. Fortunately, at the last moment, the ghost principal regained his rationality but still couldn't help but praise him. Young man, you're doing great. I assure you, as long as you work hard, your future will definitely be bright. Thank you, principal. Now, the ghost principal felt that Chen Ge was truly to his liking, fully trusting him 100%. Thus, after pondering for a few seconds, the principal decided to assign the most important task to Chen Ge. Chapter 62, Ask Chen Ge to help root out the hidden humans? His expression suddenly became extremely serious. Chen Ge, there's one most important task I need to assign to you. This task has always been undertaken by Teacher Su, but she is no longer here. The only one I can trust with this is you. Chen Ge nodded seriously. Heavens no, he really wanted to quickly get through this ghost principal's talk and then go downstairs to find his daughter. He stood in the principal's office but kept thinking about whether Tuan Tuan would encounter any danger. Especially since her homeroom teacher, Su Qing, was a 4th-level soul-destroying ghost. If Su Qing made a move, even a hat pin could only offset half the damage. Chen Ge was truly very worried. The ghost principal had no idea Chen Ge still needed to pick up his daughter. He lowered his voice mysteriously. Teacher Chen, I'll tell you the truth. The ghost kindergarten has several rats mixed in, and we must find and eliminate them all as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the kindergarten will face an unprecedented crisis. Upon hearing this, Chen Ge's heart surged with a storm, but his face remained calm. He knew that the rats the principal spoke of referred to humans. But why? The game had hidden their human identities, yet the ghost principal now said to root them all out? Chen Ge furrowed his brows. How to find them? There is still a distinction between humans and ghosts. Today, the homeroom teacher of Class D was seen through by the little ghosts and torn to pieces. The ghost principal said gravely. Yet a hint of a meaningful smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. His facial expression changed very quickly. If it weren't for Chen Ge being meticulous, he definitely wouldn't have noticed the smile. A major crisis in the kindergarten was approaching, yet as the principal here, he could still smile? This matter reeked of mystery. Chen Ge was uncertain whether the ghost principal was sincerely entrusting him with this task. Still, he deliberately said it to test him. So, he could only grit his teeth and utter an mm. But the 7 mice that have sneaked in, oh no, there are still 6 left. This isn't too serious. Because, even if they could cause a major crisis for the kindergarten, they are almost unlikely to succeed. So, you don't need to worry too much about this. The ghost principal touched his newly grown beard, and at this moment, the paper figure that had been motionless beside him handed him a teacup. He seemed thirsty and raised the teacup to gulp it down. Chen Ge looked at the moving Adam's apple of the other party, and the strange feeling in his heart grew stronger. However, at this point, he had already figured out that the major crisis the ghost principal mentioned referred to the main quest of their players. As long as a player found out the truth about the death of all the kindergarten staff and completed the main quest, then the Soul Kindergarten, as a dungeon, could potentially face punishment from the game. Maybe it wouldn't be a punishment, but it surely wouldn't be a good thing for the kindergarten. The ghost principal drank all the water in the teacup, then handed the cup to the paper figure and continued speaking to Chen Ge. At the end of each school term, many staff members leave our kindergarten, and some students transfer to other kindergartens. Therefore, there will be many new faces. But finding the humans hidden among them is still easy. As long as you observe carefully, with your abilities, I believe you will be able to help me root out these mice very soon. The ghost principal said earnestly, looking at Chen Ge with eyes full of trust. Chen Ge's mouth twitched violently. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. If he didn't agree, he would definitely not be able to leave the principal's office today. If he agreed, then this matter would be absurd beyond belief. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have bothered to gain the trust of this ghost principal. Now it's good, he had been dragged into the water by the other party. Chen Ge was a human himself, was he supposed to catch himself? He thought for a few seconds and decided to first squeeze some more words out of this ghost principal. What if this ghost principal accidentally let slip the cause of death? Then wouldn't he be able to directly take advantage of such a big kindergarten dungeon and become the ghost master directly? Chen Ge spoke up, Principal, I've heard before that dungeons would capture people from the human world to play games. But shouldn't the ghost master know directly who the participants are? His tone was slightly disdainful. What's there to find? You can simply let the ghost master tell you, and directly grab those people, right? Does it need to be so troublesome? The ghost principal raised his eyelids and glanced at him, instinctively asking back, who told you that the Soul Kindergarten has a ghost master? Chen Ge was genuinely surprised this time. The previous haunted amusement park had a ghost master, so how could this Soul Kindergarten, which could automatically send invitations to the human world to choose players, possibly not have a ghost master? This news truly caught him off guard. Seeing Chen Ge's shocked and confused expression, the ghost principal thought to himself that this new teacher really had never seen the world. There are many strange dungeons in this horror world. Teacher Chen, your horizons are too narrow. Since I'm in a good mood today, I will tell you a little more. Our Soul Kindergarten is a small dungeon that naturally formed many years ago. Ever since we were forcibly recruited by the horror game a few years ago, every time a new school term starts, the game forcibly opens up and mixes in varying numbers of humans among the staff. The urgent task is that we must root out all these mice within a few days. Otherwise, the kindergarten is very likely to face an unprecedented major crisis. Do you understand? The ghost principal rarely said so much in one breath. If it weren't for Chen Ge's noble character of treating money like dirt, he wouldn't be so kind to say so much. Chen Ge decisively nodded and said seriously. I understand, Principal. I will take your trust seriously and strive to complete the 2 tasks you assigned to me. Good. Young man. You have a bright future. Seeing Chen Ge agree so decisively, the ghost principal felt his last worries dissipate and handed him a key. Teacher Chen, the newly renovated teacher dormitory is right above the Resentful Spirit Hotel next to the kindergarten. This is your key. Chen Ge accepted the key without reservation. Thank you, Principal. After expressing his thanks, the ghost principal said no more, beckoning the paper man to take Chen Ge back to the 3rd floor while he resumed sipping tea. Watching Chen Ge disappear at the stairway, an eerie smile suddenly crept across his lips. Looking again at the cup in his hand, the liquid was clear but bottomless, swirling with rings of crimson. Teacher Chen, please don't let me down. Chapter 63, Tuan Tuan's Aunt? When Chen Ge arrived at Class B, Su Cheng was no longer inside. Only Tuan Tuan sat on a small bench at the classroom door, anxiously gazing outside. Seeing his daughter's obedient little appearance, Chen Ge felt both amused and heartbroken. Fortunately, the paperman had sent him to the 3rd floor stairway and then floated back to find the ghost principal, otherwise, he wouldn't dare approach Tuan Tuan, afraid of revealing his undercover identity. But actually, Tuan Tuan was the one among their 6 players best at concealing her identity. Because she was the first minor compulsorily chosen by the horror game. And she was only 4.5 years old, her appearance very deceptive. Moreover, her true identity was that of a half-ghost. When the little one finally saw her father's figure appear, her big eyes sparkled with excitement. She opened her arms and, just like usual, dashed into her father's embrace, wanting to sweetly act cute. Chen Ge, smiling brightly, was about to reach out to catch his daughter's small frame and pick her up. But at that moment, Chen Ge felt a gust of light wind pass by. The next second, Su Qing's figure appeared behind him. Chen Ge thought to himself, oh no, his heart jumped. This is it. If Tuan Tuan really rushed into his arms and called him daddy in front of Su Cheng, their identities would be exposed on the spot. With his current strength, he absolutely could not stand up against a spirit fatality level female ghost. Moreover, that ghost principal who was unpredictable and eccentric was still in the principal's office on the 4th floor, having not left. If he heard the commotion and came down, discovering the truth, he would definitely fly into a rage and tear them both apart on the spot. No, he absolutely could not pick Tuan Tuan up now. Chen Ge's mind raced, and he quickly extended his large hand to hold onto the little one's arm and lifted her into the air, pretending to be fierce as he spoke. Little friend. Why are you the only one left here in your class? Where did your homeroom teacher go? The little one tilted her head, blinking her big eyes, looking adorably confused at her daddy. Her short little legs swung around in the air, showing no fear at all. However, she didn't understand what her father meant, so she wisely remained silent, just blinking her big eyes continuously. Seeing she didn't say anything, Chen Ge immediately gave his daughter an appreciative look and continued. Not going to speak? If you don't talk, I'll take you away. Seeing that Chen Ge was truly about to take away one of her students, Su Cheng could no longer watch. She directly transformed into a puff of smoke, snatching the little one from Chen Ge's hands. Then, it transformed into a human shape, hugging Tuan Tuan tightly, staring warily at Chen Ge. Teacher Chen, who do you want to take away? Su Cheng was not like Su Ruofei, who liked to act impulsively against students. If any student misbehaved, she generally wouldn't resort to force, just a sharp gaze would make ordinary little ghosts feel terrified deep in their souls, trembling all over. Today, she educated many of the ghost students in class who always shouted for Su Ruofei to return using this gentle method. Now everyone liked their new teacher. Su Cheng believed that at this rate, she would soon be able to smoothly become the vice principal, so she was very happy. The only ghost she needed to be wary of now was the principal upstairs. She knew the principal would definitely think of various ways to prevent the appearance of a vice principal, and it wouldn't be long before the next Su Ruofei would be cultivated. So, Su Cheng now had a strong sense of territory, absolutely not allowing any ill-intentioned teachers in the kindergarten to take action against her students. Tuan Tuan had never been held like this by a woman before. For a moment, she felt extremely wonderful, her round, big eyes squinting into 2 small crescent moons as she smiled. The teacher's embrace was so warm, soft, and fragrant, Tuan Tuan liked it. Chen Ge innocently waved his hands. No, director, you misunderstood me. I just wanted to exchange some feelings with this little ghost. Su Qing looked at him suspiciously, feeling that Chen Ge looked like he was lying. She snorted coldly and then spoke in a frosty tone. She has her own parents, what feelings does she need to exchange with you? Is that so? Then why is she the only student left in the entire kindergarten? How would I know? Su Qing rolled her eyes at him and lowered her head to start adjusting her tie. What she didn't know was that Chen Ge was actually deliberately responding like this. Life is like a play, and plays are like life. To survive in this ever-changing, rule-defying scenario, one must perform. Just now, when he saw Su Qing snatch the daughter away like a protected hen, a bold idea sprouted in his mind. He wanted to turn Su Qing, the soul-destroying female ghost, into a bodyguard for his daughter during the 5-day scenario. This way, he could complete the main quest without any worries. Otherwise, he had no idea how to sneak his daughter into the teacher's dormitory without being caught by Su Qing and the ghost principal. Clearly, this was very unrealistic. So, as Su Qing was adjusting her tie, Chen Ge shot a glance at the little dumpling who was obediently nestled in the female ghost teacher's embrace. The little one blinked in confusion. She didn't understand what Daddy meant. Of course, Chen Ge also noticed that his daughter didn't fully grasp the meaning of his glance. So, unable to help it, Chen Ge hurriedly used his remaining points to spend 100 in the system mall to exchange for a mind communication experience voucher. The validity of this voucher was 3 minutes and could only be used on one person. Perfect for this situation. To avoid his daughter messing up and being exposed, Chen Ge focused, and within seconds, he wove in a kind-hearted lie. Tuan Tuan, Daddy is talking to you right now, can you hear me? If you can hear me, blink twice, if you can't hear me, blink once. But don't speak, otherwise, we'll lose the game. Chen Ge believed that his daughter was very smart and could definitely understand what he meant. Sure enough, the little one subtly blinked twice at him without making a sound. Chen Ge let out a sigh of relief and continued to communicate mentally. Tuan Tuan, don't be surprised and don't panic. There's something your daddy hasn't told you for many years. Your mommy has a long-lost sister, which is your aunt. Now I have found your aunt. But she was injured years ago, which caused her to lose her memory, so she doesn't remember us. Can you understand what Dad is saying? Upon hearing this, the little guy opened his eyes wide in surprise. Aunt? Tuan Tuan's aunt? Chen Ge did not expect that the thought experience coupon redeemed in the mall could actually communicate bidirectionally. In these 3 minutes, not only could his thoughts be sent over, but the other person's thoughts would also be sent back at the same time. After thinking for a few seconds, Chen Ge continued speaking. Chapter 64, Helping Tuan Tuan Find Her Mother. Yes, that's right, your aunt. Your new teacher, Su Qing, is your aunt. Dad helped Mom find her, but she doesn't remember us now. Now Dad is giving you the task of helping your aunt regain her memory. Can Tuan Tuan do it? Of course, no problem. Tuan Tuan thought to herself. Good, tonight you will stay with your aunt, okay? If anyone bullies you, just hide behind her, she will protect you. Then where will Dad stay? Dad has to go fight monsters and help Tuan Tuan clear the levels, so he will stay in a different place. Good girl Tuan Tuan, you have to remember the following 3 things, so we can pass the game smoothly. First, in this game, we have to pretend not to know each other, and you can't call me Dad, you have to call me Teacher Chen. Second, you can't tell anyone, including your aunt, that we are actually here to play a game. Third, keep your aunt's identity a secret, you must never let it slip. Can Tuan Tuan remember these 3 points? For his daughter's safety, Chen Ge was truly worried sick as a father. Sure. Tuan Tuan remembers what Dad said. At this moment, Su Qing had already finished tying her tie. She looked at Chen Ge, who was still blocking the class door, and felt he was becoming more and more unusual. Especially since she had just heard that the principal had called him in for a talk for over 10 minutes. Perhaps during those 10 minutes, Chen Ge was swayed by the principal's interests. Teacher Chen, why are you still standing in my class, staring at my students? I'm not here to find her. I'm here to find you. You're looking for me? Is there something? Su Qing looked at him suspiciously. Yes. I came to ask, where is the new teacher's dormitory? Chen Ge made up a random excuse. Did the principal not tell you when he gave you the key? No. He only told me it was above the Wailing Spirits Hotel. But I'm new here and don't know where that is. Seeing his tone was relatively sincere, Su Qing temporarily believed him. However, she still warned him, saying, Teacher Chen, I hope I don't see you make a move against my students again. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering our friendship. Alright, just wait for me over there. Once I deliver this little one to her parents, I'll take you to recognize the way to the teacher's apartment. Chen Ge nodded without changing his expression, then casually found a chair to sit down. Seeing he wasn't causing trouble anymore, Su Qing let out a sigh of relief, then turned her attention back to the little girl in her arms, gently asking. Tuan Tuan, where are your parents? Don't they know to come pick you up after school? The little one thought about what Dad had just said and shook her head obediently. A little child not having parents come to pick them up after school is definitely something strange. Logically, it would be easy to think of her true identity. But Su Qing, having been at the kindergarten for so many years, had never seen a 4.5-year-old human, let alone an underage instance player. So, she didn't even think along those lines. Su Qing simply thought Tuan Tuan was forgotten at the kindergarten by her parents, and a sense of pity rose in her heart. Tuan Tuan, do you know where your home is? Teacher will take you back. The little one answered honestly, I don't know. Su Qing continued to ask, what about your dad? Hearing the teacher's question, Tuan Tuan's response this time was slow. She instinctively glanced at Chen Ge beside her, as if considering whether to say something to Su Qing. Chen Ge was nearly tempted to spend 100 points to exchange for the mind experience voucher upon her glance. Fortunately, the little girl had absorbed what he said earlier and, after hesitating for a few seconds, chose to shake her head. Su Qing thought she was from a single-parent family and asked again. Does Tuan Tuan have a mom? Would you like the teacher to take you to find your mom? Hearing this, Chen Ge's feelings became complicated. It was indeed the first time he had seen such a kind-hearted female ghost in the horror world. But what Chen Ge didn't expect was that when Tuan Tuan heard her words, her eyes suddenly turned red. Teacher, Tuan Tuan's mom is missing. I don't have a mom. The little girl hugged Su Qing's neck, her small voice trembling, and it gripped Su Qing's cold heart. Chen Ge felt a sudden pain in his heart. A hint of bitterness rose on his tongue, and out of guilt, he didn't even dare to look up at his daughter's face now. He was afraid just one glance would break him. Su Qing looked at the little girl with tear-stained cheeks, which clearly seemed genuine. Rarely, maternal love overflowed as she held her tightly and whispered. Then Tuan Tuan will stay with the teacher tonight, okay? Whoa, thank you, teacher. The little girl was genuinely sad. Although she wasn't afraid of ghosts in the horror world, she still had human feelings and emotions. Since childhood, seeing other little friends having moms, Tuan Tuan was extremely envious. But she believed that her dad would one day bring her mom back. In the horror world. At 6 in the evening. Perhaps because the black mist was about to descend, the night sky was so dark that not a single star could be seen. Several dim yellow street lamps were set at the edge of the kindergarten, and the ground on this small road was littered with severed limbs, creating an atmosphere of terror to the extreme. Su Qing held Tuan Tuan in front, while Chen Ge silently followed behind them, occasionally locking eyes with his daughter when she turned around. The little girl obediently nestled in the ghost teacher's arms, looking at Chen Ge with obvious delight in her big eyes. Seeing her like this, Chen Ge smiled helplessly and became even more determined to stay with his daughter in the horror world after completing this quest. He had a premonition that their child, who had no trace in the human world, might very well be in the horror world. He would definitely find Tuan Tuan's mom for her. Coincidentally, Su Qing's room 807 was on the same floor as Chen Ge's room 811. Although there were 2 rooms in between, they could still be considered neighbors. When Tuan Tuan was led inside by Su Qing, she cheekily winked at Chen Ge and made a victory gesture. Now, Chen Ge felt truly at ease. He just knew his daughter was very clever. Then, he unlocked the door to room 811 with his key. The lights were off inside, and it was pitch dark. As Chen Ge stepped inside, he felt the soles of his shoes suddenly stick to the floor. He closed the door and turned on the light in the room. Then, Chen Ge walked through a short entryway and reached the back of the room. But when his gaze landed on the large bed in the middle of the bedroom, he was instantly dumbfounded. What? He wasn't mistaken, right? Chapter 65, Chen Ge's Money Ability. There lay 7 female ghosts on a bed that was 2 meters long, in black and white clothing, each with different seductive poses. They looked at Chen Ge, their eyes rippling as if silently inviting him to join them. Teacher Chen, you finally came. We've been waiting for you for so long. Chen Ge? What was going on here? Was this a super benefit arranged for new male teachers at the kindergarten? But this benefit, let's not talk about men, even 7 male ghosts couldn't handle it. The sight of these female ghosts lying together is truly an eyesore. Chen Ge asked warily, who sent you here? No one sent us here. The leading female ghost spoke while throwing a flirtatious glance at Chen Ge. Oh? Is that so? Chen Ge raised an eyebrow, and pulled out the whip given to him by the principal, which he hadn't had the chance to give to Tuan Tuan yet. The eerie ghostly energy coiled around the whip, and he swung it fiercely. With a bang, a crack split open on the marble floor. Then let me ask again, who sent you here? The female ghosts on the big bed were all small ghosts below the level of ghost souls, and seeing the soul-destroying whip strike the ground so ferociously, they were scared into huddling together. Only the slightly plump female ghost who first spoke to Chen Ge still had some courage left, tremblingly saying, It should be your kindergarten principal. Half an hour ago, he sent a paper doll to call us to this ghost KTV, and said the night fee had already been paid, hoping that we sisters could serve teacher Chen well, and that you could be more devoted to the kindergarten. Chen Ge's mouth twitched, and he was speechless for a moment. It turned out this special treatment wasn't something all new teachers had, but specifically prepared by the principal for him, wanting to win his heart completely. Chen Ge couldn't help but think. The ghost principal prepared 7 female ghosts for him, so what did he prepare to bribe his previous subordinate, Su Ruofei? Chen Ge cleared his throat twice, then said expressionlessly. Alright, I'll pretend that you've done what you were supposed to do, and now you can leave. The slightly plump female ghost widened her eyes, looking somewhat at a loss. Teacher Chen, are you not satisfied with us 7 sisters? Should I contact the KTV manager to get a few more for you? The short female ghost also looked up at him. Teacher Chen, why not try it first? If you really aren't satisfied, we can switch them out later. Chen Ge's brow twitched violently. Did you not hear what I said? I mean, take this chance, while the black mist hasn't descended yet, you hurry back where you came from. Upon hearing this, the female ghosts exchanged glances, but none of them moved. The sky outside was getting darker, and seeing them still not moving, Chen Ge had to raise the tornado whip, threatening. I'll count to 5, and if you haven't disappeared from my room by then, you'll stay out here guarding my door tonight. Chen Ge thought that his threat was sufficient. Unexpectedly, this group of female ghosts from the KTV had strong professional ethics, and upon hearing this, their eyes lit up in unison, saying, Sure. So, they quickly climbed off the bed, one by one standing at the door of Chen Ge's room. Looking at the scene of the stout and slim ghosts standing side by side at the door, Chen Ge was momentarily speechless, feeling a wave of exhaustion. If they really stood at his door until dawn, then by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, he wouldn't be able to fly out even if he transformed into a fly. This ghost principal hadn't done a single good thing so far and was still causing trouble for him. Clearly looking like a 70 or 80-year-old old man, yet day after day not maintaining his health, but stirring up chaos everywhere instead. In helplessness, Chen Ge put his other free hand into the pocket of his coat, then walked up to the female ghosts and asked in a deep voice. How much did the principal pay to find you? I'll give double for you to go back right now. The slightly plump female ghost looked somewhat incredulous. Really? Chen Ge had an indifferent attitude. No more talking, just give me a direct quote. As soon as he said this, right away, a female ghost responded, 10,000. Chen Ge was momentarily stunned upon hearing this number. 10,000 ghost coins? 10,000? So, did the principal just spend all the 70,000 he gave today to hire these female ghosts? No way, right? Skeptically, Chen Ge asked, so you 7 together make 7,000. Then me paying double means 14,000? The concept of 14,000 jumped into his mind, and he almost couldn't suppress a smile. Great. 14,000 is great. He was worried about how to reasonably complete the third consumption task. And now, his dear principal has come to offer help just when he needed it. While Chen Ge was thinking this, he was about to withdraw 14,000 ghost coins from the system. At this moment, the female ghost spoke again. No, Mr. Chen, you misunderstood. The 1,000 I mentioned is for the 7 of us sisters. We are a team. 1,000 ghost coins can directly book us for the whole night. Hearing this, Chen Ge's hand that was reaching for money instantly stopped. Now it was his turn to be surprised. 1,000? That's too little, right? When he attended class reunions in the real world, he had heard some male classmates say that, calculated by standard norms, hiring 7 in a KTV would definitely cost at least tens of thousands. He didn't know if it was because the price in this horror world was too low or if ghost coins were too valuable, but 1,000 for 7 was really high value. But speaking of which, he knew that a thrifty ghost principal, who could openly kill ghosts for money in front of him, would never spend 70,000 ghost coins for him. He guessed that when the principal took out this 1,000 ghost coins, she had to muster a lot of determination. Chen Ge changed the subject. How about this? You all traveled a long way, it must have been hard. I'll give you an additional 1,000 for transportation on top of the double payment. A total of 3,000, how about that? Are you still willing to go now? Willing, we are willing. When the female ghosts heard this, their eyes lit up simultaneously, revealing a greedy glow. This little team was just the lowest-ranking drinking princesses in the KTV, and they had never seen so much money. Now, a real 3,000 ghost coins were right in front of them. How could they have any dissatisfaction? The leader hurriedly took the 3,000 ghost coins from Chen Ge's hands. Now that you've got the money, hurry up and leave. At that moment, Chen Ge, who said this, finally realized the power of his wealthy golden finger. When faced with many unsolvable matters, he could throw money without hesitation. Chen Ge thought this might be what people meant by cash ability. Chapter 66, Solid Evidence. Nan Er's Trace. After these female ghosts received Chen Ge's 3,000 for transportation, they ran away faster than rabbits, instantly disappearing from the floor. Chen Ge hurriedly closed the door again and let out a sigh of relief. Leaning against the door, he quietly reviewed everything that had happened today. After sorting out what he needed to do next, he casually walked into the adjacent restroom and took a nice hot shower. Looking at the luxurious decor in the restroom, Chen Ge couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although the rules of this dungeon were much more complicated than last time, thankfully, the working environment and teachers' benefits were not bad. Just looking at the teacher's apartment, which was comparable to a 5-star hotel, showed that at least this ghost principal was quite kind in this aspect. Chen Ge quickly finished his shower and, feeling exhausted, walked into the bedroom, ready to lie directly on the big bed. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that 7 female ghosts had just lain on this bed. Chen Ge instantly felt unsettled, a strange chill rising from deep within his heart. Nanner's pure and stunning face suddenly floated before his eyes. Chen Ge felt. If he were to just lie down like this, it would be an offense to his wife. No. He must stay true for his son, and protect his virtue. So, Chen Ge gathered all the ghostly energy belonging to the Pikavine souls into his hands. In the next moment, he grabbed the edge of the mattress under the bed and, with a surge of strength, lifted the heavy mattress directly up. Then, he forcefully flipped it over. After getting the mattress right, Chen Ge reflexively closed his eyes and wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead. When he opened his eyes again, he was instantly stunned. The backside of the mattress was pure white. But at first glance, it wasn't just a solid color. Because, on it, there were lines of small black characters written by someone using a black marker. Yet, above the small black characters was covered by a layer of gauze, making it hard for Chen Ge to see what was written. He rubbed his eyes and bent down to look closely. But he still couldn't see clearly. It was as if it had been covered by something. There floated an almost imperceptible ghostly energy above it. A flash of brilliance crossed Chen Ge's mind. He suddenly remembered the eye drops the masked ghost had given him that could see through barriers upon application. Resolutely, he searched his inventory and dripped some on each side of his eyes. Sure enough, the eye drops from the masked ghost were good stuff. After applying, his vision became clear and bright. He put the item away and continued to look down. This time, he indeed saw the black characters written on the mattress clearly. Familiar handwriting, familiar strokes, familiar tone, made Chen Ge's eyes instantly red. He found it hard to believe what he was seeing before him and feared it was an illusion. Trembling fingers gently stroked the surface. The soft touch of the mattress told him this was real. Every word was clearly imprinted in his mind. Or rather, these words combined into verses had never left his mind. Because, these seemingly sour and tingling verses were all the little notes Chen Ge had written during university to pursue Nanner. From the moment he decided to pursue her, to the day she agreed to be his girlfriend. For 3 whole months, 99 days, 99 sentences, 99 pieces of paper. And the very first sentence written at the top of the mattress was exactly what he had worked all night to write, the content of the first note. In the north, there is a beautiful woman, unparalleled and independent. Chen Ge vaguely remembered, this was the second day he met his wife. In that early summer library, it was so hot and stifling, but when he caught a glimpse of her reading with her head lowered, it instantly enchanted his time. And she happened to be sitting directly opposite him. Coincidentally, facing north. That's why Chen Ge came up with this line. Not only praising her beauty but also indirectly expressing his instant affection for her. What made Chen Ge more suspicious about the identity of the writer were the following lines of love poems. Each sentence corresponded perfectly to the various little notes he did everything to hand to her back then. On the playground at night, she was walking slowly, and thus came his second note. I carry the stars from the sky to give to you, yet I still feel that the stars in the sky are not as good as you. For the third time, at sunset, she sat by the school's lake, feeding swans with breadcrumbs. He personally handed it to her. In heaven, I wish to be the winged bird, on earth, I wish to be the entwined branches. Time after time, his love words represented Chen Ge's sincere heart. With in-between phrases, the spring breeze for 10 miles is not as good as you. And the following one, if love lasts long, why bother about morning and evening? Chen Ge read all the way down until the 99th love sentence. Once having seen the sea, water is hard to compare, except for the Witch Mountain, clouds aren't equal. He clearly remembered that morning. She shyly took the note, looking at the words on it with her sparkling beautiful eyes, her ears gradually turning pink. So extraordinarily beautiful. At that time, Chen Ge thought. As long as she is willing to be his girlfriend, he would exhaust everything to treat her well and give her a happy life. Later, her name naturally appeared on his household registration book. He happily brought her home as his wife. Her personality was very cold, and in the time they spent together, Chen Ge rarely saw her smile. But now he thinks back, her leaving had long been foreshadowed. It was just that he was foolish at the time, immersed in the excitement of his wife being pregnant, and he didn't notice anything. Not only did she ask to retake their wedding photos, but on the day of the shoot, she smiled sweetly from start to finish. Her eyebrows and eyes curved, showing another kind of unique beauty. Until later, she disappeared. Besides that wedding photo secretly taken by Chen Ge on his phone, and the little bundle babbling in the crib, all traces of her existence vanished. If it weren't for the fact that their daughter had just been born and needed his meticulous care. Otherwise, Chen Ge estimated that during the time she disappeared without a trace, his emotions would have directly collapsed. But now, every word on the page was telling Chen Ge one truth. A truth so certain, it struck deep into his soul. That is, his wife Nan was not dead. But rather, she had entered a terrifying world. Or rather, she had originally come from that terrifying world as a ghost. She just returned to her hometown. Chen Ge's pupils shrank sharply, and his heart raced violently. So, as long as he stayed in the terrifying world to continue exploring, one day, he could see her again. At that time, when Tuan felt sad like today for not having a mother, he could firmly tell her. No, you do. Tuan is no longer a child without a mother. Staying up late working on 2 chapters, desperately seeking 5 stars and little gifts for support.